with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen all this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
fighting through a another turn. And the power pin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field of the smackdowns are adding up.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know you got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon TCG fans, and welcome back to the live coverage here at the Utrecht Special Event. Just over 1,000 players came here from across the world this weekend to try their hands at becoming not only the next TCG champion, but also for some coveted prizes and championship points. My name is Benjamin Rabiotti. You're, of course, joined here by my lovely cast of co-hosts, Alex Dow, Shea Burton, and Amy Wesley, and we just cannot wait to take you through the action. But Alex, we've had a fantastic day one, of course. Heading into day two, how are we feeling?
Yeah, fantastic. Like I said, fantastic games that we had the chance to showcase yesterday during our feature matches, and I just can't wait for some more.
Yeah, I know, some unforgettable moments. I know that we've had a chance to coverage so many interesting decks. Of course, the meta still has some surprises, Shay.
Oh yeah, it really does. You know, I was walking around the tables earlier, so I'm not going to spoil a little bit, but a little bit of Reggie's potentially. So fingers crossed that our Reggie's player is doing well. But there was some Arceus, Regigigas V-Star as well, Arceus Superior V-Star as well. Also, we saw the cornucopia of crazy decks yesterday as well.
No, Amy, we had so much fun on the cast of decks together. Of course, we had the chance to commentate some amazing games. Some highlights from yourself from our day one?
Honestly, I was just really thrilled at all the different decks that we got to see. A really diverse meta. It gives endless opportunities. So, for yourself being able to cast Champ Power for the first time.
Finally.
Incredible. Really, really fun set of games.
Yeah, I know, for sure. And what an action-packed weekend we still have for you from our day two. But, looking at the meta, of course, Shay, you spoke about looking across some of the tables. But let's have a look at our EU schedule. Amy, why don't you take us through what we have in store?
Oh, yes, friends, it is far from over. We're currently here in Utrecht in the Netherlands, but next up we have EUIC in London. That's the European International Championships. Then we move into Stockholm, our lovely extra special event added in Bologna, another international champions in New Orleans, and then the pinnacle prize race into Honolulu for the World Championships. Here we go.
Yeah, still so much to play for. I really don't want to wish the season away, but we're just over halfway. So many of our players still have a fantastic chance to take some prizes home. But Shay, talking about prizes, let's have a look at another coveted prize. We've, of course, mentioned championship points. Why don't you take us through the breakdown?
Yeah, so if you do want to go to that lovely World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, you are going to have to earn some championship points. The good news is, if you do well at these events or at your locals as well, you can get them. So the first place winner here at the Utrecht Special Event will get 200 championship points. Have a bit of that. And they'll also get an auto invitation as well, Rabiotti, might I say. But yeah, as you can see, you got the CP, what you can earn there for today. 160 for second place, 130 for third to fourth. And then if you look to the right of our lovely graphic here, you can see, depending on what region you're in, depends on how much championship points you need to earn your invite. So here in the EU, if you're a master, you need 500. If you're in North America, you need slightly more, 600. And then as you go down to Latin America and Oceania and the Middle East, South Africa, you need 300 and 250 respectively. So if you earn that amount, get yourself down to Honolulu and have a go at the World Championships.
Easier said than done, Shay.
This is true. That's why I talk about it. That's why, you know what I mean?
But let's reel it in a bit. Let's go through our current competition. Of course, the Utrecht Special Event where we're at this weekend. Alex, sorry. Let's take us through our day 2 qualified players. Any names that stand out to you?
Yeah, there's so many players. All of these players are in contention to win a number of those sort of booster boxes, booster prizes, and all those CP that are at hand here in the special event in Utrecht. Lots of players that we've already seen. Owen Kammerman's one that stands out, our regional champion from the last EU event in the regionals in Dortmund, but also his partner in the finals, Jelle van Kampen there on the right-hand side. Also, once again, in the day 2 qualified players. But there's loads of huge names. Maes Bredikmeyer, a player who was a finalist at the World Championships once upon a time. Loads of players as well that we haven't seen before necessarily really prop up the actual day 2 qualified players and maybe even make it all the way to getting an invite. But there's so much on the line, and we can't wait to see how they do today.
Yeah, fantastic to see some of these players. James, Maes as well, fantastic players. But Amy, let's see how these players currently stand in our Swiss standings. Let's have a look at the leaderboard.
Well, we have quite the standings for all of you watching at home. Some absolutely stellar records here. Starting off with a 901 undefeated record at our top there, going all the way down to 16th place of Maes. And honestly, everyone is still fighting tooth and nail to get to those top spots today. There is so much to work for, a lot to work towards as well. All of these records are quite close.
Yeah, I know, and some of these players we've of course featured. Filippo, of course, taking the Roaring Moon all the way to 9-0-1 record. What a fantastic standing that he currently has.
A caster selection looking really strong.
Looking pretty strong. I don't know where Mew stands in on that, but of course, Alex, we did have players to watch at the start of this tournament. Take us through some of these players and where you expected them to finish.
Look, all of these three players that we've decided to highlight for this tournament, natives of where we are in the Netherlands, of course. Brendan Kammerman, brother of Owen Kammerman, of that previous regional champion, and Brian de Vries. All of these players super consistent throughout the season and in previous years. But we do highlight that James Cox on the right here is still in contention to try and crown himself Utrecht Special Event champion. I believe he was on a great record that we just saw from the standings as well, and he's just continuing to shine with that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah. Had a chance to speak to James, of course, yesterday in that winners interview. He's feeling so confident. He doesn't want to take a couple of draws to guarantee himself day 2. He wants to win it out. He wants to win it out, and that's exactly what we like to see from some of our players. But of course, we spoke about meta earlier, Shay. I really wanted to get into it earlier, but let's have a look at our day 1 breakdown. Why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, so our day 1, I was actually shocked to see Roaring Moon was the most popular deck. 149 players. Amy, I'm sure you're feeling quite confident there with that. But yeah, straightforward game plan. As we saw, it's currently our #1 seed in day 2, so shout out to Roaring Moon. And then as we sort of go down the graph, I was also surprised to see that Giratina VSTAR has overtaken Charizard EX in terms of popularity there, only by about 9 players or so, but worth noting. Gardevoir coming in there at 9% as well, Lost Zone box. But then the big story, in my opinion, Unclassified making it onto the most popular graph there at 8%. So that means 8% of the metagame here in Utrecht. Wow, people have been in the kitchen cooking up some stuff.
Yeah, we love our unclassifieds, Shay. But of course, Chen Paolo coming there at 7%. Miraidon also at 7%. Alex, why don't you take us through some of those other choices?
Yeah, there's a lot of fantastic decks still here. Still propping up the best of the rest. Like we said, Chen Pao, the winner of the last event, alongside that other finalist in Golden Go at the 4% as well. We've seen a lot of very consistent decks here, still being piloted by a lot of our players. As I said, one of the biggest things that we take away from the metagame now is that it's really the strongest it can ever be for these decks. It's got the most sets that are available for all of these decks, and it's the stage where it can be played at the best possible ability.
Yeah, such a fantastic point you make. And Amy, I know when we were on the caster deck, we love our conversion rates. We love to see what decks are doing so well in our meta and in our current competitions. Why don't you take us through our day 2 breakdown?
Absolutely, gladly. Let's take a gander at our deck analysis for day 2. Now, Roaring Moon, how the mighty fall. Gardevoir having a fantastic conversion rate, just about overtaking it, but on par. I respect that, we've popped Gardevoir above Roaring Moon there. Might hurt my caster prediction a little bit, but hey-ho, there we go. Down into our Charizard Charizard, Lost Zone Giratina, Lost Zone Box, and Mew VMAX squeaking on the end there. Love to see our pink friend in the EU still holding up.
Yeah, I know, and I just want to focus on that Mew VMAX. Eight players representing that archetype still. It was my caster pick, so absolutely cannot wait to see what those players are cooking up in today. But of course, Dow, we're looking at our current day 2 breakdown from some of these less obvious decks that are being played. Why don't you take us through some of these?
Yeah, I mean, the best of the rest still propping up a number of players piloting Miraidon to still a pretty decent conversion, actually. I think it was actually 7% or around that number from the day 1 metagame. But we can see towards the bottom, there's a few decks there that we haven't seen typically as part of the meta for some time. Orange Inform Palkia VSTAR may be a pure Palkia deck that is piloted from some players, but Arceus also propping up the rear there with Regigigas as a partner and also Superior VSTAR, something to note and we'll have a bit of an eye on going forward. But I know Shay has a bit of a had a little bit of an inkling from wandering around the tables that there's a particular deck he'd love to see?
Yeah, well, like I said, one of those unclassified decks that I mentioned a little bit earlier is an old school Reggie's deck. So we're talking Ancient Wisdom, basic energy this time now, flying around, and yeah, I'm cheering for you, Reggie's player. So fingers crossed, we can maybe, if everyone allows it, get it on stream. Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows? They have to keep up, of course.
They do. They have to keep winning. To keep winning.
But I just cannot wait to get into the action, and of course, you guys back at home can get involved, of course, with our socials. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Of course, you have the socials down there at the bottom. Catch us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, of course. I want to see your plushies. I want to see your dogs. I want to see your cats. I want to see how you guys enjoy the stream back home, and maybe some of your posts can get involved with the stream as well. But of course, we must get to the action. Round 12. It has to happen, guys. It has to go on. The show must happen. So, Shay, Alex, you must get around onto that caster deck, and we'll be right back.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
There we go. Welcome back, Pokemon TCG fans. I'm Shea Burton, and I'm joined by Alex Downer. I'm going to let you into a little secret here, viewers at home. Between us, we have one regional championship and one special championship title. Don't ask me how they are distributed, though. Alex, how are we?
Yeah, very well. Always a pleasure to be casting here alongside you, Shea. So much to look forward to for the rest of this day, too, as these players are vying for those top 8 positions, top 4, and that potential to be a finalist and the champion of this Pokemon special event in Utrecht. Shea, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic. I cannot wait to get involved with this action. We will have a new special event champion crowned here today, and they will have their auto invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. So I cannot wait to get that started and see what happens.
No, 100%. And just for you viewers at home, we, as the casters, alongside Shea and our other fellow casters, Ben and Amy, we had our casters' predictions.
We did.
And let's just have a little recap of how we're doing. Myself, I went with Giratina VSTAR, again, a deck close to my heart, being able to lock up a few championship points myself. Across the board, actually, you know, Amy with Roaring Moon, Ben with Mew VMAX, yourself with God of REX. I believe we all made that day 2 first bracket.
Yeah, no, we did. Yeah, all of our decks are in the day 2, like you mentioned, in the most popular decks here in day 2. Although I will say that Gardevoir was actually number 1 on that list. Sticking my chest out a little bit there, but I guess it was also tied with Roaring Moon, which was the most popular deck in day 1. So take of that what you will. And then Mew VMAX actually sliding up because it wasn't in the day 1 graphic. It wasn't in the top 5, but now I think it's slid in at the 4th spot. So yeah, all our casting predictions are currently live and doing well.
Yeah, all vying for that opportunity to call themselves once again a special event champion as a deck. All of them, I believe, bar Roaring Moon, has taken down an event across the season so far. So Amy going with a sort of more unconventional pick compared to the rest of us. But you know what? That's the excitement of the prediction. Make sure you guys are also chucking in your predictions in the chat as well. Who do you think, who are you voting for alongside as part of the casters in terms of the predictions for the rest of this tournament?
Yeah, speaking of voting, though, Alex, we have our next round of our sort of rotation bracket, as it were, where we all get given a card and we have like 30 seconds to a minute to put our pitch forward to you, the viewers, as to why I think our card is stronger than the other person's card, and then you get to vote on a poll and decide which one was the most impactful. So we've already done our first round there. Apart from that bottom one there, Alex, Zacian V versus Mew from Celebrations.
Yeah, remember, this is us just pitching a card which maybe you feel will be the most lost to the
it'll be a bit sad to see go.
Yeah, it'll be sad to see go. And it is that Zacian V and that Mew Celebrations that we have remaining. As we see there, Battle VIP Pass took the crown very early on. I believe the Mew VMAX also took the second bracket there, and the third one will be facing up what we just talking about. That was Path to the Peak.
Yes.
It's going to be up against either Zacian V or that Mew Celebrations.
Yep. So I cannot wait to get this started. I've just been told I have Zacian V.
Ah, you loved it. We spoke about this before. You championed for this to be in the list.
I did, yeah. I feel as if my, we discussed this before. Alex didn't think Zacian V was even worthy of making this graphic. So I'm going to put it all on the line here. So that means you have Mew from Celebrations. Oh, and I get to start in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Right, so Gardevoir, right? It's a really good deck right now. Why is it a good deck? Because it can do massive damage. And who has the highest damage output? That's that Zacian V. We even saw War of the Sword Alex get played with some Arceus decks every now and then, letting you to accelerate energy. That Storm Slash 60 plus 30 with that high HP bead. You can just load up those psychic energies and start swinging away. Like how long are we going to see Storm Slash used in this event? Right, we already saw it used yesterday. We're probably going to see it today.
And cut.
Oh goodness gracious me! That was how long? That was a bit quick, wasn't it? Golly!
I just really wanted to cut you off with a chop.
Yeah.
As much as I could, but you did all right there.
I think I did.
You started. You opened with Gardevoir EX rather than Zacian V.
Well, it's the best deck in format right now, right? And it's integral. It's integral to the best deck in format.
Integral. It's been in and out of the deck.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. If you wasn't playing Zacian Nagadi, what are you doing? You know what I mean? You want to win games? Play Zacian.
But let's face it, we're going to be talking about Mew now.
Yep. Okay, well.
Wow. We're starting. So, Mew from Celebrations, one of our favorite Pokemon that we've seen across the generations. A fantastic card with a fantastic ability, allowing you to set up almost any deck that is splashed into. Mysterious Tail is a fantastic ability, allowing you to grab any item card from the top 6 that you get a chance to see. It's utilized in almost anything that needs anything like the rare candies. It's utilized in that Gardevoir EX deck that Shay was talking about. Which one's more pivotal? Grabbing those Battle VIP passes or randomly attaching an energy from the deck?
I think taking prizes is more important personally, not gonna lie.
Not when it's the main attacker.
It is what is the main attacker then?
Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
No, it's not. No.
Come on now. You don't want to give up 2 prizes when you're doing the same thing.
Storm Slash. So the vote is currently live, the poll. We're getting into it there.
Make sure you guys at home are voting for Mew.
Whoa, no. Vote for Zacian. Storm Slash, yeah.
Yeah, make sure I believe the vote is live, so make sure you're hammering away on Twitch. Don't forget, if you want to be participating, making sure you're integrating interacting with us as well. Because remember, this is all for you guys to play a part in the stream. And because we just love the Pokemon community and making sure that we get to involve everyone as much as we can, don't we, Shay?
Yeah, no, 100% make sure you get involved and have yourself a little practice with the polls, because there will be some community choice coming along. So I think we've got 2 community choice today. One will be in the next round after this one. And I think we get one for top 8 as well. So make sure you're familiar with the polls by getting involved with this one, and then win a community choice where you get to decide what feature match we get. You will know what to do and get involved in those polls. Only on Twitch, not on YouTube though, unfortunately.
Yeah, don't forget also in the chat, make sure you're also commenting which other cards you feel will be lost. And just you'd feel it if you lost to Mew Celebrations. But you were one of those cards that you might have lost Mew Celebrations and feel really bad about if you have to lose it to the rotation. Mew Celebrations.
What's going on? Why are you trying to that's how you know your debate was weak, when you're trying to subliminally tell people what to vote for. Golly. I don't need subliminal messaging like that. I know Zarshan will win on the back of my... Oh, it looks like the results are in. Here we go. Come on, show me the money. Show me that Zarshan.
Oh, landslide! Here we go.
Gracious me!
How do you feel? You're basically escape rope.
No, I'm better than escape rope.
I'm better.
There is 2 percentiles better there, so don't be throwing me under the bus like that. Not much better, granted.
Oh, chat, we love you. Oh, chat, we love you. Mew Celebrations, they're taking a landslide victory. 83% against the 17 there. Zarshan V only really utilized in Gardevoir?
He got playing some Arceus decks as well, though.
Oh, yeah.
It did.
Randomly splashed for not a great
I think, you know what? I kind of set myself up. Now I'm thinking about it, because I was the one that thought Zarshan through, I'm not going to lie. What I should have done was put Shining Arcana Gardevoir instead. Now I'm thinking about it. I think that's a bit more integral. I get to draw some cards as well. Could have been an easier sell, but yeah, no, not far off escape rope, really.
Yeah, well... Mew has more fans than Zarshan, what can I say?
I guess Mew got played like Palkia as well, didn't it? There was a Turbo Palkia back in the day. And
yeah, a fantastic card. We've seen that type of ability utilized in previous renditions. You know, we had a Jirachi.
Stellar Wish,
Stellar Wish, able to take any trainer card, though. So a little bit more impactful, but Mew was a successor to that point, just able to grab any item that is fine from the top 6.
And I guess if you really want to go back for the TCG historics, you had the Jirachi from Deoxys. That could grab any card.
Yeah.
From the top 5, I believe. So, yeah, always been a staple ability, really.
Yeah, slowly kind of, you know, the power creep's been slightly.
But
it's showing how incredible that type of ability is, right?
Yep.
But, yeah, thank you very much at home for agreeing with me and making Shay take the L. But, you know what? We're looking forward to so much more action. I wonder if we will see any more Zarshan Vs or more Mew from Celebrations coming up, Shay.
Well, it's sort of like I get to, have my cake and eat it. Because even though I lost, my cards prediction Gardevoir is still live, so Zarshan can still win the event, and then I've got the real victory. So you know what I mean? You might have won the battle, my friend, but old Bert's going to win that war.
Well, at the same time, both of those cards do fit in a deck like Gardevoir.
Yeah, they do.
So we might see it combining, you know, joining forces to try and take down this tournament here in Utrecht.
Yep.
But, you know, I just had a little gander. There are a number of players that are still performing super well. We've mentioned that Roaring Moon player, Filippo, who was on stream yesterday. I believe he took another win, so he's put himself in a fantastic spot to really push for one of those top 8 bursts. And there's a few other players here and there as well, still doing super well. I know James Cox, a player that we've chosen to feature as a player to watch for this tournament, you know, and currently native of the Netherlands. Really just kind of showcasing his abilities with that Gardevoir EX deck. Currently still unbeaten, isn't he?
Yep, undefeated. Speaking of undefeated, and we have our new updated Swiss rankings.
Ooh, here we go.
Let's have a little gander and see how that round 2 in day 2 has panned out. So Filippo got that 10-0-1. Bolly managed to win there to third seed there. He was playing Owen Kammerman in the last round. James Cox there, 8-0-3. Any other shout-outs or any other standouts to yourself there, Alex?
Yeah, there's plenty of players. I mean, there's a particular player you see, I believe in number 13 is the deck that you're really hyping up and really wanting to see. Chris Van Urkel playing that Reggie Gigas deck, or Reggie's deck, I should say. So there's an opportunity if he could maybe, after taking a bit of a rough round 11, he could still make it into our stream feature matches at some stage as well. But there's a lot of players there. Arthur Chutzler, who was our finalist in one of our regionals previously as well. Again, also doing well in the day 2 current Swiss standings. Still plenty of rounds to go.
Yes, still got plenty of rounds to go, and yeah, I'm cheering for Chris. I'm not gonna lie. I want to see some Ancient Wisdom. You know, I want to announce Ancient Wisdom. I want to announce Dragons, a Pulse, I think it is, on the Reggie Drago doing 240. I want to announce all that stuff, and you know, it was just fun. I managed to watch him a little bit, using the Earthen Vessel to get the energy in the discard and using the gift energy to draw up. So shout outs to him. But yeah, there's some real good looking standings there, and Roaring Moon undefeated. I tell you what, this late in the tournament, I would have thought a deck like Roaring Moon, where it's so polarized, right? Like you're either really popping off and taking turn 1 KOs, or you kind of are doing a lot of nothing, as yeah, we do look at our Roaring Moon graphic there. Tell you what though, Alex, an auto KO for 3 energy. You can do that turn 1. No wonder the deck's doing good.
Yeah, no, 2 incredible attacks on a very bulky basic Pokemon Roaring Moon EX. 230 HP. Frenzy Gouging is the attack you've just highlighted there, being able to just instantly take the knockout on your opponent's active Pokemon. Does have subjectmental text alongside it, does take 200 damage to itself, but if it's taking out something that's really tricky to get past, say a big, bulky Charizard EX with 330 HP, with just your simple basic, I mean, you're going to take that hit. You're happy to take the 200 damage, and it's fine anyway. But underrated Calamity Storm, 100 plus 120 damage more if you choose to discard a stadium that's in play. Able to take down so many different basic Vs or EXs, which tends to sort of be that right threshold for it, which is it's fantastic, right? But it's all about it being consistent now. A lot of players are starting to find a list which allows you to be super consistent, synergizing with a number of different cards and allowing you to sort of overcome so many different aspects of the format.
Yeah, and it's worth noting there's so many different ways of playing Roaring Moon. You know, traditionally we did see the sort of Brute Bonnet build where you can use poison to increase your damage and even double up as a 1-5 attacker. We've even seen the Water Energy build where you can try and attack with Radiant Greninja as well, like Moonlight Shuriken via energy switch. And then you've even seen the strict Dark build where you're going to be utilizing cards like Galarian Moltres V to double up as an attacker and as another energy accelerator there. So many different ways to play it. Brute Bonnet, probably the least popular now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it knocking about in a list or two.
No, not at all. Like you said, the variations that we get in a number of decks now, I think I highlighted whilst we were on the couch segment there, we're in a position where we now have all of these decks with the most powerful options for it, because of all of the sets that are available for it. This is pre-rotation, right? So all of the cards that are available, there's so many different little tweaks and kinks that you can kind of introduce to a deck. And also, because we're in such a diverse, mature format, all these players are used to playing it for so long now that it means that they're able to sort of really capitalize and play it to the best possible ability. So it's really, truly a special place to be in the meta right now. Just being the fact that it's so diverse and such a strong meta game.
It really is, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how and when it is, as you mentioned, sorry, everything's at the strong point in the meta and everyone knows what's going on. It also means it's easier to target these decks, right? You know, like, right, you know, these are our top 5 decks. What's the commonalities between all these? How can I target all these at the same time? And you can only realistically do that in a developed meta, which is why we can see some of those unclassifieds in day 1, you know, coming up in droves.
Yeah, I mean, just we saw it from day 1, right? We saw Steelix as a feature match, a deck we wouldn't have, or even Pokemon we would initially have sort of highlighted at the start of the tournament, but you know, really showcasing the players and their intricacies in terms of their deck building as well, just combining Steelix with that synergy with the Dodrio, being able to sort of take down big knockouts. And then of course we saw from our first feature match, Tord, with the sort of, we're going to keep calling it an amalgamation of all of the sets that we've seen previously, but in reality is a bit of a Charizard deck that covers all the bases with the kind of Rapid Strike package as well. And he's obviously in day 2, still fighting for a place to potentially make it into something like a top 8 or beyond.
A top 8 or beyond. Speaking of top 8 and beyond, we're going to be marching towards our top 8 with our next feature match that will be the Reggies.
Here we get Reggies
versus Charizard EX. So we're going to have a quick video describing how that Charizard EX deck plays, and then we're going to get back for our next round action as soon as possible. So don't go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Amy Worsley, and today we're going to be looking at the trailblazing Charizard EX. You don't want to be unprepared for the Dark-type Terastallized superstar. One of the first examples we've seen of the Terastal typing effect being used for a huge advantage in this meta. Charizard's dark typing makes it a force to be reckoned with against some of the strongest decks in the format, including both decks featured in the recent World Championship finals, Gardevoir and the new world champion, Mew VMAX. But how else is the deck good, you ask? Well, Arceus VSTAR is one of the enablers for giving this deck its speed and consistency. Its Starbirth VSTAR ability allows you to search for any card you need. We're seeing a lot of decks not play the Stage 1 Pokemon, sorry Charmeleon, and instead opting for Rare Candy, allowing you to skip a Stage 1 evolution. This is the key to Charizard's success. Starbirth allows you to search for that rare candy to evolve Charmander to Charizard or Pidgey to Pidgeot. Speaking of soaring into a strong support position comes Pidgeot EX, another new EX from Obsidian Flames. Benefiting from free retreat cost and having a very powerful ability in quick search, again allowing you to search for one card per turn. Charizard needs its friends in this scenario. As you can deduce, Arceus can help Pidgeot evolve by finding a rare candy, and then Pidgeot can help Charmander evolve by locating another rare candy from the deck. Setting up for success gives its deck its unique reliability. But back to the star of the show. Let's talk Charizard. Charizard uses its ability Infernal Rain on evolution to accelerate 3 fire energy from your deck and attach them to any Pokemon you wish. Charizard's attacks using Burning Darkness, which only becomes stronger as the game presses on, doing a base 180 damage and an extra 30 for each prize card your opponent takes. Charizard caps out its damage at an enormous 330. The combination of high HP and a hard-hitting move makes Charizard a real powerhouse. Now, how many times have I said the word ability? As you may be thinking, Path to the Peak is this deck's natural enemy. We can't count on that speed and consistency without the use of abilities, so lots of removals of stadiums is imperative. So some may look towards Lost Vacuum or a helpful stadium of their own, such as Artisan or Magma Basin. Other cards you could choose to add to complement Charizard include Jacques to further accelerate their evolution potential, or Entei for low maintenance early game attacking using Burning Rondo for only 2 fire energy. Good luck to all our Charizard players this weekend. Let's see if we can pick out any other interesting plays and blazing victories.
Thank you very much, Amy, for that wonderful insight for that Charizard EX deck. It's a deck that we're going to continue sort of showcasing because we know a lot of players are still highlighting it, and it's going to be part of our feature match against that fantastic Reggie's deck we haven't seen in quite some time, have we, Shay?
No, we really haven't. So it looks like our players are sitting down there. So I believe we have Chris Van Ockel on the right versus Oscar Madsen on the left, who will be piloting that Charizard Terra Charizard EX. You know, that big, bad, scary deck of the format. A stage 2 Pokemon with a 330 HP. I've been intrigued to see how Chris will opt to try and navigate this matchup. But I tell you, at the very least, Alex, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, 100%. We get a chance to have a look at some of their achievements now. Oscar here just being highlighted as one of our players, very recent, very consistent in terms of the placements he's had of this recent season. You know, Malmo regional top 16 towards the latter stages of last season. Lille regional top 64, top 128, top 64s. There are lots of day 2s there from Oscar's side. As we do pass over to Chris's side, where he did top 128 in Liverpool.
Yeah, and he's going to add something else to that list today. So shout outs to Chris, and I tell you what, going to have a nice little Limitless page there with Reggie's being added there as well. Always fun to get those big results with a fun deck that you cook up at home. And I was watching this play, Alex, earlier before we came. I was watching it, and the deck is poetry in motion when it gets going. You know, once you get those energy in the discard pile, Reggie Gigas can just start flying them back around, can even reattach special energy via that ability as well.
Yeah, and Chris was a player who did play Reggie's in Liverpool, so he's making it, doing it, he's running it back again as we do get a chance to have a glimpse of the prizes. 1 Reggie Rock, 1 Reggie Steel there. Other than that, nothing too crazy from either side of the board, as we do see both players have set up Fist Bump, and this will kick off our Swiss round 12 of this special event in Utrecht. Does look like Chris will be starting us off here with a Nest Ball.
Alex, I'm not sure if you got to to see that hand, but I think I saw a hand of all basic energy and that singular nest ball. Now, okay, well, I guess if that is the case, what you're going to have to do is start using that Reggie Gate as soon as possible, because that lets you grab any basic Pokemon and pop it onto your bench. But I think apart from that, you're not going to be seeing a whole deal. But let me explain how this Reggie deck works. We haven't seen it in a while. So, Reggie Gigas has the ability Ancient Wisdom. As long as you have all the Reggies in play, so that's every single one of them, you can grab 3 energy from your discard pile and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Now, worth noting, that does not say basic energy. So that means you can reattach special energy if you like. So double turbo energy would be an option. He isn't playing it, Chris, obviously, though. The main one we'll be looking at here is gift energy. So that would let you draw up to 7 when the Pokemon is attached to is KO'd. Also worth noting, he does play a one-off Luminous energy as well, which will count as any color energy while it's attached, as long as you have no other special energy in play. So Chris, first minigame is to get all the Reggies down, and the second minigame is to get the relevant energy in a discard pile. After that, the deck will just use Ancient Wisdom over and over and over again to find the attacker, or to fuel the attackers.
Yeah, and just to kind of combine that as well, he does have an Artisan. We do see another Reggie is going to be coming down. You know, they tend to be quite big, bulky basics for just, you know, just non-V, non-EX, non-rule box type Pokemon, of course. So it's just all these single prizes. Tend to hit for different weaknesses when it was a very often played deck.
Yes.
Now, it's in a scenario where it's still having to utilize a lot of different sort of type attackers, but this time having to utilize all of those sort of more basic energies to power it up. Yeah, without there being stuff like Aurora energy being used anymore. Worth noting, this Regidrago has the Dragon Horde ability. When it's inactive, you can draw to have 4 cards in your hand. It's actually Chris's only form of onboard draw, since you can't play Barrel or anything like this, because every bench spot has to be dedicated to a Reggie Pokemon. As Chris is going to end the turn and pass it over to Oscar, who's going to kick us off with a Battle VIP pass whilst having a Rotom V in the active. Yeah, that Rotom V is going to be super great in this slight scenario here, because turn 1, Oscar typically won't be able to do too much in terms of sort of starting attacks, for example. Could maybe utilize something like the Celebrations Mew shade that we spoke about so much just prior to this game, or maybe even trying to utilize something like the Pidgey's Call for Family, but just having that Rotom V available has the possibility to use Instant Charge to end the turn and draw 3 cards, as we do see our pink little friend there hit the board. Not a Zacian V there, is it, Jay? Okay, you've got to keep winning with this, because we can't let Alex win these anymore. Have you seen how much he's going on about this? Golly. Worth noting, though, that Rotom V is weak to fighting. Regirock would be able to KO it. I think it does 140, that Regirock, so that is something that Chris can KO in one hit and take multiple prize cards whilst doing so. But I think you are correct. Going off this Battle VIP pass and Artisan search, I would imagine Oscar would be looking to use Mysterious Tail this turn, or maybe even use Call for Family at the end just to grab some Charmander and or Pidgey. I mean, we'll be looking to try and maneuver into the active spot. Does have a Jet Energies, does jet into the Mew. Which is a great little inclusion in the deck, that opportunity to just switch into the active spot with the energy attachment. We do see a Mysterious Tail. Battle VIP hits. So we'll be able to continue setting up the board, and this is exactly what Oscar will be looking to try and do in this matchup. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I was trying to work out this matchup, and when we found out this was going to be our stream match, and there is no Grass-type Reggie, so we will not be hitting a Charizard EX for weakness anytime soon. So I think Oscar just needs a normal game plan, get out your Terra Charizard EX and start swinging. I think for Chris, he'll be looking to utilize, I would imagine, the Evolving Skies Regidrago, since Dragon Energy for Grass, Fire energy cost deals a massive 240 damage. Just try and use that over and over and over again. Yeah, Chris's side of the board is really going to start trying to swing for 2-hit knockouts. Yes. Utilizing either of the Regidragos, as he does boss up the Registeel as well, just to end the turn with an Instant Charge, just kind of limit what Chris can do from that Dragon's Horde ability of that Regidrago. You did also see the Manaphy come down from Oscar's Guide, wanting to protect herself from that card that we do see in Chris's hand right now, that Regieleki, which has that Terra Spark attack, 120 damage for 2 lightning and 1 colorless. This card all lightning energy from this Pokemon, but also does 40 damage to 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Now, if you're beginning beginning to just set up knockouts on your opponent's side of the board, that's another great way for this type of deck to end up in a position where it could take some wins. As we do see a Regigate there, I believe. Yep. With the final Regis come down, the full partners in crime are together now. Regigigas has hit the field, and that Registeel is in the active spot.
And it looks like we are going to get over to Oscar's turn. He's going to start the turn off there with a mysterious tail. And I think it's actually a massive find there for Oscar, grabbing that Manaphy, because you're right, Terra Spark could start to really line up benched Pokemon quickly. Yeah, and remind yourself how that was able to do that again. It was that little pink friend, our Mew celebrations, grabbing all of those support cards. And this is how it works. You know, it finds itself in a lot of decks which are very item heavy. Typically those rare candies, Stage 2 decks, like Gardevoir EX, like Charizard EX, and it's just really showcasing its value here. It's got that energy already ready to go to start retreating if it needs to do so. The Forest Sealstones on that Rotom V now, so can activate the V-Star ability, start Alchemy, and grab any cards. But as we're going through the motions here, Ultra Balling away that Arven Fire Energy, we are starting to see this game plan really come to life for Oscar. Yeah, I mean, this is off to the races for a Charizard EX deck turn 2. Going to have a turn 2 Pidgeot EX and has the rare candy in hand and the Charizard. So that means this quick search will most likely find, you know, a rare candy to get the Charizard EX into play. And all of a sudden, this has got a little bit out of hand so fast, right? This is the scary thing about Charizard EX, is that a turn 2 Pokemon, 330 HP, that has set itself up and is dealing massive damage. Now, traditionally, Burning Darkness dealing 180 in the early game is sort of a downside, right? Oh, goodness gracious me, 180 is not enough. However, when you're playing against a Reggie's deck where nothing has over, I think, 130, I guess the Regigigas has 150 HP maximum, all of a sudden, 180 Burning Darkness is perfectly fine. Yeah, 100%. We talk about it being super efficient, you know, just by evolving up that Infernal Rain coming down, 2 Fire Energies attached now to that Charizard EX. We've spoken about this combo of going from the Star Alchemy, even if it's needed, or just, you know, the rare candy from Mew into the Pidgeot, into the Charizard. And that sequencing of motions there is really just very poetic. As we do see now the Charizard, who will eventually be just kind of staring down against these Reggies and just start taking knockouts as soon as possible. And I think we saw the Star Alchemy grab the Collapse Stadium, so we're going to even, I would imagine, discard the Rotom V, the only liability realistically on the board right now for Oscar, as we do see Collapse, and that's a double-pronged sword actually, because not only does Oscar get to remove the Rotom, but it actually forces Chris to remove a Reggie, which means that Ancient Wisdom will no longer be alive, well, live I should say, since Regigigas is sent to discard pile, and so is Registeel off that KO. But a nice Super Rod to try and get those Reggies back, Alex. Yeah, I believe there's also an Iono in Chris's hand now, so we'll be able to start looking for those combo pieces again. We've already spoken about that kind of mini game to get all of the Reggies out and then all the right energy types into the discard pile, so that Chris can start swinging, because Oscar has initiated the prize race here by taking that knockout. We do see the manual attachment Dragon Horde first to kind of maximize, finds a Nest Ball, so can reactivate at least one more of those Registeel or Regigigas that we've already lost that has been super rodded back. But it's really worth, it's an interesting note, right, that this Regidrago at Signature has 2 energy. Giant Fangs is 160. Now that times 2 is 220. That is not enough to KO a Charizard EX. And in normal scenarios, you think, right, well, we'll just bench the other Regidrago and start attacking with that. But you can't in this deck, because you can only have space for 1 Regidrago. So that means Chris, if he is forced to use Giant Fangs, could be a bit inefficient. No, 100%, but it's just got to try and find maybe that next piece. Does find the Luminous Energy, so can start swinging away at this Charizard EX as well. That is true. But remember, has already attached from hand, is unable to, I believe, remove the Collapse Stadium from play right now. So we're in a sticky situation here for the Reggies, Shay. Yeah, the Collapse Stadium basically reads you cannot use Ancient Wisdom until it's gone. It's that simple, because Collapse Stadium forces Chris to only have 4 bench Pokemon, and for Regigigas to activate, you need to have 5. So that Collapse Stadium actually proving a real irritant there for Chris to deal with. And yeah, close to being able to use Giant Fangs, but not quite, as we are going to see this Earthen Vessel be used here to grab the Lightning Energy and Metal Energy from the deck. Earthen Vessel is a really good card in this deck, because not only is the discard synergy fantastic, but you also get to filter in all the basic energy you like as well. As well, I was going to see a pass.
It's just a pass. Those energies that are attached to the Regidrago will be going down back into the discard. Remember, as long as Chris can refresh that board state and get those Regidrago and a Registeel back up once again with a collapsed stadium in play, it does mean there's an opportunity here to just then reload and start swinging away. But this is at his detriment right now. Oscar will be going to 2 prizes ahead in this matchup once he announces Burning Darkness one more time.
Yeah, 2 prizes ahead when your best case scenario for Chris is 2-shotting your opponent. Could be traditionally quite a hard avenue to try and come back from. But, you know, Chris is at a fantastic record. So I'm sure if anyone can navigate out of this 2-prize hole, I'm sure Chris is up there. As well, I was going to see a Burning Darkness Alex as Oscar takes his 2nd prize card. And now it's over to Chris.
Yeah, Regieleki promoted here. Does have the Ultra Ball to remove more energies from the hand as well. I do see further supporters available. I think I saw a Research and an Iona available. So there comes the big attacker in the 2nd, I believe, the Evolving Skies Regidrago that you highlighted. Capable of dealing, was it 240 damage?
240.
Yeah, it does deal 20 damage less for each damage counter on it, but typically it won't have any.
Nope, because if your opponent's attacking into it, most likely it's
yeah, exactly. It's going to be hitting that discard pile. But it's the biggest attacker in Chris's deck, as we do see the Research being played now. Big 7 cards.
On a need to find a stadium here.
Yeah, instantly the first card there.
Do we find a way to grab the Registeel?
It was the Artisan, I believe, so it's able to instantly utilize that.
Yes, you are
and
correct.
Grab down the Registeel and start swinging away. But is there another way to remove the Regieleki from the active spot to swing away with big damage? I'm not too sure yet.
100% sure on that, you know. That Manaphy is really interesting, because without the Manaphy, you could have Terra Spark this turn and set up the Pidgeot EX, because the Pidgeot EX is weak to Lightning.
Yep.
So you're going to try to bring that up and KO that, but that Manaphy coming down is going to stop that. So it looks like we are going to see Registeel come down.
Yeah, I mean, without switching out, there is a Vessel in hand, so I don't know if there's any more energies in the deck to maybe retreat away from the Regieleki, although it does have 2 retreat costs. Yeah. So that makes it really difficult, because that Ancient Wisdom ability can only be attached to one of your Pokemon.
It can, and it is worth noting as well, as we do see the first use of Ancient Wisdom. Going to attach that Luminous Energy, Lightning Energy, and Metal Energy. Going to use Terra Spark, discard both those Lightning Energy and Luminous Energy for 120 damage. Chris's first attack of this game.
Yeah, needs to find a way now. That Charizard still has 210 HP, so can go into the Regidrago,
yes, this is true,
and still go for the 2-hit knockout. Again, but it's just got to think about how next to deal with the next Charizard that's going to be coming, because that Charmeleon is ready to go.
I mean, it looks like, Chris is going to use, Oscar, I should say, using the quick search to find a boss's orders here. And I wonder if this going to, as we do see the Charizard, and a concession! Wow, okay, wasn't expecting that, but I guess the writing was on the wall there.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're going and staying at sort of 3 prizes ahead, the writing is on the wall, because you're always having to deal with 2-hit knockouts. There's no way to one-shot a Charizard EX, and that's the difficulty with the Regi's deck at the moment. Not being able to have a grass attacker to deal with such a big threat makes things really, really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the match, we were trying to work out how would this go, and I think without any sort of tips and tricks, I'd like to see maybe a TM Devolution.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting, for example. But without that, you're right. If you sort of fall too far behind, you have no avenue to try and jump ahead on the prize race outside of your opponent, you know, not setting up that second Charizard. So as soon as that comes down, the writing's on the wall, and I really like that early concession there to give yourself as much time to win a potential game 2 and 3, so you can start your march towards top 8.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool potential point that you can try and include. But we do, or whenever we have spoken about Regis as a deck before, it's always about that consistency piece.
Yeah.
Really struggles to kind of often get the full board state, get the energies in. But once it does, it has such a easy way to just keep churning out attacks, and generally big attacks from just simple basic 1 prizes as well. But yeah, introduction of things like the TM Devolution might be one way, but will impact.
Well, we did see that Rotom V get used last game, Alex. That's currently in the prize cards. So, as well as 1 copy of the Regigigas for Chris. And it looks like, is Oscar going first? So Chris opted to let Oscar go first.
Yeah, it's one of those aspects where if you really have the opportunity to just burst through the deck, and it's not I mean, it's very unlikely, but it's very possible to get 5 energies or 3 energies in the discard and the 6 Reggies out. Is very possible, but super unlikely. But you want to impact Oscar's first turn, maybe hoping he doesn't have the Battle VIP pass, but, you know, it's instantly played as soon as he saw it in his hand there. Looks like double Charmander will be coming out. And for the time being, maybe just thinking the Pidgey is a little bit unsafe, so that's why he's gone for the second Pidgey there on the bench.
Because it's worth noting, Chris has led that Reggie Alecki, as we do see the Artisan. Remember, both players can use this. I wonder if Oscar grabs Manaphy here, because Terra Spark is going to be live next turn. Going to go for double Charmander, I don't mind that as well. I guess in a real crazy scenario, Chris could attack and boss if you only had one Charmander, if the stars aligned, so I don't mind that as well. But yeah, that Terra Spark is currently live, as you said. It is possible for Chris to attack next turn. Not a bad turn one there for Charizard going first, I feel.
No, not at all, but I guess Terra Spark only dealing 40 damage to your opponent's bench. Doesn't necessarily knock out any of the Pokemon that's available there, other than the actives, 120 damage. But yeah, you're right, just applying that pressure could be something Chris could go for if he has the cards to be able to burst and do so.
Just say, if you were to spread that 40, it would have been the Pidgeot EX into range of another.
That's very true,
Spark,
yeah,
so.
very true.
And that's the sort of thing you have to do when you're sort of fighting this uphill 330 HP battle. You have to sort of take the easy ones as and where you can, as Chris is going to start to turn off there with an Ultra Ball, and I imagine he'll be using that Artisan as well.
Yeah, I just had a quick gander trying to work out whether Chris has been able to overcome any Charizards throughout the tournament so far, or even during his run in Liverpool, and I don't think he actually faced many, if any at all.
Wow.
So this is actually quite... You would have gone into these kind of tournaments thinking you may face 1 or 2, but with the rest of the matchups, you tend to be quite happy in some aspects, at least knowing which Reggies to attack with, or which one to utilize. But this is sort of potentially unknown territory for Chris.
Yeah, I think that's quite a stat, though, isn't it? Over 2 events not facing any Charizard, especially when it's, you know, most likely the most popular deck in the room. Or was that one?
It might have been one. But I don't think there has been any sort of Charizard matchups for Chris during the Utrecht Special Event. So, you know, but that's just sometimes what you need to gamble with a little bit, and in terms of just kind of make sure you know your other matchups as well as possible. Maybe sometimes take a bad matchup here and there, because at the moment I'm still trying to work out the best way of going about this. If Chris can start getting attacks off very soon and start swinging away as soon as possible, there's a world where you're consistently back-to-back attacking and taking those big knockouts and taking those prizes. But if you fall too far behind, like we saw in game 1, it becomes really difficult.
As we do see an Iona being played there for Chris, going to shuffle both players' hands to the bottom of the deck, and they'll both grab 6. But you're right, traditionally, Reggies are the deck that, you know, when it's got all the Reggies out and you've got energy in the discard pile, oh goodness, was there no way of finding any more Reggies?
Not the prettiest there. I mean, we do have potentially the option to attack with that Reggie Alecki. Static Shock will deal 40 damage to the Pidgey, and does mean it puts it in range if it does evolve up to that Pidgeot EX, and not the bench one, of course.
But yeah, as you were saying, traditionally, Reggies, I think there's 2 mini games going on for Reggies, right? The first one, you can sort of relax once you've done it, and that's getting your energy in the discard pile. Once they're there, they will stay there for the rest of the game, so you can just keep reusing them with Ancient Wisdom. But I think the hardest part, especially with Collapse Stadium being in format, as we just saw in game 1, is that you're always having to find that Reggie that gets discarded, right? On the assumption that it gets KO'd every turn. As we do see the Static Shock there, 40 damage onto that Pidgey due to weakness. So yeah, a few hurdles for Chris to jump over, but if we see more consistent attacks, I think he can definitely win it, as it is Oscar's turn 2.
Yeah, just one Reggie away from being able to utilize maybe some of those energies in the discard pile, and using Ancient Wisdom there as well. Just a Reggie Drago now missing from the board state, as we do see the Artisan utilized here from Oscar's side of the board. You know, just continue to build out everything that he needs, double checking his prizes once again. Those energies are vital to be working with, because a lot of players now kind of reducing the number, as we do see the mana fee come down again, as that Reggie Alecki staring down at the board, potentially trying to Terra Spark as soon as possible.
Yeah, that Evolving Skies Regieleki is the Regieleki, the only one we see. As we do see an Arvum being played there for Oscar as well. Going to grab a tool card and an item. Fantastic card for the Charizard EX decks, isn't it? As it looks like we'll be eyeing up the choice belt. Obviously, it has zero utility in this matchup, apart from being discard fodder.
Yep, Matt, does look like it's going to be very likely to be the case. Does have Rare Candy already in hand. There's the choice belt instantly pitched there with the Ultra Ball. Looks like the Pidgeot EX is coming down, Shay.
Turn 2 Pidgeot, game 1 and 2. I tell you what, if you're a Charizard EX player, can't be any sort of safety net than that, right? You know, for the rest of the game, outside of boss's orders, and it gets carried, you have a free search for any card you like. That right there is immense value.
There's a Charizard already in hand as well, so another couple of rare candies being targeted here. Just confirming how many he has remaining. 3 there after already using 1 for that Pidgeot EX. And it looks like we're going to be raining down infernally with that Charizard as the energies start to get loaded up on the board state.
And I must say a massive shout out to Oscar for playing all these play promos. These are gorgeous looking cards. And if you want to get your hands on some of them, make sure you get yourself at the local league level, at league challenges, league cups, and local league meets as well, because they are gorgeous. Got that unique hollow design, and they have the play stamp there in the artwork. As you can see on that Charizard on that left hand side, as we are going to see that Burning Darkness Infernal Rain attaching 2 energy, 180 damage, and Oscar takes his first prize card. Over to Chris. Will we see some Ancient Wisdom this turn, Alex?
That hand is not looking pretty, Shay. It was a couple of energies, a couple of super rods, and I think he just top-decked a Regieleki. So we'll have to try and utilize maybe Regigate. And, the Oddson is there, but are there energies available to start swinging away? I did see 1 fighting in the discard. It's just confirming whether there's a second.
Yeah, so was the Luminous there? Was that game one that got discarded quite early? I feel the Luminous might be in discard. We'll have a look.
Well, yeah, once we get the Ancient Wisdom going, we'll find out alongside you, Shay.
Once we are bestowed with Ancient Wisdom, we'll be able to see. But right now, Ancient Wisdom is currently live, so free energy can be accelerated from the discard pile. We're going to see a Grass Energy attachment to the bench Regidrago.
Confirming, here we go.
So I see Fighting, Lightning, Fire, and no. There is no second Fighting or Luminous.
This is the only awkward scenario here, of course. Regirock, not a card that can be easily retreated, has that free energy retreat cost, as well as we do see the energy attachment to the Regieleki. Oh, it's just going to be
that X-Shot. Oh, we're going to see the Dragon's Horde to draw 4. Oh,
yeah,
one, I should say.
Needs to get some.
Was that an escape rope? It was an escape rope.
Hello.
Could have done that being in the hand before.
Could have opened up so many options, as we do see the escape rope played. That opportunity to switch and Gus, that our co-caster Benjamin Rabioti was adamantly just arguing for there. We do see it utilized quite well here. We'll be able to get a static shock off, I suppose, for another 40 damage with that Manaphy.
Manaphy to lightning.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shay.
So that static shock's been very efficient right now. It looks like Chris debating. Yep, he's going to go into that Regieleki. So that static shock, 40 damage. Now, can Oscar move this? Yeah, many ways. He has a boss's orders as well, Alex.
And target whatever he'd like. Double checks what's available from the discard. I mean, from this scenario, Chris is just missing the energies, in all honesty. It doesn't matter which is knocked out, because those super rods are in hand as well. So he can just simply super rod them back in and then use Artisan to get them back out on the board, and then Ancient Wisdom is live once again. So interesting to see which direction Oscar's going to take, which Reggies he may start to look to take out. But you got to be thinking, I guess he's taken 1 Regieleki out, maybe just taking out a second one in his mind, be like, oh, maybe that's the easiest way for the time being.
And I'm loving this as well here from Oscar. Going to use that quick search, going to grab himself the Charmeleon. And I quite like the idea of going through Charmeleon, because you aren't to know. There isn't any TM Devolution. It's a card that I think could easily slot into a Reggie's deck. So going through Charmeleon just to remove, any shenanigans. Ooh. Was that the Lost Vacuum?
Yeah, he's chosen to Lost Vacuum, potentially remove the Artisan from play as well, removing that potential out to just easily grab another Reggie's. We'll get confirmation, of course, once Oscar does choose, or if he chooses to play it. But this could be a great line here.
Yeah, it is Lost Vacuum. I like that, because then you can sort of keep your collapse staging for later on as well. We are going to see that Artisan get sent to the Lost Zone, so that will be no freebie search there for Chris next turn to find himself at the relevant Reggie. And we do see a pay retreat into the Charizard EX. EX. Burning Darkness, second prize card for Oscar.
Yeah, the concern here right now, there's the energy attachment of the grass energy to the active Regidrago. But Chris, it feels like Chris may fall to the same scenario as game one. There's no way to one-hit knock out this Charizard EX. Unfortunately, even with that grass energy, it doesn't become a grass-type attacker. No. Even so, it wouldn't be able to deal enough damage to knock it out in one hit. 160 times 2 is only 320 as well anyway. But moving back onto the game, it does feel like Oscar may take a free prize race lead once again.
So we debate whether to use that Dragon's Horde ability now. Lets you draw up to 4 when Regidrago is in the active.
Whether to utilize that switch card first, maybe just draw the extra card. Well, we can't draw the extra card, it has to be in the active, sorry, no, Super Rod I meant. Just chucks one energy back into the deck. Just try and maximize those odds of drawing something better than what he's been working with. But that's the crux of this Reggie's deck, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I said, you got those 2 mini games, and once you're rocking and rolling, we're rocking to that Dragon's Horde being played.
Boss,
Serena,
and a Regieleki.
Oh, okay then. Okay, Dragon's Horde, I see you. Regidrago's like, hold on, let me grab up the fellas. Let's get involved now. So Ancient Wisdom is live. Boss Lord is actually really impactful as well. Oh, we're going to go for the Serena to draw cards, I should say.
Yeah, just to draw, pitching away that switch card there. Ancient Wisdom live, does have boss for future turns as well. Is this enough to keep Chris in the game here? This is massive, I think, just being able to utilize that. As we do see the fire and the lightning attached from Ancient Wisdom. 160 damage into the face of the Charizard EX.
Yeah, Regidrago showing its giant fangs there into that Charizard EX. And let's see what Oscar does with that monumental amount of damage on his Charizard EX. We're all going to see that quick search. Well, I just love that quick search, man. Having that in play, just what do I want to do this turn? Let me just go and do it. Let me just go and grab it.
Now, this time eyeing up that Charmeleon, knowing that this Charizard EX is likely to go down, and having a Charmeleon on board means easy access to a second Charizard EX, maybe without having to use quick search for anything like the Rare Candy or a Charizard EX.
I guess it also protects you against Iono as well, right? If you have Charmeleon, if you get Iono'd, quick search just finds your Charizard. That's it. There is no Rare Candy puzzle needed, as you mentioned. Yeah, there's an option here where Oscar just chooses to boss around the Regidrago, leave the energies on it, just cause more chaos. Worth noting, Chris only plays 1 Regice. Okay. So we'll have to Super Rod that back if he chooses to try and use Ancient Wisdom again this turn. I mean, yeah, very, very true there. That Regice is in the discard now, and 2 Super Rods will utilize on the last turn, so could impact it. The energy has stayed on the Regidrago, but Oscar knows this isn't knocking out by Charizard EX. That's the thing. So a potential real heads-up play there from Oscar. I mean, I'm not sure if Oscar's to know that Chris only plays 1 Regice, but you're right. Since 160 times 2 is 320, that's not enough to KO Charizard. So if Chris wants to take the KO, we'll have to shuffle in the Regice and then get it back. And I think that hand, there might have been a research, there was a Pokestop at the very least. But there's no guarantees, at least right now. So needs to find one of the 2 remaining Super Rods in deck, I believe. As he is just looking to grab a couple of energies out of the deck right now, just to make sure he's utilizing the right attackers, able to use whichever attackers are available here. Of course, still has hand attachment at the same time. Yep. But Super Rod is vital here, just to be able to recover that Regice and find a better attacker against this Charizard EX, because 160 is not enough. So we are going to see the Professor's Research being played here. This is a big Professor's Research, Alex. We want to find a Super Rod and ideally a way to fetch that Regice back. 7 new trading cards. What have we got? Gift Energy. I don't know. Oh, no, there's no Super Rod there. Oh, no, there is. Really? There is. Let's go. I guess, is there a way to find a bigger attacker? Yes, there is. Oh, there's a nest ball. Oh, wait, no, I see what you mean. How do we hit over 160? The only big attacker we have is that Regidrago. There you go. The Evolving Sky is capable of dealing 240 damage. So the damage is a little bit capped at the moment.
which, yeah, big play. And just unfortunate because Chris had to utilize Dragon's Horde to just get into the game.
Like, there's almost a bit of counter synergy there, right? I mean, Regidrago is the one that draws cards, but then the other Regidrago is the one that does damage, so you have to wait for it to be a KO before you can use the big one. But yeah, you're right. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel being played here by the looks of it.
Just unfortunately, there's no additional damage modifiers in Chris's deck either. So if it is a swing with Giant Fangs once again, it's not going to be too threatening with that Charizard being able to get maximum value and getting almost 4. Well, not almost. We'll be getting 4 knockouts if there's no way to take this out this turn.
And that's just the strength of Charizard EX, right? 330 HP, stage 2. If you're not dealing with it, there is no text on Burning Darkness. You can just keep doing it over and over, or no negative text, I should say. So you can just keep doing it over and over and over again and force your opponent to find the outs. But you're right, Chris is currently capped at this 160 damage, which is 10 short of a KO.
Yeah, and with that mana fee as well also in play, it's not as if there's an opportunity to gust around it at a latter stage.
Yeah.
You see an energy attached to the Registeel, that metal energy that was in hand. Plenty of energies available as well. Is that... Hang on a minute. Is there a way in a world? Is there a world?
Well, the Heavy Slam to 220 minus 50 for each,
double checking, right? Thank you, yeah.
Yep.
So it is just a swing with Giant Fangs once again.
Look at all that. That's a silly amount of damage to have on a card, that is, and it's not KO'd. You can't even see the Charizard. It's just dice.
When it's covering the art, I think there's a world where it's just not right. But this is what the Charizard could do, right? This is a big, bulky stage 2. 330 HP is just gigantic to try and get past. And just unfortunately, with only one massive attacker in Chris's deck to deal with it in that Regidrago, the Evolving Skies version.
Yep.
You can't have both of them down together. No. Can't have both of them down together.
It's a shame that both the best Regis, apart from Regigigas, are Regidrago. You'd love them to be split up, right? You'd have wanted them to be like a Regirock, for example, or something like this. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So it looks like Oscar has used a quick search. Now going to play a Super Rod as well. Shuffle in 2 copies of Fire Energy, and I think has
Ultra Ball in hand.
Yeah, so you know what that means, Alex? We're going to see another Charizard. Yeah, and this is going to be painful, right? If Oscar can just, well, pay retreat, which he can, send that 320 damage to the bench and say, right, well, you can't get this very easily, and have this next 330 HP Behemoth.
Yeah, going to be raining down once again. 2 energies attached to the bench Charizard EX now. Just looking very daunting task here for Chris to try and overcome such big, bulky Charizards. You know, the current, one of the most played decks in the format, as it were. That Iona also being eyed up just to kind of refresh his own hands. Yeah, from that 1 card to 3. That Nest Ball is not going to be too helpful right now for Oscar. So just showing that dominating fashion of the Charizard EX deck.
Terrifying archetype in this scenario. This is a lonely place to be. As well, going to see the Burning Darkness, the 4th prize card there for Oscar. Someone must have turned off the lights and turned up the thermostat because it's getting dark and very hot up in here for Chris. What can we do, my friend? Going to go over. He promotes the Reggie Alecki. And but what do you do? I mean, sure, you can take the KO. I'd love to see a Heavy Slam KO. I don't think that's ever happened before.
No, I don't think I've ever really seen Registeel take any, actually deal any damage. As we do see the Hisuian Heavy Ball, just an opportunity to grab the Regigigas that was prized for this game so far, as we do get a chance to glimpse that as well. Opportunity to see what other cards are prized there. Some of the Luminous Energy that he does play.
Oh, that was prized. Yes, you're right. Yeah, it was.
We clocked that alongside you viewers at home watching on Twitch and YouTube, as Chris just tries to work out what is available for himself here. That Registeel dealing 120 damage, unfortunately, with that reduction of that Heavy Slam.
Guess that Registeel is very good at KOing Chen Pao. That is weak to metal.
You're very true. Very true.
In this case, and there is the Evolving Skies Regidrago as well. That is the heavy hitter with that Dragon Energy doing 240. But yeah, Heavy Slam, Reggie Steel. So I remember back in the day when the Reggies was a more popular deck, that was the Reggie people were playing one of, because the utility wasn't that high.
Yeah, Regi's having that pretty cool and unique attack, being able to Blizzard Bind your opponent's defending Pokemon V, where it cannot attack during your opponent's next turn, only doing 100 damage, but just having that little utility there is great as well, as we do see Ancient Wisdom come down onto that Reggie.
We saw the Heavy Slam,
Heavy Slam for the KO on a Charizard. Heavy Slam knockout on the Charizard there, dealing 110 over KO on the Charizard, but you know, Charizard's done its job.
It has. Took 4 prize cards. I'd argue it's done more than his job, to be fair.
Yeah, very true, very true. We didn't anticipate it being and surviving as long as it has, as we do see the Pidgeot on the active spot. Remember, not just having a great ability, has free retreat as well. Just a fantastic card.
Fantastic card, has a usable attack as well. So you can just promote it on the back of a KO while you plan your turn out, while you use Quick Search to plan your turn out. Then you can retreat into your attacker of choice, as Oscar is going to use that Quick Search now. And let's see what he grabs. Oh, no. The collapse stage being hyped up.
I love it.
I can't hide what's going on.
We did just see Oscar, of course, use Artisan first, just to kind of double check what was available in his deck before utilizing Quick Search. And there's the slamming down of Collapse Stadium. Chris did get the energy attachment onto the Regidrago, but one of those things now where Oscar's only got 1 prize remaining to grab, and there's the counter catcher. Is there a way maybe he can stall out?
Maybe.
Oscar's deck. There's the energy attachment, hand extended. Oscar Madsen will be winning and has won a round 12 Swiss match here in the special event of Utrecht, and continues on to push for a place in the top 8. But super well done, super well showcasing of this Charizard EX deck. Commiserations to Reggie's. We did get a chance to put it on stream, Shay.
We did. But I want to say, match out to Oscar. That deck was flying, right? Irrespective of what was going on there for Chris, Oscar had a turn 2 Pidgeot both games and was setting up nicely. And then, you know, using those quick searches really well to find whatever cards he wanted. I think played that perfectly, in my opinion. But shout out to Chris, you know, my hero. You took the Reggie's deck. Unfortunately, I think that's quite a hard matchup for yourself, but you played it valiantly. And at the very least, I got to announce Heavy Slam for KO. Let's go.
Yeah, it was incredible to see. I mean, like I said, commiserations, but still in a good position.
Oh, for sure.
Still plenty of rounds to come. This is only round 12 after all. We should have 3 more, I believe, before we even start to think about who actually creeps their way into top 8 and can even think about trying to become this Pokemon Special Event Utrecht champion here. But another unique deck we get to see in a very mature format, Shay.
Yeah, very mature format, right? And we've had some real unique decks coming on here. Like, I did not expect to see a Reggie's, and not only just a Reggie's, but a Reggie's doing well as well, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, Charles there. We saw the Steelix yesterday. We saw the Tord deck. I'm not quite sure.
What do we name it?
The Charizard EX box almost at that point, right? Yeah. Who I think Tord is in day 2 as well, right?
Yes.
So that's still knocking about. All manner of stuff. And I think that's like we mentioned earlier. A lot of people might get a bit down about a mature format, right? Like, oh, we've been in this format for a while. But like I said, this is where the innovation comes. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of this day 2 pans out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen already from a quick glance at the standings that obviously Roaring Moon is still doing super well. And undefeated Filippo, who was on our stream from yesterday. You know, there's a few players that we have featured on the stream. I'll be keen to follow some of the other players, you know, some of the caster prediction decks as well. We know James Cox is playing part of our EX that you're so excited about with your Avery as well, double Avery.
2 Avery, might I say.
But at the same time, I'm looking for that comeback mechanics of Roxanne and Giratina VSTAR to also instantly KO whatever's in the active spot. But so many things still to see, so much more still to play for, and I'm just super excited to find out what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I'm literally bursting with excitement right now. That Heavy Slam KO just awoke a new level of energy for myself. But Alex, you know, when you're in these scenarios, you know, day 2, an event, and you're starting to creep towards top 8, you know, what's going through your head in that scenario?
Yeah, you know what? It's just being able to showcase your game plan, being able to just show the true strength of your deck. But you know what? You don't want to hear from us, really. You want to hear from the winner of our round round 12.
Yep.
Oscar, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Yes, I'm here with our round 12 winner, Oscar. Oscar, you're now 9-2-1 record in day 2 of our Swiss. How are you feeling?
Pretty good right now.
Do you want to just...
I feel pretty good right now, yeah. After hitting Regis, I feel like it was an okay matchup. Like, it's very hard for me to lose. I really had to break in the beginning for him to have a chance. And then when I put down Maniphy, it's very hard for him to just capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard matchup for Regigigas on the face of it. Were you pretty calm and collected? And of course, taking this win in such a pivotal Swiss round in day 2, I bet you were pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Like, my deck works, so yeah. There's nothing much to say. Like, he couldn't do anything, and he also bricked, so it was pretty hard for him to like try and come back as well. So I just got too much ahead, like too far ahead.
Well, you showcased the engine pretty well.
Yeah,
you got up your Pidgeot pretty early. You had you had those Charizards up and running pretty early on. Has that been the story of your day and day 1 as well?
Yeah, I mean, I bricked the first 2 games yesterday, and then basically from that, I won every single one and tied once. So the deck worked after the first 2 rounds.
So, talking about your day 1 and day 2, tell us about some of the decks that you've been up against, and if you had any, any squeaky times.
Yeah. The second round, after going 0-1 last day, I hit a Zorobox player who was playing with Aerodactyl with Devolution, and he just wiped all my board, and then I was 0-2 after that. That was pretty annoying. And after that, I played against Clove, which is an okay matchup, and then the rest of the day I had decent matchups.
Fantastic. So tell us about your tournament experience. Of course, you're going in now with a great record, as we already mentioned. What's your goal? What was your original objective?
First of all, my goal was just to make day 2. And I mean, right now my goal is just to see how far I can go with the deck. Like, right now it works, and I hope it will keep on working.
Well, you're a couple of wins away now from potentially a top 8 contention.
Yeah, that's true.
So how's your mindset? Are you dealing with the pressure well?
I just hope I don't dead draw right now, and then hope I face some good matchups. That's it.
Fantastic. Well, do you have any shout-outs for any friends or family out there who have maybe helped you in your journey?
I would like to shout out people who I'm traveling with. So, yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Oscar, for your amazing insights. Yeah. But for now, we must take a little short break before our coverage of round 13.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V. No. And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we're going to look at our next standard format rotation. On April 5th, our game is set to change. A ton of sets will become eligible for standard legal play. Rapid Strike players will be struggling come April 5th, since Rapid Strike Urshifu rotates, Inteleon VMAX rotates, and Medicham V rotates. This means the Rapid Strike deck will, well, no longer exist anymore, so those low HP Pokemon will be slightly safer. But with Medicham V rotating, it will be interesting to see how Iron Valiant decks adapt moving forward, since Yoga Loop will no longer be an option for them. Lost Box players will be losing both Dragonite V and Kyogre. We have seen Dragonite V be a terrifying card when used on turn 1 or 2 to KO big threats fast. And Kyogre has been one of the best late game finishers of all time, with Aqua Storm closing out many games. Does this make Lost Box archetype more one-dimensional? Only one way to find out. With Fusion Strike rotating, that means Mew VMAX, Genesect V and Meloetta will all be pushed out of the format. This is huge, since Mew VMAX did win the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. Another card in Fusion Strike that we will be losing is Battle VIP Pass. With Battle VIP Pass being the backbone of the format, with a ton of top decks all using the card, it is hard to imagine just how much this will shake up deck building and first turns after rotation. One deck that has some success without Battle VIP Pass is Gardevoir EX. However, come April 5th, Shining Arcana and Mirage Step Curlia will both be leaving the format. With the version of Gardevoir EX that doesn't play Battle VIP Pass, relying heavily on Mirage Step to get into the game, how will Gardevoir operate after rotation? Especially considering Fog Crystal rotates too. Another huge card that we will be saying goodbye to is Path to the Peak. We have seen just how powerful Path to the Peak can be, since it has been played in a multitude of decks like Miraidon, Arceus, and even Mew VMAX, just to name a few. Real powerful abilities on Wallbox Pokemon become too much to handle now. Powerful supporter cards like Cheryl, Raihan, Clara, and Peony, and Avery all rotate too, leaving massive holes in deck lists that will need to be filled. What supporters do you think will see play now with this massive power supporter vacuum? We have seen Escape Rope be used in many decks to offer active movement and almost act like a boss's orders in some scenarios. Players will have to find other ways to push their opponent's active out of the way now, since Escape Rope is in battle styles and will be rotating. So that wraps up our quick look at the 2024 Pokemon TCG rotation. Let us know in the chat what card you are sad to see leave the format, or what card you cannot wait to say goodbye to. But for now, that's it for me. Let's get back to the action.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match. I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Hi, I'm Shay Byrne, and today we'll be taking a quick look at the Clorf Electrode deck. Clorf from Paradox Rift has the Unhinged Scissors attack, which deals 30 damage plus an extra 160 damage if Clorf is affected by a special condition. This might sound like it's hard to pull off, but the combination of Brute Bonnet's Toxic Powder ability and the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule card allows you to leave both active Pokemon poisoned with ease. This poison damage can even be boosted by having Radiant Sneasler in play, since its Poison Peak ability puts an extra 2 damage counters onto your opponent's poison Pokemon in between turns. Just in case Brute Bonnet doesn't show up though, Clorf players have the option to use Spicy Seasoned Curry too, which burns your active Pokemon but heals 40 damage from it too. With Clorf's fighting typing, it is a terror for lightning types like Miraidon and Iron Hands to deal with. Arceus also doesn't have a fun time either. Charizard EX also has to fear this deck, but that's for a completely different reason. Hisuian Electrode V. Tantrum Blast for 0 energy deals 100 times each special condition Hisuian Electrode V is affected by. So if Hisuian Electrode is poisoned and burned via Brute Bonnet and Spicy Seasoned Curry, you deal 400 damage to a Charizard EX thanks to its weakness. This type coverage paired with high damage output makes Clorf Electrode a very scary deck to deal with. But that's been our quick look at Clorf Electrode, so now it's time to roll on over back to the stream.
Trainers, we're back at the Utrecht Special Event here in the Netherlands. It is underway. Who will be the master trainer to win it all? You're going to find out today with me, Amy Wasley, and my fantastic co-host, Benjamin Rabaiotti.
Hello, Amy, and hello to you viewers back at home. Yes, round 13 coming up. I cannot believe it, but the fun is just not even over yet. We've still got so many more rounds to play, and of course, the coveted top 8.
We're getting there, though, as the championship rages on. We are getting closer and closer to that finalist spot. Everyone is still in it to win it. We have a plethora of different decks today to show you some Pokemon who are very fierce and some, you know, very, very unusual to be here, but I'm so glad they are.
Yeah, I know for sure. Some surprises still maybe to be had as we approach the final few Swiss rounds. But let's have a look at the current standings as we get into our day 2. Any names here, Amy, that spots to mind?
Oh my word, James Cox still on a roll there. Filippo still at the top, but Bolly meeting them at that 10-1-1 record. What an astounding accomplishment so far. I think it is not too shy to say that we might be seeing one of the two of them or both in our top 8.
Yeah, some fantastic names there, and they'll definitely want to be sticking their flag into the ground. But of course, with our round 13 comes our community choice bracket.
Woo!
Also, and you'll be able to have your vote on the TCG channel on Twitch.
Yeah, I love the community choice bracket. It's so much fun. We get to give you guys some of the power, and you can decide exactly what you want your eyeballs to see this round.
Maybe some more surprises. I mean, as soon as I saw those Regigigas hit the field, of course, in our last round, I was thinking, what year is this? What meta are we playing? There's still so much more to be played and to be seen here in Utrecht. But looking at this meta, you know, it's still so diverse, and our players are still being creative, you know, and I love to see it, and that's just what this game is all about.
You could say it's like the ultimate ancient package. We're going back at meta or two to a deck that is ancient to maybe us,
yes,
but not so on the cards.
No, we're going full circle. Unfortunately, Chris obviously took the loss to what looks like a bad matchup on paper with that Charizard, but I'm hoping he can still take it all the way.
Fingers and toes crossed. Well, we do have our community bracket ready for you guys, so let's see what's on the potential cards today.
Yeah, of course. Oh, huge matchups here. And of course, these players have been on the leaderboards in our Swiss rounds all day yesterday and even today now, of course. Filippo versus James Cox, a fantastic matchup there. Of course, that would be the Roaring Moon versus the Gardevoir variant. Bolly Lufon versus Marcel. Marcel, unfortunately, couldn't go to that 9-0 yesterday, but of course, still a fantastic record coming into our day 2. And Joshua Van Overshelder, no stranger to the top seedings against David there. And then Hugo de Torres versus Brent Hermans as well. What a fantastic choice here for our community bracket. I'm hoping our viewers can pick a delight for us, Amy.
Indeed, and if you'd like a quick rundown of some of those decks, we can do indeed. We've got Filippo, of course, and James Cox. That will be Roaring Moon versus Gardevoir. We have Bolly, who's on Charizard, against Marcel, who's Roaring Moon. Joshua, who's also Roaring Moon, against David, who's on Gardevoir. Hugo's on Chempao, and our lovely Brent is on Lost Zone Giratina. So there's a lot of diversity there.
Yeah, some great matchups. A lot of Roaring Moon as well.
So much Roaring Moon.
I know. When I was going around the top tables today, especially, I was thinking, you know, my original thoughts around Roaring Moon is that it's such a linear game plan. You know, you want to go aggressive, you want to take those big knockouts, but it's obviously showing that, you know, it has those alternate game plans around some of the other decks in the meta.
Yeah, you're quite right. Calamity Storm, a fantastic move that helps with those pesky single prize matchups as well, which we've seen a lot this weekend. There's been a lot of single prize decks. Clearly, people were anticipating the high population of Roaring Moon and went, okay, what's my best bet against Roaring Moon? Forcing them into using Frenzy Gouging Now that would be fantastic.
Yeah, of course, it's so aggressive as well. It's able to capitalize on those early game plays, you know, able to use those frenzy gouging, those calamity storms so early with those little combination cards, Dark Patch, Energy Switch, and it's just showing how consistent it is with all of these top seedings.
Yeah, and from when Roaring Moon first came around, I was very much in the same park as yourself, Ben. I thought, oh gosh, yeah, linear deck, I get it, it's fine, I'm over it. And then people started to innovate, and the Greninja came in, and the water energy, and the energy switches, and everything started to tumble. And you see how diverse it can really be in an ideal world. And I feel like this isn't Roaring Moon's moment. I feel like there are so many more kind of Pokemon that could be a partner to Roaring Moon that we're yet to discover.
Yeah, no, of course, Dark Patch is so versatile.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be Dark Pokemon that is attaching the Darkness Energy too, of course, but there are so many options that our players still have. You know, you think about the Morpeko that we saw yesterday, as well as the current Galarian Moltres V. It has a lot of surprises. But speaking about versatility, Chen Pao is on our community choice. We're back to square one. Yesterday, of course, able to have that on our feature match. Of course, wasn't able to deal with the hate of the Charizard. Burning Darkness, the Infernal Rain was a bit too much for it to handle. However, maybe with our community choice, we might be able to see it finally take a win.
How do you think they would fare against the Lost Zone Giratina at this stage in the tournament?
I'm unsure. It definitely has a game plan. Yeah. When I spoke about my friendly locals going, no, Chen Pao, come on, it has all these different game plans. I remember them saying Giratina is actually a very good matchup, only because the Giratinas are currently taking Manaphy with that Wave Veil out of their lists. So it's able to capitalize with that Moonlight Shuriken.
That's incredible. Well, let's have a little look at the results and see what you guys fancied seeing at home. Doesn't look like we've got a tie today, so that makes a difference from our community. And of course, oh my gosh, 2 for 2. Benjamin, you get to do more Chen Pao.
I know, I'm so excited for this one. Like I said, that Chen Pao, I really want to see it use those different versatile cards like the Moonlight Shuriken, and maybe even possibly the Cancelling Cologne if it has to be forced to play that as well against that Wave Veil Manaphy. That's definitely the game plan. But Giratina, it has tricks up its sleeve as well. You know, all of that disruption it has in its deck, it definitely wants to be taking advantage of those as well.
Oh yes, especially depending on the build of Giratina, Path to the Peak can come into play, and that's quite bad for Chen Pao. We don't like that. Very disruptive early game, not being able to Shivery Chill. Really kind of slows the whole pace of Chen Pao's flow.
No, yeah, I completely agree. If you're able to use those Rock Sands at the right time, maybe even playing an Iono as well, if you couple that up with Path to the Peak, turning those really important abilities off with the Shivery Chill and the Conceal cards, taking consistency away and damage output at the same time, it could be very detrimental.
Indeed. So I'll be very pleased to see how Hugo might go about darting around those problems that Giratina faces in front of it. With a plethora of Pokemon to choose from, it can really start to become a problem for Chen Pao, I feel.
I think it's interesting because they both have very specific game plans.
Yes.
When I went on those both tangents there about all of these different game plans that both of these decks have, they're very specific, and if they're able to pull these off, of course they will be able to take the victory, but it's easier said than done, Amy. It's easier said than done.
It really is. Honestly, Chen Pao is one of those Pokemon that has been around since it released and has a lot of versatility to it and can be built in various other ways.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of which, that Iron Hands EX, some of those Chen Pao lists, of course, still adopts that playstyle. Having that amp you very much. We saw it yesterday as well. Unfortunate enough to not be able to use it to take the win. However, having that additional card, being able to take those large knockouts on the come phase early on, this will put Chen Pao in ahead of the prize race very early, and it'll put them in such an advantageous position against these decks that adopt the Lost Box engine.
Yeah, Comfey sitting on a not so pretty 70 HP. Iron Hands can just mop up with that. Really becomes a huge threat. Has to be dealt with. Otherwise, it's game over so quickly, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's quite difficult for the Giratina to deal with it. you know, if you're able to get that very early Iron Hands EX up, 230 HP, it's not easy to deal with, especially with Giratina VSTAR. They have to be able to get those Giratina VSTARs up and running very early. And again, that's quite difficult to do. And here we see the deck spotlight as well.
Yeah, looking at Giratina, we've got some bad matchups like Lost Box where it can just accelerate ahead. The problem, I suppose, is that they have so much in common, but unfortunately the cards that Giratina has to cut out for the Giratina package makes it less consistent into its very similar brother of Lost Box. But Lugia VSTAR we don't see so much nowadays, and that really is one of its only other really terrible matchups. And then we're looking at its great matchups, and as you very well mentioned and explained, Chen Pao is on there, but it doesn't mean that it's over yet, because as we saw yesterday, although we may on paper, in theory, have good and bad matchups, it's not always the way it goes when we get into these high-level plays at these special events.
I really like this deck spotlight as well. Saying that it's a good matchup is quite, you know, it does have its game plan, Chen Pao. Like I said, it is able to take advantage of having those little HP Pokemon like the Comphase, like the Sableye, littering their field. If they're able to take advantage by using Moonlight Shuriken at the right time, that prize race, it can switch up pretty quickly.
It can, and that's the thing. These Pokemon that can deal kind of with taking multiple prize cards at a time can jump out of nowhere with Chen Pao. They can just be there, suddenly, energy, cool, Excalibur's got their back, and then all of a sudden it's all over and you go, whoa, what just happened? Calm down, I looked away for 1 minute. And then Chen Pao just has this absolutely aggressive stance. It doesn't feel like an aggressive deck when you're setting up, but once all the puzzle pieces are put together,
yes,
it's terrifying.
Of course, and we talk about that disruption element of the Giratina VSTAR. That's definitely what they're going to be looking to accomplish here. So with the combination of Roxanne and Path to the Peak, like we said, it effectively, other than the Excalibur, it turns off effectively the entirety of that Chen Pao deck, right? Chen Pao won't be able to use Shivery Chill, and of course conceal cards turned off. It takes away, you know, the potential. So maybe having to rely on the industrious incisors, but it's whether, I'm so excited, I just can't contain myself. I think this matchup is very intricate, you know.
Yes.
There are these different play styles that both players can adopt very quickly, so I'm eager to see how this one pans out.
We saw it happen yesterday, didn't we? Honestly, like the Chen Pao matchup that we saw yesterday, and you are yet to be convinced, so maybe this is the moment. Maybe we get to see it firsthand. You and me get to see this man, Benjamin Rapiotti, finally respect Chen Pao.
Finally. It's won a regional, but I still can't respect it.
Come on.
But who knows? Who knows?
You know, we saw it yesterday. One of the easiest ways that their opponent could deal with what was happening was to go, okay, what's the biggest threat? It's not the thing that looks scary in the front. It's all of the support on the bench. Which is the most sensible one for me to drag forward, kicking and screaming, and say bye-bye.
No, for sure. And speaking about respecting the deck as well, you know, it's obviously having a good conversion rate into day two, and I'm wondering why our players may not be adopting it so confidently. If they're sticking with the Charizard, they're sticking with the Giratina VSTARs, maybe they're not feeling confident as well in the deck. But there are people like, of course, Owen from Dortmund, who are sticking with their guns here and saying, I'm going to go with Chen Pao, I'm confident in the deck, I know the game plans here in and out for the entire meta, and you know, sometimes maybe they can sneak in and take a tournament by storm.
Sometimes. Honestly, I think that really goes to show where our legends get made.
Sure.
They're sticking with decks that they know very well, they're confident with, they're fantastic players, sometimes seasoned players, and they go into these tournaments and it's not necessarily about the deck they've chosen. They know they're a good pilot and they've just got to fly it all the way to the finals.
No, I completely agree. And I had a chance to speak to Owen earlier in the week, and he said, Ben, you need to go to Chen Pao University. You need to learn about this deck. You need to really understand the different play styles and the different ways that you can adopt a game plan to win against any specific deck in the meta. But
I love that. If we teach you enough about the power of Chen Pao, then will get you a degree from the
Chen Pao University.
Yeah.
I'm taking that one. I'm taking that one. But here we see both of our players getting ready and set up for their round 13. This is where the pressure really starts, isn't it, Amy? You know, there's only a few rounds left of our Swiss Day 2. Only so many chances and opportunities now to make those top standings. And like you said, this is really where heroes get made. And speaking of heroes, Hugo and his accomplishments, not much there to be said, Amy.
Oh, well, I tell you what, this is rather exciting because there's no achievements from Hugo yet. So today could be the day. Today could very well, it certainly will. He's in day 2. There's certainly something going on in there, but we could see a tremendous first accolade.
Yeah, of course, the all-important accolade as well. This is really where your story begins. And here we see Brent as well with a 2024 Dortmund Regional Top 128, which is also a recent accomplishment. But of course, staying consistent. Another day 2 here for him, and he'll be happy to have the opportunity to play in another fantastic day 2 at one of our EU major events. And here we see the shuffling up. I see a lot of bling in there, a lot of gold cards here for the Chen Pao. We love to see it.
Yeah, I think when you've got a pet deck like this, when, you know, it is one of the underrepresented decks in our meta right now, especially in this event and previous, I think that, you know, the people that are playing it and at the high levels, they love
it. Yeah, of course.
They treat it with the most respect possible by giving it the shiniest versions of the cards that they could achieve. But we'll just have to wait and see. Can strategy overcome the level of disadvantage in this battle?
Yeah, of course. And speaking about pet decks, we absolutely love an alternate art as well. And, you know, blinging it out with max rarities. And that's exactly what we see from our Chen Pao, and potentially even the Giratina VSTAR as well. Here we see the first hand. I see a Battle VIP pass. I see a Comfey. It's going to be an optimal start here.
Oh, and another. I think that was the second Battle VIP
That's the second one. That's the second one.
Yo, that's incredible. We love to see it. What a fantastic start. Brilliant poker face, though.
Oh, yeah.
That is not the face that I give when I get to Battle VIP pass in my hand, and that is exactly why I'm on the caster desk, and our players are out here in the top being the best of the best.
I was about to say, I usually show my opponent quite gladly when I have this optimal start. Let's have a look at the prizes. 2 cross-switcher in the prizes for Hugo. Now, we think that can be quite a problem. However, having 2 in the prizes is just as bad as just having 1, right? Because, of course, you have to use 2 to have that effect. So not too bad there for Hugo. And Hugo kicking us off in our round 13.
Let's go, round 13. Honestly, that doesn't sound real to me, but here we are with the first shivery chill of our game. And here we are having a look. 2 lightning type energy. Love that we could see an arm press. You mentioned yesterday how integral that could have been in that Charizard matchup, but unfortunately we didn't get to see it.
I really like the adoption of the 2 lightning energy for that specific reason. Having the ability to use arm press as well as that amp you very much is such a good way of utilizing that Iron Hands EX. But of course, taking that playstyle, he will be able to take some early couple of prizes, of course, with that amp you very much. And we see him putting it to the top of his deck, so maybe that's exactly the route that he wants to take.
Yeah, it's tough because there are multiple lines here that Hugo could be considering. There's a lot that could go on in his brain right now. We're thinking, okay, we need Bidoof, we need the card draw as early as humanly possible. We need a Frigibax, very integral to the basic strategy of this deck. And then we've got, you know, we've got our Iron Hands, which is the power card right now against Brent.
It's so important to get those Bibarel set up as early as possible. I know from experience that, of course, having the disruption in front of you that Giratina VSTAR has, the multiple Roxans, the potential Ionos, the path to the peaks, it's so integral to get those Bibarel set up as early as possible. And here we see Hugo prioritizing getting that Bidoof down as soon as possible, and that's exactly what he wants to be able to see. However, just has a few more resources in the hand as well. Another Frigibax coming down. That's not too bad. Having another, just mitigating the risk of having that existing Frigibax knocked out, of course, with the insurance in case Brent was able to play a potential escape rope play, and with the attachment to Chen Pao as well. I see the Baxcalibur in hand as well. I don't know if I saw a rare candy. However, it may just be a pass now from Hugo.
Yeah, Hugo's hand looks a little bit bare, but honestly, they've got the essentials down. This is what Chen Pao very much hoping for. Turn one, at least one Bidoof, ideally 2 Frigibacks, especially when a Comfey is in front of you. Again, it's thinking about what could be. Could there be a Greninja? Could Brent, you know, could Brent go for one or even both of these Frigibacks? And that's the really scary thing, is that if Brent does run enough water energy and, you know, oh, and there they are, then, you know, this could be pretty scary for Hugo not having any more Frigibacks or protection for them.
Yeah, of course. And when you're at this stage of a tournament, you'll know what you're going to be coming up against most probably, right? But it's those little intricacies that these decks can have. Are they playing the multiple escape rope? Are they playing a reduced count of such and such? Are they playing the INO? I have to be able to protect myself from those certain plays. And here we see Brent with his first deck search. The Battle VIP pass coming down. Looking at that possible Cramorant, we could see an early spit innocently on that Chen Pao, and nice soften up of damage could be what he wanted here.
It's never really as innocent as they say, though. Even just opting to slowly damage the opponent can have a huge impact late game.
Yeah, of course. And we know from one of our previous rounds yesterday, softening up those larger HP Pokemon like this Chen Pao will be such a good way for Brent to be able to take an easy 2 prizes, either on the next turn or maybe even a later turn with a Lost Mine.
Yeah, and just having a look at the deck list really quickly, Brent does run a very, very respectful amount of energy for a Lost Zone Giratina, including 3 water energy, which is really lovely to see, like the 1 extra, just for that kind of potential of a really awful flower selecting. I've seen some decks go down to 2, and I find that too scary.
No, of course, and without a mana feed down on Hugo's board, this could be a potential play for Brent, being able to use his own Moonlight Shuriken, of course, on those 2 quite vulnerable Frigibacks on Hugo's board state. Hugo's definitely going to be wanting to look out for that mana fee in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, Hugo's going to need to get a wiggle on. Getting that mana fee is going to be absolutely crucial to success here. Luckily, it feels unlikely that a Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken play could come about this turn, just due to kind of just not being able to get quite enough in the Lost Zone for a Mirage Gate this early on in the game. Especially with Giratina.
Yeah, speaking about tricky flower selectings as well, those 2 top cards that were drawn aren't too great. Water Energy and a Mirage Gate isn't fantastic of a choice to Lost Zone either one. Both fantastic resources, and taking away that Water Energy just reduces your odds of being able to get a Moonlight Shuriken up and running. And here we see the Jet Energy attached onto the Comfey, bringing it into the active, and a nice additional flower selecting, put another card into the Lost Zone. That's definitely what he would have wanted.
I consider Comfey a very floating and graceful Pokemon, so when I have the image in my head of a Jet Energy going zoom and like pushing it into the active forcefully, I'm like, oh no, Comfey, are you okay? Did you leave any flower selecting on the bench? We need to bring that forward, please.
Yeah, and going back to the game plans that we were speaking about earlier, the Radiant Greninja is in the prize cards for Hugo, so having that Moonlight Shuriken play taken away from him might come up trumps for him in this game. Of course, being able to go ahead with that game plan, he may take a more aggressive route here to try and take out those Giratina Vs earlier than possible.
Yeah, it's not looking fantastic, although Hugo, as we assessed earlier, has the basics of a Chen Pao board set up. It looks like Brent is definitely taking a stronger stance this early in the game. 3 in the Lost Zone so far. We need 1 more for that Cramorant to go live. Oh, here we go. Will it be off the Pokegear? We need the Colress Experiment.
We do need it. Do we see it? Yeah, we see it.
There he is.
Yeah, fantastic Pokegear. They're having that added consistency. We spoke about this yesterday as well. Having Pokegear as an additional out to turn one Colress's experiment is so important, especially for these Lost Zone engines. They need to get as many cards in that Lost Zone as possible to get that engine up and running, get your Mirage Gates as early as possible, and of course, that all-important Star Requiem.
Here we go. Into the first Colress. Two grass energy. Oh, that's not nice. And a Mirage Gate too.
Yeah, I think that was a Roxanne as well, or possible Giratina V.
That's a really tough flower selecting.
Yeah, that is not fantastic for Brent. I think I see the Giratina. It's a Giratina V and a Grass Energy hitting the Lost Zone early on. Now, this is a great board state for Brent, because if he's able to retreat into the Spit innocently, he is essentially putting that Chen Pao to only 110 HP. If Hugo goes down the route of, okay, I'm going to knock out that Giratina V, that's the biggest actor on Brent's board here. The Cramorant will just easily respond with another knockout.
Oh, here we go. Yep, dealing with the first Frigibax and the Path to the Peak.
Yeah, Path to the Peak coming down. Shivery Chill not an option anymore for Hugo. And with that Spit innocently, that is such a great card. The Escape Rope acting as a potential gust, as well as the switch out. Of course, with this Lost Zone engine, you have the Come Phase in the active so often, but having that switch out as well as a potential gust or disruption in Escape Rope, you know, what a play.
Honestly, this hand isn't looking too hot for Hugo. It's looking like it might be on ice at the moment. We have the opportunity of the Bibarel, but really not much else. Scouring the deck right now for any potential option, but honestly, you know, we're going in for an Earthen Vessel now. I couldn't see if there was a supporter in Hugo's hand. I had a funny feeling there was, but it didn't seem to be one that he's wanting to play right away at very least. I don't know if Hugo's going to be able to thin his hand enough to be able to utilize the Bibarel, because there's no rare candy currently. No, an Earthen Vessel for no energy. You would imagine he's trying to evolve into that Bibarel to try and draw into as many cards as possible. Or did he? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Bibarel comes down, so he had additional 2 cards here from the draw. Oh, 3, sorry. Yeah, 3. But unfortunately, it feels like 2, because one of them was a Battle VIP boss.
Yeah,
here
not
to
too effective.
The hand.
No, not too effective, and I don't think he drew into another supporter unless he's hiding it pretty well. He'll definitely want to be finding those Iridas as early as possible to get this Baxcalibur up and running. We see the Ultra Ball here, discard another 2 cards. However, with that Industrious Incisors already used, unfortunately thinning the hand for no other reason but to find another Pokemon.
No, looks like we're going for a Frigibax. Yep, nice and safe. Completely agree. I mean, okay, so we've got 2 sides of the coin here. It's either, oh, isn't that a nice piece of grub for Greninja to snack on with the Moonlight Shuriken? But then again, Hugo has to do everything he possibly can to stay in this game and keep those Frigibax going. I suppose just hoping that Brent can't do much. Is opting for the KO there on Cramorant for 2 energy. Doesn't feel good. No, it was so important to get that other Frigibax down. Of course, viewers at home might be asking, why didn't he put the Manaphy down? The Manaphy is so important here, right? Because of that Moonlight Shuriken. That's such a big threat. However, if he's able to simply, if Brent was able to simply gust the Frigibax for a knockout, you're still in the same position and you're left with no option for a potential Baxcalibur next turn. So Hugo is going to say, okay, I'm less likely to face a Moonlight Shuriken next turn than I am a Gust. Yeah, I think that's a completely fair assessment. I think that I think I've been struck too many times by the Moonlight Shuriken. It strikes fear into me. It's happened too many times for me to count. I love Chen Pao. I think it's a really fun deck to play. Super beginner friendly as well. If you are just getting into the Pokemon trading card game, I genuinely recommend picking up Chen Pao as a very, very nice ease into the meta where you're still going to be winning games. You can see here, you know, round 13 of a tournament, Chen Pao's still going. Yeah, of course, and people still have confidence in it, which is great to see, and it keeps that meta nice and diverse. And here we see the first Mirage Gate for the game for Brent, and yeah, going for that Greninja. Now it's whether
lost zoning that water energy early on is going to be a problem for him. However, just eyeing up that additional psychic energy. We do see another Mirage Gate in hand, and the water's already in hand. So that Moonlight Shuriken is going to be coming thick and fast against Hugo.
Oh, Ben, I'm excited. I'm not excited, but I'm excited. I love seeing a good Moonlight Shuriken on a Sunday morning, afternoon, whatever time zone everyone's in.
We're having fun. We don't want to tell time.
Honestly, I'm...
Touching the water. This will, yeah, this will mean that he's looking to go. Oh, I quite like this play actually, because if he's able to Super Rod and then of course Mirage Gate, you're using it for the maximum effect. So I actually really like this play from Brent. A Mirage Gate here would be able to attach an additional energy to, of course, the Greninja with that water, and then attach to the Giratina as well.
Masterful sequencing. That's exactly what we look for at this high-level play. Brent knows, you know, I need to keep energy resources fluid. And like you say, just having that option to attach an extra energy this turn by using the Mirage Gate because they got to the Lost Zone 7. And there it is, the scoop up. Oh, they're down. They're both down.
Writing was on the wall there for Hugo. If Brent was able to take a knockout on those two Frigibacks, it would have been it would have put him in such an awkward position. He would have had a Chen-Pao in the active and just that Bibarel on the bench. And with no Baxcalibur being able to attach those additional energies for turn, there was no way in which Hugo could attack, let alone pose any sort of threat.
Yeah, honestly, it was, the writing was on the wall.
Yes.
Poor little Frigibacks just can't handle the barrage of Moonlight Shuriken, a very strong attack. I think at this point in time, I'd be debating which Radiant Pokemon has had the largest impact on this tournament. I'm not sure if Charizard or Greninja would sit in my top spot.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I think I remember me and Joe going head-to-head about which one was best, Radiant Charizard or Radiant Greninja. I think I wholesomely lost that debate, only because I think the Radiant Greninja has so much added consistency. You can splash it in almost any deck, right? If you're able to discard any type of energy, draw 2 additional cards, you know, it gives our players a lot of versatility as well as that added consistency. And having those additional 2 cards in the hand, sometimes you find that last-minute supporter, you find that last-minute resource that you just require to fill out your strategy.
Yeah, you're quite right. Greninja just has that flexibility. But Charizard, I don't know, it's just so ferocious. It can really swing the prize trade. You can ensure that you only have a single prize kind of bench or field. Yes. And I don't know, in some instances, I feel like Greninja can be a bit of a burden, like in Gardevoir. We saw that tempting trap that happened earlier in this event as well yesterday. So if you guys missed out on any of the action, you should go back and check that out too, because that was quite the riveting nail biter. Quite
the spectacle, definitely, from Tord, adding all of those different mismatch of cards, posing all sorts of different game plans in his head. And of course, that tempting trap so important. But let's stick to this game, of course. Brent able to use that Moonlight Shuriken to take the game against Hugo. And funnily enough, this was exactly what Hugo would have liked to have fulfilled for his game plan, ironically. And here we see the first prize cards come down from our game 2. Nothing too detrimental, I don't think, to either player.
Oh, but this is lovely. The Hisuian Heavy Ball gives Hugo a sneak peek at those prize cards right away, and I love that. I think there's a lot to be said for this card. Not only does it allow you to look at your prize cards, but there we go. Hugo can just note them down now.
Yeah.
I know exactly the game plan.
And this is what we see a lot of our top players do. They have a little notepad just on the side, writing down those prizes, because what this tells our players is what options are available to them. What have I prized here? What can I grab from the prizes? What are my outs here to a potential? Well, we see here the Bibarel is in the prize. This is exactly what Hugo is want to be taking a note down for. There's maybe in other matchups, and there's not really much point in benching that second Bidoof because I have no option to evolve it. So this is such a good play here from Hugo, of course, playing that Hisuian Heavy Ball, taking a quick note, and of course now he has that full knowledge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Yeah, great to know exactly what your prize cards are straight off the bat. Hisuian Heavy Ball once again proving that it truly has two effects. Just looking at the prize card alone being very strong, and then being able to take a basic Pokemon if you have one or choose to do so.
Yeah, and here we see the first deck surge, not only having prize knowledge, but also deck knowledge as well, so just as important. And here we see that Radiant Greninja didn't make an appearance for Hugo in that first game, but also important, prioritizes benching that as soon as possible.
I'm not feeling great about that Ultra Ball discard, though, unfortunately. One Rare Candy. Rare Candies are so valuable to Hugo's game plan, and we've got one back Excalibur in the prize cards.
Two very important items for Hugo to fill out any potential plays. Of course, Gusting with that Cross Switcher, and of course Rare Candy to evolve those Frigibaxes. No stage 1s in the deck for Hugo, so can't evolve the old-fashioned way into a stage 1, then stage 2, of course. So that we do see another Rare Candy in hand, so he does still have that insurance. However, just reducing his options to evolve, of course, into another Excalibur in the future if he needs to.
Love the Battle VIP pass here, really solidifying that board state, making sure that even if Brent comes in with a Spit Innocently, there are still options for Hugo, making sure, there we are, that's what I was very much expecting. Another Bidoof adds to the bench family.
I think the reason for doing this, I know we mentioned that he's already prized a barrel. Starting one isn't ideal either. He knows that Brent has the option to use a Cramorant Spit Innocently as soon as possible, being that he's going second, of course, is able to use a Colress's Experiment on his first turn, and it's so easy for these Lost Zone engines to get 4 cards in the Lost Zone as soon as possible. So realizing the problem there, you know, he wants to be, of course, getting these Bibarels evolved as soon as possible. So taking out that insurance that, you know, Brent is likely to find that Spit Innocently and take this knockout.
Yep, absolutely. And there we go. Straight away, straight off the bat, 2 in the Lost Zone already. But can Giratina wiggle its way out of the active spot? That's probably one of the harder decisions and trickier moments of the beginning of a Lost Zone Giratina deck, is that sometimes that Giratina can just get stuck in the active spot with its 2 retreat cost. However, lots of switching options are available in the deck. It's just like another tricky beginning Colress Experiment. Brent's had a bit of a hard time making these decisions.
Yeah, this is certainly a decision to make. Of course, with those early Colress Experiments, as you mentioned earlier, you're more likely to find those really important resources. And here we see Brent deliberating whether to Lost Zone a Super Rod as well as an Escape Rope. And of course, with that Giratina in the active, it is posing a bit of a problem. And of course, I don't think I find any sort of... I thought I saw a Nest Ball in that Colress's Experiment. Was that a Nest Ball? Yeah, it was a Nest Ball. Thankfully for Brent, of course. Just having that Giratina in the active in a pass would have been really, really bad for him, of course, because Chen Pao is able to easily mop up 220 damage with that Hail Blade.
Yeah, with Chen Pao staring down at Brent and Hugo's pretty solid board state, Brent has to presume that this Giratina could get KO'd by Hugo next turn. So they're looking to not only solidify his own board state, but also make sure that the Lost Zone is being populated, knockouts are being taken where able. And I mean, it's a bit of a tough one in a sense, because Giratina's first attack can also Abyss Seeking,
yes.
To add to the Lost Zone. So it's not bad to have the Giratina in the active, but I think with the pressure that Chen Pao poses, it could be premature to leave it in the active at this stage.
Yeah, of course. And Brent could play mind games here, realizing that Hugo has already discarded 1 Cross Switcher, and that it could be potentially Hugo's only out to a switch card. He could simply go for an Abyss Seeking here and go, well, if you have a Bidoof in the active, I'm absolutely fine with that. I might bide my time here. I might, like you say, populate that Lost Zone slowly here and steadily and gain some more cards in the hand, you know, understand what my engines are here. And here we see a conceal cards for a big Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, that was huge. Managing to get the Battle VIP pass there, I think, was pretty crucial. Honestly, it wasn't looking great for Brent. Otherwise, could be left with just a single Greninja by the end of next turn, which would not have been quite so fancy. Not quite what we expect from Lost Zone Giratina. But we're not having that Tina experience here today. We're having a nice, fruitful bench to begin this battle on an even playing field.
Yeah, feeling confident as well. Benching that Cramorant, of course, it may be that an Abyss Seeking is on the cards for Brent here. Of course, with no Comfey on the bench, no Flower Selectings in play, meaning that he's comfortable with only 2 in the Lost Zone. And again, could be playing mind games. Like I mentioned earlier, he's happy to see that Bidoof stay in the active. Understanding Hugo has got one of those very important switching resources could mean that he's happy to go slow and steady for this game.
Slow and steady can win the race. Oh, okay. That might be what turns the tides. We're going for an Abyss Seeking here. Brent will be allowed to put 2 cards into the Lost Zone and keep 2 for himself, popping them in his hand. But there's a really tough decision there with a Jet Energy, Roxanne, and Colress Experiment. Looks like we've opted for the Roxanne. And the path to the peak, I really think that's going to make a difference here. That at least allows Brent kind of the sanctuary of knowing he's done everything he can to try and stop a KO on his Giratina this turn. And if Hugo wants to get this Bidoof out the active as well, he is gonna have to find those 2 additional cross switcher. Now none are in the prizes, so he still has 3 available to him in the deck. However, finding them is another another problem in itself. However, what Brent's done here is kind of ingenious actually, because even if Hugo switches out this Bidoof, we know that one is already prized. He's played the additional one as a sort of insurance, just in case that active gets knocked out. And what Hugo will be left with is one Bidoof that is unable to be evolved. So I'm eager to see how this one plays out for Hugo. You could say you're an eager beaver to see what. But here we go with an Irida for a Baxcalibur and, yeah, an Ultra Ball. I love to see that, yep, because then we'll be able to use the Rare Candy of one of our only Frigibax into the Baxcalibur before it's too late, and then Ultra Ball for the only Bibarel in the
The only Bibarel, yeah, of course, that lonely Bibarel. Working hard for that Industrious Incisors, but I really like going for the Ultra Ball, of course, in this deck list. Of course, able to thin out that hand for those additional cards from Industrious Incisors. You can see why this engine works so well as those cards like Superior Energy Retrieval in combination with Shivery Chill. It thins that hand right down and, of course, maximizes the potential of your Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, and it seems like we've just passed the turn there.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah, just holding on to resources. I suppose it's a really thin hand, probably didn't want to Ultra Ball things away, going to have to wait on the next top deck. So we're over to Brent. I think what Hugo wants here is for Brent to knock out one of these Bidoofs, quite frankly. Leaving them unevolved will mean that, you know, they look like a very edible prizes for Brent. 260 HP Bidoof. They're very easy targets for that Spit Innocently. So if he's able to get one of these knocked out, he has a free switch out, not having to use the cross switches, of course, and of course with 2 Bidoof, he still has both chances to evolve into that Bibarel. Looks like we're going to be flying towards 7 in the Lost Zone for this turn, Ben. I think Brent definitely has that on his mind, and it definitely feels like it's possible with the cards that he has available. Going for a Giratina VSTAR. Yeah. Lost Zone there. That scares me with the one that's in prizes. Interesting choice, yes. With that Giratina VSTAR in the prizes, like you said, and with one in the Lost Zone, only one available to Brent, and he's going to be having to really stick to that lonely VSTAR and being able to use that as effectively as possible. Reducing your outs to the VSTAR with only having one left in the deck isn't fantastic. Of course, we know how delicate this Lost Zone engine can be. There we go. Raced towards the 7. 7 in the Lost Zone, our second magic number of the day. Now, Brent will be able to use those fantastic Mirage Gates, allowing him to search his deck for 2 different types of energy attachment to his Pokemon any way he likes. Just a very powerful card. Yeah, for sure. Nothing more to be said. Here's the first one. What's he going to go for? The Greninja's still an option here, but I mean, it doesn't really do much against Hugo's board right now, so maybe just getting a Giratina ready instead. Oh, I imagine, gosh, I'm really a bit stuck here of what I would do in Brent's shoes.
Yeah, this is really a stalemate situation. He enjoys having that Bidoof in the active for Hugo. Of course, we've already established on a number of occasions now that it's requiring resources from Hugo to get that Bidoof out of the active. However, what Brent's doing here, he's slowly but surely getting his board state set up for those later turns. If he's able to gust next turn against that Chen Pao, this would be a really advantageous position to be in for Brent.
We have a large contingent of Pokemon with a bewildering mix of moves. However, which one to use at the right time is really going to show whether skill is going to rule the day here.
Now, evolving into the V-Star is very interesting, right? Because I think if Hugo is able to respond with a knockout somehow on this Giratina V-Star, it leaves Brent with none in the deck, none in hand either. Oh, and takes the knockout against the Bidoof. So Brent initiating this prize race in game 2 of our round 13.
We've started the first leg of the race. Let's see if Hugo can respond, whether the pace has been set or if Hugo needs a little bit more time to get set up effectively.
And this is exactly the problem now for Chen Pao. Doesn't play any boss's orders, right? So the only gusting options for Hugo will be those cross switches. Promoting the Chen Pao, he doesn't like his odds into finding those cross switches, but really needs to get rid of that Giratina V-Star.
Okay, I quite like the Iono here. Brent's going to have to put 2 Korra's Experiment to the bottom of their deck. That is not great for Brent.
No, has the engine already set up with that Baxcalibur, but still needs to evolve that lonely old Bidoof into that Bibarel. Pretty quick shot, but with Iono, finds a fresh 6 cards, of course, wants to be able to find outs to potential energy. Shivery Trill, not an option at the moment with that path to the pig, so definitely going to be looking for an out to get rid of that.
Indeed. It could be a bit of a struggle going forward. Now, we still have an Earthen Vessel. You know, it's kind of Shivery Chill in disguise, Shivery Chill at home, as some might say, because we're still able to get 2 energy. So choosing to discard 1 Lightning-type energy, not very useful right now, but does kind of show Brent that there's something else going on in there. And now we do have the Ultra Ball, so again, there's potential for going and fetching the Bibarel, discarding some of that energy, because we know that we have so many resources to get it back.
Yeah, it does have superior energy retrieval, so I really like the discarding of the energy, because he knows he has so many outs to find that superior energy retrieval. He hasn't used any yet, didn't even use any last game either. Nope. So discarding those 2 water energy is of no risk for this archetype.
No, and I like that. It's just being able to be a bit more free and flexible with the energy. It's not just a resource to give to your Pokemon, it's a resource that you can use to get there. You can use it for an Ultra Ball. It's fine, it's not a problem. You've assessed for this. You've got the time and the patience. And honestly, if anything, it also just minimizes the amount of cards in the hand there. Hugo completely emptying his hand of this fresh incisors.
Yeah, he really enjoys seeing this. No high fives, unfortunately, from Brent for a fresh hand of 5 cards, of course. And here we see the Pokestop as well. It's all coming together finally for Hugo, and he's going to be able to take a knockout on this lonely old Cramorant with that Hail Blade, only requiring to discard 2 water energy. But again, much like our last feature game with Chen Pao, it's that second attacker which I'm worried about. He needs to be benching another Chen Pao or another attacking option for those future turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greninja's not looking like a fantastic attacker in this game right now. Brent will probably try and minimize the amount of Pokemon that can be KO'd by Greninja, making sure we're staying kind of below our... Is that an energy that you said?
Yeah, energy.
Sorry, yeah, kind of keeping it below 90 HP across the bench so that Hugo can't monopolize on the fact that they can use that Greninja as a valid attacking option.
It's a really important point, because we spoke about this earlier with the game plan that Chen Pao has in this matchup to be able to use that Moonlight Shuriken. But what Brent's done here is kind of ingenious. He's able to use that Abyss Seeking rather than these multiple flower selectings to get his deck up and going and his board state in the way that it is. Without having to use those Comfeys, you're mitigating the risk yet again. You're taking those lowly HP Comfeys out of the play, so they can't be used for that Moonlight Shuriken.
Oh, here Here we go. We've got that beautiful alternate art Iron Hands hitting the bench for the first time in this best of 3 Swiss round 13. This could change the flow of battle.
Yeah, it certainly could. Ampy very much is a fantastic asset for Hugo to use, definitely in this matchup. Of course, we'll be taking 2 prizes on those low HP Pokemon, like the Cramorant, like the Comfey. However, with 2 Giratina, one Giratina VSTAR and a Giratina V, nice and powered up with 2 energy already on it. It's whether Hugo wants to prioritize this as an attacking option, of course, being 2 prizes, because taking 2, you're just going to be responded, and with Brent already ahead of the prize race, this could be a problem.
Yeah, it could be. And Brent kind of had oaths to the fact that Iron Hands was there, but almost a little bit too late to do much to kind of avoid having a Pokemon in the active spot that can be KO'd by Ampy very much, especially considering the weakness on 2 of Brent's Pokemon, being Greninja and Cramorant.
Yeah, of course. And using that Ampy very much, of course, you are able to take 2 prizes on these low HP, like we said. So this is going to be Hugo's second attacker. Like we said, he does need to get another one set up. So this is his chosen option. So yeah, I like this retreat into the Chien-Pao. Using that Iron Hands as early as possible means those larger knockouts with Hail Blade are still an option to him.
Yeah, I love that. And considering Hail Blade can take energy off any Pokemon for its effect, that's just absolutely fantastic, being able to go, okay, well, I've saved a few resources on this Iron Hands, using kind of my cross switches, being able to switch in and out, and then I can use the energy on it for a bigger KO later.
Yeah, of course, and Hugo's up and running now, really. He has his Baxcalibur, he has his Bibarel, he has all of these different outlets available to him now. So this is really his board state set up. He has a second attacker on board as well, and it's now the case of, can I keep up with Brent? Can I keep up with these larger knockouts with the Giratina VSTAR? And of course, he has to deal with the problem of being behind on the prize race if Brent was able to take this knockout.
Yeah, Brent needs to respond to this, really. It's problematic. Now, Hugo doesn't run the boss's orders, as we analysed earlier, but cross switches are still a threat as far as Brent will be concerned. So it is something that needs to be dealt with now, and we don't really want to leave that energy on the board for later either. Again, it's just too menacing staring down at Brent's board. So I imagine he's going to want to try and get 2 more in the Lost Zone on this turn, if he can, but the Colress went to the bottom of the deck from the Iono, so it's a really tough call of whether Brent's going to be able to respond to this effectively or not.
Yeah, it's a toughie. I would really like to see a potential Gust play on that Chien-Pao. I think that's the biggest problem that Brent has, especially on Hugo's board state. Having that Hail Blade as an attacking threat, there's, of course, that damage is unlimited, really. If you can find the energies for that Shivery Chill, you can attach as many of those waters as possible and take those larger knockouts, and therefore your 280 HP isn't so awkward anymore. It isn't so much of a problem.
It really is a tough call. And yeah, there we are. Hugo's just having a little peek at the Lost Zone there, having a little dive into the darkness to see how many energy are in there, to see whether Brent's going to be able to sustain this game, or whether Hugo can kind of play off the fact that Brent might have to put some more energy in the Lost Zone here.
Again, as well, is a good point. I think I would really like, again, that Gust on that Chien-Pao as well, leaving that Iron Hands as the only attacking option, because if Brent is able to put a Giratina VSTAR into the active, that Ampy very much, it's not taking those additional prizes. It's not posing as much of a problem for Brent, and it requires Hugo to have that Gust, and we know that without any boss's orders, that's quite difficult to accomplish.
It is difficult to achieve, that is for certain. Pokestops here to help us out. Bibarel, though, I think Hugo's got a pretty good chance of getting towards that goal as long as they don't get past. But here we go. We've decided to go for a completely different option to anything in our wildest dreams, going for the Baxcalibur. Now, this is not only a potential stall, but also a knockout could be a bit devastating here.
And this is well, what you're doing here with the Baxcalibur, knocking this out, is you're asking questions again to Hugo as to whether you can find specific resources. In this case, it would be the rare candy. We know that he discarded one earlier. He's already used another one, so it's whether Hugo can find that now to evolve that other Frigibax on the bench.
I really love this move from Brent as well, using Shred on a Giratina V instead of using the V-Star to retain resources, make sure that we're not overexerting ourselves with energy usage. I really love that. Although, you know, 220 HP is a little bit scary. We don't love that because Hugo does have the potential of reaching those high numbers. You're right. If Hugo can't evolve this second Frigibax, then actually all of Brent's prayers are answered.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do really like using the Shred because you're keeping that V-Star nice and safe onto the bench as well. You know that it's not going to be a problem using that in the future turns. However, what you're doing here, using the Shred, you're only taking one prize, Amy. And what you're doing there is you're equaling the prize race. You're not going ahead. So it's whether Hugo can find these resources. We know he already has the rare candy in hand. All he has to find now is a way to get that Baxcalibur. And then he's back up and running with this race.
Yeah, you're quite right. It may not be enough to keep Hugo down for very long. There is the rare candy in hand. And yeah, we did see, you know, rare candies are that finite resource, as we've spoken about. If you manage to take out enough Baxcalibur, or if Hugo is forced to discard some rare candies at some stage, then actually, you know, we can end up with no Baxcalibur on board, and that's just devastating for any Chen Pao player.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the Shivery Jill getting another 2 energy into the hand. Of course, we imagine they will be attached to that Chen Pao sometime soon if Hugo was able to find that Baxcalibur. I think what he was trying to do there is with that Super Rod, he's deliberating whether he wants to play this now or whether he wants to draw from the Industrious Incisors. What you're doing with the Shivery Chill, you're adding cards to the hand, and therefore it puts that Industrious Incisors that little bit less effective. It does have 2 superior energy retrieval in the hand, of course, but Super Rodding them back in, you're not going to be able to use them as much.
We're still digging, but no prevail. Greninja's drawn us into 2 Pokemon by the looks of things. Not particularly helpful.
No, not of course.
Oh my goodness, this isn't looking great, to be honest, Ben.
Does have the Irida, I think. There's the Irida coming down, so that will be able to find the Baxcalibur, that all-important one Baxcalibur. But the biggest problem here for Hugo, with that rare candy being used this turn, what that will mean is that, of course, there are no more rare candies to use. So if Brent was able to gust up that Baxcalibur once again, it'll put Hugo in a real tight spot.
Yeah, it very much could. I mean, yeah, did Brent Super Rod the Baxcalibur back in? He only runs 2 Baxcalibur and one's in the prize cards.
I thought he did Super Rod that one back in. Did he Super Rod a Frigibax accidentally? He's going to have to Irida for...
Is it there? Wait, no, it is there. No, that's not. I don't think he put it back in.
Did he not put the Baxcalibur back in? I thought he...
It doesn't seem to be there unless he's really having a song. Well, he could be having a song.
Well, if he hasn't, he's in a much more difficult spot than I ever thought he would be.
Oh no, I think maybe a little...
Unfortunately,
fortunate moment has meant that we're going to have to take a cross switcher and a Frigibax.
I mean, he still has all that energy put onto the Iron Hand, so that still is an out for him to keep up with the surprise race. But unfortunately, without that Baxcalibur, he wouldn't be able to take a knockout on either of these Giratina VSTAR or Vs. Yeah, unfortunate for Hugo there. I mean, I got confused with that water Pokemon there, so maybe he did also. Unable to find that Baxcalibur from that rare, from that Irida, sorry. And here we see the first Pokestop. Oh, not fantastic.
I don't love that. No, that's a whole lot of hand clogging there. We don't love it for Bibarel. Bibarel's like, oh, what am I supposed to do with these?
Hey, we love our Battle VIP pass, but not on turn 7 or turn 8 for Hugo. And here we see the benching of that other Frigibax, of course, understanding that Brent does still have that Moonlight Shuriken on the bench with that Radiant Greninja. And now it's what options does Hugo really have? I don't think he even had the second cross switcher in. Oh, that's super unfortunate.
No. If Hugo would have had the second cross switcher, we could have been all right, because Frigibax is fine to be evolved next turn. You know, Iron Hands into a Comfey, great, taking him down to 2 prize cards. I thought maybe we still had a chance here, but this could be Brent's shining moment to just pull so far ahead in this race that Hugo can't come back.
I certainly think it might be. I think with Hugo, with that unfortunate play, I think now that Brent's going to be taking these 2 prize cards on this Chen Pao, I think it puts him in such a fantastic position. Both Giratina VSTARs now evolved as well. Just 1-star Requiem on this existing Iron Hands EX on the bench will give him the game here in this round 13.
Kapow! Major damage. Brent, and there it is, the handshake to seal the deal. Unfortunately for Hugo, there was no coming back from a no Baxcalibur, and that's exactly what Brent was betting on.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think both players are also discussing the problem that was there, but fortunate for Hugo, still has a fantastic record going into the rest of our Swiss rounds. But our winner, Brent Hermans, putting Giratina VSTAR on the map once again with a comfortable win against Chen Pao.
Very comfortable indeed, yeah. It was so the right call. We were deliberating. There were so many choices that could have been made there. That countercatcher could have landed on a plethora of targets, but that Baxcalibur was absolutely the shining moment, and he took it. I'm so thrilled for him, honestly, because we were going totally different ways with that.
I know, yeah, for sure. I know he wouldn't have predicted that Hugo would have made that mistake. I know that for sure. However, these are the intricate plays that I think make these top players who they are, right? The countercatcher, I was thinking, oh, he's got to go for the Chen Pao here. Goes for the Baxcalibur. Well, what you're doing there is, again, it's deck knowledge. Yeah. We're so far into this tournament now. Every player knows, oh, what outs do you have here? You've discarded this. It's all of these nitty-gritty plays that really make the game what they are.
Exactly, and just being able to analyze someone's discard pile, that's a skill. That's a real skill. Being able to have a little look through and go, okay, what resources do you have left? What are you more likely to achieve and what are you more unlikely to achieve? If you hit it, okay, fair play. I did everything I could, and I think it's nice to know when you've done everything you can to prevent a situation which isn't too kind for yourself. Then it doesn't feel too bad if it happens.
No, of course. And it was a big risk, right? Because he was only taking one prize card and he was equaling up that prize race, not going ahead like we would have thought. Putting himself on 3 prize cards just wasn't enticing enough, maybe, for that Giratina VSTAR. But, you know, we go into our round 14 soon. Only 2 Swiss rounds left. How are you feeling as we go into our last couple of rounds?
I'm nervous. I don't know what I have no image in my head right now of what that top 8 is going to look like. We've had so many different top 8s. This is the 5th event in the same meta, and every single event, the top 8 has looked rather different. We've had a lot of Giratina, don't get me wrong, but there's been so many other contenders who have been up there with a harsh showing of Gardevoir, and, you know, then Chen Pao and Golden Go in a finals together. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and the excitement is not only with us, but also with the players. Brent now going in with such a fantastic record into those last couple of rounds. He'll be hoping to win a couple more, maybe guarantee himself a top 8, who knows? But I think now is where the cream really rises with our players, right? These are the penultimate rounds where the standings are really solidified.
Yeah, you're so right, and I'm so excited to hear from our winner of that round, who made a miraculous call on that Baxcalibur. So we will be right back, Excalibur, and let you go on with your interview with our finalists.
Yeah, so we are going to thank you for that, Amy. We are going to delve deep into that game there with our winner, Brent. So, Brent, congratulations. You're now 9 wins, 1 loss and 3 ties. How are you feeling?
A bit tired, but I'm happy, of course, so yeah.
There we go, tired but happy. We've only got a few rounds left now. Hopefully you can get more wins and maybe get yourself into that top 8. Now, I feel as if that game 2 came down to one very important turn, where you decided to counter-catcher that Baxcalibur. What made you want to do that?
Yeah, so I had 2 rare candies in the discard pile already. So then I figured I had balls in my hand as well.
Yep.
So I could kill both of the last Baxcaliburs there would be. And then if he did not, well, I made a little misplay by benching the Comfy maybe.
Right.
Because he could go Greninja, kill Comfy, then cross-switcher with the Iron Hands. But I also had a pretty dead hand, so I kind of needed a draw, so yeah. And he had 2 candies, so they only played 3, that's why I did that, yeah.
See, that's the sort of real high-level plays that our players make there, identifying that with 2 rare candy gone, could be very hard to get the other Bax caliber out. So, you're playing Giratina. I know we just mentioned off-air that you've been playing that a lot. Why do you like Giratina so much?
I used to play Dragonite, Lost Box.
Right.
So I like Comfy and Colress a lot, so I will always try to play a deck with them in it. So, and Giratina, yeah, with Path to the Peak, it's really strong. Sometimes just wins you the game, and then Abyss Seeking I also really like.
Yeah.
You can just draw more cards, like a mini Colress, so I think it's actually more consistent than some people think sometimes, so yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, Path to the Peak, as you mentioned, can be a win condition on its own, right? Like we saw even in this round, you know, being able to deny Shivery Chill can really slow down those Chen Power decks, and obviously any form of rule box abilities. So, so obviously now you're at 9 wins. What are your goals now for this event?
Yeah, to be honest, I would like to top 8. That would be amazing, of course, but yeah, if it's not the case, that's also fine. I'm also very happy that I could play on stream for the first time, so yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go. You had your first game on stream. You won it as well, and I do think top 8 is in sight for you. So I'm sure everyone's going to have their fingers crossed, and we'll all be cheering for you at home. But now we're going to have a quick break and get to our next round as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Brent.
Thank you.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these two steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hey Pokemon trainers, while we've got a little break in the action, I'd like to have a conversation. My name is Ross and I'm joined by the lovely Mike and Amy, and I want to talk about Giratina VSTAR. Because over the past few weeks, Giratina VSTAR has been on an absolute tear. It won Portland Regionals, taking 3 of the top 8 spots. It won Charlotte Regionals, having a mirror match in the final. Although it didn't win San Antonio Regionals before the New Year break, it did make the final. So Mike, why is Giratina so good?
I mean, it's good into pretty much every other deck in the format. I think its biggest downside is itself. It can be a little bit inconsistent at times. There's enough people right now competing with Giratina, and a lot of the best players are playing with it, that someone's going to have a good run, they're going to get the consistency through, and eventually make it all the way to that final.
I mean, Amy, you're bringing Giratina to a tournament, right? This seems like a hard deck to play. You've got Comfey and your flower selecting, you've got your Chorus's Experiment. There are little micro decisions being made all the time. Which cards do you take to hand? Which do you put into the lost zone? Do you think that might be one reason why some players don't see success, but then the better players do?
I think that is a large part of it. I think when you've got a deck with all of those little decisions, it can just really wear people down throughout the day. It's a really long day, 9 rounds plus. And honestly, I played Giratina at EUIC last year and I got worn out by the end of the day. So worn out that I wasn't very well by the end of the day. So I think the more experienced players who have been doing this for many more years than I will have a better time with a deck like this.
I played a 4-round challenge and I was tired at the end of it. I mean, it is a tiring deck to play, but a lot of it comes down to the skill that is required to play it. You have to think ahead, and the comeback potential, the prize mapping, everything about it makes certain decisions really impactful. And that's where you need to know knowledge of the opponent's deck as well as your own. So it's such a big deck for skill ceiling.
I think it really is. And you were saying earlier, Mike, you've been digging into deck lists for Giratina. What have you been seeing of all these different deck lists?
I mean, there's not a huge amount of adaptations in Giratina from event to event, but one of the big things is we've seen the consistency increase, more poker gears, the 4-jet energy, making sure you can lean into that package as much as possible. I think we've seen some additions like Spiritomb, which can be quite a nice counter to a lot of the format right now, as there's a lot of Vs with abilities. And then, of course, just that power spike of the Roxanne turn, leaning into the 4 paths of the peak, the Roxanne, sometimes an Iono, and even we're starting to see some other disruption cards like Avery. So one of the best decks at disrupting other decks in the format.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen that Roxanne path to the peak combination, turning off abilities, while then also putting your opponent down to a low hand. It's not just for Giratina, but it does work pretty gosh darn well in Giratina. So, Amy, you've picked up the deck before. We've seen it see massive success recently. Is it here to stay?
I think it is here to stay. I think it honestly has so much potential to keep going forward. And even in cards that we have coming soon, there are some larger power creeps that Giratina could make use of. There is a lot of a broad future for this deck, I feel, and I don't think it's going anywhere. Even with Jirachi coming in, we thought, oh, maybe this will be the turning tide. But the Giratina players, the best Giratina players like that we see at these regional events, have made use of their timing, like with those Roxanne turns, to make sure that they are suppressing
the decks and the cards that actually we thought might stop them.
It's got so many options. You can hit really big targets with Giratina's VSTAR attack, and then you've also got the Greninja to hit multiple small targets. So you've got the full range of hitting multiple targets for less damage, big targets for knockout, and then just the consistency of drawing through the deck allows you to do the disruption as well. So an amazing deck that has all the options available in the format.
Yeah, and I do like there is always a potential for maybe a cheeky early Cramorant hitting 110 for 0 energy. One of my favourite part about these Lost Box decks. Well, we've got more rounds to get to very shortly indeed, so grab yourselves a nice cold beverage, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly indeed.
We hope you're still here with us at this Pokemon special event in Utrecht. We're finally getting to the final crunch rounds now. I'm Alex Dow. I'm with Shea Burton once again. How are we feeling? This is it.
Yeah, we're getting towards, you know, these late rounds where, you know, players that are trying to get those massive prizes that typically start in top 8. This is where we need to get as many wins as possible. And, you know, the great players are going to be trying to just make all their plays meticulous so they can make that march onto that top 8, which is where, you know, all the fun begins.
Yeah, I believe a lot of players now are starting to reach that threshold of sort of maybe 34 points to try and find themselves into top 8. I know a good friend of ours, Bolly Olufon, is actually at the 34-point position already, up against another players to watch in this round, James Cox, who's also on 33, so almost pretty much there at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that was a great player to watch there. As currently, most likely, if things all go well, touch wood, should find themselves into that top 8. So yeah, we've got our next feature match coming up soon. And what would you, in an ideal world, want to watch?
In an ideal world,
yeah,
I'd love to see a bit more of our pink friend, Mew VMAX.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of the last few events left that we can start to see it in the standard format. And we know how much it's loved in EU. We know how much you love it, Shay, always representing, of course. How about yourself?
I wouldn't mind seeing some Roaring Moon, to be honest, but I don't think we've had a chance to actually cast that ourselves, have we? So a little bit of Roaring Moon, some, you know, high octane energy flying everywhere, some frenzied gouging, and, you know, some Calamity Storms all knocking up around very fast, as early as turn 1. But I do think we have some updated Swiss standings to have a little look at. So let's have a gander at these, Alex.
Yeah, look at this. So the two players I've already mentioned at the top there, Bolly and James, are the top 2 of the current Swiss standings.
Wow.
After actually going into round 14, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a lot of names here that we also had as part of our community choice or part of our stream already. You know, 5 there, Joshua Van Overshelder, who's, I believe, is he playing Roaring Moon? Yep, as well. So Oscar there, piloting that Charizard EX. You know, Owen Kammerman looking to go back to back. A lot of fantastic names there, Shay.
Yeah, you've got Adam Hawkins, terrific player from the UK, who we might be seeing soon. And then obviously you have Tord, you know, all the way back from day 1 player. Now, I'm not even sure what to call it. I think I've been going with Charizard EX box so far, but, you know, managing to navigate that deck with like 21 OBS all the way to that 922 record. So, you know, still in touching distance. And that's where you want to be, I think, at these late rounds is, you know, just be in reach. And all of a sudden you get yourself some 2 Ws and you can get in that top 8.
But tell you what, Shay, I think we just got a notification that our players are starting to set up, just getting prepared now on the feature match table for you. We will be showcasing Adam Hawkins on the right-hand side again, a good friend of ours back from the UK, up against Leighton Hindle Kane on the left-hand side there.
Yeah, and I think it's Roaring Moon
versus a Lost Box.
So you got what you wanted.
I did. It's almost like I knew beforehand.
Oh, just dobbing me in.
No, I wanted to appear like a prophet. I'll be honest, I knew the matchup beforehand. So yeah, got Lost Box. I believe Adam is actually playing a Lost Box variant, and then Leighton will be playing that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, a little sight here of Leighton just kind of shuffling up again. Has a couple of more recent finishes, just showing that consistency to make it into those day 2 positions. Now looking for that opportunity maybe to take it one step further, find that top 32, find that top 16, find that top 8 potential here with that Roaring Moon deck. As we look over to Adam Hawkins,
here we go.
No short of accomplishments here. NAIC top 4, World's top 16, back in London, back in his hometown, home city. Has been a previous regional champion as well. We know he's been super consistent, has been one of the most consistent players we've seen from the UK in recent years, actually.
Yeah, and when he made that World Top 16, he did it with Arkham's Aggron V Max. No one had that on their bingo card, I can guarantee you. So Adam knows his way around those top stages and has been there for the longest of times. I think, off the top of my head, I'm sure you can correct me, I think his player ID could be as low as 3, but a maximum 4 digits. That's how long he's been playing the Pokemon trading card game.
A veteran of the game from the junior division all the way up to the senior division, and now tearing it up in the Masters division. But Leighton will be here trying to take down Adam Hawkins' Lost Box list and deck, trying to make it, like I said, build out his own story, build out his own route to top 8, as we do see both players now begin to set up their prizes. We'll have a quick gander alongside you viewers at home, of course. We do have a little quick cheeky glimpse of it ourselves. To begin with, Adam has prized his Manaphy. Nothing too much to worry about. A couple of Dark Energies could play impactful from his type of Lost Box deck. On Leighton's side, that Emergency Jelly is one of those variations of Roaring Moon that we haven't seen much in recent times.
Yeah, letting you heal damage if you are, under or 30 HP remaining. But it looks like our Swiss round 14 match is starting. Adam Hawkins on the right, going to start our turn off there with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, and has led that Evolving Skies Dragonite V in the active.
Yeah, nice, easy turn 1 action there. Doesn't have to then search through the deck to find out what has been prized. Hisuian Heavy Ball, allowing him to grab that Manaphy out of the prizes there. Just staring down at that Mew EX, a fantastic card we haven't had a chance to really speak about too much so far in the stream. A recent addition to the format, has a fantastic ability in restart, being able to draw your cards up into your 3 cards in hand, and that genome hacking attack as well, choosing one of your opponent's active attacks and use it as this. It's really, really cool, and a splashable, unique card to fit in a lot of decks.
It's actually surprisingly live in this matchup about that genome hacking, since Leighton does play a whole bevy, a full play set of Energy Switcher. Getting those energy via Dark Patch onto a Dark type and onto the Mew EX is possible, and in this exact scenario, let's pretend that Mew EX did have 3 energy attached. You could genome hack that Dragon Gale and actually KO that Dragonite, as Adam is going to Nest Ball for a Comfey Escape Road to get into the active and start off getting his first card in the Lost Zone via this Flower Selecting.
Yep, Adam Hawkins' Lost Box deck is very much a throwback to what we've seen from one of the more original Lost Box variants, where you used to sort of combine Dragonite V, Raikou Vs, lots of these big V attackers, utilizing Mirage Gate and just sort of swinging it in the face of your opponent. This time now, we're sort of mixing it up. There's still the Dragonite V as we've seen. The Galarian Moltres V is in there as well, because he's utilizing Dark Energies, because he does play his own Roaring Moon EX.
I think that was a tough selection of that tough choice of that Flower Select in there. Superrod and Cramorant, I believe that is, he does play 2 copies of Cramorant, but Adam Hawkins deciding that Cramorant is very important, took that off the Flower Selecting. Over to Leighton for his first turn though, in our round 14 feature. He's going to start the turn off by placing a Pokestop to replace Beach Court, and then play a Trekking Shoes to keep whatever card that was on the top. I believe it might have been an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, didn't even touch on the fact that the Mew EX also has free retreats.
Oh, it does.
That Beach Court, only really useful for Adam in this scenario right now. So Leighton now utilizing his Ultra Ball that he's picked up, finding one of his Roaring Moon pieces, does have access to that Pokestop to start churning through that deck as quickly as possible as well.
Does also play 3 copies of Pokemon Catcher. So, Alex, in an ideal world, Leighton could do the unthinkable and get 3 energy attached to that Roaring Moon EX and play a Pokemon Catcher and bring up that Dragonite V and KO it via Calamity Storm. or Frenzy Gouging.
Yeah, we speak about the deck so often being sort of streamlined, having a particular route to victory. There's a restart already.
What a restart as well. Got a Earthen Vessel and a basic Dark Energy, so you can grab the basic Dark Energy, put it in the discard pile to grab 2 more, play that Dark Patch, and then Squawk and sees the other 2 into the discard pile, because Electrode actually really wants Dark Energy in the discard pile, Alex, because you can Professor Side of Vitality, them back into play, or use Dark Patch. So that restart coming in for immediate value. I know that's a word you like.
Yeah, I love a bit of value. Thank you very much, Shay, for that insight as well. That Squawk and that Squawk ability with Squawk and Seize, allowing Leighton to continue refreshing the hand, still allowing Leighton to still utilize the supporter at some stage as well, combined with those Pokemon catchers. We love a bit of Pokemon catcher. You know, it has been changed across the years, where it used to be a guaranteed gust into whatever Pokemon you want, and then it was errated effectively to be a flip, to have to hit heads to be able to utilize the ability, as we do see the Dark Patch coming down. Already 2 energies on that Roaring Moon EX as well from the hand attachment. Squawk and Squeeze, baby.
Squawk and Seize, discard your hand and draw 6 new cards on your first turn of the game. Do we see, there's one more Dark Patch and a Pokemon catcher, Alex.
Here we go.
It could happen, it could happen. Dark Patch going to be 3 energy onto that Roaring Moon. Are we going to see the Pokemon catcher? I think we're going to play the Earthen Vessel first, you know. Thinning is winning. Let's get too ahead of ourselves here, you know what I mean? But there will be that Pokemon catcher at some point, and I cannot wait to see if it's going to be heads.
Did we see a supporter in the hand as well? Was there another way to continue going?
I don't think
Restart
I did.
already been used, but again, future turns still has access to that Pokestop, depending on what could be hit there. Maybe hit more of those Pokemon catchers if one fails.
I did say Roaring Moon is going to be some high energy gameplay. Okay, so
pure octane here. The Galarian Moltres, more synergy with the discard of the Dark Energies. It's got a built-in Dark Patch. Here we go, Shay. Is it going to happen?
Here we go. Here comes the Pokemon.
He's targeting it.
And flip a coin if heads, swap your opponent's active. Leighton, show us what you got. I can't see.
Hey,
there we go. So we're going to see a free retreat from that Mew EX as well at some point. And with that Calamity Storm being perfect, he's so excited as well. He's throwing the poison markers around. Ooh,
VIP pass, okay.
You get rid of a Radiant Greninja though, Alex.
Let's start trying to power up a second Roaring Moon EX as well, though. But yes, the Radiant Greninja could have been useful here in this scenario. But another little cute attack from the Mew EX, should he utilize a lot of those E-switches, is potentially bringing up Adam Hawkins' own Greninja. But Adam's target already put down that Manaphy. Maybe didn't know what he was facing up against, but for safety has placed it down.
Okay, so now we're going to catch him. Let's just take a second to compose ourselves. Yes, compose ourselves now. So the Mew EX is going to have a free retreat. So now Leighton can use Calamity Storm, which would be just enough, I believe. Oh, no, wait, it does have to use a Frenzy Gouging, sorry. We 10 off.
It's another big, bulky V Pokemon, Shay. 230 HP itself. So it does have 2 gouging, puts it down to 300 damage, which isn't ideal. And in this scenario, if Adam did prioritize that Cramorant in his hand, it's still available if he's able to get 4 into the Lost Zone. Here's comfy Flower selecting number 1.
I think the switch card should almost guarantee it, right? Because you can, at worst, you can attach your treat, the Comphase or switch card, and then you can have the Cramorant, so that should be in hand. So, Frenzy Gouging going to get Leighton on the board, but most likely it will be a 2-for-2 swing now.
Yeah, or do you ever consider just kind of leaving it around and start targeting something else with the Cramorant and maybe utilizing and cleaning up with something like, oh, I was going to say cleaning up with Sableye. He doesn't actually play it.
Ooh, interesting.
With all the different types of energies and big attackers he's utilizing, maybe he just doesn't want to, you know, force another energy type into the actual deck itself.
I was about to say, when you're playing an electric attacker and some dark attackers and some water attackers, trying to squeeze in a couple psychic might not be the easiest thing in the world to do. We could also see a Radiant Greninja coming down, conceal cards. A Moonlight Shuriken could be interesting as well.
Yeah, just having to stretch for the Lost Zone. Currently at 6 there. Would need 1 more to utilize things like a Mirage Gate, or maybe just has to go into the Cramorant and maybe start trying to take it. But here's the big Pokestop. Roaring Moon, Mirage Gate, and both of his dark attackers hitting the discard there. And just the Mirage Gate coming out of that discard pile back into the hand.
Oh, so close to being able to use those Mirage Gate, but I think Adam Hawkins will just have to settle for a spit in the I say just settle, that's still a fantastic time. You're still going to even up the prize trade and leave a 1 prize attacker in your active when Leighton's deck traditionally is a 2 prize attacking deck. So Adam Hawkins, you know, bringing the pace of play back down to him and say, okay, you had your fancy turn, let me even it out now.
Let me spit not so innocently and take the 2 prizes myself. Now having to stare down at Leighton, trying to rebuild his board, of course. Galarian Moltres V is capable of sort of self-powering up as we see a Pokestop, 3 insta items going straight to the hand after hitting the discard pile as per the Pokestop text, of course.
I don't think Leighton has any playable cards outside of the catcher and some energy, though. We're going to see another catcher as a 5, so that's not going to do anything. But I think all we see is energy, Ultra Ball, and emergency jelly. I think Ultra Ball get you out. We filled the bench. We can't use Radiant. Oh, Radiant is in the discard
pile. And attack with the Galarian Moltres V if he uses Dire Flame Wings there to power it up with the additional energy. Can start attacking with Aura Burn. Does another Pokemon that does damage to itself. Does only the 30 damage to itself, but starts to put it in range of sort of more, maybe say, less powerful V Pokemon to take big knockouts on 2 prizes, as we do see the Ultra Ball being played as well here. Again, Finning is winning. That's gonna, he's just looking for those important, useful cards for future turns, I think. Has Mew for restart at the same time.
Yep, so can I draw, I believe, is there 3 or maybe 2 cards in the hand?
Yep.
Might be able to draw, I think maybe 1. We'll get a confirmation of that. But
looks like 2, who knows?
Could be 2.
We'll find out shortly.
Let's have a gander. But yeah, I mean, restarts, oh yeah, it is 1, so we'll get to draw 1.
There you go.
And let's see what that 1 could be. I mean, last time you did a fantastic job of drawing cards. And
energy.
Not quite this time, though, Mew.
One of those many energies. He's already actually plowed through into the discard already, so unlikely a draw there, but we'll be continuing to take knockouts here. Aura Burn for 190 damage, taking out that Cramorant, 30 damage to itself. How will Adam retaliate here?
Yeah, I mean, 190 is not the, you know, the easiest number in the world. It will require some use of Mirage Gates. We're going to see another heavy ball being played there for Adam. Oh no, he's taking a prize card, I should say, from now, so I was a bit confused.
And it's a playable just to get it out of the hand if he ever gets hit with something like an Iono or any other hand disruption cards. So just removing it there.
And yeah, over to Adam. Going to start the turn off there with the Battle VIP, the Flower Techno, I should say. Going to Lost Zone the Battle VIP pass. And let's see, what's the most ideal attacker here? I mean, 190. Dragonite V's gone, Roaring Moon's gone.
It could have been quite fun to reset up his own Galarian Moltres and deal 190 for that means as well, because obviously powering itself up from the discard does have to Super Rod it back in. There's the Roaring Moon, kind of just another big attacker. Could utilize Roaring Moon as a Calamity Storm attacker, removing the Pokestop from play if he can get it down as well. Mirage Gate in hand. Does have Raihan, which is nice here. Attachment of an energy card from your discard pile. Grab any card you wish from your deck. And it is the Roaring Moon, I should say. And with Mirage Gate, all the combo pieces coming together here for Adam Hawkins.
Yeah, this is going fantastically well, right? Raihan was actually a card that narrowly missed our rotation bracket, as it were. I was trying to champion it in there, but
as was I. As was you. Great card.
As was you. Being able to attach energy is never a bad thing, right? But also being able to get any card from your deck, such a amazing card.
Yeah, we've seen the power of that Pidgeot EX already. This one has a condition. But at the same time, to utilize it and then also power up another Pokemon with energy, as we do see Calamity Storm taking the return KO here on Leighton's side of the board. Galarian Moltres going down to its partner in crime in reality.
Yeah, a little bit of Roaring Moon and Roaring Moon action. Everyone close your windows. You don't want a Roaring Moon flying in there. Oh my goodness. Now it is over to Leighton. Adam Hawkins. This has been, look how fast of a game this has been. Adam's coming at 2 prize cards and Leighton on 3. So let's see what Leighton can do. You know, the first mini game is to get some dark energy attached to your own Roaring Moon, and I think this match is just going to be who's going to be the first one to miss a KO now, right?
Yeah, 100%. Here's the Galarian Moltres coming down from the Ultra Ball. I wonder what the other card is. Must be an insta-playable as well, because he's going to want to try and utilize that Mew EX restart ability once again. We spoke about that emergency jelly as well. That is currently sat on one of those Roaring Moon EXs, trying to keep it out of range of certain attacks once it gets taken down with its own Frenzy Gouging.
I guess if you was to use Frenzy Gouging in combination with Emergency Jelly, it actually puts you outside of range of Spit Innocently.
Yeah.
And exactly very much as well, which is actually both relevant. So we're going to see the restart to draw. Was that 2 or 3? No, looks like it's going to be 3. And let's see what this restart grabs. 1, 2, and the third.
Could be big here.
See a Trek is using Iona and a Professor's Research.
Yeah, so at least has the supporters to keep plowing through the deck now. Trek and Shoes instant discard of the Battle VIP boss into another Roaring Moon, it looks like. Now it's the decision, which supporter do I play in this scenario? Goes for the Iono.
Now this is interesting because Leighton doesn't have an attacker on board. No, I wouldn't even say close to an attacker on board, and we'll only get 3 cards.
But at the same time, if he does take out the Roaring Moon and then leaves Adam with a massive hand, finding those combo pieces with a Comfey that has an energy attached for free retreat easily anyway, hits the Dark Patch off one of his 3 cards. Is there one more card that allows the energy movement or attachment?
Can't see. What is that other card?
It's a Power Pad Sada.
So I don't think we're going to be seeing an attack here from Leighton, or at least one that's going to be taking a KO at the very least. So going to be a Power Pad shuffling some supporters. It looks like Iono, and it looks like, I think that's the only supporter that Leighton's played.
Yeah, maybe that's maybe that's the only one he needs to really put in, because all you want to do is try and disrupt Adam's hand. Maybe put forward that more Pekka now to not instantly lose this turn.
Yep.
And then just Iono take the knockout and hope Adam is unable to then respond and take the final prize. So gonna do whatever he can, playing to all of his outs.
Yep.
Shay.
Yep. So it looks like we are just going to see, we're going to see a Dire Flame Wings activation. So Energy Switch also would have been an out there for a Roaring Moon. Unfortunately, Leighton did not hit that. So yeah, it's going to have to be a retreat into the more Pekko, I would imagine. That's a Forest Stone. Of course. Forgot about that one, didn't we?
Dark Patch
sat there for so long. So yeah, going to see a Dark Patch, I would imagine, or an Energy Switch. Either one of them would be ideal.
Yeah, anyone available. Maybe the Energy Switch for the time being, because Dark Patch is always live later on. You know, if Adam finds a way to take out all the energies, E-Switch is not quite available.
I agree. I think Leighton did take the Dark Patch though, so it must be eyeing up something else, but you are correct. So we are going to see just consult of the discard pile, making sure there is a Dark Energy there, which there obviously is. So Dark Patch, attach that extra. It definitely doesn't attach a Power Pad, but you're going to attach that Dark Energy. Then we're going to see a free retreat, and it would have to be a Frenzied Gouging.
This Iono that Leighton had played is going to be massive. What is in Adam's hand? Is there a way to respond after this Frenzied Gouging? And then the pop of the Emergency Jelly. Healing is at 120. Yep, perfect. So back on to 80 damage now left. So 150 it needs to do. Adam, can you do it?
Not the easiest number in the world to hit, realistically. So I'm going to start off with a Flower Selecting. I think we saw a Cramorant there, so that Emergency Jelly coming in immediately there. Otherwise, that would have been a game wrapped up there for Adam. I'm going to say Conceal Cards, draw 2.
Not the Ampu very much attack from Iron Hands, but Arm Press deals 160.
So that could be
if there's enough energy around. It comes down to all of these Flower Selectings. Adam's walking on a tightrope here. He needs a couple of pieces, I reckon.
There is a
Chorus Experiment double from that Flower Selecting. Big 5 cards.
So Mirage Gate would be very live.
Or a Sealstone. Super Rod is big.
I don't think there's a Mirage Gate though.
How many has he played?
1 Lightning in the discard pile. I don't see a Mirage Gate. Forest Sealstone that are not live at the minute. I don't think there's a V Pokemon in hand. Or is there? No.
Has Emergency Jelly just saved Leighton and won him this game? This is massive here. No target for the Forest Sealstone either. Adam just consulting every one of his pieces here. Does he have an out?
Yeah, just play 2 Lightning Energy. We know one's in the discard pile, so Super Rod would be needed to use an Arm Press as the Battle VIP pass and Water Energy hit the lost zone. But with both Flower Selecting Juice and Conceal Cards, I don't think there's going to be any other ways for Adam to dig. So for this turn, we'll have to operate with what's in the hand. I guess there's a Nest Ball as well. Yeah, so is there any other V Pokemon for Moltres?
If he shuffled it back in, because when he has to Super Rod it back in now. So I guess Moltres is also another attacker, can power itself up initially with Dire Flame Wings. Whatever Super Rod is available as well to chuck in some energies. Is that one route to victory here? But it still requires that Mirage Gate. But with Forest Sealstone, can grab it? Can he remove that from the active position? So many questions, Shay.
Well, I think I'm fairly certain there's a switch card in hand. So I think if you Super Rod in the Moltres, and then you can Dire Flame Wings 1.
Does he have it?
And then you Forest Seal Stone for the Mirage Gate and then switch card. I think that sounds right in my head. Let's see if we are correct. We're going to see the Forest Seal Stone activation. There's the Mirage Gate.
Energies.
Energy, Water Energy, Dire Flame Wings activation, switch card, and that should wrap up the game for Adam.
Just get confirmation of that hand, Adam. Does he have it? You're pretty certain, Shay.
I think I've gone out on a limb here.
There it is.
There it is. There's the switch card. So switch card, Dire Flame Wings activation. Going to grab a Dark Energy from the discard pile. Aura Burn for game. And Adam Hawkins wins our game 1 here in our round 14 feature match here at the Utrecht Special Event.
Wow, what a back and forth. Instant knockouts here, there, and everywhere. But Adam Hawkins finding the right combo pieces there to finally take down that last 2 prizer. Writing was really like close to being on the wall there for Adam, but found the couple of combo pieces, found the Chorus's Experiment, and just burst into life with that Dire Flame Wings into Aura Burn.
Yeah, and that Dire Flame Wings, you know, typically now Moltres is a bit of a weaker attack, I think it's safe to say. 190, not the greatest of numbers, but being able to attach an energy from the discard pile to itself means it's much more easier to use. And we saw, because it's a V Pokemon and not an EX like Roaring Moon, it can be an activator for that Forest Seal Stone. And sometimes, after an Iono, being able to grab any card from your deck and attach an energy from a discard pile is all you need to close out games.
Yeah, this is really riveting action here. Layton being able to force the pressure on Adam with that early KO on the Dragonite V as well with his own Roaring Moon EX. After the Pokemon Catcher heads, so much going on. I'm really excited to see how the back and forth may happen once again in this sort of just such a arguably very close matchup.
It really is. Like, traditionally, Lost Box can be seen a bit of a slower deck, especially when it's paired with Giratina. But Adam Hawkins' deck is built for the early game. 2 copies of Dark Energy prize for Adam, does play 4.
2 Professor Sada's Vitality for Layton's side of the board.
That's his only 2 copies of Professor Sada.
So has to rely on Dark Patches and Dire Flame Wings to power up his attackers.
That's also his only boss as well. He only plays 1 boss.
Doesn't matter when you hit heads like Pokemon Catcher, Shay.
This is true. As it looks like our game 2 is getting started here. Adam's going to start the turn off there. I think with the Hisuian Heavy Ball. I think that's how he started.
Wow, again, we're mirroring the exact of game 1 here with that Dragonite V in the active slot. Was that a Manaphy? Oh, no, it was a Comfy taken, wasn't it?
Yes, Comfy.
And Comfy into the active position now with that Jet Energy. So able to start plowing through some of the Lost Zone cards. And we do see the Forest Sealstone instantly played by Dragonite as well. Battle VIP pass. We're going to miss you.
Adams isn't missing it right now, though. And that's what you want to see, right? When you're 1 game up in a day 2 scenario, marching towards top 8, if you just get that Battle VIP pass, get all your friends down, get Comfy, get Greninja, get Dragonite, get whatever you like, that's what you really want to do.
Yeah, and we're very likely to see a retreat into the second Comfy as well. Start just activating that Lost Zone as quick as possible. Do see the concealed cards first, have a little bit more information into his hand as we do see the retreat now. Dancing around the flower selecting. Here we go. Raihan, a card that proves
rope.
So useful before. Escape Rope goes. Does have Beach Court in hand, so has another Escape Rope actually in hand as well.
All right, can Layton match the intensity that was turn 1 last time? I see a Battle VIP pass, I see an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and I see a Professor's Research. Battle VIP pass to open us out. Going to search for any 2 Pokemon. It looks like Layton's going to immediately eye up that Squawkabilly for that Squawk and Seize.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe even try and utilize those Pokemon Catchers again. Force the issue at hand here. Try and put Adam on the back foot, knowing still only 2 in the Lost Zone. Obviously, it can very quickly burst into the 7, but for the time being, there's a way and a world, again, where Layton could potentially find a way to gust up that Dragonite V, take 2 early prizes, and start forcing the issue here in this round 14 of our Pokemon Special Event in Utrecht.
We're going to see Town Store as a stage, and worth noting the Pokestop was very integral for Leighton's turn 1 in the last game, so that will no longer be an option, as it does find a Forest Seal Stone, I imagine, to get attached to that Galarian Moltres V. But I tell you what, Alex, if I'm Leighton, I'm thinking, right, I did my optimal turn 1 last time. I removed the 2 prizes from play, and you were able to respond. Fair enough. I don't think you can do that again. So I've been trying to run the gambit and be like, go on and do it 2 times in a row. I dare ya. Yeah. That's what I'd be saying.
Well, 100%. Maybe try and find something like that emergency jelly to support that first quick attack as well next time.
For sure.
Saves himself from that Cramorant, because that's where Adam couldn't quite hit the 7 in Los Santos Mirage Gate in that aspect. As we do see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached as well.
We got to the Pokemon
Catcher already is ahead. Dragonite V is in the active spot once again. Could we see it run back?
There we go. We're going to see that Squawk and Seize. Discard your hand and draw 6. As long as it's the first turn of the game. Discarding a Professor's Research. And was that another Pokemon catcher, I believe? Something along those lines. We do see the Mew EX getting benched as well. I see 1 Dark Patch. I don't think I see any other form of energy acceleration.
No energy yet in the discard, so not useful from this scenario.
True.
So just kind of working out which Pokemon needs to be played down here. Looks like maybe giving up a Galarian Moltres V. Not one of those decks that plays any recovery for Pokemon either. As we do see
no, played Professor Research first. I apologise, sir.
No, absolutely.
Played Professor Research first, so now it's a Squawk and Seize. Discard your hand and draw.
So another 6 fresh cards here. Ultra Ball in hand. Switch card into the Mew, so maybe he can go down and decrease his hand size to a point where he can utilize Restart. Has 1 Dark Patch available. Has to work out the combo pieces here. We do see the Radiant Greninja, another Pokemon catcher.
The basic energy.
It's another card that is normally insta-playable, but has already got the Dragonite V in the active spot.
Well, I guess it would be a bit sad, but you could just attach for turn, Dark Patch, Forest Seal Stone for a Dark Patch, right? That would get you the attack, but you'd rather that Forest Seal Stone be used for a bit more than a Dark Patch, I feel.
We always talk about value, Shay. Always talk about value. Maybe he tries to find a way to get Restart going first. Trekking Shoes. Is it a good card? He keeps it. Ooh, he's trying to decide.
Earthen Vessel.
It does discard an energy from the hand, but it has Ultra Ball to do that already.
Yeah, it does.
He's just trying to work out the best optimal plays. Maybe you can get an energy out and then Ultra Ball away further energies.
I guess if you was to grab the, you could get your hand down further for Restart as well, if you want to take this.
We're combining the thinning is winning with the value that we get from pricing here. Okay. Earthen Vessel, 1 energy. Maybe grab just the 1 Ultra Ball, 2 energies away. Oh, so many decisions. Try and optimize the lines. Double energy taken. Ultra Ball away. Energy in hand to attach, of course. And then maybe just a Restart. If you can hit either or the Dark Patch or the energy switch. Remember, Moltres is still there on the board as well.
I guess Leighton does have a lot of balance, does play a full 4 copies of energy switch as well, worth noting.
Odds are quite high.
They are, they really are.
Odds are quite high.
And you've always got the Forest Seal Stone to back you up as well. That's your get out of jail free card if needed.
And don't forget that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, providing Roaring Moon with an additional 60 HP. So it's another way. It doesn't really save from the Cramorant, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately.
But it's better than nothing, is what I can say.
We go Restart for 2 then, Alex. I see a Dark Energy. I see Trekking Shoes.
Trekking Shoes, we keep going.
Go on, Leighton, put your shoes on, lad. Here we go. Oh, not going to take the Roaring Moon. Gets an Ultra Ball.
We'll have to utilize that Forest Seal Stone. Again, and a powerful ability. Not ability. Well, it is an ability. So Alchemy being able to tutor and take any card out of the deck. We've seen it with Raihan, we see it with Quick Search, we've seen it with Arceus V-Star.
And there we go. You do see Star Alchemy being used, allowing Leighton to grab any card from his deck. I imagine Dark Patch or Energy Switch would be the target. He's going to show us it is a Dark Patch.
Yep, exactly what we're after here. As that Galarian Moltres V, I'm sure will take an energy. Already has one from the Diaflame Wings as well.
Yep.
So just beginning to try and set up a second attacker at the same time. And, you know, this is where he's going to force the issue on Adam once again.
So there we go. We're going to have that Roaring Moon inactive just like game 1 this time. Does have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Like I said, doesn't actually push you outside the range of spit instantly, unfortunately. But it's still 2 prize cards turn 1, as that Frenzy Gouging will do 200 damage to the active Roaring Moon. 90 HP remaining on the Roaring Moon now. Still well within range of that Cramorant, although it has sent 1 of his 2 Cramorants to the Lost Zone already, as we do see a flower selecting here from Adam's side of the board. That hand seems massive.
Iron hands, just the hands going straight to the lost zone as well, Shay.
Wow, that's a statement, isn't it? Just sending it straight to the lost zone. As well, I can see Town Store again as a stadium that Adam can use, being able to grab any tool card. We saw the Fire Soul Stone be so impactful.
The second one. The second one comes down. Maybe could have utilised that finning before the flower selecting.
Well, that is true. That is true.
But, you know, he's there. I'm here. He's the one playing it out. He's fitting his deck to try and win this game too as well. What's the next move, Adam? What have you got?
I guess you could do... is Radiant Greninja live here? You could... KO active.
Needs to get to the 7.
Some damage first.
Needs to get to the 7.
Oh, yeah,
on
true.
4
yeah,
now.
On 4, yeah.
Forest Experiment will take him up to 6. But yeah, it's live. If you're correct, Shay, it would be incredibly impactful. Because if you start targeting down maybe that Galarian Moltres V, that would then be put into range after attacking into Cramorant range again. So many questions to be asked here. There's the third Convey. That would allow Adam to hit the 7 alongside a Chorus's Experiment. Oh, Escape Rope looking ironed up here.
I guess if he was to go for Moonlight Shuriken, doesn't matter if the Royal Moon's in the active, right? So that could be a fairly safe.
Chorus Experiment in hand as well.
In hand, yeah. There's definitely
double water energy in the discard. Does mean, well, there should be 2 left unless any are prized. 1 is prized. Does need to hit Super Rod.
Okay. As you can see, Flower Selecting there for double Lost Vacuum. That's an easy decision there.
Forest Sealstone, obviously not as useful, just removing it from the hand for the time being.
Yeah, is that a yeah, there definitely is a
Lost Vacuum's also away.
Yep.
Then can use Raihan to find his movements around all these, again, these combo pieces, opening up avenues for Adam to try and find a way to maybe get off a Moonlight Shuriken here.
I love watching this Lost Box deck. It's just so different to the traditional.
That's not what you said earlier.
No, but I like this style. I like this. Look at this. Damage flying everywhere. You know, big attackers. That Raihan accelerating water energy from the discard pile. And then you can grab any card from your deck. Did you see what that was?
I think maybe a switch card was what he moved towards the front of his deck initially, but need confirmation because he's probably done quite a bit of dancing already with the escape ropes and the beach court.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a switch card. Does have Mirage Gate in hand, so apologizes for shuffling up. A lot of players like to maybe do things all in one motion, but this is more correct. Of course, shuffling up before making that right decision. And here we see the extra water energy and another attached to the Radiant Greninja is going to be staring down at Leighton's board and going, I'm taking 2 things, well, 1 big thing out and dealing a lot of damage to another. Yes. What are you going to do about it?
Just so efficient. Moonlight Shuriken going to take, 2 prizes on that Roaring Moon. Leave the Radiant Greninja in the active as well. I was going to counter catch up the Roaring Moon. I'd make it even harder for Leighton to get back in this game. I'm just going to spread this 90 damage around. So they're going to take 2 prize cards there. And where's the other 90 going? Could go active, could go Moltres, could even go Mew. That'd be a 2-shot on a Mew. Or the Squawkabilly as well, actually.
I guess you'd like to think that the Radiant Greninja probably wouldn't be around going forward if Leighton could obviously retaliate in some way, shape or form. So getting off a second Moonlight Shuriken can quite be difficult in this deck. So just putting the damage on the next viable attacker, which is likely to be that Galarian Moltres V, and setting up for maybe that Cramorant to come in and once again spit not so innocently.
I think Leighton's hand isn't the greatest here. I think might just have to try and play the hand down and rely on a restart to try and get out of this. I don't think there's even any energy in the hand, so concealed cards might not be a way out of this.
Yeah, a lot of reliance on that restart. We know how strong of ability it is.
Oh, there is a basic energy in hand, I apologize.
Yeah, sometimes 3 cards just ain't always enough there from that Ultra Ball. Has had to expend and go through his deck quite a lot, so there's not actually many basic Pokemon left or any Pokemon left in the deck. There was a lot of Roaring Moons that left from either being knocked out or from the trekking shoes. The Galarian Moltres V had to be pitched away with a with Squawk and Squeeze, but we do see the final Roaring Moon, I believe, that's available to Leighton. But beyond that, does he need any more is the real question.
I don't think so. I think you're going to have to win with what's on board now. We do see energy getting attached to the Mew. We're going to see it. We're going to see a genome hack for a Moonlight Shuriken back. Oh my goodness, that would be iconic.
This could be... Escape
He got it! He got it!
Escape rope, energy switch, oh my god, too much excitement.
Well, wait, can he get the Roaring Moon out of the active first?
That's the biggest bit, that's the big question.
I don't think he can. No way, there's no way of getting a...
Can it continue to draw cards?
I mean, wait.
Each court needs one energy attachment.
One down. Hold on.
So many questions.
Hold on. So the Roaring Moon has a 1 retreat cost technically, right, because of beach court. Energy switch in hand. We've already seen a manual attachment. So...
He's just looking for every avenue. Can he maneuver the energy off and then maneuver an energy back on? So now we can retreat with beach court, which is live. I don't think we get the attack off.
I don't think we can. Nope. And I guess with that Radiant Greninja getting sent out, that's going to close the door. And I got a little bit excited there for a sec. We were close.
We were close. It was one piece of the puzzle away from that side. It's just a pass over. Unfortunate for Leighton there. Just hitting one card to view. I mean, I got excited with Escape Rope. Everything was going on there.
And now all of a sudden, the Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken could be live again.
Could be live again.
For Adam.
Could be live again for Adam. And it's just kind of beginning to maybe set up what's available. He will need to hit that Super Rod again this time.
Yes.
That we've mentioned so much before. And there's the Manaphy. Maybe close that avenue down.
I would. Stop that now. You scared me a little bit there.
I saw 2 energies go on that Mew. That's never happening again.
Yeah. You had your chance. Now let me firmly close that door.
Yeah, exactly that. Cramorant obviously important as well for Adam as an additional attacker. Already pitching 1 to the Lost Zone. Oh, man, my heart rate.
Yeah, what is my heart? I got my little monitor here. We're a solid 74 right now. Golly. As that Manaphy has come down, so we've got that Water Veil going to protect those bench Pokemon. Those Comphase are now safe from those Moonlight Shurikens.
Yeah, Super Rod already in hand as well, so maybe just starting to set up with another Mirage Gate. Won't be taking a knockout necessarily this turn, but let's just make it so that it's as difficult as possible for Leighton to find a way out of this sticky situation.
Tell you what this Moonlight Shuriken would do, right? If you targeted both the Roaring Moon, that denies Frenzy Gouging. You'd actually clear yourself at that point, right?
Does, but I guess at the board state right now, would you need to Frenzy Gouging?
This is true.
But you're right, you're right. It limits what Leighton can do, so great observation there, Shay.
I guess, actually, if you can't Frenzy Gouging, that forces a stadium down for Calamity Storm. Into like a Cramorant or something, all right? So
yeah,
there would be a little bit of logic there.
No, I agree. That's why it was a good observation. He's holding on to the other Raihan in hand as well. Yeah. So how useful that was. Here we go, Moonlight Shuriken, another 90 on that Galarian Moltres V, and 90 on the Mew. Was that?
Yeah, it was the Mew. Yeah. I guess, well, yeah, I mean, you could two-shot it, I guess.
He can Moonlight Shuriken 3 times back to back to back.
I mean, look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the craziest thing in the world to imagine. There's Emergency Jelly getting attached for Leighton. This might have to be another restart for 1 here. Oh, no, we're going to see the Dark Flame Wings activation. There we go. But there's an energy switch in hand, actually, I believe. So we can at least move this. Remember that Greninja does retreat for free on the beach court.
Energy going to the Galarian Moltres V now from that energy switch. As we do see the restart, 1 not so useful card, but energy, basic dark energy available as well. Another pitch there, we're concealed. Oh, that's 2 battle VIP pass and Iono.
Iono's not bad. Because if you are going to attack, I mean, I don't know, if you're Leighton, do you attack with this Moltres? It's your only attacker right now. But I guess with that Moonlight Shuriken, a Moonlight Shuriken again from Adam would close the game up, right?
So you have to find a way to remove this Greninja right now. Can't give Adam another opportunity here to Moonlight Shuriken.
No. I mean, to be fair, if your opponent Moonlight Shurikens 3 times in a game, it's going to be quite hard, right? So you got to do everything you can to stop that happening. Just moons everywhere. You got Roaring Moon over here. You got Moonlight Shuriken over there.
Already dealt 360 damage by itself, just in 2 turns.
Wow.
What a card.
Who would have thought a basic Pokemon that has G-Max Rapid Throw, kind of? Good, eh? And cards.
And has built-in draw. What a radiant Pokemon.
Who thought that?
It is truly shining.
Yeah, let's go.
Earthen Vessel pitching that dark energy as we go back to the action, of course.
Yep.
Hopefully we're not confusing you viewers as we try and give you as much information as possible. Galarian Moltres to the active spot now. Dealing damage, 30 damage to itself, 10 HP remaining.
10 HP remaining. It's a good thing
folks.
Iron Hands is in the lost zone, because that'd be all she wrote there.
Well,
at least got to take one extra.
Yeah, would slow it down quite a lot, but if I maybe find a way to utilize.
Ooh, that was a super rod, right? Is that Mirage Gate in hand? Oh, was that Nest Ball? I think the Moonlight Shuriken's live, Alex. I think we could immediately see it again. Super Rod shuffles in the water energy, ×2 plus the Radiant Greninja. Nest Ball would be all she wrote.
It's all coming together. I was just about to get hoping for a Manaphy Splash, but
yeah, I mean, that would have worked.
Raid Splash from Manaphy would have taken the KO here, but this could end the game if Adam's able to pitch back up with those Mirage Gates onto that Radiant Greninja. Let's see if he's able to do it. He's got one in hand.
We'll still need one more energy, though. Oh, as it gets discarded. So,
let's conceal cards.
Boss. Oh, I don't
just needed to draw some cards. I mean, he's taking the knockout here regardless. He doesn't have to force the issue. Is the main thing. It has Boss in hand, so just takes this out. So next turn, he can guarantee it with Boss in hand as well.
Yeah.
So it's on Leighton to try and prevent that. That Mew could be healed with that switch card in hand.
True.
Ooh,
actually.
Just was a little bit more chaos in this matchup.
A little bit more chaos. Okay.
There we go. Some healing
coming up.
Beach Court already in play, so it does mean he has another free retriever on the board as well. So maybe nothing to worry about. There's the Squawk ability.
Yeah, you're correct.
EX does need to find a number of cards, though.
I mean, the Professor's Research is a good way to do that. Discard your hand and draw 7.
Despite taking 3 prizes, still missed the Professor Starter's Vitality. That still win the prizes there. The 2 of that he does play. There's a Dark Patch. Is there an energy attachment from hand? No.
I don't think there was. Energy had been flying around a lot this game. I don't think I saw.
Could we get down to a restart, maybe?
Or, I mean, you have to play the catcher. Ultra Ball catcher. Oh, you probably could, actually. Ultra Ball gets rid of 2 cards. Catcher gets, well, you have to just insta-play your catcher. But then, yeah, so I think you, at best, you can draw 1.
I mean, yeah.
With a pass.
That Squawk ability looking to try and tank a hit. Loads of cards in Adam's hand, but bench locked. Gusting 4. Doesn't even need to. Maybe, yeah, it would be 10 HP off.
Yeah, there you go.
The switch card was massive there.
And we're just going to see the spit innocently into that Squawk ability. Leighton's going to play that Pokemon catcher now. Oh, yeah. Got to use the legal one. Oh, that's a 5.
50-50 for Leighton today on the stream matches.
So now we can.
Let's have Iono.
Is that 3 Battle VIP pass in hand?
At least they're going to the bottom of the deck, Shay.
This is true. This is true. And
what's remaining? Is that deck really thin?
It looks like it, and I guess that boss from Adam is now put to the bottom as well. I mean, it wasn't to know that.
It's like 1 card on top. So what is that final card there? Maybe 2 it was, but there's a Pokestop. I don't think there's much left for Leighton. I think all those resources were expended just from having to burst through to try and get that turn 1 KO in the Dragonite V.
We won't be able to retreat the Squawk ability now, though, since the Pokestop has been placed. And there we go.
I think writing was on the wall. Congratulations to Adam, who takes game 2 of this Swiss round 14 at this Pokemon Special Event in Utrecht, pushing himself into a fantastic spot to try and make it into top 8. Commiserations to Leighton.
Yeah, I think played it really well, you know. Did everything he needed to do in the early game and just sort of slowly started to putter out of steam. But I tell you, I'm very impressed by Adam's deck. You know, a Sableye Lus, Lost Box deck, and that seemed to work pretty well.
Yeah, I've never seen you more excited for a Lost Box deck, Shay. All of the combo pieces coming together and really sort of shining there. Radiant Greninja just taking so much damage, or not taking so much damage, dealing so much damage, I should say.
Yeah.
And just being able to sit in the active spot, keep coming back with super rods.
Yep.
It really was a showcase of the deck there by Adam Hawkins.
Yeah, Moonlight Shuriken. Anytime you can announce that, you know, 2, 3, 4 times in a round, it's going to be hard for your opponent to sort of, you know, stem that bleeding, as it were. There's Moonlight Shuriken just flying everywhere. Cramrant, you know, coming handy as well. So Galarian Moltres, both sides, you know, via that Forest Hill Stone activation as well. So I'm very intrigued to see how Adam closes out the rest of this event, because I was very impressed by that performance.
Yeah, it truly was a great performance from Adam. He's been playing it for some time now.
Yep.
Again, a player who's well equipped, often on stream feature matches. He's got fantastic placements across the seasons that he's been involved in and in more recent times as well. But it's just showcasing his ability as one of the top EU players and has been for quite a few number of years now, I believe.
Yeah, you know, fresh off the top 16 at Worlds. You know, been playing for a very, very long time. Like I said, maybe we'll get confirmation of this in the interview. That player ID, I'm sure, is in the maximum 4 digits. That just shows you, like you said, been playing since juniors, I believe. So, yeah, just when you've been playing that long, you're going to know your way around the Pokemon trading card game. Yeah,
but like I said, congratulations and commiserations there for Leighton as well.
Yeah.
Still piloting that deck super well. We saw 2 turn 1 knockouts.
We did.
On a big Dragonite V there. Unfortunate because it had 230 HP that it had to put his own Roaring Moon into range of easy attackers from Adam's side. But, like I said, he's done super well so far.
He really has, and, you know, because still... win the next few rounds, or the next round, I should say, to get yourself some more championship points. Try and get a higher placement there as well. But you know what? I am really intrigued to hear from our winner there, Adam Hawkins, and hopefully dive into that deck some more. So let's hear from him now in our interview.
Welcome back, trainers. My name is Amy, and we're back with our winner of that feature match, Adam Hawkins. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you.
So my first question to you, I really, really need to know, how come you've stuck with the traditional build of what I would call Lost Box?
So I've been playing this Lost Box deck since LAIC. I just like the fact it's very turbo. You can catch people off guard. If they have a dead start, you kind of get going. You can win the game in 2 turns. So they don't really get a chance to play the game. So I've just always enjoyed it. And it's a nice puzzle to have to sit there and work out how you're going to get to game each time.
I absolutely love that. And I think you're right. The speed of that deck clearly showed that you could overpower even what we consider the speediest decks in our format, much like Roaring Moon. Have you found that any other deck has kept up with your speed this weekend?
So the really scary deck to go against is Miraidon. Because obviously if they win the coin flip and decide to go second, they can start taking 2 prizes before you even start the game. So Miraidon's always a scary one. When they play the Electric Generator, you're sitting there, fingers crossed, like, oh, are you going to get 2 energy each time? But yeah, otherwise it's just really, Miraidon's a scary one.
Oh, amazing. Have you faced any Miraidon yet?
Yes, so I had one, and he Electric Generated for 0, so I was like, okay, this is a good start. But yeah, it's just, I find if they don't get the Iron Hands, it's usually okay, but if they get that turn 1 Iron Hands, it's very, very difficult.
Really difficult for you to bounce back from. Who do you think the MVP in your deck has been? Because you've got a lot of different attacking options.
So it's got to be the Moltres. So the Moltres was included the last time this week, last minute. I was sitting there at 11 o'clock on the Friday night going, right, do I play Crisis Punch or do I play Moltres? And last minute I was like, it'll be the Moltres. And it's been so good just having that attacker that you don't have to Mirage Gate to. It's just so nice, yeah.
That is magical. I love to hear that. Have you got any advice to any trainers out there who might be having those considerations themselves just before a big event? Do I have the right deck list?
So make sure the core of your deck list is right. Don't try and change your whole deck last minute. Change a card if you need to change the tech, but otherwise know what you're playing, know how you're going to play it, and know what your matchups are. Once you learn all that, changing a card here and there doesn't matter too much.
Incredible. Thank you so much for that insight. Do you feel like your championship run has been quite smooth this year with this deck?
Yes, so I've played this deck 4 times now and made day 2 every single time. The only times I didn't make day 2, I swapped to Kyogre, and it was a mistake at the time. But no, it's been really good. I've got my invite. I'm chasing top 22 now to try and get that paid trip to Hawaii.
Could you imagine?
See how it goes, yeah.
Oh my gosh, best of luck, Adam. Thank you so much for joining us backstage for an interview. Absolutely spectacular plays there, and I really love the ode to the traditional build of Lost Box. Thank you so much. We're gonna cut to a quick break before our next feature match. Thank you for joining me, trainers. See you soon.
I'm Shay Burton, and today I'm going to run you through why I love the Paradox Rift expansion. First of all, Paradox Rift introduces a new future and ancient mechanic. These are new classifications of cards that also have different cards there ready to support them. Very similar to the single, rapid, and fusion strike mechanics of the past. Let's start off with the new big scary future card, Iron Hands EX. Ampu very much deals 120 damage for 1 lightning and 3 colorless energy. However, if you KO something with damage from this attack, you can take 1 extra prize card. This is devastating for 1 prize attacking decks, since you can swing the prize trade back into your favor. However, one card that 1 prize decks are starting to use to combat Iron Hands is Cloth. Its unhinged scissors attack is perfect for cutting through Iron Hands like hot butter, since unhinged scissors does 30 plus 160 damage if Cloth is affected by a special condition. This is very easy to fulfill by playing a spicy seasoned curry. This will burn Cloth, which is now swinging for 190 damage or 170 after a double turbo energy attachment, which is fine because after applying weakness, it KOs Iron Hands EX in 1 hit. Another card Cloth players can use is Luxurious Cape. This is a very fun card that when attached to a non-rule box Pokemon gives it an extra 100 HP. But they do give up an extra prize card when they get KO'd. This would give Cloth from earlier 220 HP or give Snorlax 250 HP. It would also give Sableye a terrifying 180 HP, making Luxurious Cape one new tool that Lost Box decks might start to use. However, they do have to be careful of the new Giratina card because this prevents all damage counters placed on your Pokemon from your opponent's basic Pokemon. This makes Lost Mine useless if your opponent was to have Giratina in play. One deck that will definitely be playing Giratina is Gardevoir, but they also might opt to play Screamtail. Roaring Scream does 20 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on the Screamtail. With Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir EX being absolutely perfect for getting 8 damage counters on Screamtail, Gardevoir players will have access to a very easy 160 damage, which they can also use to target the bench too. Another card Gardevoir players can now use is the Evolution TM. This is a tool card that provides a 1 energy colorless attack to the Pokemon it is attached to, and this attack will allow you to evolve any 2 of your bench Pokemon by 1 stage. This will allow Gardevoir players going second on their first turn of the game to immediately get 2 Curlier into play, all ready to draw cards later on. But they will have to be careful of the new Devolution card that allows you to de-evolve all your opponent's Pokemon by 1 stage, also for 1 colorless energy too. Iron Valiant EX has the ability Tachyon Bits, which lets you place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon whenever it hits the active. This allows you to get a potential 80 extra damage in a turn, as long as you have enough Iron Valiant EX in play and enough switching cards to maneuver around them. Medicham V's Yoga Loop slots perfectly into an Iron Valiant deck, since it can allow you to skip your opponent's next turn as long as the 2 damage counters that Yoga Loop places KOs one of your opponent's Pokemon. You can even use Xatu to help power up Iron Valiant so it can attack too. While its attack Laser Blade only does 200 damage, which isn't that great, it is good enough when you sprinkle in all the extra damage from Tachyon Bits. Xatu has the ability Clairvoyant Sense, which allows you to attach a Psychic Energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Then you also get to draw 2 cards as well. This kind of a deck could destroy evolution decks like Charizard. However, Charizard does have a new tool too, Skeldurge EX. Skeldurge EX has the ability Incendiary Song, which allows you to discard a 5 energy from your hand. And if you do, your Pokemon do an extra 60 damage this turn. This helps improve Charizard EX's low damage output in the early game. One card that has no problem with damage output though is Roaring Moon EX. Frenzied Gouging for 3 energy actually KOs whatever your opponent has in the active, but it does deal 200 damage to itself, leaving Roaring Moon with 30 HP. although you can play Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to boost Roaring Moon's HP by 60, leaving it with 90 after a frenzied gouging. Calamity Storm does 100 damage, plus 120 damage if you discard a Stadium, giving Roaring Moon a nice backup attack also. Professor Sader's Vitality will help you get energy attached to your Roaring Moon, or any ancient Pokemon, since it lets you attach one basic energy from your discard pile to 2 of your ancient Pokemon in play, and then draw 3 cards afterwards. This, in combination with Dark Patch, will allow Roaring Moon to attack as early as turn 1. Another card that has no problem with damage output is Golden Go EX. Its Make It Rain attack does 50 damage for each basic energy card you discard from your hand. It is very easy to get a ton of energy in your hand with cards like Superior Energy Retrieval. Golden Go's ability, Coin Bonus, also helps you draw cards, allowing you to draw 1 card or 2 cards if Golden Go is in the active. Counter Catcher is also set to return to the format. Counter Catcher is an item card that when you are behind on prize cards let you swap your opponent's bench Pokemon with their active, allowing for combat decks like Gardevoir to have a fantastic means of swapping their opponent's active. Whew! And that rounds up some of the best cards from Paradox Rift. Will any of these cards do well here this weekend? There's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Welcome back, trainers. We're just going to take a short break here in between the live coverage of our rounds, but we're going to have a chance to speak to our latest regional champion, Owen Kammerman. Owen, now I must ask you the nitty-gritty questions now. This is where the pressure starts. But, you know, first of all, how do you prepare for such large events?
Ooh, it really depends on how much time I usually have. But in general, I'd say absorbing as much Pokemon content as I can in any way, shape, or form is how I prepare the most. As in, I do not always have the time to test or get into the nitty-gritty of matchups, but absorbing current results, what my friends are saying, what I'm just discussing with friends about Pokemon. That's a major part of my preparation because it gives a bit of a live view of what is going on in the meta.
Okay, interesting. So, you know, when you let's say in an ideal scenario, when you do have time to test, how does that sort of process look for you?
Ooh, I'd say it's mostly, well, I don't often test with my twin brother, for example, but I often test against myself because that is, you learn to play both decks at the same time. And to beat a deck, you also need to know the other deck. So I'd like to be able to at least know a little bit about the intricacies of each deck in the format, and then playing against yourself seems to be the most efficient in that regard. It's also time-wise. It's a bit exhausting playing that much because you need to think about both sides, but it's also fun because you learn about so many new decks as well.
Well, I first learned about that quite a while back. That you have it, of course, you have a twin brother. You see both of you on the floor usually at these big regional events, and the fact that you don't test together, I find just so bizarre. You know, because you're such great players, and you know you both know the formats so well. But you know, it's such an interesting take on how you test for formats. Now, going back to the wider season, we've got 3 major events now going into the end, and then, of course, Honolulu, Hawaii. What's your mindset going into the rest of the season?
Ooh, I mean, now that I have a regional champion title under my belt, I just can see whatever still can come my way, right? I'm already happy with my season, but of course I'm gonna try my best, just the same as any other events. I mean, I'd love to get like at least an IC top finish. Of course, I'd love to be first, but a top finish I'm already very happy with. And just try to consistently finish out the season with like 1 or 2 top 8s in general. I think that's what I love.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see you do that for sure. Now, I have to ask you a quick question here. You know, with the start of this season, we saw that regional champions or special champions get their auto invitation to the World Championships. And as you are a world-class player, as everyone knows here, did that change your process or preparation for events, or maybe even deck choice?
Well, it did in a sense that I really wanted to have a champion title in general. Not only because of the auto invite, but also because I had some top 8s now, I had some top 4s, but I never had been in finals. And then my mindset changed a bit in the sense that I didn't just want to get a day 2, I want to beat day 2 and have a deck that's able to beat the good players. So I see often that good players gravitate towards certain decks, and then I take that into account in my process of what deck I'm actually choosing, that I at least have a good matchup against the decks that good players would be using, and maybe a less good matchup against players that general players are using.
Now, talking about the rest of the season, we talk about preparation and testing. As you said, you know, you like to play both decks on your own. You know, rotation, it's just around the corner. You've won a regional with Chen Pao. Arguably, when it's actually worse, you know, going into the next format, it obviously gets better with the additions of, say, Prime Catcher and the other cards from the new set. So is your mindset shifting away from Chen Pao, or is it very much sticking to that archetype going into, you know, rotation in a new format?
Well, I never really like to stick to an archetype. I want it to be like free-flowing every time to see what the meta shapes up. So obviously it'd be a deck I'd be comfortable with, so I can always just pick it up whenever it becomes good in the meta. But I'm not like stuck to it in the sense that I did good with it once. I need to continue playing it. I just love playing all kinds of different decks, and I'd like to change things up depending on the meta.
Well, thank you, Owen, for some fantastic insights. But of course, we have to get back to the live action in between our rounds here, but don't go away and stick around. Round 15 here at the Utrecht Special Event, which of course means the dreaded or thrived win and in competition. And my name is Benjamin Rabioti. You're joined here, of course, by my lovely co-caster, Amy Wosley. Amy, how are we feeling?
Ecstatic. I am absolutely riveting with energy. I'm so ready for this. This is going to be a win and in for the history books, Benjamin.
Of course it is. Of course it is. I think that, you know, the win and in, this is again where the cream really rises among our competition. This is where a lot of players want to be. They come to these competitions to be in this position to try and fight it out for that top standing.
Yeah, no one wants to lose out at this point. This is make or break. Everyone wants to be in that top 8, climbing to the very tippy top to be the champion of our special event.
Of course, day 1, our players would have gone through 9 rounds to make it all the way to day 2 of competition. But of course, players will have the chance, of course, in their day 2 standings to make it all this way. And of course, players, like you said, it's make or break. They don't want to stop. They don't want to stop the competition being in the last round.
Indeed. And there's so much to play for, and there's so little time left. But I tell you what, we should have a little look at our standings, see where we're sitting at the moment, and who we think is going to head first into that top 8 bracket.
Well, the top 8 standings, of course, will be solidified after this round. But looking at the top rankings here, we see Bolly Alufon continuing his trend of taking the wins here on our top tables. 11-1 and 2. Filippo Colomero as well, staying there. He stuck his flag in there at second place. 11-2 and 1 as well. Fantastic record with, of course, that Roaring Moon. And James Cox as well. And, of course, another player that we had featured, Oscar Madsen.
There are so many fantastic players, and down there in 8th place, our own Tord Reklev climbing their way to the top with, well, the most unusual deck that I would like to say that we've seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I don't really know what to call it. We were speaking about it backstage. Do we call it Toad Box? It's really a mismatch, isn't it? We featured it, of course, yesterday during our round 3. I didn't really know what to think of it. There's a lot of different utility cards, a lot of different Pokemon. I said, this guy must have lost a bet or something. I know Yarden, one of his biggest fans, of course. I'm good friends with her. And then I said, what's this deck all about? And she was like, look, I don't even know.
Do you want to know a fun fact about the deck for any viewers that may not have clocked onto this fun little tidbit? We actually have one card from every single set that's in standard rotation in the deck, apart from Paldean Fates.
That's such a good fact, and I think that he's taken the best of all worlds here. He's got a little bit of that Charizard, he's got a little bit of that Rapid Strike variance in there as well. There's a lot of different tools he can use, a lot of different game plans that he can utilize against many of the meta's biggest players.
I think it just goes to show that if you really put your heart and soul into something, you can make it work no matter what. I think that's kind of a beautiful statement to say about the Pokemon trading card game and the state it's in right now, is that we can build anything. You can make anything work. Take your favorite Pokemon, make a deck, make it win. That is how it's done. Skill can win the day.
No, for sure. I saw a fantastic joke about the deck. Somebody had said, this deck just bricks looking at it. But, you know, when we featured it in our round 3 feature match, you know, he really got this deck up and running really early. And he was able to use these different tools, these different opportunities that his cards have given him. We speak about the Morwell Tempting Trap. We speak about the G-Max Rapid Flow, of course, with that Rapid Strike Urshifu. But who knows what might come this way during their next matchup.
Yeah, I definitely think Charizard is the main kind of bulk of that deck, right? It's kind of the glue tying everything together. But there are so many other cards that are featured that just allow Tord to get set up enough.
Yes.
And he doesn't always need to go over the threshold enough.
No, of course. He still has that consistent package included in there, right? He still has the Battle VIP Pass, still has the Lumenion V as well to help that deck get up and running through the deck so he can try and get those strategies up and going. But here, of course, we got our card spot like that Charizard EX, as you mentioned earlier. Amy, why don't you take us through a little bit about this card?
Honestly, I can't lie. I absolutely love Charizard EX. It's so much fun. Again, it's one of those decks that I would say if you're playing it on its own or with like the Pidgeot, even the Bibarel engine, I'd say it's a very beginner-friendly deck. I think this is my other choice other than Chien-Pao, that if you're new to the Pokemon trading card game, pick up Charizard. It does loads of damage. You can swing prize trades with the Radiant Charizard. And just generally speaking, it has a very linear plan of action. We know we need Charizard, we need Pidgeot, go.
With that Infernal Rain ability, like you say, it has such versatile game plans. It has the early game pressure as well as that late game swing, of course. When your opponents start taking those prizes, they think they're a little bit safe, but then Burning Darkness comes right in and does maximum damage, taking those large knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, it can achieve those large knockouts. Early game is your only kind of maybe slow start, really kind of difficult sometimes to get into the groove of things, but once you learn how to use your prize trade effectively, job's a good one.
Yeah, no, for sure. And enough about analysis. We've got our 2 players ready and raring to go for their last Swiss round. One of these players, of course, will be able to go into that top 8 bracket that all of our players would love to be in. But specifically Tord, he would, I know him well enough that he would have loved to say that I made top 8 with this archetype that he's brought along. And then, of course, opposite there, we have Nofumi, with that Charizard EX deck. More traditional though, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. More traditional Charizard. On paper, this is a Charizard mirror, but we know better. We know better. Tord is bringing the spice to the kitchen, making sure that Charizard has friends on this occasion. So I wonder whether that will give Tord an advantage over Nofumi.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think yesterday when we spoke about this deck, it takes people by surprise, right? It's got these different little dangerous utilities and Pokemon and tool cards, as well as supporters as well, that Tord is able to utilize. And of course, we see those accolades there. We're no stranger. We know what Tord's all about. World's Finalist 2023, 2022 LAIC champion, and of course, EUIC and OCIC to boot.
Absolutely. And then we move over to Nofumi's side of the board. EUIC top 30 32 and the Bilbao Special Event top 32 as well. So, you know, this really could be his jettison into a top 8 there on the leaderboard. How far will our intrepid challenger fare against the best of the best?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at these accolades, they are very recent, but very consistent as well. Bilbao, such a fantastic event that was in 2022. And Nofume is going to be looking to add to those accolades as well today.
Very exciting stuff. I think that's the thing of dreams, really, is being able to top one of your previous accolades, right? Just going that one step up. 2 top 32s, absolutely astounding, stellar performances, but the top 8 is just almost that next jump up, that next step up the championship ladder.
And what a better way to do it than beating Tord Reklev in the winning in round 15 of Swiss. And here we see both of our players getting a look at their hand just before we start game 1. I'm always eager to see what Tord is starting in these games. There are so many one-off Pokemon, especially basics as well. You've got the 101 Pidgeot, the 101 Inteleon as well as those other utility Pokemon like Rotom, Lumenion, and Squawkabilly as well. But who knows? Who knows? Who can guess what's going to be up and coming here?
Let's have a cheeky look at the prize cards. As you said, Tord running a lot of one-offs in his deck can be a little detrimental if the prize cards come to bite.
Yeah, of course, we see the 1-1 Bibarel line being prized. That's not terrible. I think that when we look at this, usually we think, oh, that little bit of consistency is not available to me, but prizing both of them isn't terrible because at least you know you don't have access to either of them.
Sun, Charmander. It begins. Charizard versus Charmander. Tord is going first. Going straight in with an Ultra Ball, discarding the Urshifu V. I imagine Nofume is no stranger to Tord box at this point. I think when it gets to a certain stage in the second day, you kind of know what the big stars of the show are playing. However, that doesn't give him particularly any advantage.
No, of course. I think that Tord would have been the talk of the town coming into this tournament as to what he was playing. I know that he sneakily let people know exactly what might be on his mind with that Rapid Strike Inteleon, but nobody quite knew what exactly was going to be included in this deck. But of course, I still think there's that element of surprise that people will be taken aback by when playing Tord with this archetype. I think there are so many different approaches that Tord can take, and rapidly as well. He can alter that game plan.
I like the little rapid strike pun there. Thank you, Benjamin. Doing my job for me, buddy. What do we think Tord's going to be looking to take here? I was about to say, I'm feeling the Rotom is being pondered, but I'm not sure otherwise.
Yeah, I like the Rotom V on turn 1. It's a fantastic card when you're able to open it just because of that instant charge ability. Adding an additional 3 cards into your hand when you have all of these combination pieces that you rely on can really come at an advantage.
Does end your turn, though. So good early game when we can't attack going first, starting Rotom. I don't think nobody's complaining about that. The only kind of, I want to say the word issue, but it's really not an issue due to Tord's build of deck, is there aren't any basic Pokemon to evolve on the board yet. So we've got no Pidgey, we've got no Charmander, we're not looking at kind of anything, but Tord has plenty of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be vital to Tord's setup overall, is this instant charge, just to get some extra cards, extra combination pieces in the hand for those later turns. Unfortunately, draws into that Battle VIP pass. Would have loved to have seen that, of course, if it were a card earlier to draw for turn, but the turn is over to Nofume, and of course starts that Charmander and a benched one to boot as well.
Ooh, Artisan. And an Iono. Really early disruption there. Kind of sad for Tord just having done that instant charge, but then again, a fresh hand doesn't really look like it would be such a bad thing right now, so I'm not too mad at that. But I also quite like the Artisan. I feel like it actually doesn't benefit Tord that much, but Nofume can definitely make consistent use of it.
I think if Nofume wants to get up and running and he wants to get his engine of that Pidgeot Quick Search as an option for him, we'll have to play the Artisan just to have an extra out to that Pidgey to start getting set up.
Yeah, definitely need it. And again, Nofume is going to be relying on consistency of having the kind of tried and tested Charizard build, and relying on that consistency may just allow him to stay ahead of the game.
I think their game plan is a lot more linear, obviously, than Todd's. I don't have to repeat that, of course, with so many cards able to be played by Todd. I think that with Nofume's approach to this, I think it would be just simply to get those Charizards up and running and start applying disruption as early as possible. Start applying the pressure as soon as he could with that Burning Darkness. And for most Pokemon on Todd's side, that 180 base damage will be able to start taking knockouts.
Yeah, turning up the fire early, switching that oven on, getting cooking is going to be essential to stifling Todd's setup potential. Todd's going to need a couple of turns to get this engine going. We were just talking a minute ago backstage, and Todd was saying he needs to be, you know, roughly 4 turns ahead, thinking in his own mind of what needs to happen, what sequence of turns, what Pokemon, what items, what supporters need to come down. So Nofume has the opportunity to jump in there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think with Todd's deck, of course, we all like to have a little laugh and a joke about this list, but I think what Todd would have really come into this competition knowing is how to beat the big players of the meta. How do I beat Giratina VSTAR? How do I face up against Roaring Moon? And of course, more importantly in this circumstance, Charizard EX.
Zip, zap, zing. We're going for more instant charge this time on Nofume's side of the board.
Yeah, that instant charge, giving him those 3 additional cards. Just what he would have wanted to see. Of course, himself playing Charizards needs to find those combination pieces, those rare candies, as well as those Charizards, and maybe even an Arven here or there as well.
Love that Nofume found the justified gloves there. That could be something that turns the tide of this battle. I've got my eye on those gloves.
Yeah, having an additional 30 damage on Darkness Pokemon could come to a great advantage for Nofume. Of course, playing that for the mirror match, more or less, to add that extra damage output, and maybe even a Roaring Moon here or there as well. But of course, having that extra damage output may come up as an early advantage against Todd's Charizard.
And here comes the Pidgey. Love to see it. Again, Todd saying, okay, right, you can do consistency. Baby, I got consistency too. And it might become down to a battle of the quick search.
He would have loved to have seen that Artisan coming down, only because that Todd has these different pieces that he needs to find as soon as possible. So having that Artisan down, having that extra out to find these basic Pokemon like Pidgey would have been such a great asset for Todd to see.
I also really like to see that Sobble. Hi, Sobble. Been a long time, little man, but actually, I think the damage modifiers that you give yourself with Inteleon are really lovely in a kind of vague Charizard mirror match.
Well, we know that Charizard has such high HP cost, right? It's 330. It's a big boy. It really soaks up a lot of damage from a lot of these decks in the meta. Not many Pokemon can reach those sorts of numbers, so having that quick shooting Inteleon may be relevant as Todd starts doing some damage of himself.
I think so. Quite often you're only sort of 10, 20 damage off anything in any given matchup. You're like, oh no. Thinking to yourself, I really am just 10 shy. That feels really pants. But actually, in this instance, Todd has an answer to that.
Yeah, we saw it in the matchup earlier against the Regigigas archetype, of course. That Charizard able to soak up the damage, but of course towards seeing the priority in getting that Inteleon up and running. And here we see the attachment of the Justified Gloves and a nice little Pokemon Professor's Research, getting rid of that Luminous Sign, Luminion V.
But we are getting ready. Nofume has now started the blazing trail of Charizard, attaching plenty of energy. Evolutions are happening. Hand is looking a little bit sparse of anything more to achieve this turn, but a KO on a Radiant Charizard is nothing to turn our noses up at.
Yeah, I think he'll be really comfortable taking this first prize, going ahead of the prize race, but what Todd will be looking to do now is start building up that hand, building up his game plan as he approaches the late game. I think with Todd having so many pieces that he has to kind of play around, I think that he'll be looking to really pack a punch as we approach the mid to late game.
Rare candy, baby. Let's see what's going first. Pidgeot! it. We love it. Just speaking about that consistency a minute ago, Pidgeot allows us to search once per turn for anything in the deck.
Yeah, there's no consistency like just grabbing your deck and getting any card you like. Quick Search is such a popular Pokemon, especially with this Charizard variant, of course. So many pieces required to get that Pokemon up and running and getting attacking. But Pidgeot will, give you that extra consistency, will give you those extra pieces with that Quick Search. And here we see Tord evolving quite nicely into his own. And with an Artisan now, just having a little deck search. I wonder what's coming out now, Amy.
I gotta say, in this scenario and in Tord's deck in general, the Pidgeot's also a valid attacker using Blustery Wind. Not only may you discard a Stadium and play, it does 120 damage, and if you add that onto the damage from maybe a Tempting Trap with Mawile the previous turn, that's a huge amount of damage. That can genuinely take some meaningful game-changing knockouts.
Yeah, I really like the fact that he's hiding behind this Pidgeot EX. Of course, he knows that not taking a prize card anytime soon. Nofume's damage is capped, right? With that 180 from Burning Darkness, he's not going to be doing as much damage to maybe pose a threat to this Pidgeot EX or even that Rotom V on the bench.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's so clever from Tord, just going, you know what, it's fine. It's okay. Tord knows he can take his time with this and get set up because Nofume's damage is capped.
Yeah.
And also allowing Nofume to even up the prize race, possibly, if Nofume did find a way to knock out a Sobble or Charmander, let's say, then, if Tord does take out a Charizard or even a Rotom V or even a Pidgeot EX, we're still even prizes, so those pesky counter catchers don't activate.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the Ultra Ball. I think Tord was just deliberating whether he wanted to go back into the deck. Definitely wants to search out another Pokemon here. Ultra Ball discarding the Charmander and the Fire Energy. We do know that 2 Super Rod are in the prizes for Tord, so we'll have to watch out for that important resource of energy, giving him less of a chance to see those energy in the later turns, of course. They are his only 2 copies as well. Here we see opting for the Charizard EX as well. Oh, here we see the Thornton, Amy. The Thornton switching that Rotom V for another Charmander.
Oh, it's one of my favorite moves. You can evolve it straight away because it still counts as being in play for a turn. So straight away, rocketing into Charizard out of nowhere.
I really like this play. This is exactly taking us all by surprise as to what's going to happen next. Having that versatility of Thornton, discarding that Charmander, being able to Thornton it right back. This is synergy in play for Tord.
Beauty in motion. You love to see it. Honestly, Thornton's one of my favorite cards in this list, and utilizing all sorts of supporters, one-off supporters quite often is the case. Tord's able to then just power pad the ones that he needs for each matchup back into the deck and keep using them.
He's in a really good position here as well. I think everybody that has played the Charizard EX Mirror will know how important the first hit is on your opponent's Charizard EX. Having that damage now, of course, the 330 looks quite intimidating, but having 330 on your own and having no damage on yourself is a very good position to be in.
Indeed. Yeah. Absolutely couldn't have said it better myself. Nofume is now in a situation where they need to deal with this damage if possible to almost set that damage on Tord instead. Kind of turn the tide of this game and swap the Charizard, which is damaged, if he can, but I'm not sure the resources are there,
Yeah, of course, and, without Tord taking a prize, and with Nofume going ahead of the prize race, he does have that additional damage being done with his own Burning Darkness, so is able to maybe go for a future boss play on the Rotom V next turn, can do that. I doubt he will. I think he's happy to soak some damage and do some damage to his opponent's Charizard, start putting them in a more manageable HP cost for his other attackers.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. In a really commanding position here. But Tord has so many tricks up his sleeve. I wonder what's coming next.
Yeah, what's coming next is definitely the story with this deck. I think that, I'm just going to continue to mention it all the time long. There are so many ways that Tord can approach this matchup. Definitely so many different players and a really important collapsed stadium there as well.
Yeah, the stadium has collapsed. Rotom's jumped back into the discard pile, taking away a double prize option for Tord. I think that, especially with the fighting type weakness, that's kind of scary, right?
Yeah, mitigating the risk. I think Nofume would be well aware that, of course, Tord is playing kind of this mini Rapid Strike package. Having that Rapid Strike Urshifu V definitely wants to mitigate the risk of that fighting type weak 2 prize Pokemon on the bench.
Yep. And just taking that option away. I suppose there was the option that possibly Charizard could have had the same fate, but it just doesn't feel as effective when, at very least, Charizard can lash out a big fire-type attack here.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the Charizard EX just deliberating whether he wants to evolve that Charmeleon on the bench, and I think he's going to go for it. I don't see much risk in doing so. I think evolving here, just establishing a fantastic board state as the game goes along. I think it, you know, you have the problem of possibly future INO plays from Tord and with Roxanne as well. I think just establishing a great board here would definitely be the play.
Yeah, setting up advantageous attackers for future turns on the bench is so important to the Pokemon trading card game. It's just a fundamental, making sure it's the, okay, what next? What's going to be able to take me my next 5 prize cards and win this game? Well, I do need another Charizard. That one does need evolving at some point, and yeah, Tord can do some pretty mean bench damage, so making sure that, you know, I'm as safe as possible, remembering that terrestrialized Pokemon can't take any bench damage.
Yeah, I really like it. And here we see Tord just soaking up some damage from Nofume's Burning Darkness attack. Now, I think why Nofume actually was maybe taking aback by why he wanted to maybe not evolve that Charizard is because Tord can, of course, now just boss it that up, do a little bit more damage with the Burning Darkness, and leaving Nofume with no option but to start attacking with 2 heavily damaged Charizard EXs.
Ooh, yeah, those are very, very valid point. And two heavily damaged Charizard EX, that scares me. That's enough to scare me.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think Tord now playing an Artisan of his own.
Pumping the Collapse Stadium. We've got some more bench space to boogie with now.
Yeah, of course, just eyeing up that Squover, I believe.
I really liked that combination, especially with the Pidgeot EX. It's not actually a combo that I had considered before, but I gotta say I really like it, being able to squav it and then quick search for maybe a supporter or the Bibarel, which we know we're not going to get right now, but maybe for later. Really like that combo of just being able to forcibly refresh your hand.
Yeah, I really enjoy the Nestash. I think that sometimes, I mean, we've seen it before on some of our live streams here at Pokemon. That Nestash, just that one additional card can sometimes be the step over the line that you need to get your engine up and running, or maybe even that last combination card to get a massive attack off. But like you said, in combination with Quick Search, you can find those supporters, get those resources that you have in your hand back into the bottom of the deck. But here we see opting for a worker rather, getting rid of that Artisan, so Nofume won't have that option in the future turn.
I think it's genius that Tord's gone for the Pidgeot and Bibarel engine, you know?
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I mean, it's consistency in motion, right? I mean, you have the Industrious Incisors, you have the Quick Search. You know, there are different ways that Tord can approach this, and especially with Squover as well, that's usually combined with that Industrious Incisors. Sometimes, you know, this difficult engine doesn't look so difficult anymore.
No, exactly. And just having that consistency is so imperative that Tord's gone, okay, I need to be flexible. I need to be fully flexible in this. I need to be able to do a backflip with this deck. And so he made it possible. He goes, okay, Thornton, we'll have Bibarel and we'll have Pidgeot. It's all good, I've got this. And honestly, it works. I'm thrilled to say it works. And there we go. A huge KO. An exchange of heavy hits has started the fight.
I really like the position that Nofume is now in. I think if Nofume is able to gust up that Charizard EX on the bench, it leaves Tord with no option but to start attacking with damaged Charizard EXs, as we established earlier. But also, without taking any prizes, you're still capping Tord's damage output with Burning Darkness. I think that if you're able to do that as well, you're leaving with 2 very vulnerable 2 prizes on board.
I love that. In a really, I feel like both players are in such a strong position. They both have that almost 4-step plan. You can see it on the board. Tord has this next Charizard set up ready to rumble. There's two basic Pokemon on the bench. You know, they could be Thornton Bait at any point. Those could that Squavit could become an Urshifu VMAX.
It could. It very much could. You know, with Thornton, anything is possible. But here we see Nofume taking the knockout on towards Charizard EX, and we're forgetting the different options that Tord has. He can still go with that tempting trap if he has, if he's able to take this off the prizes. We know it's on top of the prize card, so odds are he may not be able to go that route. However, in maybe game 2, he might be able to use that. But let's talk about this game for sure. Now we see the Charizard EX on the bench. A fantastic pivot in Pidgeot. Just putting that into the active. And I think Tord's deliberating exactly what he has to set up as an additional attacker, perhaps.
Yeah, I was just looking at those two Pidgey on the bench as well. You know, the longer they sit there, the more afraid I get of Yoga Loopage. I know it's a far way off yet, but that Sobble's been kind of sitting pretty there for a while, and it wouldn't take a whole lot. It wouldn't take a giant leap to be planning for a Yoga Loop here.
It certainly wouldn't, and it's usually a combination that we saw quite a long time ago, this quick shooting Inteleon with the Yoga Loop, with that Yoga Loop Medicham, but here we see Tord prioritizing that Rapid Strike Inteleon. He's got that Rare Candy, he's got that Medicham, and he's got that Rapid Strike Inteleon on the top of his deck, and maybe all possible with this one Raihan.
Oh, don't tempt me. I'm not sure if it's possible this turn just because of the exact damage that needs to be dealt, but I love that it's a consideration for this battle. It feels so strange, but in the most wonderful way.
I think because Tord has very thin lines of attackers, he has to use these different options at some point. When you come up against something like Charizard, you know what you're coming up against, right? You're coming up against these multiple Charizard EXs that are doing maximum damage, or trying to do maximum damage with this Burning Darkness. Now, Tord only has a finite amount of these resources, so has to utilize some of these unconventional options that he has.
Ooh. Here we go. There we see the quick shooting Inteleon. We haven't seen him in quite a while, and I've got to say, I've missed him. Yeah, he's a pretty good card. I think it's a throwback to when we had the Inteleon engine back in format. But of course, now Tord looking to utilize that 20 damage, possibly soaking up on the Pidgeys on the bench, like you mentioned earlier. However, Nofume still has outs to evolve those Pidgeys for the later turns. And here's my favorite supporter coming back. Thornton is back in the deck.
It's back, that Thornton. That tricky little Thornton, of course, giving Tord so much flexibility when it comes to the Pokemon that he plays. With that Thornton, able to get those Pokemon from the discard pile straight into play by switching out another basic Pokemon.
Ooh, strong super rod there. Charizard EX, Radiant Charizard, and another Fire-type energy. Joining us back in the deck feels like a big refresh turn, like a big breath of fresh air. Back into the deck, everything goes.
I agree. I think Tord plays these two Super Odd, he plays two Pal Pads, so he wants to keep this trend of playing these tricky, surprising supporters like the Thornton, like the Raihan, to find these combination pieces. So, it's no wonder that he's putting so many of those resources into this list.
Yeah, it's imperative for him to make sure that he's continuously checking on those resources. And again, thinking that 4 steps ahead, thinking, okay, what needs to happen next for me to take these 4 prize cards, and in which sequence can I do so to restrict Nofume's damage output with that Burning Darkness attack?
And here we see the Burning Darkness onto Nofume's Charizard EX, of course, with that. Well, how much damage is that? Sorry, that's 240, 270 damage. So putting that Charizard on 290. Only 40 HP left, Amy, and you know what that means.
I know exactly what that means. We might be in for a Yoga Loop in time. mean, oh, it would. You know, I've never ever seen a yoga loop on a Charizard.
No.
EX. I've never seen a Charizard EX do yoga.
No. Oh, well, you don't know what you're missing, Amy. You don't know what you're missing. And here we see the INO from Nofume, just that added bit of disruption to Tord. I think a lot of players would relish playing these disruption cards against this deck, only because there are so many different pieces, as we keep mentioning in this deck. This disruption well, you would hope that it would be detrimental to Tord for Nofume.
So Tord's managed to get the double turbo energy still in hand. There's a boss's orders as well. I'm not sure what else I saw. There was definitely a gold card, which are a little bit harder to see. But, you know, starting off with the double turbo energy, not bad at all, because we know that Quick Search Pidgeot can go and find that Medicham for us. Charizard has manual retreat on board, so I'm feeling like it might be a yoga loop.
I think it's all but possible. You know, with that Quick Search Pidgeot EX, you will be able to find all these little intricate pieces regardless. But you know what helps, Amy? Having Ultra Ball in hand already. I think what you would want to try and find here is, of course, the Ultra Ball for the Medicham, Quick Search for a possible switch out, just because then you're not having to discard that valuable energy from that Charizard EX.
I adore that. It would be fantastic. Even a, you know, I'm thinking maybe even a Professor Turo scenario could be possible here.
Yeah.
Just pick up that Charizard. Just go, oh no, sorry, you got a bit hurt there. We'll just bring you back to the Pokeball for a minute. We're going to heal you up, bud. Take your Nurse Joy.
I absolutely love that idea. I really do. Putting the Arven onto the front of the deck, however, he might have different thoughts. But here we see just a deliberation here from Tord. I think that Tord, you know, with this deck, he really has to play this out correctly. He really has to understand exactly what plays and what am I required to do in this sequence. Do I play this Ultra Ball at the right moment? What am I prioritizing with Quick Search? This really is poetry in motion.
Timing is essential, and here we go for an Arven, going for a Heavy Ball and a Forest Seal Stone. Oh yeah, haven't used a V-Star move yet.
Yeah, and we're speaking about decisions being made. I would imagine a decision is to be made with this Ultra Ball, but I'm guessing it's going to be the Medicham, and you know what that Forest Seal Stone can be attached to? It is that Medicham V itself. So this is fantastic. So you're able to Quick Search for a card as well as use the Forest Seal Stone, and then you still have the further option of Star Alchemy.
Oh, I love this. I know I shouldn't relish in it so much, but I never thought I'd get the joy of seeing a base Charizard deck, like the basis of a Charizard deck, utilize Medicham V. I absolutely love it. A fantastic Pokemon in Pokemon Go, and now look at us go in TCG.
And this is really interesting now, because Tord has used his Hisuian Heavy Ball, but opted for the Bidoof rather than that all-important Morwell. So we spoke about Morwell being an optional game plan for Tord in this matchup. However, going a different route, he's entertaining us here. He's going to go for that Bidoof. He wants to take a win in a more unconventional way. He doesn't want to stall this out. He wants to take those prize cards, Amy.
And I reckon he can.
Oh, and we see a scoop.
Oh my goodness gracious, didn't even give him the glory of using the yoga loop. You absolutely love to see it. Oh my goodness, set up perfectly again with that fantastic Pokemon mathematics.
Yeah, Nofume just seeing the writing on the wall there. I think with the yoga loop, with Tord able to take an additional turn, it would put him so far ahead in the prize race in the long run that Nofume didn't really have a chance to get up and running again. I think that once he would be 3 prizes down in that matchup, he didn't really have a chance to get back into it.
No, it's almost too little too late. There's just not much you can do to come back from that without some sort of stall tactics, but it's not what Charizard is an expert in, unfortunately. It just doesn't quite take the biscuit enough, so we see Tord once again prevail on stream with this, what a lot would consider a mixed-mashed menagerie deck.
Yeah, he's proving anything is playable. He's taking any cards that he found in his binder, slamming them in, and now I'm only joking. I think that all of these cards have a specific reason to be in the deck, right? I think that he's taken a card from, like you said, each of these sets. He's taken the best of everything, and he's gone, you know, I've got this game plan for this matchup. I've got this game plan for so-and-so. And I think that, you know, it's going to be taking a lot for Tord to get what he requires. However, he's proving us all wrong here, Amy.
And I love that. I'm super happy. It's great. I feel like this is kind of something that I preach a lot, is to say that any deck can be good if given the right spirit, pilot, and dedication to testing during this format. You don't necessarily have to test something against every single deck. It's about knowing the big guys and just saying, you know, I'll make my deck flexible enough that I should be able to worm my way out of other circumstance.
I completely agree. And here we see the first look at the prize cards. Unfortunately, that quick shooting Inteleon will be sticking in there. Of course, unsearchable with that Hisui and Heavy Ball. And for Nafume, just that two Charmander, sorry, in the prizes. That might be quite detrimental on his initial setup. But I think that Tord isn't posing much threat early on enough to be much of a problem.
2 Charmander is never really what you want to see. Luckily, I think you're right. In this instance, Tord's going to be having a very slow start, much like last time. I think after seeing this deck play a few times, it's very clear that those setup turns seem slow, but they're so important. And you can just tell that Tord is, like I said, thinking 4 turns ahead, taking every step one bit at a time and just making sure that every combo piece is in the hand before it gets seen on the field.
I mean, it was great to see. He benched that Sobble so early on compared to when he evolved it for that pivotal turn to evolve into the Inteleon, start quick shooting. And that's exactly what you're talking about. He's playing 4 steps ahead, right? He's thinking, okay, I need this to knock out the Charizard. This is going to be my game plan. And we speak about those unconventional methods, using those weird and wonderful options that he has in his deck to his great advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, having to target down a Sobble when there are 2 prize Pokemon on the field feels bad. It's just not nice to have to go, oh, I know what that does, so it's difficult to continue with that.
No, I completely agree. And here we see 2 Rotom V on the field for both Nafume and Tors. Those instant charges so integral to either player's engine. We speak about these combination pieces, these rare candies, these Arvens. They need to be searched, Amy, but unfortunately these quick search Pidgeot aren't going to be available to you from turn 1, so we'll have to naturally draw into them. I love this inclusion in the archetype, just that added bit of consistency.
Honestly, I'm just excited to see what happens, because Tord's going to have to take a different line of attack into this Charizard deck, into, again, this hyper-consistent Charizard deck. We'll have to see if their smart strategy could be the key to victory.
Yeah, for sure. And that Artisan coming down again will definitely be to Tord's delight. Being able to search one of his many basic Pokemon in Pidgey or the Charmander or even the Mawile or the Bidoof, who knows?
There's so many to choose from. It's so like a zoo.
So many. Oh, I love that. Tord's Arc. Brilliant.
Oh,
that's the name.
That's it. We figured it out.
Oh, this is genius.
Oh, we're there. We sorted it, guys. Tord's Arc.
We've sorted it.
Perfect.
Here we see the Artisan for the Pidgey. Pidgey coming down, of course. He has to prioritize this Pidgeot. I think it's so important to be able to search these little one-off cards, and that quick search Pidgeot will give him that option.
Yeah, again, just setting up, making sure that that Pidgeot's down as early as possible. We saw how much work Pidgeot put in last game, and I think it's needed. I think it's necessary in this matchup, if I'm honest with you. I think otherwise Nafume could just really kind of stand firm with a really strong board state of a bunch of Charizards, and no one's really going to be able to deal with that.
No, completely agree. And I'm eager to see here what he does with this Forest Seal Stone as to whether he attaches this early on to start. Oh, no, going for the instant charge. I do like this, only because he wants to be able to use these different options to their maximum impact, right? He wants to be able to use those combinations to their maximum effect, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He's slowly biding his time.
And then the Urshifu V down, which we didn't see at all last game, got discarded very early on with a lovely Rapid Strike energy on already. It'll be interesting to see whether Nafume decides this is a threat early on enough to start going, oh, actually, okay, I'm going to deal with it now, or whether we end up with some rapid flows.
I'm excited to see it. I think with this bench of this Rapid Strike Urshifu V, this is asking questions of Nafume now. And this is exactly where these mind games come into play. I think with this bench, Nafume will be altering his own game plan. Right now, I have to prioritize the Manaphy. I have to get this down because that Rapid Strike Urshifu poses such a big threat early on in the game.
Such a huge threat. Neither player is conceding an inch. They both need this. They both want this. This is the winning into top 8 of our Utrecht Special Event. You've got to play safe, but with Tord kind of bringing out these obscure tactics, it's hard.
It definitely is. It's making things difficult for Nafume, but talking about prioritizing mana fee, Nafume is just able to evolve these Pokemon straight up. It's absolutely no problem for him. Finding the Arven as well will mean that he's able to possibly even evolve this other Charmander on the bench. I think now with all of these really strong Stage 2 Pokemon with such high hit points, all towards Rapid Strike Urshifu will be able to do is start softening these up. These high HP costs will be coming down, of course, by only 120, and I don't know if that'll be enough for Tord to pose some early game pressure.
Yeah, very well said. But this is looking very strong from Nafume. I'm liking the extra energy on the Charmander as well on the bench, just getting as ready as humanly possible, taking no chances, thinking, right, if I do get stuck or if I get disrupted in any way, I want to be able to do exactly what I want to do. And we see that lovely Charmeleon with the brand new ability, Flare Veil.
Yeah, Flare Veil, very important. A great addition to this archetype. And then, of course, with that Pidgeot Quick Surge as well. I mean, we've mentioned it so many times, the fact that it's in both decks. It's such a great versatile card, able to search out any card you like. And with that Flare Veil, of course, preventing all effective attacks from your opponent's Pokemon, of course, does mitigate that threat of a Yoga Loop.
It always feels good to have something like the Bidoof as well that has the kind of bench barrier-esque effect, being able to say, oh, at least I know I'm safe from that.
Yeah, and Nafume takes the first prize card of this game, taking out that Sobble. Of course, Keep Calling no longer an option for Tord, but I doubt it would have been played just for the fact his only other Rapid Strike Pokemon is on the bench, of course, with that Urshifu and then Artisan. Of course, I think this is going to be Tord's first play of each turn, only because deck knowledge is knowledge of what you can do within the game.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the line is here. I'm not sure where we're going. And I'm excited for the train ride. I like a bit of spontaneous adventure. Going on a little adventure on Tord's Arc. I'm not sure where we're headed, but I'm not upset.
I think what's fantastic with this Rapid Strike Urshifu is that because it has such large HP cost and it's not going to be knocking out any Pokemon, the Burning Darkness isn't posing so much of a problem. Because it's only doing 180 at the moment, it's not knocking out this VMAX, and because Tord has cards like, say, Professor Turo's Scenario, he can soak up that damage once again and leave Nafume's board with 2 damaged Pokemon.
I think that's such a valid point that if Tord does choose to VMAX this Urshifu, he's leaving it with a bunch of HP that he knows for certain Nafume cannot deal with in a singular turn. It needs to be whittled away.
And this is exactly what we mean by these different tools and these different cards that Tord has. He wants to be using them to maximum effect. Because he only plays one-offs, it's really important that he plays them at the right time.
Yeah, timing is crucial in every aspect of the word. And speaking of timing, here, finally, is our V-Star.
Yeah, Star Alchemy being used, searching out one card within the deck. And, of course, I'd imagine, yep, there we go. It is that quick searching Pidgeot. And, of course, instantly going back into the deck for Tord. He's got something on his mind, Davey.
Oh, I don't know what. I don't know where we're going, and I like it, but I'm scared.
Well, the line I really like at the moment is he will be able to retreat into the Urshifu and, of course, start doing some damage on this Charizard EX. If he's able to hit it for 150 with a Gale Thrust, he starts setting the right numbers up for another Yoga Loop play. If he's able to Gale Thrust, then have the chance to G-Max Rapid Flow next turn, it puts this Charizard within prime range.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And again, knowing that Charizard itself is not a threat to this Urshifu right now, with 0 ways to modify that 180 damage naturally, other than allowing Tord to take some prize cards.
Well, we say that we would have loved to see a Gale Thrust, but unfortunately 100 Furious Blows, I think, is the option here for Tord. Being able to do 150 damage is still the same amount of damage that would have been relevant if it was through a Gale Thrust as well. And being that Rapid Strike Urshifu is 220 HP, it's still not an option for Nafume to take this knockout.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I don't know whether part of me, if I was Nafume, would be wanting to try in some world to take down the Bidoof or the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot's kind of not possible yet, but the Bidoof is an extra element of that consistency for Tord. I don't know. It's so difficult. You've got to let Tord take some prize cards.
You have to. That's the problem, I think, that Tord is playing around. He's playing around the Burning Darkness and starting to cap that damage output. I think for Nafume, he would like to start taking more knockouts here. I think I'd like a knockout on the Bidoof, like you say, taking that consistency away from Tord, but also a potential Charmander. Oh, nope, but opting for the Bidoof. I think that's both what we would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with the Bidoof, honestly. Just trying to slowly chip away at the consistency of Tord's deck using both disruption methods and denial of those card draw methods.
Yeah, completely agree. But I think now that there's no damage on this Rapid Strike Urshifu, it still poses the same problem for Nafume. If Tord is able to evolve this Rapid Strike Urshifu into a VMAX, Nafume is still unable to take these knockouts on that large HP Pokemon. So I think if Tord is even able to take one prize with a Gmax Rapid Flow, it still poses a lot of problems. And I think this is going to be a familiar story for a lot of Tord's opponents through day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The element of surprise of this deck as well, even if you had the deck list, even if I gave you the deck list to study, it still doesn't stop things jumping out at you.
Yeah.
It's like the Jack-in-a-Box of decks. You're like, oh, and I think I'm safe. No, oh my goodness, where did that Urshifu VMAX come from?
Yeah, I think that's the magic of how Tord approaches this game. I remember back when he first released his kind of take on Lost Box with just those 4 Colress's Experiment. I think a lot of people look up to Tord into how he thinks and how he likes to imagine the game to be played. And this is just another fantastic scenario for him. The show off is ingenious.
Genius. Absolutely. Such a pinnacle of our community, showing, like you said, anything to win. Anything's playable. Everything's playable.
And here we see the Charizard EX coming down, Infernal Rain, raining down those energies onto that Charizard EX, and of course the Burning Darkness there, able to do that 180 damage for knockout on Nafume's Charizard EX. Quite surprised with this play. I think starting to take prizes, of course, is now increasing Nafume's damage output, so he will be able to respond with a knockout possibly on that Rapid Strike Urshifu V.
The fact of the matter is, Tord would not take this KO if he wasn't confident that the 4-step plan is in place.
That's a good point. I would never doubt him.
Never doubt the master. I just have full faith. I'm certain that by activating Nafume's larger damage output, Tord knows he has to be more careful, right? He knows that the moment he attacks, this race has begun. They're both off the starting line. They are gone.
Yeah, he has a game plan in mind. And of course, with that Rotom V on the bench as well, that might be a different option for Tord to be able to get ahead of the prize race. And with that lonely old Charmander on the bench as well, that could be Gmax Rapid Flowed as well. You know, there's a lot of different routes that Tord can take here. But here we see Nafume start his turn, promoting that Pidgeot EX. Free retreat on that as well. Such a great pivot.
Great pivotal Pokemon. We always praise those free retreat Pokemon and love it when there's a big EX to be faced with as well.
Yeah, such an advantage to have that free retreat as well as the quick search. And here we see the quick search being used, of course, going for that Super Rod. I think he's needing to get some more pieces of the Charizard line back into the deck to start evolving that Charmander. I think he understands the threat of that Gmax Rapid Flow, a potential gust on the Rotom V as well as the knockout on the bench Charmander. We know that Manaphy is in the prizes for Nafume. This isn't going to be ideal, and he really needs to mitigate this problem.
Thinking about weakness and resistance for a moment, Pidgeot isn't necessarily too scary to leave in the active spot.
It isn't.
This matchup with Urshifu not doing quite as much damage as it would like to Pidgeot, as it is resistant to fighting types. Whereas Rotom, unfortunately, as we assessed last game, is weak. So there could be some interesting plays here from Nafume using our weakness and resistance.
I think what's going through Nafume's mind is, how do I stop a potential Yoga Loop play? I think leaving her Pidgeot in the active, yes, it does have that fighting type resistance, of course, but if Tord is able to use Burning Darkness on the Pidgeot, it does put it within that range of a potential quick shooting or a Yoga Loop, as things currently stand with the prize race as well.
It is rather scary, I've got to say. You just can't leave any of your Pokemon in sort of 20 or 40 HP area. Like, it's the danger zone.
It is the danger zone. There's so many things to contemplate, but I think for Nafume now, I don't think his board changes from here. I think there are too many risks to play out any more sort of basic Pokemon, any more low HP, or potentially more V Pokemon like Lumineon. I don't think Nafume wants to be starting to play these, only because of how much Tord still has to play with.
Yeah, that's the thing. Tord's toolbox. It's almost like a toy box as well. Like you say, it's so much to play with.
Yeah, so many different words to describe it.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely love it.
It's fantastical. Fantastical and magical creation of Tord. And you love to see it at this stage in the format as well.
Yeah.
When some might say, some critics might say that this is a solved format. Well, I pose to you the threat that is Tord Reklev.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think a lot of people coming into this tournament would have thought, oh, this format's stale. You know, everything is discovered. Everything, you know, to be played for has been played. But of course, Tord taking this unique take on the format. And here we see prioritizing boss's orders. I really like a knockout here on the Rotom V. Potentially, again, he needs to start using that G-Max Rapid Flow, I think, only because if he's able... Oh, no, going for the Pidgeot V. Maybe going for that Yoga Loop play that we was discussing earlier.
I love that. I like the Pidgeot as well. Because again, you're trying to tighten each... They're both going for it. They're both doing it. They're tightening each other's resources. They're going, no, I don't want you to be able to get what you want on command. And both players have tried it. We've seen the Bidoof knocked out on Tord's side. Now Pidgeot possibly on Nafume. Even if it takes a couple of turns to get there, Tord is still saying, no, I'm not actually afraid of your Charizards. They don't bother me. I'm going for the Pidgeot.
There's something I'm not seeing, because I think I have to ask Tord why he's not going for the G-Max Rapid Flow. Maybe it's because that Professor's Turo scenario is in the prizes. He isn't able to pick it straight back up. But I think this is just as fantastic of a play, because doing 240 damage to this Pidgeot EX, of course, one quick shooting, one Yoga Loop, and he's taking another turn.
Yeah, then we're out of there. But an Iono may slow things down again. Now Tord does still have his Pidgeot EX, and Nafume does as well. So we still, on both sides of the field, have that brilliant quick search ability. But Pidgeot on Nafume's side is looking a little bit more worse for wear.
Certainly is. And of course, with that Iono added disruption, it will put Tord only to 4 cards in hand. He would have loved to have seen that such large hand remain there, of course, for next turn. There are so many little pieces that he needs to fulfill his strategy. Does have the Hisuian Heavy Ball, does have Worker as well, and I think that was an Arven, I believe, in the hand as well. So let's see if he can get back up and running next turn.
I certainly hope so. I would like to see this battle close out one way or another. I want to see a Yoga Loop again, but part of me doesn't want to see it as well, because I believe in the consistency of Charizard.
Yeah, and of course, there are different routes here, of course. He does have Game already on board. Can, of course, go for that Rotom V with the boss's orders. If he's able to pad that boss's orders back into deck, find it with Quick Search, find those little pieces. But there are so many different plays, so many different combinations that he needs in order to take this one.
Yeah, And whether disruption's going to interrupt either player's flow is yet to be seen. But there we go, Nofumeza down onto 2 prize cards. Tord still has 4 to take, but as we well know, they're rather good at taking those prize cards.
They rather are. And of course, Artisan being used here, just checking out how many outs he has. Does have the counter catcher, of course.
Ooh.
Can quick search for that rapid strike Urshifu. Here we see the Arven going for that counter catcher. Quick search for the rapid strike Urshifu and cross switcher for the Rotom. And he's able to G-Max rapid flow for the game.
Nailed the weak spot. That's what we love to see. We didn't get to see the Yogaloo, but bench damage was still a huge part of Tord's victory here.
Yeah, of course, using all of his outs, of course. So many different one-off pieces, but Tord was able to make it work. Has that 1-1 rapid strike Urshifu, has that 1 rapid strike energy. There are so many lines that, would have been seen by him in this matchup. And of course, he needs, though, to understand how am I going to face these different scenarios, let alone all of these decks within the meta.
Told you it'd be weakness.
You did tell me. You did tell me.
Oh, no, it's just fantastic. Tord moves in to our top 8. That was our winning in final Swiss round. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and if I know Tord, he would be elated to reach the top 8 with this specific archetype. And of course, now he'll be looking to take it all the way. If we know him, and we do, of course, he only plays for the win. He wants to take it all the way. And let's see if he can do so.
I'm so excited. Honestly, every single time we see this deck in action, it goes a different way. It genuinely takes me by surprise. It takes us by storm. And I think that's what makes it such a joy to watch.
Yeah, of course. And, having those different tools like the Pokemon Catcher, it takes people by surprise. People don't really understand what he has in store. People can, have a little bit of a whisper, oh, he's playing this, always watch out for this. But really, 60 cards is a lot, Amy. There are different little utility cards that you can include that Tord has that really come up to an advantage in any given matchup.
Easier said than done when you're given a list and you're said, I know how to beat this, or, oh, you should do this if you face Tord. Like, oh, yes, that makes sense. But actually, it's so much easier said than done when there's a whole 60 cards to contend with.
I can't wait to try and test this deck myself because I'm sure I'm not going to know what's going on, of course. But, some people, they're just able to take it that one step further. And, of course, why not to a top 8 of an EU major event as well. But like we said, let's see if we can take it all the way. I'm excited to see all of our top 8 competitors now going for the broke, going for that championship.
Ooh, it's so close. You don't want to miss a speck of the action. We have so much more to come. And we have, now we know, we have at least one crazy deck going into top 8.
Yeah, of course. And, we love to see exactly what makes it, those conversion rates, those all-important conversion rates. But remember to ask us, what are we expecting? What are we expecting? What are you expecting to make the top 8? Who are you shouting out for? Are you shouting out for Tord? Are you shouting out for anybody else that made top 8? And remember to engage with that hashtag Pokemon. We want to see your posts. We want to see how you're enjoying the stream this Sunday.
Absolutely. Don't forget to follow us on all social media outlets. We're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on YouTube, we're here on Twitch. And don't forget that when you interact with us on Twitch, you can also be in with a chance of choosing which games we're going to feature. You can take part in our polls, and if you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, we might even feature your posts in the future.
Yeah, of course, those all-important community choices will be an option for our all-important top 8, of course. Amy, what are we expecting from our top 8? Are you expecting any specific archetypes?
Oh, well, I've got to say, I think I would love to see some Roaring Moon. Cast a choice. I still would like to see some Roaring Moon in the top 8, so I'm still very hopeful that one of our many Roaring Moon in this competition has made it through.
One of many.
How about yourself?
Well, I'd love to see Mew. I'd love to see it have a little bit of a swan song, of course, with its last event, especially in the EU. I would love to see it, reach that final amount. We saw it win Worlds. We've seen it win multiple regionals, but of course, in its last event, you'd love to see it.
You're not sick of it?
I'm there. Oh, you can never be sick of it, surely.
No, we could never, ever be sick of one of our favorite Pokemon here on the stream. But luckily for all of you, we've got a word with our winner from that set, Tord Reklev.
Thank you very much, Amy and Ben. Yes, once again, we have the opportunity to interview yourself, Tord, as our winner of our last round. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling great. This is amazing. This surpassed my wildest dreams.
Right. Obviously, we had you on earlier, yesterday, of course, after your first feature match. Have we got a name for this deck yet? We've got Charizard EX box, standard format box. I haven't quite worked it out.
No, I don't know. I've been saying cooking a lot and when I've been like playing this deck, so something along those lines.
Yeah,
something kitchen related.
We've been cooking. That's been the theme of our conversations we've been having as well. But I'm out of questions with that. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you've brought a deck which is completely unheard of. You're utilizing so many and covering so many bases. What were the key components to start off with the deck?
Oh, I mean, when you have so many one-offs, right? So then you have so many options. So then you have a lot of tricks you can use against the opponent. And I think like a lot of my games are obviously won by surprise factor as well. The opponent doesn't really know what to expect, right? When you play against Charizard, normally you don't really care about bench sniping, right? And then boom, suddenly Shifu comes in and steals the game, right?
Exactly.
So you have that. When you play against Charizard, you usually don't play as if you're playing against, Snorlax, right? So then suddenly Mobile comes out of nowhere, and then I can make that the main strategy, which I've done a couple games. So it's very difficult for not only the opponent, or like not only me, but also the opponent to play against, right? So it's I don't know. I've been having a blast with this deck.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing I've seen. I've caught you between rounds. You're literally biggest smile on your face, playing a very unconventional deck. But in my mind, it's very reaction based, right? You're having to work out what your opponent's figuring out at the same time, but also having to just keep on top of all those resources. How do you do it? How would you tell all the people at home watching you play this kind of deck? How do you keep all that knowledge of the resources during the game?
I know, I mean, some of my favorite formats are like Cube Draft, and GLC is pretty fun too, and like those formats, they play basically all one-off, right? So I guess I have a lot of practice with this type of deck as well, when you just have to kind of improvise every game, because again, when you have so many one-offs and different options, then no game will truly ever feel the same, right? It'll be very wildly different every time. So it's just like the improv the deck, right? Like every game is just do something new, something fun.
Yeah, I love that improvisation. And I think, we're both massive fans of Cube Drafts as well, alongside many of our friends, a fellow co-caster in Joe Bernard. Of course, is a big fan as well. But looking ahead, you are in top 8 with your finish now. How are you feeling? Have you looked at any of the other decks that you've seen in top 8 and think, right, this is my tournament now, or?
I not really looked at the field, but the deck is pretty good against, the top decks, right? The decks that usually pass on to top 8. Like Mobile is really strong into Gardevoir, for example, very annoying for them. Same with Charizard as well. So, I don't know, and Charizard itself is really good into, most other decks, right? So I'm basically just playing a really, really strong Charizard deck. So if I'm drawing well, I mean, could beat anything, right? So.
No, 100%. And it'll be amazing to see you let's see how far you can progress even more beyond already this top 8. But again, congratulations on your round 15 win. Good luck in top 8. It'd be great to see you hopefully try and take it down. But for the time being, that's enough from us here. We'll go to a short break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere as we soon reveal our top 8 and hopefully have far more action for you guys at home. Stay tuned.
Trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm
just in a living dream today. Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite? Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute. Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Alex Dow at your service with another card spotlight just for you. Jirachi. The introduction of Jirachi from Paradox Rift is truly a wish come true to those who have struggled previously to damage counters being sprinkled on their benched Pokemon. Its stellar availability offers protection in a similar way to Manaphy's Wave Bait, but this time from damage counters being placed by basic Pokemon. The threat to your bench Pokemon from Sableye, Medicham V, and even Oricorio is no more. Remember, however, Jirachi alone won't be able to offer enough protection from your opponent raining down on your bench, as bench damaging Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja can still run riot. Pair it with Manaphy, however, and together these two may offer that full protective blanket your board requires to set up. Let's see which decks will find a space for the Little Wish Pokemon.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
I'm Nico Alabas and I play the Pokemon trading card game competitively. When I started playing the game, there was not really anything like an international level. There was the World Championships once per year and the German Championships once per year. And then once the season, or like once the game got more serious, once we got cash prizing international regional championships back in 2016, I decided to take the game more seriously because I was already among the best players in Germany. So I thought, well, okay, why not try to be one of the best players in Europe or even in the world? And so I decided to take the game more seriously and travel all around the world to play Pokemon TCG. The key to playing at a high level consistently is to just stay interested in the game, just keep playing the game. Sometimes there might be phases where you have to kind of force yourself to play the game because there's formats you might not enjoy as much, but having a lot of friends to playtest with and make the journeys to tournaments still a pleasant experience, even if the playing might not be like the primary reason, definitely helps with staying consistently in the game. And then if you just stay at a consistent level, stay at a high level and try to always play your best, you can be successful. Having a lot of friends in the game is one of the most important things because you're not going to travel all around the world or even attend tournaments if you're just going to be by yourself. So at some point you will find people, you might find them locally, you might find them internationally, but you're going to find friends and then you can experience the journey together. The one thing that makes the Pokemon community stand out compared to the other games is how welcoming the community is because, the game is designed for children, even though the majority of people are not kids anymore. But it also means that a lot of stuff is geared towards young people to be welcoming, to be, just an easy introduction to the game so everyone can join and then at some point, find people in the game. And once you get to know them, you will experience the same. So my biggest accomplishment was winning the 2020 Oceania International Championships in the 2019-2020 season. Ever since then, or even before that, I've been striving to win the World Championship at some point. I think every top player has the same goal. So that's what I'm always going to be aiming for. But that doesn't mean that I'm not taking every other tournament seriously. So it's always going to be my goal to do as well as I can at as many tournaments as possible every single season. I think at first it's gonna feel surreal and you might not even experience all the feelings at some point, but then once you meet all of the people that are gonna be cheering for you in the finals and you realize, okay, what has actually just happened, then it's just gonna be excitement and relief as well because you finally accomplished that one thing that you've been aiming for.
Hello everyone, I am back to be here behind the desk because you know what, Alex? I've missed some Pokemon TCG action, I've missed you, and I've missed the viewers, so now we're back getting ready for our top 8 very soon. But how do we feel after watching that incredible game from Tord?
Wow, just a massive display from Tord there. Just that deck, that amalgamation of the deck, the cooking box, is what he's termed it. We both had the opportunity to actually speak to Tord as an interview after his feature matches. And it was just incredible just to watch him just discuss that deck.
Yeah, and I think when I was watching that last game behind the scenes, I was just thinking it's almost like a react box, right? Because you sort of see what sort of lines your opponent's giving you, and then all of a sudden you're like Thornton this or rare candy that, and then quick shooting here, rapid flow here, or any one of the cards can just come out and just swing that game for you. So yeah, what a fantastic deck from one of the game's most premier players.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's put himself in a fantastic position to hopefully find himself in top 8. There's a lot of players vying through that last round. We're hopefully going to be confirming that top 8 as soon as we get it as well, and make sure you guys at home also know exactly what's going on. But, you know, there's plenty of action from our side to involve you guys on the Twitch stream as well. Shay, I believe we have the community bracket, also one of those things that we've been discussing throughout. We've been looking at a number of cards that we've highlighted as potential losses going forward post-rotation as we do start to find ourselves in that semi-final position.
Goodness gracious me, Alex. This is some clash of titans here. Battle VIP Pass versus Mew VMAX and Path to the Peak versus Mew from Celebrations. Now, like Alex was saying, we're going to get between 45 to 60 seconds. We're not actually sure right now how long we're going to get to pitch our card that we get given to you, the viewers at home. And then at that point, a Twitch poll, only on Twitch, not on YouTube, will open up and you get to vote on which pitch to you was better and which card you think was the most impactful that we will be losing to our standard format come EUIC. I think it's currently 1-1 between us, right?
It is, and I've just had confirmation that I get your pink little friend. Mew.
Really? Wow.
Really?
Doing me like that production stuff, is it? Really?
But at the same time, yeah, we love it. Don't forget, we do love you over at YouTube as well, but it is just Twitch that gets a chance to interact with us on the voting system. But as mentioned, I'll be giving it my all for Mew VMAX, and Shay will be battling. Well, I'm about to go. So, Mew VMAX, is there a deck that's actually been stronger ever released? It's been counted numerous times. Path to the Peak, squash that. Drapion V, get rid of that. And then Mightyena, what even is that card? Mew VMAX has been able to dominate for such a long time. Not just regional events over in the EU, it's dominated across the world. And do not ever forget, it is the current world champion deck. Mew VMAX, that fantastic card, fantastic Pokemon that we all know and love. How many regionals, large events has it actually won? Like I said, so many counters, and then alongside great partners as well. Fusion Strike system being able to just support it in a way that it dominates the field.
All right, that's enough now. I've let you.
I think I enjoyed that too much.
I'm sure you did. I enjoyed listening. I enjoyed listening to you in your losing pitch, to be honest.
I heard you bopping along.
Bopping along. No, well, I mean, it was beautiful to my ears. You know, I'm a bit of a Fusion Strike boy myself. But today, I have to pitch Battle VIP Pass. Shouldn't be too much of a hard pitch, I should say. So, viewers at home, if we were to look at the World Championships 2023, every single top 8 deck was playing 4 of Battle VIP Pass. I think probably has to be up there as one of the most card game's most influential cards in the format, going all the way back to base set. How many games have been decided where I've hit a Battle VIP Pass and you didn't? That just shows you how incredible the card is. I'd say right now in this standard format, the only deck that isn't playing Battle VIP Pass are the Arceus decks, and well, where are they? We're not really seeing them too much at the minute. Come on, you know what? Call my time early. I'm done. That's it. I don't need any more. Every top 8 deck in World's played 4. Battle VIP Pass. It's not even a competition anymore.
Hands up to that. It was a good pitch.
Ridiculous.
It was a good pitch.
Come on.
It has been a fantastic card, but...
Stressing me out.
What won? It was Mew. Mew won.
You can play Battle VIP Pass without Mew. But I'm confusing myself here. You're confusing me. Let me think for a second.
You can play Mew without Battle VIP Pass.
No. How many Mew decks do you see without Battle VIP Pass?
It just makes sense.
Exactly.
Well.
And how many Battle VIP Pass decks do you see without Mew? the rest of the format.
All right, well, don't forget, this is a chance for you guys at home and everyone else watching on Twitch to be able to get involved, vote on our community. Not prediction bracket, community bracket for current cards that we may be losing to rotation going forward. But we've had that pitch. We've had me with Mew VMAX, this guy with Battle VIP.
This guy. Bring up my name down there at the bottom. I have a name, thank you very much. I am Bert PTCG, and I will be the winner of this community poll. But talking about this guy,
hey, what?
Golly.
I think it'll be close. I'm hoping it'll be close.
No, it's not going to be. Come on. No.
Swing my way slightly, but I hope. Fine.
I've seen the production staff nodding their head. I don't know what that means for us, but I think the poll is like. Why are they staring at me like this? There's
hang on.
There's no way.
I don't know which way they're telling me to go.
I think they're looking at me like I'm silly. I think I might be.
I'm actually scared.
In trouble here.
I'm actually scared. But, you know, we haven't got it yet. Still keep smashing that vote.
Keep voting.
Smashing that vote. We're not just going to have this one. We'll have one more after this as well. But, news in. We have a winner. Shay, what is it? Here we go. Oh,
Yes! Wait. Is that the biggest beatdown? It is the biggest beatdown. Come on. Talking about this guy. Hang on. Can I get it back to me now, please? 87-13. Can I get the camera back on me now for a second? You referred to me as that guy. You, sir, can hold this L. The biggest L of the weekend. You can have that, not me. Talking about this guy. Golly.
I can't believe people don't back Mew more. Sad.
Yeah, well, it's a tough matchup. I mean, Battle of our People is the biggest card in the format.
It is.
I mean, how do you argue with every deck in top 8 at Worlds?
It is one of the most influential cards we've seen throughout my lifetime of playing this Pokemon TCG. It's not quite short, very similar age in terms of what we played.
Yeah.
But I've just seen Mew, being able to adapt throughout almost like 3 different formats, it feels like. It's been around for so long and then just keeps coming back and back and back. People are a bit bored of it, though.
I think that
what people are bored of Battle VIP, but I don't get it.
I think Mew VMAX, realistically, is one of the strongest decks of all time, right? There's no debate about that. It's been counted so many times. Battle VIP is one of the strongest cards of all time, right? And there's just different levels there. Speaking of strongest decks, what are the strongest decks here this weekend? Let's have a look at our day 1 and day 2 metagame, and let's see what we have here. So looking at our day 1, look, how many Battle VIP decks are there, by the way? Just saying.
I mean, you raise a good point. There. But, very close, as we've already talked about in terms of a very developed meta. As I'd like to say, it is the strongest point where all of these decks have and are able to utilize so many different cards from so many different sets. It's the best and most strongest form of each of these decks at this stage now. Roaring Moon is our most played deck of the tournament at 149, 14%, but not far behind were Lost Zone Giratina and Charizard EX, 2 decks that we've typically seen towards the top of the stages as well.
What would you say is the biggest story here looking at this graph, Alex? Would you say the biggest story is Charizard sliding all the way down to 3rd, or Roaring Moon? Because I think in Dortmund, Roaring Moon was about the 3rd or the 4th most popular deck in day 1, or that sliding all the way up to day 1, position 1.
I think it's more likely the Charizard EX sliding down. The biggest thing, because it's just the pure number of players playing Charizard EX. Roaring Moon as a percentage was actually quite close to what Dortmund had. So the numbers probably wouldn't be too drastically different.
I see, okay.
Whereas Charizard just had a massive fall off in the number of players playing that deck. Because at the time, I guess it's maybe considered one of the best decks in format, and that's why people were playing it. It was straightforward, you're dealing big damage, you're ramping up very quickly. But people are starting to find that roundabouts way of countering it. You're starting to see the decks that won Dortmund Regionals, the finalists in Dortmund Regionals, reaching massive amounts of damage, and that's why we started to see maybe the fall off in Charizard.
And speaking of the decks that just won Dortmund, I believe that's going to be on the best of our rest day 1 graphic here. Now, I think in Dortmund, I'd like to say Chen Pao was knocking out about 3%. Now, that has boosted up to about 7. That's a 4% change. I thought it'd be more, Alex. Why do you think more people aren't sort of flocking to Chen Pao after it had its sort of statement win?
I think there's still some susceptibility to being not the most consistent deck at times, still susceptible to things like Path to the Peak in the format as well. But, there's still a big uptick. If it was around 4%, you probably saw around 40 to 50 players playing Chen Pao. It's moved up another 20 to 30 players.
That's true.
That's, in theory, in the actual number of a tournament like this, it's actually quite big. Golden Go was pretty cool to actually see on the actual graphic as well, and we saw that, go all the way to the final and really sort of run it close.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, that was incredible to see, making it rain, just dropping those damage counters as it were. So that was day 1.
That was day 1.
How about a little gander at day 2 and see how that's been panning out? And again, I think the biggest story for me, there's Roy Moon. I was going to say, I was like, where's that gone? But I think the biggest story for old Bertz, that guy apparently, with his caster prediction, Gardevoir was all the way down to 4th, I believe, on day 1. And where's that slid? Oh, was it all the way to the top?
Again, we've got just one deck between sort of the top 4 decks there. I mean, 15 decks on Gardevoir. One player, sorry. Yeah, one player, one deck. Well, that's what I meant, one deck, one player. Yeah, so apologies. Gardevoir, 15 players, 15%. Roaring Moon, similar as well. Charizard sticking in that top 3 with 14 players piloting that deck. And Lost Zone Giratina still there, 13 of them in this massive amounts of day 2 players here. I mean, it's still propped up by very good decks. We saw Adam Hawkins play Lost Zone Box as part of that 9% there. And Mew VMAX still hanging around, just fending off all of those counters as it has done throughout its time.
Yeah, that's actually another thing to keep an eye on. Mew VMAX popping down from the best of the rest from day 1 to just grab itself 8 placements there in day 2. A deck we know in the EU has a higher, a bit more of a popularity. Always a thing you have to keep an eye on. I think the only thing that will stop Mew VMAX is that rotation that is looming. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of Mew VMAX, though, I think Benjamin Rabioti, our fellow caster, picked that as his prediction. Why don't you talk us through some of these, Alex?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can start with Amy's selection of the most played deck in day 1, Roaring Moon EX. We've seen it time and time again across the weekend. Just performing super well, very streamlined, straightforward, taking big, massive knockouts. Yeah. Myself, Giratina VSTAR, we actually picked for the sort of best decks outside of the Charizard EX deck here. Yeah. Giratina VSTAR, very similar, able to sort of instantly KO, utilizing the comeback mechanic of Roxanne. And yeah, as you mentioned, Ben there, with that Mew VMAX pick, that counter catcher pick as well. Just again, thinking about these cards of being able to counter the meta. But your one's the biggest one, I think. Gardevoir and Avery. You don't really change.
No, because I make good predictions and I stick to them. I'm joking. No, I still think.
How often have you fallen short?
How often? Yeah. Lil, I'll never get it. Lil Regional, everybody. Mew VMAX of an Avery. I do think if we're going looking at a lot of the top Gardevoir players right now, Avery is in there. We saw James Cox playing 2 copies. It's just really strong, and I just really like Gardevoir in its placement right now. I think Avery just slots in really nice.
But you know what? I've just heard we have our standings after 2 days of Swiss.
Here we go.
We get to confirm our top 8 there. It looks like from 1 to 8 is the left-hand side. Owen Kammerman, everybody. Wow. Looking to go back-to-back regional to special event winner. But propping up that list, we have the top 8. So Owen Kammerman, first seed with 12 victories there. Bolly Oliphant, Filippo Colomiera, Tord Rekhev, Alessandro Bax, Oscar Madsen, Christian Sanatara, and Brent Hermans makes up our top 8 at this Pokemon special event in Utrecht.
Wow. I was not expecting to have these results so soon. Owen Cameron attempting to go back-to-back. I know he's playing Mew VMAX as well.
He is, he is.
Could it be done? The last event in Europe for it. Could he do it?
Only 13% of you believed.
Look at you. But don't forget, our top 8 feature match, you will get to decide, because where's the power, Alex?
Yep, the power is in your hands.
So you'll be able to pick our top 4 feature match, top 8, I should say, top 4 later. You will get to pick our top 8 feature match. So whatever you choose, there will be a poll coming up on Twitch soon, unfortunately, just Twitch, not YouTube, and you'll be able to vote for whatever pairing you like, and whatever pairing you pick, you'll have old Alex and old me get to talk you through and cast it.
Yeah, and just to confirm, this will be our Masters bracket for you here. Owen Kammerman playing that Mew VMAX deck, playing up against Brent Hermans, who finished in 8th seed, of course. We'll just get confirmation of all of the decks for you as well. I believe he's playing Lost Zone, Giratina VSTAR. We have Tord Reklev piloting that cooking box against Alessandro Bax, who I believe is playing Pidgeot Control.
I believe so. That is a Pidgeot controller there. And then we've got Bolly Oliphant playing at Charizard EX versus Christian Santoro. Oh, a bit of Chen Pao. Interesting. Yeah. So saw Owen winning Dortmund with Chen Pao, and then Christian saying, hold on, let me run that back. And then we've got Filippo playing Roaring Moon, Amy's pick, versus Oscar Madsen, who we had on stream earlier with that Charizard EX archetype.
Yeah, some incredible matchups. That's going to be available as part of our community choice. Again, making sure that you guys at home watching on Twitch are able to interact with us and allow us to guide you, or me and Bert's, to guide you through our top 8 match as soon as possible. But as soon as we do get that, we'll let you know, and then you guys can hammer away and vote and make sure you're involved. Oh, there you go. I've just been told the voting is live. It's there, ready for you. We'll run it through back once again. Owen Cameron will be facing up against Brent Hermans. That's a Mew VMAX versus Lost Zone Giratina. Tord Reklev with that Amalgamation Charizard EX box will be up against, I believe it was Alessandro Bax with that Pidgeot Control deck.
Yep.
Bolly Oliphant is playing Charizard EX. and he'll be up against, if I'm not mistaken, Chen Pao with Christian Sanataro.
Yep.
And the final matchup for you guys to vote on, Filippo Colla Moria, who's playing Roaring Moon. You know, he's been top of the standings throughout, up against Oscar Madsen and that Charizard EX deck. What would you love to see? There's so much going on, I think.
Oh, I think Chen Pao's always a fun time.
Yeah, it's always a fun
Chen
time.
Pao's always a fun time. I am a bit of a fusion boy myself, though. That was my nickname for a long time. The old fusion boy. Yeah, fusion boy. I love the old Unless a Sparkle. And I know Owen is playing a full fusion suite, not just the two to counter Spirit Tomb. So that would also be music to my ears. And it'd also be interesting to see Tord navigate the control matchup with the absolute multitude of options he has. So that's also interesting. So I think all of them are good picks, realistically.
Yeah, I think with that kind of Pidgeot control, you know, it's not the typical Snorlax where you're just blocking your opponent from moving. There's so many different moving parts to that as well. You can actually start swinging away with the Pidgeot EX when you need to remove something out of play.
Yep.
And then you've got things like the Luxray V as well, being able to just, I think it's a Fang Snipe.
Fang Snipe, yeah. You just swipe that card out of your opponent, put that down to the bottom.
Exactly that. So there's so many moving parts, so many different ways and different game plans in that particular matchup. And then, of course, you've got things like the Roaring Moon. I mean, Filippo.
Yes.
It's been top of the standings for so long. I think he was the one who was undefeated pretty much for even the first 2 rounds of day 2 as well. But then has found himself in a top 8 position up against Oscar Madsen, who was able to perfectly pilot that Charizard EX deck against that unfortunate Reggie's deck that we had to feature as well.
Yeah, but still had to play it. Still had to play it perfectly to get that win. Our results are in now, Alex.
Oh, here we go.
What are we looking at? Our top 8 match will be Tord versus Alessandro. Okay, so we've got the old cooking box. That's what I'm going to be referring it to as versus that Pidgeot control.
Yeah, we will just make sure we'll confirm that is exactly that and get that shown for you guys. It definitely is Pidgeot control. It's going to be a really interesting matchup. Do you know why I think a lot of people have voted this matchup? It's because they want to see how Tord can navigate a control matchup like Pidgeot control, because they must be thinking, well, how does it even do that? Like, it's got a few unique pieces, and I have a bit of an inkling about maybe what you could try and do, but I want to see Tord do it. I want to see it in action.
Well, that's the thing, watching your cooking box in action. You can think, oh, so Tord must be playing towards this line, right? And then, you know, 2 turns later, there's something completely different, and you're like, okay, so clearly I haven't got a clue. So we're going to be navigating this together, viewers at home as well. But I tell you what, if anyone can navigate those sort of awkward control-esque archetype matchups, I'm sure Tord, with his, like, you know, 21 of one-ofs or something along those lines.
I think it's close to 30.
Close to half the decks are one-of. That is silly talk.
Yeah, like I said, I had a lot of opportunity. We both had a lot of opportunity to speak to Tord. Obviously, we had the interviews after his feature matches. He decided to confide a little bit into when he was starting to cook before the tournament started, and I was just very confused for a while. And then I started to try and work out some lines.
Yep.
As we also saw our fellow casters work out all those lines of play that he could make as well during his matchups. And there's just so much going on, right? It's not the easiest of decks to pilot, it feels like.
It really is, especially when you got like Thornton coming out as well.
Thornton, yeah.
You think, okay, let me just try and remove this from Tord, and all of a sudden Thornton comes, you know, banging along and just replaces it, and like, you know, it just quite honestly, I'm getting confused just thinking about it.
No.
But how do you approach a deck when you're playing against it, when you know that there's just so many different options? Or what do you even try and do?
Well, in which direction? From Tord's view or
no, the opponent's view?
From Pidgeot control. I mean, Pidgeot control is a little bit different. I mean, both myself and Ben have played Snorlax to a regional tournament previously. This is obviously a very different build where you're starting to control the hand, control the different motions. You have Pidgeot EX to pick out the right pieces. I think you're going to have to stick with the same sort of game plan, but reduce all of those potential options. But Tord does have multiple cards of like recovery, like the double power pads, the double super rods. It's making sure you hit the right cards at the right time with anything like the Luxray V, or even being able to use that Chi-Yu at some stage to start milling some of your opponent's cards. It'll be a really interesting, not just a Snorlax stuck in the active game plan that we're going to see, I think.
You've even got, Radiant Charizard as well, right? That
Yeah,
can come in
exactly.
at some point of the game. Combustion block, stop removing threats. 250 damage is not a low number by any means, especially when you're doing it for as low as one energy card as well. So yeah, this is going to be a chess match, no doubt about it.
It's going to be so interesting, and I think that's, like I said, that's exactly why I think a lot of the people at home have chosen to vote for this matchup. I'm looking at you guys. You guys want to see exactly how Tord's deck will work against a control archetype. Being able to maybe utilize something like the Inteleon quick shooting, start just kind of putting things down to lower HP. You could maybe at some stage trying to utilize Yoke Loop. You can maybe just use Tempting Trap to get something stuck in the active, and then just ping around it.
Yeah.
We've seen a few tweets from Tord himself who's spoken about this game plan, and you never know, maybe that's what we're going to see on stream, but we'll do our best to guide you through. We'll do our best to think of the lines that Tord may be thinking, but this is one of the masters of his craft in terms of deck building, in terms of gameplay, in terms of reacting to what's on the board state. I'm looking forward to seeing how he works and also seeing how his opponent could also react or maybe be a bit more proactive as well.
No, you're right, and I think it would be really interesting to see a Tempting Trap into the control deck. Like, normally, you're the one starting a sort of block and all that, Judge. You're like, oh, hold on, you wait a minute there. But tell you what, Alex, if you're at home and you want to sort of know how this tournament structure and all these events sort of pan out, how these top 8, top 4 and the finals all go, we're going to have a quick video explaining that, and then we'll be back for our top 8 action real soon. So do me a favor and make me this promise that you won't go anywhere, because this next round, it's going to be a doozy.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss round until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Right, I hope you grabbed yourselves a quick drink and you're ready to watch our top 8 match alongside myself and Shay. We just about got him back. We almost lost him to a bathroom break. Shay, you did run. You look like you're a bit flustered, mate. You're all right.
Not true. I was never panicked. Everyone else, you know, seemed to be a bit stressed, and I was just wanted to compose myself before this top. Cause I know this top 8 match is going to require a lot of concentration. I want to make sure I was in the perfect headspace and physical space for that. And yeah, I was back in plenty of time. I had about 15 seconds. You know, let's count to 15. That takes a long time, so I was fine.
I was a bit worried you were actually going to start counting to 15.
No, obviously not. But if I was, I wouldn't do that, because I would take up a long time on this stream just demonstrating how long 15 seconds.
And actually, you made the production whole team panic, because it was only 13 seconds, Shay. 15.
Oh, 13.
Yeah, let's round that back in a little bit, okay? But you know what? We're both super excited about this top 8. We know both players are beginning to settle down at the seats of the feature match table now, just shuffling up, just making sure that they're prepped, getting in their own right headspace.
Yes,
to be able to hopefully push themselves a little bit further and look to try and take down this special event in Utrecht today.
Today, exactly, you know. Later on today, we'll crown a new special event champion, and there's every chance it could be one of these players that we are featuring here today. And both, I mean, someone has to win. One's going to be in top 4, and after that, it's just one more round, and then you're in the final. And then everyone knows when you're in the final, just one best of 3, you can walk away a champion.
Yeah, both of these players have done fantastically well. We've been very fortunate to have toured a couple of times on stream already, and you guys at home have voted to watch his deck in action one more time. If you want to see the master piloting that cooking deck, maybe we should go away from that. The Charizard EX box deck, the standard format deck. I tried to coin alongside Tor there, but he really wanted to talk about cooking. So something kitchen or culinary related.
Culinary box, as it were. But that is Tor's opponent there. He'll be playing that Pidgeot sort of controlling archetype there. Alessandro, you know, no, look at that. A little top 32 Dortmund regional top 64. That was only like 2 weeks ago or so.
Yeah.
Little regional again, top 64 and Bochum. So congratulations to Alessandro for getting his first top 8 there. Could be trying to get top 4, final, maybe even a champion.
Yeah, plenty of accolades, but you know who doesn't have any fewer than that, has plenty more accolades to his name, Tord Recleb, as we get a chance to see him dice roll there. That looks a bit awkward. But a finalist Worlds in Japan most recently, LAIC champion, NAIC champion, is an OCIC champion, is an EUIC champion as well, but the most recent EUIC was the finalist there, unable to take it down once again. But wow, just to be an opportunity to see both these players, you know, consistently doing well. Alexandra Batz having multiple day 2s now from that accolades list there. And we start to see both players both have their opening starting Pokemon there, putting down their prizes now as we get a glance, and we'll start guiding you guys through as well as possible. We start to see a Rotom V on Alessandro's side. That's Urshifu VMAX is on Tor's side, alongside that Professor's Churro scenario, sorry.
Yeah, so some interesting protocols there for both players. And the Rotom could be really impactful for Alessandro. I know he's controlling archetypes, love to use instant charge, but it looks like our Masters top 8 match is getting started here. Alessandro is going first and has led that copy of Block Snorlax, which means that Celebrations Mew will not be able to retreat, at least for now. That Snorlax is inactive. Alessandro also is going to play that Stormy Mountains. I would imagine this would look to be finding Rotom V on most scenarios, but one is in the prize cards, but does play 2 copies actually. So we'll be able to grab the second one.
Yeah, vital to the game plan for Alessandro, as of course utilizing that instant charge ability before pulling through with the Pidgey and Pidgeot EX, a card we've seen numerous times throughout the tournament so far, being able to utilize that quick search and grab any cards you want, especially when you're a control type deck. You're not having to rely on just insta drawing your way through the deck and just be like, well, if this is what I'm gonna need to impact this matchup now, I'll just go and grab it. There's the Rotom V from that Stormy Mountains. Once during each player's turn, that player may search the deck for a basic lightning or basic dragon dragon-type Pokemon and puts it onto their bench. So not just a Rotom V, of course, Shay. You've got that Luxray waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that Luxray could be an absolutely devastating card with that Fang Snipe attack for a double turbo energy attachment. Deals 30 damage or 10 after the double turbo and lets you discard a trainer from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, just an instant charge there over to Tord now. Let's start to see what he's going to be working with. Celebrations Mew in the active spot. Not ideal, of course. Gets a chance to instantly play that Hisuian Heavy Ball. Does mean now he doesn't need to have to worry too much about what's actually in the deck. He can start making those notes as a lot of top players are starting to do, because it's all about being resource managing the whole deck. All of those one-offs, of course, vital here.
I think it's worth noting, looking at Tord's deck, I don't see any switching cards. So while that block Snorlax is around, I'm not sure if that Mew's going to be able to maneuver, but, you know, we'll get to use its ability Mysterious Tail numerous times, which could be fantastic for Tord to start to set up the bench. Oh, yeah, it does play a switching card, I should say, Professor Churro Scenario, but that's currently in the prize card, so that won't be useful, at least for now.
Yeah, I'm starting to kind of figure out some game plans here. Remember, does play double Power Pad. If we get an opportunity to see that Professor Churro's Scenario, he has at least 2 more times trying to utilize those power pads, maybe to maneuver things around. As he does play the Battle VIP pass, starts to get, you know, this is not unheard of from a Charizard deck anyway. You know, you've got Mew in the active spot, the Battle VIP pass going. It looks very stereotypical for the time being if you were new to watching Tord on stream today for the first time, but it's not a conventional list. That's something we've got to be wary of, and that's why you guys at home are wanting to see this once again.
And it looks like Tord's just working out what Pokemon has available to him. Looks like the Rapid Strike Urshifu might be getting moved to the front there as well. And the Sobble, yep, there's a lot. Close to 31, or almost every Pokemon for the most part will have to be checked out to make sure it's available, especially since you can't grab Evolution Pokemon from that Hisuian Heavy Ball. So it's really important to know what's in the prizes.
Yeah, like I said, like Tord had spoken to us before, it's very much a reactionary deck. You know, he's having to work out what his opponent's game plan is, and then from then on work out his own game plan, as he does play his own Arven right now. Look, an opportunity to grab a tool card and an item card from the deck. That Forest Silstone, vital piece of the puzzle to grab any card he wants with that Star Alchemy ability on that tool.
And it looks like, yeah, going to grab the Forest Silstone and the Battle VIP pass as well. Obviously, Battle VIP pass will let you grab any 2 Pokemon and put them on your bench on your first turn, and then Forest Silstone, well, to give you Star Alchemy, letting you grab any other card. And it looks like we're going to see that Rapid Strike Urshifu, at least for now, which you saw was integral in the last round.
Yeah, we're finally noticing, obviously, 87% of you had voted for Battle VIP Pass to be so vital in the format, one of the most influential cards of all time, I'd like to say, as we do start to see the unconventional Rapid Strike Pokemon hit the board alongside this Charmander and Pidgey. Not something we would ever have thought could come together, but it's taken Tord to an 11-2-2 record across these 2 days here at the special event in Utrecht, as we do see Mysterious Tail, all Pokemon.
Mysterious Fail again. There's no trainer cards, or no item cards, I should say, for that Mew to take, so that's going to have to get shuffled right back up, Alex.
That's 6 of a kind Pokemon found there from Mysterious Tail. So less useful at this moment in time. Of course, Tord is unable to just attach retreats, of course, because of block Snorlax just sat there in the way. We do see the Forest Silstone attached to the Rapid Strike Urshifu V as well, and it's just a pass over for the time being. Tord has plenty of time to try and work out his game plan and get set up.
All right, so we spoke a little bit about Tord's game plan, Alex. What is Alessandro's sort of game plan? How is he going to try and win this game?
I think, as we kind of mentioned before, we've got to start thinking about what cards Alessandro could utilize to maybe impact his opponent's hand deck. You know, we've already spoken about Luxray V with Fang Snipe. You know, it's 30 damage, but it typically is attached with a double turbo energy, so it's doing 20 damage less. So it's 10 damage repetitively, but your opponent reveals their hand, so you get a chance to get all that knowledge of what Tord's building up, and you get to then discard a trainer card that you find there. It's these kind of cards alongside maybe something like the Giacomo or the Misfortune Sisters, you need to start trying to whittle down Tord's list. But you know, this is where it's going to get really interesting. Alessandro has to set up his own board to begin with as well. We get to see that fantastic-looking Pidgey. With a nice shiny Pidgey. It is the Call for Family 50 HP Pidgey.
Oh, we see an Erica's Invitation, but that's not going to be a hit there as you get to look at your opponent's hand and you can force a base Pokemon onto the bench and then switch it into the active. But that has failed since Tor did not have a basic Pokemon in his hand.
What was that? That was Iono, double Turbo Energy, and one other card, less useful for the time being. There's the Lost Vacuum as well, which will be targeting that Forest Sealstone. Obviously not yet activated by Tord. That removal, Tord does play, is it just the one copy? It is the one copy. So that would impact how Tord could utilize all of his game plan right now. It's a rare candy, so as his up third card in his hand for the time being.
I would imagine that Forest Stone would have been integral for Tord's turn 2, as it looks like Alessandro is going to end the turn with an instant charge, grab 3 cards from the deck, and it's over to Tord now, who top decked Girachi. Probably not too helpful in this matchup.
No, not at all. If only he had utilized that Forest Stone, maybe tried to grab either an Ultra Ball or maybe that Pidgeot EX, because he has that rare candy just waiting in hands. Here comes the celebrations. Mew, Mysterious Tail.
This could find the Ultra Ball, could it? Mew.
There is a Power Pad. Not quite what he's after right now, but could move it to the bottom of the deck, increasing his chances to maybe look for something more useful if he decides to play that Iono in hand right now. So it's a shuffle up here by Tord. Just got to try and figure out, he's got some time still. There's no Pidgeot EX right now on Alessandro's board, so he can't start picking at the right cards for this matchup. Just been a couple of instant charges from that Rotom V from his own side for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he was forced to go for that Erica's Hospitality when your opponent has a 3-card hand. Probably tells you that your opponent's hand isn't the greatest. As we are going to see that Iono, so both players will shuffle their hand, go to the bottom, and they'll both get to grab 6 cards from the top of their deck, since both players have 6 prize cards remaining.
Let's have a little look what Tord's working with. There's a Boss, a few energy cards, a Peonia, which could be big, an opportunity to try and find that Professor Churro's scenario as soon as well. It's a big question about committing that Rapid Strike energy. You know, unfortunately, maybe Tord doesn't know, but there's no Sydney in Alessandro's list, just a Giacomo, so if he does attach that Rapid Strike energy, it won't be removed just from being on the board. From his hand, but can be removed from his board. Apologies.
As we are going to see the Stormy Mountains activation here. Now, I don't think Tord actually has any targets for this, but what this will allow Tord to do is to shuffle up his deck. Oh, I apologize. There's going to be another Rotom V coming down, so at least Tord will be able to end the turn and use that instant charge. So Rotom V everywhere. And it's one of the interesting cards. I think when it first came out, people sort of underestimated the usefulness of that instant charge, but now we're seeing it in a load of decks, right? You know, Charizard would play it, Tord's, you know, Cooking Box deck is playing it, and so are the control decks.
Yeah, the control deck's just being able to take more resources and put it into their hand is fantastic. In decks like Charizard, where maybe turn 1, you don't really have too much necessarily actions that you need to do. And then there's also a Forest Sealstone target to be able to utilize that as well. That's why we've kind of started to see Rotom V be maybe the Pokemon of choice of the V variety, I should say.
Right, but looking at Alessandro's hand, we see the Pidgeot, but we don't see the rare candy. We don't see any supporter, or at least a way to go grab it. So we're going to see a Nest Ball being played here. We're going to grab, looks like a second Pidgey potentially. And just debating on what to grab.
Still has access to Stormy Mountain, so at a latter turn can start thinking about maybe reducing and taking cards out of Tord's hand with that Luxray, for example. But, you know, he's able to just kind of sit pretty for the time being with all those fantastic looking arts. I mean, just being able to potentially just Rotom V instant charge further for more turns, just continues to build the hands. You know, Tord's already played one of his Ionos, only plays the 2 copies. Maybe that's another target to utilize with the Power Pad to try and limit what Alessandro has access to. But there's the Luxray V coming down as well.
Because the Luxray V is weak to fighting, though. So if you was to use Fang type, all Tord would have to do is attach Rapid Strike energy, and 100 Furious Blows would be a KO. So it's something you have to keep in mind. But it looks like Alessandro might be eyeing it up. I don't think he has a way to get the stance out of the active at least yet. So might have to play his own Iono, as we do see it being played. And let's see if Alessandro does decide to use that Fang Snipe after this Iono.
Yeah, it'd be a really cute way of doing things. Knowing Tord didn't play many cards from his current hand, so they weren't really insta-playable, which sort of can give an indication of, well, maybe there's not really a Fang Snipe target there for me to look at. Maybe if I put him into a position where there's more of those targets and potentially could maneuver this Snorlax out of the active position, does play something like a switch cart, for example, there's a way to kind of start negating what Tord might be trying to do. But we do just see the insta charge for the third turn of Alessandro in this top 8.
All right, and let's see what Tord manages to manufacture with a fresh new hand of 6, and obviously gets the top deck a 7. We see an Ultra Ball, we see a Pidgeot EX in the hand, we see a Power Pad. Let's see what this mysterious Tailkin hasn't been too successful yet. Let's see what this one can grab. Just a counter catcher by the looks of it.
Yeah, again, not the most useful of cards because typically it won't really be going behind in prizes against something like a Pidgeot control unless absolutely necessary. With a Pidgeot control, maybe looking to, maybe not this version, but we have seen versions where, or I've seen versions where there's Pidgeot EX is starting to swing away with a DTE attached, with a Lost City in play, for example, just to remove something really pesky. But it's not something Alessandro plays in his version, just going with the Stormy Mountains to get that consistency, another way to just essentially nest ball out the Luxray and the Rotoms. Does have Calamitous Wasteland as well, non-fighting Pokemon, requires an additional additional energy to retreat, and then one more, of course, with Magma Basin to power up that Charizard.
As we just see Tord end the turn with an instant charge to grab 3 more cards. So not the most explosive of turns there for Tord, and let's see what Alessandro can cook up himself. As we are going to see an Arven being played. Now, this is going to be interesting. Whatever Alessandro realistically wants to do this turn, he'll be able to do now, right? So let's see what the Arven will search for. I mean, we can search for any item. So a rare candy could unlock, you know, Pidgeot EX, and then that could maneuver some things for you. We could maybe even find a switching card as well. I think this is going to really give us an insight into what Alessandro is going to look to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just try and watch here. That Forest Sealstone move to the front there, chosen the Ultra Ball and the Forest Sealstone. So it looks like we're going to be cooking up a bit of a storm here from Alessandro's side. We're going to be getting that Pidgeot EX down in due course, because there is a rare candy already in hand as well. There's another shiny card there about to be discarded. Just for viewers at home, that is the shiny Mimikyu with that Safeguard ability. Oh, he's actually put it back in hand for the time being.
It's a helpful card, that one, isn't it? You never know when that's going to crop up. Safeguard, being immune to EX and V Pokemon damage, never a bad thing, as the Ultra Ball is going to be played, discarding a Fire Energy and a Nest Ball. Looks like a Pidgeot EX is being eyed up. I think rare candy's already in hand, so that means Quick Search will now be available, and so will that Forest Seal Stone for that Star Alchemy as well.
Here we go, rare candy for that Pidgeot EX. Remember, only 1 Quick Search can be used each turn, so even if he had 2 Pidgeot EX down, wouldn't be able to utilize it twice, of course, just the once during that turn. So there's the Quick Search now, just grabbing the pieces that he's looking for. And I've just had some information come through as well that Owen Kammerman has won game 1 in his matchup in top 8. So as we do get the information, we will try to give you those details as well. So Owen Kammerman currently 1 game up in his top 8 match, looking to go back-to-back regional to special event champion.
Wow, and he's doing a fantastic job of it so far in top 8, and won first game in top 8 as well. Looks like our Quick Search target was chosen, didn't quite get to catch that, unfortunately, but we'll have a little gander and see what it was. Like a Heavy Ball was being eyed up, or Peonia was being eyed up as well, and let's see what that back card was. It was the Peonia that was taken.
Yeah, so many different lines that we can take here, so many different ways. That Snorlax really putting in work. Instant charge once more time to just try and load up the right cards he requires to combat what Tord may be trying to serve up here from his own massive hand.
Well, it is over to Tord. It is over to Tord, I should say. Did top deck the Collapse Stadium. Mysterious Tail being used again. Look at top 6. Grab any item you find there. We do see an Ultra Ball now. I believe there was a rare candy in hand. That means Pidgeot EX would be live. Does also mean that Quick Shooting as well could be live, if that's what Tord opts to go for here. Now that is a 1-0-1 line in Tord's deck, and there is that Sobble, that Quick Shooting, letting you place 2 damage counters on any one of your opponent's Pokemon.
once per turn ability. Fantastic ability, saw a lot of play, you know, back in the day, as it were, coming out from Chilling Reign.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, just a few key cards that we've seen prize as well. So Tor does have that Professor Churro scenario prize alongside that Urshifu VMAX.
Just to cut you off there, I apologise, but Tor did play an Avery, so that means Alessandro will have to discard a Pokemon. It looks like it will be that Rotom.
Yeah, got enough value out of that, I think. That was maybe 4 or 5 instant charges throughout so far. Just very quickly going back, just again for knowledge for you viewers as well, that one single rare candy is also prized on Tor's side. A couple of unique cards that are useful for Alessandro that could be coming to the fore. A Clara, a Switch card, 1 rare candy, and that Giacomo is prized as well.
As it looks like we're just going to see a double turbo energy attached to Pidgey and an instant charge there from Tor. But thank you for that prize recap there, Alex. I know in these meticulous resource wars, knowing what's in the prizes can be, or is, I should say, pivotal. Now it is over to Alessandro. Now he's going to start the turn off, has quick search available, and Stormy Mountains as well. Looks like Peonia was being debated. Peonia letting you look at 3 of your prize cards, put them in your hand, and then you put any 3 back. So it looks like he's taken, was it the Rotom, a rare candy, was it, and a Clara?
Yep, exactly those 3. So now can put any 3 back into the prizes there. So has missed the Giacomo and the Switch card, so isn't really able to maneuver around with that Snorlax in the active spot. But, you know, with things like Power Pads of his own, Silene, if I'm not mistaken, and the Team Yell's cheer, there's opportunity to go after it again later down the line.
And it looks like that Rotom is getting put straight back to the prize cards, I guess. Like you said, now that Pidgeot is established, you could argue the instant charges less valuable. So it looks like Defiance Belt, Magma Basin, and Rotom V have been put back.
Yeah, exactly that. Doesn't need to utilize that Defiance Belt, Defiance Band, sorry, to deal any additional damage. And there is the quick search happening right now. What other piece of the puzzle does he require? He's looking for the Power Pad. Does look like he's trying to maybe target that Peonia again, maybe take the other side of those prizes this time, maybe stretch for that Switch card, which is an so vital piece of the puzzle here to really start just inhibiting exactly what's in Tor's hand.
As it looks
there
like
it
that
is.
Power Pad is being played to grab that Peonia back. Could shuffle back an Arvin or Iono, as it looks like Iono is going to be shuffled back as well.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking, what are both of these players thinking right now? You know, we're already kind of deep into our top 8. There was additional time for both our players for this top 8 match, of course. But as time does tick on, it's really a bit of a standoff right now with that Snorlax in the active spot and the Mew, or the Celebrations Mew also in the active spot, unable to retreat, of course. Do see a Bravery Charm attached to that Luxray V now, making it just a bit more bulkier than usual. 260 HP now, it has to be dealt with.
It's a big number, 206 HP on a basic Pokemon, especially while it's removing trainers from your opponent's hand. But it looks like that block Snorlax will be left in the active, as it is over to Tord now as well. Let's have a gander at what we're looking at.
All of those cards. So such a big hand. We do see the rare candy Pidgeot.
There we go, rare candy Pidgeot as well as a Pidgeot War. Quick searches everywhere. So now Todd will be able to use quick search himself, grab any card. And I would imagine when you're playing against a control deck, being able to grab any card you like in a turn is fantastic.
Yeah, that he was eyeing up that boss there in his hand, as he does use Mysterious Tail one more time before trying to get it out of the active position. But there's a number of different avenues to go down here. We do see the quick search now before making any sort of rash decisions.
Ooh,
oh, here we go. Inteleon with that fantastic quick shooting ability might be coming down this turn.
I really like the quick shooting here because, you know, these control decks will like to use, you know, Penny and all that jazz to sort of try and remove damage from play. But what Inteleon will let you do is sort of attack 2 Pokemon at the same time, right? You can attack maybe a Blustery Wind into the active while spreading damage to a bench Pokemon. And you can't Penny 2 Pokemon at the same time.
Yeah, here it is. Inteleon, that Rapid Strike Inteleon, utilized well in that sort of Inteleon box deck back in a different format, of course, when it was legal. But now being utilized here in a brilliant way as he also does gust up the Luxray V with the Rapid Strike energy attached, now able to utilize that fantastic attack that you called out, Shay.
100 furious blows, 150 damage, times by 2 for weakness, of course. So that'll be a crisp and clean 300 damage, which is perfectly enough for a KO. We see Collapse Stage, you're going to discard towards Rotom V as well. And this is where the game is going to start getting interesting.
Yeah, Tord's now putting the clock on. He's activated his prize race, of course. Typically, Alessandro doesn't necessarily work via prizes in terms of how he could win matchups. That 100 Furious Blows does mean that Urshifu can continue swinging away if it does need to, of course.
Yep.
Is also a Thornton target for later down the line if it ever needs to change up his ways.
Here it is. Change up his ways. And yeah, it's just worth noting, like you said, 100 Furious Blows has no text. You can just keep attacking. Also worth noting, Alessandro did prize that Giacomo. So being able to discard that Rapid Strike energy right now could be a tall order, meaning that Rapid Strike energy will be sticking around because you can't Peonia and Giacomo in the same turn.
Exactly, and I think that's what Tord has kind of quickly seen. He saw that Alessandro had played the Peonia, but instantly power padded it back into his deck, which means he has access to it again, which means he's missed something. That's a good tell to see that Tord is thinking about how his opponent is playing. He's reacting to all of the different plays that not a lot of players would always pick up on. And that's fantastic to see.
It really is. We are going to see Quick Search being used there for Alessandro. And I think you're right. When I was watching the last game, as we do see that Peonia, funny enough, being taken just right there, as you mentioned, Alex. When I was watching the round 9 game with this deck, that's why the name React box was almost popping out at me, because it feels as if you really do have to sort of see what lines your opponent gives you, react to what they do, and then play from there, as we are going to see that Peonia being taken, and it is going to be played. So I imagine now that Giacomo will be liberated, and the switch card as well. So let's see what Alessandro opts to put back.
Yeah, switch card, Ultra Ball, and the Giacomo there from the right-hand side of those prizes, of course. Can put any free cards back in any placement of the prizes that he would like, but having access to that Giacomo, knowing that Tord currently has a double turbo energy on the board alongside a Rapid Strike energy on the board, does mean that there's a lot of value in trying to get it out as soon as possible, and will always have access to it regardless of whether Tord Ionos him.
Yeah, that Quick Search is really impactful, as it looks like double Arven and Artisan have been put back. Arven has done his job now. The board has been set up, so that will be good. But you are correct that Giacomo letting you discard one special energy attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon. So that Rapid Strike energy would be discarded, and so would that double turbo energy as well. That's quite devastating if we saw it.
Yep, there's a number of different avenues here, and we're starting to see that Pidgey, been targeted down by Tord as well. Maybe within range of a Yoga Loop at some stage. Will there be an opportunity to utilize that, especially when there's DT and the Rapid Strike energy out, but can power it up with a Charizard, remember?
Yeah, now that would be something. Charizard EX Infernal Rain to power up a Yoga Loop. And it is possible, for sure. It's definitely possible. And let's see what Tord opts to do here, because that Giacomo right now would be devastated. And let's see if he can prevent that. We are going to see Pidgeot EX being activated there, that Quick Search. So Tord might be eyeing up his own Peonia. Maybe Tord might be trying to go for a G-Max Rapid Flow this turn. We know that Urshifu V-Max is currently in the prizes. Maybe Tord has realized now that with the second Peonia being played, that Giacomo might have been liberated. So if you are going to go for a Rapid Flow, this might be the turn to do it. So I'll be intrigued to see if that's what we go for. I would love to see a G-Max Rapid Flow here, Alex.
Yeah, even with that knockout, he's now just increasing the chances of grabbing all the good cards that are remaining in the prizes as well. Leaving behind that Battle VIP pass could be vital here, because he now has access to that Professor Churros scenario and the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX as well. So many cards available here for Tord, and all of those pieces are starting to finally come together. Will he be able to piece it all during this turn and hope that Giacomo doesn't come down to impact the value that he could get out of the Rapid Strike energy and the double turbo energy?
I mean, that would be fantastic. Tord does have almost a one-turn window to pull off this, as he's going to put back a Jirachi, a Counter Catcher, and an Ultra Ball. So that means Professor Churros scenario has been taken. And so the Rapid Strike Urshifu, we are going to see a quick shoot onto that Pidgey. 10 HP left. Oh, goodness gracious. That Rapid Strike Urshifu is definitely in hand, Alex.
Which direction will he take it? That's always the question that we're having here. In every game that we've seen, do we start swinging around the Pidgey for the time being? Is it just a pass over for the time being?
Okay.
So potentially losing value if this Giacomo comes down, removes those two double energies out of play.
Yeah, interesting. So looks like that Giacomo is going to come down immediately, though. So there goes that Rapid Strike energy, and there goes that double turbo energy as well. I think it is a...
Yep, discard a special energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon. So it's both that go to the discard pile. So excellent turn there, I think, for Alessandro to try and limit what Tord could do.
Yeah, all of a sudden now it's going to really reduce the options for Tord. I think now only Fire Energy are in the deck because there's only played one of each of those special energies. So that does mean that the Rapid Strike Urshifu now is essentially useless outside of a Thornton play.
Yep.
But it does mean Yoga Loop is still alive, and so is Blustery Wind, since they are colorless attack costs.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Thornton, being able to utilize it on not... I'm just seeing the Ultra Ball away of the Radiant Charizard there. That, again, not something we typically see in a lot of control lists, but it's just a massive attacker with just the one energy that's really required. But just going back to the Thornton, it's choosing a basic Pokemon from your discard pile and switching it with one of your basic Pokemon in play.
Yep.
So there's an opportunity to remove, well, we've got some use out of you now, Rapid Strike Urshifu V. Let's try and find something else that will help me for the rest of this matchup, right? It doesn't have to be on the bench. It could be anywhere in play.
Yep, and I think that Rapid Strike Urshifu now can do a whole lot of nothing for the most part. with only Fire Energy, each attack has a fighting in the attack cost, and so does the V-Max. We are going to see Quick Search being used as we do see a Rare Candy into the second Pidgeot EX, so that 50 HP Pidgey is now safe with an extra 270 HP added there, so 280 in total. Oh, Chi-Yu might be getting eyed up there. With that attack for one Fire Energy, discard the top two cards of your opponent's deck with that Jealously Singe.
Yeah, great name for an attack.
Great name.
We've seen obviously two different Pokemon utilized in control archetypes. There's either the Chi-Yu, of course, but it has that one retreat cost in comparison to that Crabominable V, which has a very similar attack, utilizes one water energy, but by using this Fire Energy, you can use that Radiant Charizard as an attacker as well if you need to just remove something out of play.
And then it opens up Magma Basin plays as well, as we are going to see the Bravery Charm attached to that Mimikyu. So we're going to have a plus 50 HP, so it's that 120 HP Mimikyu that is immune to damage from EX and V Pokemon. Over to Tord now, though. Let's see what he can manufacture. Remember, is down that double turbo energy and that rapid strike energy as well. So the only energy available to him now are those fire energy, which can be accelerated via Infernal Rain, of course.
Yeah, what can you put together now, Tord? I've removed your energies, your special energies from play. There's a fire energy in the discard pile as well. Tord does play 5 copies of fire energy, and of course can sort of reuse them with things like Super Rods if they ever get discarded, as we do see the Pidgeot's Quick Search from Tord's side now. So eyeing up that Super Rod, it looked like.
Yep, looks like that Super Rod. You know, I mean, when you're down all your special energy, it now means your basic energy are super important. So I wouldn't mind seeing some of those shuffled back in, or maybe even some of the Pokemon that have been discarded as well. Let's see what sort of targets are there. I thought he was going to fan through the discard pile there, but unfortunately didn't. Looks like a Rare Candy's being eyed up, so we might... We're going to see first we're going to see a manual retreat. Oh, we're going to see some waterfall action. 2 energy, 70 damage. I mean, that's a good number. I mean, it gets around Mimikyu.
It's definitely an option. 2 colors energy is a way to power up the Inteleon as an attacker. That's why we saw the Super Rod with the retreat with the Urshifu. And not something we've typically seen, especially with this Inteleon, but just to be able to keep swinging away, applying pressure, whilst also utilizing quick shooting. Wow, this is one line I had not expected.
Yeah, I was about to say at the start of this stream, Alex, if I told you we were going to see a Charizard EX power up a Rapid Strike Inteleon to then use Waterfall, what would you have said to me?
Yeah, I would have said you were out of your mind. But here we are at this stage of the format where you're utilizing all of those special little combinations and just start swinging away. Here's quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX that was already been damaged once again, up to 260 damage now with 220 HP remaining.
Yep.
And now this Inteleon is just going to be swinging away, just applying some pressure, you know, putting Alessandro on the clock. Right now, how are you going to deal with this?
And that's what the aim of the game is against controlling archetypes, is as long as you can apply consistent pressure. Now, there is one way you can get out of this, is if you can abuse Penny, since you have got that Bravery Charm attached, so that Waterfall will not be taking the KO, obviously. So you can sort of absorb a hit, Penny, free retreat, put it back down, you know, over and over and over again. That does require a lot of cards to make that loop happen, but it is a possibility.
100%. I mean, you also got to start thinking about other ways that can maybe take out this Inteleon. We've already seen that Radiant Charizard hit the discard pile, of course, but a combination of Magma Basin with a double turbo energy does provide Alessandro with an opportunity here to actually just knock out a Pokemon which had to be rare candied up. And that also eliminates the quick shooting ability as well. That's kind of started to impact Alessandro's board. As you saw, Tor didn't necessarily target the Mimikyu with the quick shooting, because with cards he's expecting like Penny, he's just going to make sure those damage counters are staying on the board as long as possible and just asking those questions of Alessandro.
Speaking of Penny, we did see it being played to pick up that Mimikyu with the Bravery Charm, and that block Snorlax has been promoted. So while that block Snorlax is in the active, that Rapid Strike Inteleon is stuck there. I mean, it can attack though, and it can use quick shooting, but it cannot retreat. So Tord will have to just keep swinging away with that, at least for the time being.
Yeah, it would be a 2-hit knockout, of course, utilizing quick shooting to overcome the additional 10 HP that Snorlax would have over 2 attacks of Waterfall, of course. But again, Alessandro's biding his time here. He has the opportunity to put that Snorlax in the active spot, and now it's just saying, well, Tord, how can you deal with all of these things in front of you?
And that's the thing, when you've got quick shooting, when you've got Bravery Charm as well, I feel as if, sure, Tord might have some outs, but are they applying enough pressure to where you can, you know, get out of this sort of healing loop? I think Alessandro might be trying to start here as well. I was going to see a pass.
Yeah, just to give you more updates in our other top 8 matches.
Okay.
Filippo Colamoria up against Oscar Madsen, of course. That Roaring Moon EX against Charizard EX is currently 1-1. So going down to game 3. And also Owen Kammerman versus Brent Hermans. Brent has been able to tie up the series in the top 8. And it's currently 1-1 as well. That was, if you recall, Mew VMAX Fusion Strike build up against Lost Giratina VSTAR.
And that's currently 1-1, you said?
That is 1-1 as well, yes.
Okay.
Oh, just one more. Christian Sanataro also won game 1 in his matchup. I believe, was that against... Oh, okay, I just got to get confirmation, but he's playing Chen Pao, isn't he?
Against Bolly? And
might be against Bolly there, yeah. So, wow, some riveting games going on in the background as we're continuing, of course, in this matchup. Of course, it's against Bolly. He was the last remaining person. My mind blanked for a moment as we were trying to watch Tord's game plan come out and unfold as well. So lots of things going on, and as always, we'll keep you updated throughout as we do see another quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX on the bench, now down to 200 HP.
Yeah, that has been doing really well there, that Pidgeot, as we are going to see the quick shooting, I mean, the Waterfall into the Snorlax.
Yeah, just one more quick shooting would put it in range of that Charizard EX coming up to swing away at it.
Okay. Could be something worth keeping an eye on, as we did see Tord take a rare candy, I believe, from the quick search on his last turn. But it is over to Alessandro now, finding out that discard pile. You know, the deck is starting to get a little bit small there for Alessandro. Has been able to get through the deck quite well. We are going to see a Clara. I wonder if this is going to get back the Radiant Charizard that you mentioned earlier. Ooh.
And the Fire Energy as well. So Fire Energy back into the hand for the moment. It would have been, yeah, there's loads of different avenues to go down, but, oh, sorry, of course, he did put the Magma Basin back into the prizes for his Peonia on the left-hand side, so wouldn't be able to instantly power it up with just the one turn for that. There's this switch card here as well.
That healing's actually kind of clutch as well. Going to heal that 30 and then switch that looks right into the active. So whatever Tor took of the quick search, if it was a trainer, could get discarded via this Fang Snipe. Would actually deal 20 damage, funny enough, because that Inteleon is weak to lightning as well. So 30 damage before. Oh, we're going to see a counter catcher as well, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, into the Urshifu. Okay.
Oh, and taking out a trainer card. We know he took that Professor Churro's scenario.
Oh, was it Churro? Okay.
Into the hand as well. Remember from the Yeah, we're going to see a Fang Snipe for the first time in this top 8. Lots of things going on here, but he's going to have so many options. We do see the quick search, of course, first. Just kind of double checking. Ooh, just double checking that what's available here.
I think they're trying to debate whether he's used quick search already this turn.
He has it twisted, but did he just twist that Pidgeot EX?
He just twisted that now. Yeah.
Just confirmation. There we go. Thank you very much for just double checking. Want to make sure all the gameplay is as clean as possible, of course, as he's just double checking what's available. It looks like the PAL pad has been targeted there, and just another shuffle up, of course, from Alessandro's side. Just playing this out as best as he can up against this unknown kind of quantity heading into this tournament.
Yeah, one of those unclassified decks in day one. That's I'm sure it would have fallen into that category. Here we go. I'm going to see the Fang Snipe.
Just a hand over the whole hand there. There's options. Immediately targets that, but with PAL pad as well there.
Yeah, can just immediately put it back in the deck, right?
Yeah, that's very true. And that means Tord would get value out of the PAL pad because they're potentially maybe utilizing another supporter. So yeah, it's hard to say. I think both are viable targets.
They really are.
So it's just down to which one. Yeah, remove the PAL pad, get less value now, so it means you have to utilize that churro as soon as possible. It means Tord does only have one more PAL pad remaining amongst his deck and hand.
Wow, and there we are, that Fang Snipe.
A little bit of damage as well, a little chip damage.
Yep. Can't forget about that. Can't forget about that. As it is over to Tord now, going to top deck start. I think one might have been a battle with our P-pass there, not particularly helpful. But no, you're right. I think we have seen Tord's other PAL pad been played already, right?
Has it been played already once before? I thought he might have held on to it. Yeah, we're just double checking. He gets a chance to have a little look.
No.
Yeah, I believe it.
Ignore me.
No worries at all. It's good to make sure we're as clear as possible alongside the viewers on YouTube and Twitch, because we're all just trying to work out exactly the route here for Tord. The hand isn't the most useful.
Really not.
Could potentially look to Iono back into all the good cards back into the deck. Does have Churro, can start swinging away as well. Of course, won't be able to gust at the same time, which is typically what he would maybe have liked to have tried to do. Do see the quick search first as well. There's the other PAL pad.
There's the PAL pad.
Yeah, so it looks like he might be using Churro's scenario here and immediately PAL padding it back into the deck. And then just trying to make sure he's capable of taking the right knockouts here. The problem is, he's not able to knock out this Luxray.
No, funnily enough, because Alessandro obviously hasn't taken any prize cards, that Burning Darkness is doing 180, and even with quick shooting, and as we do see that Professor's Churro scenario being played, it's still only dealing 200 damage. That Luxray has 210, so it survives by 1. There's that Nestash Skrovit.
Hello, Skrovit. Being able to maybe protect the hand.
I was about to say, now that's a defense against Fang Snipe.
That's a very cute there as he chucks away his hand. It's Nestash, a funny little cute ability combined with, I guess, the Bibaro and the Pidgeot EX, which Tord plays in the next all the support Pokemon. Just a Bidoof there, and just saying, well, let's make your Fang Snipe as useless as possible here.
Yep, go on then. Good luck getting that, as we are just going to see the Burning Darkness attack there, 180 damage, plus the 20 from quick shooting. So that Luxray has 10 HP left.
Putting it on the clock here as well. Of course, Alessandro has ways of trying to maybe find another penny once again.
Yeah,
or maybe finding a way to just maneuver it out of quick shooting, damage output.
Yeah, Bravery Charm would help with that.
Exactly that, and he's already used 1 penny. So is there another penny available? There should be.
He plays 3.
A couple more. But then what? It's just thinking about, well, what do I utilize now? This Charizard will knock out both of the Snorlaxes, of course. The Pidgeot, the fresh Pidgeot, is one that would be able to tank some damage.
It would.
But the other Pidgeot wouldn't be able to, so it's got to start thinking about applying all of this pressure from towards boards. Just forcing the issue here.
And that's all you can do against controlling archetypes, right? Is just try and pile on the damage and think, right, you can remove damage from one Pokemon, but you can't do multiple in a turn. So let me just keep attacking. All of a sudden, I'm going to put pressure on your healing loop and try and stop it, as we are going to see that Penny going to pick up that Luxray. Now, what would the promotion be? It's going to have to be the fresh Pidgeot.
Look, with the fresh Pidgeot, being able to retreat does have the Mimikyu in hand.
True.
So maybe he has to retreat into the Mimikyu for the time being. Yeah, looks like it's maybe an eyed up here. That Mimikyu, of course, with Safeguard as an ability, can prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks by your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. So that's one direction to take it in here. Alessandro looking for more opportunities to buy his time.
Yeah, that Mimikyu can stare down that big, hefty Terra Charizard EX, because that Safeguard ability will not be taking any damage from Pokemon EX or V, so that Charizard cannot attack it. Or at least, well, could attack it, but wouldn't do any damage.
Yeah, right now, Tord, of course, only has access to one boss. He's already utilized it once, of course. Hasn't played the
Power Pad
because...
got shuffle back in.
Yep, exactly that. It got shuffled back in. Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting. That Calamitous Wasteland boosts retreat cost of non-fighting types by 1. So that means that a Terra Charizard DX will not be able to retreat right now unless another energy came down. As we do see as well, Radiant Charizard coming down with a basic energy too.
Yeah, that threat of an attacker. You know, that Enteleon being able to sort of pinging around all of these types. Even if it comes up, takes out the Mimikyu with 70 damage, it's going to go down to this Charizard if Alessandro can get another energy on it after Tord. Well, if Tord does actually target it, of course. 2 Pokemon in Tord's hand. Not the most useful right now. But how will he play this out? You know, he's been trying to protect himself from Fang Snipe. Right now, no board space for Fang Snipe either. No way of easily retreating out of the Charizard EX. So many questions as we continue this really, really interesting game. This is really a chess match here.
Oh yeah, chess match is 100% the best way to describe this. You know, all these quick shooting damage is so important. Every attack is important. Every energy, even basic energy, has important. We've already seen the special energy get immediately discarded, right? So that's no longer an option. So now these basic energy are so impactful. And we see the little Calamitous Wasteland of all cards. I'm not sure many people knew what it even did before this weekend, or at least on this stream. But again, just forcing Tord to jump through these hoops.
Yeah, so many decisions here. I wasn't quite sure which card he took. We just get a little look. It was his fire energy.
It was, yes.
Just as an option here. So it looks like, oh, just double checking
double
as well.
check that Calamitous Wasteland for a second.
Non-fighting Pokemon in play. The retreat is 1 more. So it should require 3 energies. It's not basic. I just wanted to double check here. Oh, each basic non-fighting.
Oh, basic non-fight. Okay.
Just having a quick read of that as well. I think that's exactly why Tord read that himself.
Yeah.
So now is able to also bench the Bidoof. And now just takes the knockout on this Mimikyu. Nice and easy, 70 damage. Utilize the final quick shooting on that Pidgeot EX as well. That Charizard is sitting pretty, waiting to go. If it does able to get 1 more energy on it.
And has a double turbo energy in hand.
Yeah.
They can attack with that. Wow, this is, oh God, goodness gracious me. So much stuff going on. What have you noticed there, Alex?
I'm starting to think about if Charizard does come up, take this knockout here, the Charizard with a Super Rod does mean that Tord could take the knockout on the Radiant Charizard, and then is only really a boss away.
Yes.
Because it's 3 prizes, takes a knockout potentially on a Radiant Charizard, and then the Pidgeot EX, which currently is damaged and hasn't been picked up, as we do see a heavy ball being played. That's 1 line or 1 route to take in the final 3 prizes, of course. But at the same time, Alessandro is going to be looking at that, hopefully just to try and think, well, how can I stop that from happening? That Pidgeot is heavily damaged. How can I eventually get that picked up via something like the Penny?
Well, that's the thing. If Tord keeps attacking, that means you won't be able to sort of penny this secondary damaged Pidgeot. And that's where I think the quick shooters come in so handy, because you can't penny 2 Pokemon at the same time. So that's Tord's win con, as we've established, right? Get damage on that Pidgeot, try and get down to 2 prize cards, and is it 3, like you said? And then KO that 4 game. But Alessandro's probably spotted this already, right? And like you said, going to try his best to try and stop that from happening. But you have to imagine, if you're playing a Pidgeot control, you probably haven't game planned for quick shooting, because I know I wouldn't have.
No, not something I would have been used to. So this is where Alessandro has to double check all of those resources that Tord has utilized so far. And even for himself, he hasn't been able to play anything. He's played 1 Power Pad, I believe, to try and get back that Peonia. But other than trying to get all those resources back, you know, we see that Silene in hand right now. There will be a point where he needs to start cycling some of those really important cards. We do see the Bravery Charm on the Radiant Charizard. That does bump it up to a massive amount. of HP. And here comes the Radiant Charizard here, starting to potentially swing away. Doesn't have an energy attached yet.
Just need to attach one.
Chose not to target down the Inteleon quick shooting. Here's quick search being utilized now. Would he go for just the other fire energy?
I think so. I think that might be the target. I've definitely wanted to try and hold on to that double turbo energy, so at least you can start trying to use that blustery wind from Pidgeot EX at some point. So I think grabbing the other fire energy would be advantageous. And with that bravery charm, that pushes that Charizard, Radiant Charizard damage to HP, just what, 210?
The same as that Luxray, so it's just that awkward number.
So that's outside of range of a Burning Darkness plus quick shooting.
Yeah, just that awkward number there. But I mean, if it does attack, wouldn't be able to really retreat out in that position. Wouldn't be able to attack again.
Could get pennied though.
Could get pennied. 1 penny left remaining because Power Pad hasn't been utilized on it so far, or even the Silene, for example. But is eyeing up using it now because that Team Yell's cheer also waiting in the wing to really just start the loop of protection. Team Yell's cheer being utilized first here. Maybe wanted to get some value out of the pennies that are available left in the deck, including Clara as well. Silene usually used on things like the Power Pad to start cycling before Yelchir is being put back in the deck with the Power Pads, for example. So it's I think it's a vital couple of turns here we've got going on.
Yeah, Team Yelchir so integral for these control decks to sort of start closing out the game when removing that damage. This is going to be a hefty combustion blast from that Radiant Charizard, 250 damage. And bear in mind, with that Bravery Charm attached, that Radiant Charizard has 210 HP. So that means even with a Burning Darkness dealing 180 plus a quick shoot, that's 200. Radiant Charizard will survive by 10.
And I think I've just got news coming in. We have our first top 4 competitor, Christian Sanataro, has been able to take down Bolly Oliphant with his Chien-Pao deck against Bolly's Charizard EX. So he's progressing into top 4. Congratulations to him. Commiserations to Bolly, of course, having done so well to get to that stage. But Chien-Pao in top 4, everybody, after a fantastic showing in Dortmund. It's looking to try and do it again.
Yep, only 1 win away from the finals there. So shout outs to Christian for making it into top 4. Massive commiserations to Bolly. As we do see an Ultra will being played there to grab that big barrel. So Industrious Incisors will be live. Tord currently has no cards in his hand. This will be a fresh 5 new cards. Let's see what Tord can get here and how it can affect this game.
Is this the one opportunity eventually to see this Charizard go down, to utilize Raihan for something pretty useful? There's that Marwile as well. We've seen the switch card already utilized. Of course, will need to be maybe Silene back into the deck if anything does get tempting trapped. So this is already maybe 45 minutes gone, almost 45 minutes gone into this matchup, and we're still at this stage where there's so many pieces of the puzzle. Thornton as well available.
Oh, wow.
Thornton being used.
Thornton being used.
Going to utilize another Charmander. Mew no longer on the boards. Basic for a basic from the discard pile. Vital, I think, just to have another attacker.
We'll be able to actually rare candy it into play as well, right? Because Thornton does carry the how long a Pokemon has been in play rules. So if Tord likes, we'll be able to use it. Quick shooting is going to be used here. 2 damage counters on the active Radiant Charizard as well.
Yeah, just in case that Charizard doesn't get out of the active spot, if Tord is able to find another fire energy, can just swing with the actual active Charizard EX on next turn alongside a quick shooting to take it out even with that Bravery Charm. Oh, no, can't.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say there's definitely no damage being taken there, Alessandro.
No worries, just getting a bit ahead of yourself, but just thinking it's absolutely fine. Wanted to maximize the value from those pennies.
I was about to say,
200 damage off the board, penny in hand now. Doesn't need the quick search for it, of course, and can just potentially save that Charizard. Although, is that the direction you want to be taking it in right now? Do you want to force Tord to take this out?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. So that Charizard's taking
damage.
250, so it could get KO'd via a Blustery Wind, correct?
It could indeed. Maybe swinging with a fresh...
The fresh one.
Pidgeot EX does then activate towards Raihan for the first time in this tournament.
This is true.
Oh, not tournament, sorry. In this top 8.
Yep.
Which could prove pivotal for Tord, because he's also kept his hand knowing that, well, actually... Is there a world where maybe he goes with the Luxray once again?
Maybe, you know, that's actually...
Or didn't Nest dash it away to protect it.
That is true.
Luxray in hand, DT in hand, or can just take out this Charizard EX, you know, try and remove those energies out of play. Will be detrimental to Tord's game plan, of course.
You're going to see quick search being used first. That might give us some insight into what Alessandro is going to try and do here. Misfortune Sister still in deck. Yeah, a lot of supporters, funny enough. That Chi Yu is in deck as well. Counter-catcher. Could be getting eyed up. Guess we could be seeing a counter-catcher plus Penny into the block to try and lock Tord down there, as it were. But Barrel, you know, is not a great Pokemon to have any active.
No, not at all.
Leave it is Skwovet, in all honesty, as well.
Skwovet can keep biting away.
True. But Barrel, if you really want to, could be doing tail smash, I should say. We saw that in the EUIC final back in Frankfurt. That was a tail flip, though, unfortunately. But let's see what Alessandro is going to do here. So it looks like we're going to see a Penny being eyed up.
Does have that fantastic pivot that our fellow co-caster has mentioned so often as not just the only reason why you play Pidgeot EX here. It's a fantastic free retreater as well. And we do see the Pidgeot in the active spot, but now can just maneuver into any one of those Pokemon there.
Oh, looks like Luxray's being eyed up. Alex with the Bravery Charm. And it looks like that looks to be what Alessandro is debating. Has hit the field. Fan Snipe will be live. We're going to see a free retreat from the Pidgeot EX. And we're going to see Fang Snipe dealing 10 damage. And your opponent reveals their hand. And you get to discard a trainer that you find there. Fantastic attack for these controlling archetypes, since you can remove resources from them. And you get to choose the resources as well.
Yeah, exactly that. And here we go. So that could be very detrimental to Tord's game plan, because we know he was holding on to that Ultra Ball and Rare Candy. So here we go. Tord hands it back over. And there's more chip damage onto that Charizard as well. That Rare Candy there.
Oh, yeah.
Raihan is a card, but I mean, I guess Alessandra's looking to never pop that as an option.
No, I don't think, yeah.
We get a chance to have a quick look as well. How many Rare Candies? Maybe three Rare Candies already used.
How many does he play? It's
a full 4, so all 4 have been utilized now. No Charmeleons on Tord's board, so it does mean that Charmander is never becoming a Charizard anymore, is it?
Nope. That Charmander is going to be stuck.
This is tough.
Charmander, and that also is going to limit ability to burst energy into play as well, since Infernal Rain will no longer be an option, unless we do see that Professor Churro. Well, no, because then you won't be able to Rare Candy into the next Charizard, so no more Infernal Rain, as we are going to see Ultra Ball being played, discarding an Ultra Ball, and the Mawile, a card that we saw, well, Tord did tweet about using it against another controller deck, but I don't think it was the Charizard version with Pidgeot. Not quite as helpful here.
No, not at all. So I'm just trying to figure out what is your game plan, Tord, here. You can't lose any more vital resources. Unable to take that one-hit KO on this Luxray V anymore. Has already done that once with that single strike. We've got single strike, rapid strike, Urshifu. As you do see it, Barrel, Industrious Incisors, up to 5, 4 cards drawn. Are they going to be helpful for you here? There's an Iono, but only Pokemon left.
Yeah. So happens when you play so many, no energy, no anything along those lines. So like Iono is going to be played. That would give Tord a new hand of 3 and does reset Alessandro's hand. But we'll get 6 back, obviously, because he hasn't taken any prize cards.
Yeah, just like that little quick shuffle there, or cutting of the deck, I should say, when you offer it to your opponent. 3 cards here for Tord, 6 for Alessandro. There's a Radiant Charizard and an Ultra Ball. Radiant Zard not too useful in this scenario here. Quick shooting, utilized onto the Luxray V, and for the time being, maybe just hold on to the hand.
I don't think there's much else you can do. I mean, can't bench those Pokemon, and I don't think you want to Ultra Ball them away. So, yeah, just have to hold on to the hand. Quick Switch hasn't been used yet, though, so we'll be able to grab any card. Is there even any energy left in the deck? Oh, there's not.
There's a Super Rod.
Oh, there is a Super Rod. Okay. So it's like that is going to have to be taken, because if Tord wants to attack right now with this Charizard, we'll need another basic energy, another fire energy, I should say, to be able to do that. So Super Rod's going to be impactful, shuffling them back in.
Yeah, so 2 more fire energies. But now that you're seeing from Tord's side, Alessandro has to find a way to react here because he knows that means Tord will grab a fire energy and try to look to take down this Luxray as soon as possible.
Ooh, and the Morwar coming down as well. That's a little bit of foreshadowing. That tempting trap could be used to almost be like a block Snorlax, locking your opponent's Pokemon in the act, preventing it from retreating. So let's see what Tord does there. Shuffling in 2 copies of Fire Energy and the Morwar from Lost Origins.
Yeah, some really interesting back and forths here. Tord taking it down to 3 prizes. Very, very quickly, but we're just trying to work out for you guys at home as well.
Basic energy?
Want to know what is? Oh, the Squirtle could have done it.
That would have been nice. Got the basic energy there and would have been able to attack. Unfortunately, not.
Just a pass over from Tord. Back over Alessandro's side now. What will Alessandro do to impact exactly what Tord's just done? He's super roided 2 energies, remember. He's going to be digging for that fire energy as soon as possible. Penny coming down. Oh. Maybe Penny coming down. Quick search first.
So now you know that you've got rid of all those rare candy. Does the Blustery Wind KO now make more sense?
It's definitely pretty vital here, although does it start to activate maybe that Radiant Charizard, right?
This is true. No, okay, no, this is true. This is true. I'm eager for a KO here.
I mean, it activates it. It's still very hard to get there because there's none of that special double turbo energy available for Tord's side.
True.
We've got to just keep thinking of these lines here. This is why we're playing so long now. It's been 50 minutes, Shay, of this control archetype up against Tord's Tord box we're going to go with, I think, at the moment. We've got about 15 different names now. Penny to heal that 2 damage from the active foot.
So I've been told that the chat are asking about time rules in Top Cut, Alex. Oh, wait. We are going to see energy get attached to the Pidgeot EX. Here we go.
Blustery wind coming down.
Wind. Everyone close those windows because it's some blustery wind blowing around. And that would be KOing that Charizard EX. So anyway, chat is asking about the time rules in Top Cut, Alex. Why don't you take us through that?
If time is called and game 1 is not finished, it will, of course, have the final 3 turns like you typically would in any game.
As we do see that Blustery Wind for KO here.
Announced for 100 damage, and that will knock out the only Charizard EX on Tord's board. But sorry, going back very quickly, if we look at how many prizes each player has taken, what this does mean is that the player, if game 1 hasn't finished, is the player who's taken the most prizes. If it's even, it'll be the first player to take the next prize that wins the game. Okay. Of course, if time is called when one player has won game 1, then it will just end with the winner for that particular game. Unless it up against the wall, I believe. So we do see a Bibara with Industrious Incisors again. That Pidgeot EX play, we're starting to see it swing away now, and without an easy way to evolve up to a Charizard, actually no way to evolve up to a Charizard. Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Tord.
Yeah, Blustery Wind coming in. And this is what these controllers love to do, right? Run your opponent out of all the resources. No special energy, no rare candies left, no Charizard EX. So how about now? These little 100 pokes will start to add up. As you already saw, that big, hefty Terra Charizard getting KO'd there. And Tord, you know, using that quick search, I didn't quite manage to see what it was, but what can Tord realistically do? So we've got 2 fire energy attached to Inteleon, so we can do some waterfalls plus quick shooting, right? There is going to be no Charizard EX, so I guess the big hefty attacker now is what, the Radiant Charizard?
Radiant Charizard, also trying to utilize something like the tempting trap as well to maybe put something in the active, maybe limit what Alessandro has access to, and then maybe just keep pinging around until you're ready.
But we know that Alessandro plays so many Penny.
It does, and he's put 2 of them, after using 2 of them, put 2 of them back into. But I think he has used, again, 2 more.
Okay.
So maybe there's a net of 1 left in hand or deck. But of course, still has things like Team Yell's Cheer, the Silene, maybe a Power Pad remaining as well. So it's really down and on Tord to try and figure out a way here, as we do see a quick shooting. You know, he's going to have to utilize all of these pings as best as possible.
Yep.
And then maybe just kind of, again, try and apply some pressure in some way, shape, or form. 70 damage on the active Pidgeot EX. Maybe it was just that one turn where he maybe could have nest stashed that rare candy away. And that was a pivotal turn where that Luxray came in and Fang sniped it into oblivion, or I should say the discard pile.
Not quite the lost zone, you know what I mean? But yeah, that Fang snipe, that rude Luxray just saying, swipe, I'll take that, and put it straight in the discard pile there. As Alessandra is going to play a quick search, so they're going to take a Fire Energy. Oh, hello. Fire Energy could go to that Radiant Charizard. Does need, what, one more energy to attack, though, I believe?
Yeah, hasn't been able to take that Magma Basin from the prizes, because that looks like it got shuffled around once again.
I think Alexandra put that back from a Peonia.
Oh, yes, he did. He did, indeed.
So that Radiant Charizard, we need one more energy to attack. That Combustion Blast looks like... Silene might be getting played here. Flip 2 coins for each head. Grab a card from your discard pile and put it to the top of your deck. So here we go. And that is a Tails. And that is a Tails. So Silene goes to the discard pile there.
Tails.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, nah, not quite what Alessandro would have been after, but I've just got some further news here. Another top 8 match has finished. Filippo Colamoria has won 2-1 against Oscar Madsen. So Roaring Moon is roaring its way through into top 4 and has continued that fantastic run he's had across the Utrecht tournament so far, yeah. All right, I'm just looking back again, looking at blustery win that Alessandro's considering here to start kind of pinging across that Inteleon. I mean, why not at this point?
I think it seems perfectly fine to me. That's the only attacker that Tord has. How about you put that on a clock as well? Goodness gracious me, Alessandro going to do a blustery win, and now it is over to Tord. Let's see what he can manufacture. Boss's orders in the hand, Fire Energy in the hand. Yoga Loop in the hand, and that would be an interesting card to use, but not when you got no special energy left, realistically. No Charizard as well.
Surely can't think about losing this Inteleon here. So vital to just keep using that quick shooting ability. Does get that Radiant Charizard a bit closer to being able to attack.
Oh, true.
As an option as well, but just eyeing up a Professor Truro's scenario from that Pidgeot EX there. Indeed. Which direction are you taking this, Tord? There's a lot of Pokemon available left in the deck. Not quite the attackers that you're after, in all honesty, right now. Where are we going with this?
Trying to think. Tord has a Radiant Charizard, but Alessandro kind of needs to take a couple more prizes for you to be able to pop it in a turn, right?
Nest Dash to protect it. Doesn't want to draw into it, I suppose, from maybe an Industrious Incisors.
So there it goes to the bottom, Nest Dash. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the Manaphy.
Okay.
Not quite as useful right now.
No, definitely not quite helpful, but can't be Fang Sniped at the very least.
Does mean it's a target for Erica's invitation.
It really is, but I would imagine that might not be the support, but you never know. Oh, that could literally win the game. We're going to see Industrious Incisors draw 4 new cards as well. Didn't quite get to catch them. Looks like quick shooting activation. 2 damage, can be placed wherever you like.
Remember, does have a 1 retreat cost here. Is a non-basic, so can retreat without having too much to worry about, and just attacks for the moment into the Pidgeot EX. So 140 damage now on the active, 120 on the bench Pidgeot EX. Which direction are you taking this toward? We really, really want to know, do you still have an out here? Alessandro doing his best to control this game.
Yep.
Choosing to use the bench one this time as a quick search ability.
Fair enough. I mean, you know, the active one's been doing the attacking. That Pidgeot feels a bit tired, you know, doing make that blustery win, so that bench one can do the quick search. As we do see, the basic Fire Energy, I believe, was taken from the quick search.
Yep.
And it's like, might be so that would allude to us that maybe could be a Combustion Blast coming in. Oh, with Defiance Band as well. That would actually KO the Pidgeot EX.
Here we go. He's debating it. He wants to do it.
Debating it.
This could be massive, taking out Tord's draw engine. Well, not draw engine, but search engine.
Yep.
That's available here. with the Charizard, it deals 250 damage, but with Defiance Band, if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, the attacks of this Pokemon does 30 more damage to your opponent's active. So 250 plus the 30 will knock out this Pidgeot EX.
Wow. That's a strong turn. Combustion Blast as Alessandro goes down to 2 prize cards remaining here in our Masters top 8 match. Chances are the winner of this match will be advancing, you know, unless, lack of a better term, game 2 or 3 end really quick. So Todd's board now starting to look a little bit slim. Only has the quick shooting Inteleon left, the Bibarel and the Skrovit against the world of Alexandro's Radiant Charizard to Pidgeot EX.
Wow. Does mean now that Radiant Charizard
it really
is fully live and active. So this is really back and forth in terms of how we deal with this. Inteleon back in the active spot, the only free pivot because it has energy already attached to it to be able to maneuver into the Charizard that's currently in Todd's hands. There's a world where Todd could take 2 prizes, but still needs to ping away at something. Radiant Charizard down. Raihan massive here. As we see the fire energy attached from the discard to the Radiant Charizard here. Its own excited heart ability activated, being able to now attack with just 1 fire energy.
It's like boss, so it looks like Todd's going to try and go around this 1 prizer. Maybe take 2 prize cards this turn, and then go down to 1 prize card left. But that 1 prize card, Alex, I don't think there's any quote-unquote easy ones right now. There's no like little 60 HP Skrovit or anything like this.
If Todd takes out the Radiant Charizard with the Inteleon, because it hits for weakness, so 150 damage.
Oh, true, so it does, yes.
Could ping another Pokemon, could then gust up the Radiant Charizard, gust up one of the 2 Pidgeot EXs with the Charizard. That's one way of doing so, but of course Alessandro has a big hand. There are ways to deal with all of this right now and maybe kind of stop that game plan from happening, but Todd playing to every one of his outs right here.
Really is. We're seeing some of the fundamental chess matches here, you know, searching out the boss's orders via quick search, not by quick search, by the Raihan, I should say, and then nest dashing it to the bottom, so there is no chance of it getting fang sniped there. Alex, what have you noticed there?
Seeing more things. I don't know if this is ever going to be a thing here, but 160 damage is on that Pidgeot EX there. Attempting trap not only stops a Pokemon from retreating, but what does it do?
Oh, it increases damage by, what is it, 50 or 90? 90!
And there is a Charmander on the bench that can attack for 1 fire energy as well. So there's another world where this could happen. I'm so invested right here, right now. That 30 damage plus 90 will be 120, which again is perfect math on this Pidgeot EX. I'm seeing so many lines, and I can see now why Avi and Ben were just thinking about all these different routes of how Todd can play this deck. And this is really, really impressive, the way he's been able to maneuver. 6 minutes left on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, so what does Alessandro do here? Cannot remove that Radiant Charizard in a single turn. That's not possible. There is no damage dealers there, so his Bluster Wind is capped at 100. If you was to just swing into Inteleon, Combustion Blast Charizard wraps this game up. So Alessandro needs to try and do something tricky here to try and get out of this. Could we maybe see some sort of...
or be a block play.
Oh, but then, but the counter catches aren't live now, sorry.
No, it's not.
No,
so it has to be boss, and he's already utilized that to knock out the Pidgeot EX.
I don't think there's a boss available unless it's been power pad in. I hope we get a chance to check for that.
Well, let's see. I mean, Alessandro's still in a position of, you know, the one being able to utilize quick search now. If I'm not mistaken, I haven't announced this yet, but it might be another result that we've had.
Okay.
And our Dortmund regional champion has progressed.
Hey, okay.
The top 4 having won his top 8 matchup against Brent Hermans. Mew VMAX has taken down Lost Zone Giratina VSTAR. So Owen is 1 step closer to trying to take down a back-to-back regional to special event here.
Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed.
That is incredible. Goodness gracious me. So from Dortmund Regionals, the current champion is in top 4, and so is his deck, Chen Pao. It looks like we are going to see Pao Pad there, and I think we saw there was a Bravery Charm taken by a quick search. Misfortune Sisters, golly.
Yeah, so many options there. I mean, I believe Owen would be facing against the winner of this top 8 feature match as well.
Okay.
So we're getting a bit of insight into what's coming up for top 4 in general. As we do see the Clara being utilized for that Radiant Charizard and the Fire Energy. Which direction does this go?
Well, I mean, if you see that, you would imagine maybe we're going to see a Combustion Blast into the Inteleon. That would make sense. That would at least then force Tor to have a boss's orders, right, to win next turn.
Agreed. Yeah, but I believe Tor does have one left in deck.
He does. Well,
yeah.
we know that, but Alessandro doesn't.
Well, I think Pao padded it back. Did he Pao pad it back?
No, he must have done, yeah, because he used it to get around the block Snorlax.
Yes, exactly.
Feels like an eternity ago, that does. But yeah, that was the same game.
Has Alessandro just played into Tor's hand in some way? But this is, you know, Alessandro's forcing this with the Bravery Charms, 210 HP. Combustion Blast from the Excited Heart activation, taking the knockout on Inteleon. Tord, on you, my friend. Radiant Charizard in the active spot. What's in your hand?
I just need to draw the boss, actually. Is the boss in hand?
Counter Catcher in hand.
Counter Catcher is live! Because
absolutely incredible to have gotten down to this stage that it will be a Combustion Blast for the knockout on one of the final Pidgeot EXs that have been damaged throughout this long slog of a Game 1. Tord, winner of Game 1 in top 8 of our feature match once again. Completely, I want to see how shaky his hands are right now, because that is fully up against the wall, in my opinion.
I don't think it gets closer to the wall than that. All those quick shootings were so meticulously placed, and it all came right down to the wire. And I tell you what, losing a long game like that, I find, can be super demoralizing. But on the flip side, if you are the winner of a long, close game like that, you know, what can't I do?
Over 60 minutes it took for Tor to take down Game 1. That Counter Catcher was actually a card he put back into the prizes from that Peonia. He took that after the KO with the Inteleon on that Radiant Charizard, so it went into his hand. So he ended up in a fantastic position. I guess he knew where it was as well.
Yeah, for sure.
If anything did happen in terms of Alessandro taking another prize, but of course still did have boss as well. As we do see the prizes being laid out for these final few minutes for Game 2. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Alessandro has led the one copy of Luxray, and it's going to be a pass over to Tord now. Has led that Sobble Battle VIP pass. Fantastic cards. You can start getting your Pokemon up and into play. Now, with 1 minute 50 left here on our timer, what is Alessandro's win con here? Just going to be just try and bench.
Yeah,
no, there isn't a win con. That's what I was trying to establish.
Tord needed to not be able to find another Pokemon, and Alessandro extends the fist bump, and Tord has been able to take this round, this top 8, and progress into top 4 with that deck. He's been cooking for months, he said. And what a fantastic display. I mean, a lot of players, after losing the Charizard EX, after losing the last rare candy, would just start folding. But Tord had multiple different lines still available to him, and he's been able to pull through.
Yeah, I mean, that was just incredible, realistically. So I think let's have a quick look now at how our top cut has been panning out, since that was our last result to get, and then we can try and eye up what our top 4 will be. Let's have a gander here, Alex.
Yeah, so we already mentioned Owen Cameron was able to overcome with his Mew VMAX deck that lost Giratina VSTAR in Brent and progresses to top 4, who will be facing Tord in that top 4 match. So a clash of titans there from our perspective. And of course, the bottom bracket there, Shay.
Yeah, we got Christian there playing Filipino. Christian is playing, or Filipino is playing that Roaring Moon, I should say, and Christian is playing that Chen Pao. So that's going to be a high octane damage throwing matchup there. So goodness gracious me, what a studded top 4 this is going to be, and wow, I can't wait to get those started. because they're going to be super fun to watch.
Make sure you guys at home watching and catching all of the action on Twitch are also commenting on who you're predicting is going to be the champion of this Pokemon special event in Utrecht. There's some titans of the game right now. Make sure you're utilizing all of the socials, utilizing that hashtag #PlayPokemon, of course, that the /Pokemon on YouTube, the /Pokemon TCG on Twitch, making sure you're following all along because we're here to try and guide you through all of these matchups. And the top 4 is going to be a fantastic another round and action that's going to come.
Yes, we're going to have a quick break now. We're going to swap ourselves out, our casters, and our top 4 action will be coming up real soon. So grab a nice dog cold drink and don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Good though, pretty good. It's hard though.
Yeah, there was moments we just naturally had to quite like move it in.
Oh yeah, there's
no because of which, I mean, the game.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome, trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay Burton, and the one and only Tord Recklef. And today we're going to get to know Tord in other ways that you might not get to see normally on the stream. So, Tord, how long have you been playing the Pokemon TCG?
So, I've been playing tournaments since I was 11, but I actually was taught the game by my mom when I was 6 years old. So, it's been quite some years now.
Wow, how did your mom get into the Pokemon TCG actually? How long has she been playing it for?
So she was just buying the cards, right? As, you know, these fun little toys when I was a kid. But she figured that, you know what, might as well figure out how to play the game as well. You know, they're not only collectibles, it's actually a card game here. So she taught herself how to play the game, you know, looked up the rules, and then she taught me them after.
Wow, shout outs to Mummy Recklef there. One of the best things you can do is teach Tord how to play Pokemon. So you said you've been playing since you were 11. What would you say has been your favorite deck that you've ever created?
So I think I take a lot of pride in the Zorak Lizipod deck I built for UIC in 2018, I believe. That was a really cool deck. Zorak GX was relatively unrepresented at the time. It was just released. So I spent a lot of time and effort trying to figure out how to play the card as best as possible. And then eventually ended up with this Zorak GX Lizipod deck that had a very different engine than before, like had a lot of emphasis on the Zorak GX tradability and just drawing cards. So probably have to go with that one because it was just so unique compared to how all the other decks were built at the time.
Yeah, I remember that deck very well, and I lost to that deck at that event, and it was truly poetry in motion watching it play. So if Zorak was your favorite deck you've ever built, what's your favorite Pokemon though?
Favorite Pokemon is not Zorak, but it's Celebi. It's kind of my little green lucky mascot, I think.
Have you ever managed to play Celebi in a deck at an event?
I have actually.
Oh, okay. Talk to us about that.
So I played, it was not too long ago. It was like 2 seasons ago now. I managed to play the amazing rare Celebi in my Urshifu Intellion deck. It had a very niche job because it could hit a couple dark Pokemon for weakness that were like normally relatively difficult for Urshifu to overcome. So it was like this Hoopa V especially that had an ability to turn it into a psychic type as well as a dark type, but it still had the grass weakness. So I could one-shot it with my amazing rare Celebi, and yeah, it came in really clutch, winning an event in Milan actually. So that was really cool.
Now, that must be amazing, winning an event and having your favorite Pokemon be an integral part of that as well. I guess my last question for you now, Tord, is that, you know, you've accomplished almost everything you can in the Pokemon TCG, but yet you still continue to go to events and play all the time. What keeps you motivated?
I mean, I think it's just the law of the game. I still have a lot of fun just on the individual event themselves, and also like each and every game I play, I have a lot of fun with. So when I'm not, you know, playing Pokemon testing for events, I play Pokemon for fun. I'm just playing all formats, right? So like I just really enjoy the game, you know, all the way through.
There we go. Absolutely love to hear that. And I think that's a fantastic message for you back at home as well. Make sure you love the game, enjoy the game, and good things will happen. But unfortunately now, that is my time with Tord. So we are going to get back to the action real soon.
Welcome back, Pokemon Masters. We are back here in Utrecht, the Netherlands, for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Special Event Top 4. My name is Amy and I'm here with Benjamin Rabaiotti. How are you feeling about Top 4?
Ecstatic. It's a lot of excitement at the moment in our venue, of course. The crowd is gathering, of course, for our Top 4. Both of these players are going to be duking it out for a chance for that coveted prize, but of course they have to go through the pressure of this Top 4 match first.
Indeed, but let's have a quick look at our top 8. Let's expand that a little bit and see how this format came together at the bitter end.
Yeah, so diverse. I think that's my first thoughts when I look at these top 8 decks. And, you know, just when you thought the format was discovered and, you know, we figured out what the best deck in format was, only one Giratina VSTAR, only a couple of the Charizard, of course, and I don't really consider towards Arc as anything specific, but of course a lot of the regular players in the format, one Chen Pao, one Roaring Moon, one Mew VMAX, one Control, of course. It's very varied, Amy, and that's what we like to see.
I really like it, and you're quite right. Tord Arc is very diverse. It's not really Charizard. It's kind of the easiest thing to put on the graphic because it is kind of what the deck is built around, a bit like the glue that holds it all together. But realistically, it's not Charizard.
You could really put anything on it, couldn't you? You don't really quite know how to represent it. But of course, Tord making it all the way to top 4. That top 8 match was exhilarating. It was action-packed. Of course, a lot of people think against Control, oh, it's going to be a nitty-gritty fight and a bit of a chess match. But what an explosive finish it was, wasn't it?
Oh, just incredible. If you guys have missed any of the action, you'll be able to have a little look at our Masters bracket here to just see what's been hanging on in the background while we've been watching our feature matches.
Yeah, of course, Owen Kammerman looking for back-to-back major victories. I mean, what an achievement this is already, facing in the top 4 against Tord Reklev. But our other two competitive, Christian Sarnataro and Filippo Coromera, of course, a player that we've already featured on the stream already, playing that Roaring Moon. And of course, Amy, I get to feature Chen Pao again.
Oh, it's
of course.
3 for joy.
I know. I'm hoping I'm not so much of a bad luck charm for it this time around. I've seen it twice. I've seen it lose twice. But of course, hopefully for Christian, fate might not so fare so well.
3rd time is the charm. We're going to make it happen. We're going to make you a Chen Pao believer by the end of today. That's the goal. That is the goal.
That's what Christian's going to hope, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'm hoping it too.
But I think for this matchup, it's very special, right? It's more traditional. Of course, we've seen Tord Reklev feature a few times now today. But of course, with this matchup, we were speaking about it earlier, we quite enjoy it, don't we? Because we really like the pace of it, as you said earlier. You know, it's people think it might be a bit of a slug match. It might be a bit of a 2-2-2. You know, very easy, very simple way of winning the game. But there might be some little nitty-gritty plays that both of our players might think of.
But I tell you one thing. We might get more than one whole game out of this.
We might do. We might do.
And you know what?
I'm hoping so.
I think we need a bit of pace right now. We need to pick it up. We need to pick it up. we need some KOs. I want to see some prize cards flying.
Well, if you want to see some heavy-hitting knockouts, this is definitely the matchup, right? We know that Chen Pao has this unlimited damage cap with, of course, its Hail Blade and some other heavy-hitting Pokemon like, let's say, the Iron Hands EX with that Amp you very much. When I say heavy-hitting, of course, I mean taking prizes, that is. But of course, Roaring Moon, it's your cast to pick. I'll let you feature that one.
Ooh, I love me some Roaring Moon. Again, like you say, it's essentially infinite damage output. These decks are quite on par with one another in their strategy. However, it's the techs and the little nitty-gritty bits which will, you know, set each deck from the rest.
Of course, and then we see Filippo there, and fantastic achievements, all very recent, very consistent player, of course, that we've had featured already. I saw him bang his fist on the table a little bit there. That would have been for the coin flip, because of course, having the advantage of maybe even going second in this matchup is so advantageous, especially with Roaring Moon, right?
Oh.
If you're able to take those early 2 prize cards, that's where the game starts to snowball.
And then we have Christian over here, world's top 32. Warsaw Regional Top 8, EYC Top 32. Oh my lord. Look at all of these accolades. Just a very well-rounded player, as we can see.
Yeah, he's a well-known face around these parts, and of course all of the major EU events. I've had a chance to play Christian before. Really nice guy, you know, very level-headed, a calm player, you know, treats the game gently, as I like to say. You know, he plays all of his little turns meticulously, and he knows his game plans going into every game.
Here we are, the Masters top 4. Roaring Moon versus Chen Pao.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which way this one will go. Of course, we talk about these heavy-hitting knockouts, but it's all about finding those combination pieces. It's always easier said than done, Amy, when we talk about these game plans. But I think for Roaring Moon, it's integral to find this explosive start with these numerous support Pokemon, like the Squawkabilly, like the Galarian Moltres V, to start getting things up and running.
Let's jump straight into the action with those prize cards. Not looking too harmful. Don't love Filippo's Galarian Moltres V there, but could be a lot worse. Luckily for Roaring Moon, it can get going and accelerate energy in many different ways. We're not reliant on the Galarian Moltres V, but we're starting with Christian's turn, starting a sweet little Bidoof, and unfortunately, Filippo is going second. So very, very important for Christian to prioritize getting at least one more Pokemon on that bench.
Yeah, of course. And what's going to be very important for Filippo is playing those Pokemon catcher. If he is going second, if Christian is going to be benching those Chen Pao, getting his board set up, it leaves him in quite a vulnerable situation if Filippo is able to be fortunate enough to get those heads from those Pokemon catcher and start applying some really dangerous scenarios for Christian.
Yeah, indeed. It could be, like I say, quite the slugfest. We're going to be seeing some really hard hits. I can't imagine this is going to go very slow. Both players possibly trying to force their opponent to take single prizes to kind of skew the prize trade, slow things down, in kind of turn the tides, kind of make things better for them.
Yeah, of course, and I think that there's more decisions to be made for Christian. I think his engine of the Baxcalibur is much harder, much more intricate to get up and running than, say, Filippo's easy enough. Professor Sada, a couple of Dark Patch, I'm ready and raring to go. For Christian, it's a little bit more delicate, right? You've got those evolution lines that you need to keep aware of. You have to keep those Bibarels nice and active as well for those industrial synthesizers to find those last-minute pieces that you need.
I think that's very, very well put. Very precisely the point is that although Filippo uses supporters and items to accelerate that energy, Christian has a harder time getting to that space, but then essentially infinite damage, infinite energy attachments, which kind of does put him in a stronger position long term, because Filippo will eventually run out of resources.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think for both lists, they both play one INO each, so there's not much disruption going to be happening. But if it does, both players are going to be wanting to play those cards at the right times for the maximum disruption and effectiveness. So both players will be aware of that. Of course, both players have their internal engines to get those cards back up and running. But you know, those are going to be some of the more important parts to the game as we go along.
That was a Nest Ball for a Frigibax, a Pokestop, discarding a Water Energy, and a another Pokestop, going for another Nest Ball. Each time Christian searched his deck, he's been checking for those all-important counts of Baxcalibur, Frigibax, and Chen Pao.
Yeah, I really like not going for a Chen Pao possibly in this turn, just because of the problem that is being permitted with that Pokemon catcher. I think this is going to be, you know, you don't have to pop down that Chen Pao anytime soon. It's a basic Pokemon. If it is your main attacker, you can just pop that down at any point in time and start attacking with it. So I really like this play from Christian.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's just nice to be able to kind of take your time but still get set up effectively, which is exactly what Christian's displaying here by just passing the turn over to Filippo with an entirely single prize board. I also really enjoy the Chen Pao not being present quite yet.
Yeah, of course, and with that mitigating this chance of Filippo going ahead in the prize race by 2 prize cards. Of course, he is going to be aware that Filippo is going to be playing those Pokemon catcher, and of course, you know, with that explosive engine, it's more than likely that Filippo is is going to be able to attack as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the danger of Roaring Moon going second, is that it can just prance into the limelight and go, I have 3 energy all of a sudden. You're like, goodness, how did that happen? It's so fast with the Dark Patch engine and with Professor Sada's Vitality being able to accelerate 2 extra energy, 1 attach per turn. Bob's your uncle, you're done.
Yeah, of course, and that's why Filippo would have been quite upset at maybe not winning that coin flip, not having the priority of going possibly, well, it's more that if Christian has the priority, he can go first, just pop down a load of single prizes, and Filippo, the majority of his deck are those heavy hitting 2 prizes. So Christian, although may lose a prize card in this turn, the risk is that Christian will still be able to get up and running next turn to start getting ahead in that prize race. It's a little bit of a mind games here. We talk about chess being the game in the last one with Taunt Against Control. This is very much checkers, I might say.
Yeah, Christian going first is very advantageous for himself to be able to evolve as well. Obviously going first, we get to put those Pokemon down first, and as a deck that relies on evolution to be able to attack effectively, Christian is wanting to go first, and Filippo might want to go first just to take that advantage away from his opponent, not necessarily for his own gain.
Yeah, I completely agree. And as we've already established, if Filippo is able to get the first attack, I don't think Christian's too bothered giving up a single prize. What he wants to be doing here is to be taking multiple prizes per turn to start accelerating that prize-taking race.
Indeed. However, there is a small threat that could be faced on Filippo's board. As we see the first water energy hit the battlefield, we know this is a moisturized Roaring Moon.
Now, this play as well, Amy, is quite interesting. If Filippo is able to attach to the Mew EX and somehow gust up that Radiant Greninja, he could go for a genome hacking for Moonlight Shuriken to take out those 2 Frigibacks. That is definitely easier said than done, but with a couple of energy switch and of course a Professor Sada's Vitality, it's more than possible.
I really love that play. That is such a brilliant point. Mew EX Genomes hacking allows you to choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use the attack of that Pokemon. Currently, Christian doesn't have a Manaphy on his bench, so those 2 Frigibacks would be prime targets for a genome hacking ninja fiasco.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, Christian's going to be quaking in his boots here because if, of course, this Squawk in Seas is going to be finding those pieces required for Filippo, he's going to be in quite a tricky situation. I know a friend from back home who loves this play, the genome hacking for that Moonlight Shuriken. It takes people just by surprise most of the time. And, you know, as we say, most of the time, it is going to be a game-ending attack.
Here we go. There was 2 Darkness Energy there in the discard pile, but it doesn't look like this hand's great, to be honest.
Oh, we find some of the pieces, though. We do have Switch Card. We have the Pokemon Catcher as well. Restart's already used with that Squawk and Seas. Trekking Shoes could be vital here, finding the last piece.
We're going to have to do some really big trekking.
Yes,
we're going to need to... These shoes are made for walking, and that's just... Oh, don't want that. Ooh.
Oh, I didn't see that extra card. I think you just put it to...
Filippo.
Yeah, I know. What was that? Come on, show us.
Show us.
Unfortunately, it wasn't that Professor Sada's Vitality that was required. No extra. He does have the 1 energy switch, I believe, so can attach 1 to that Mew.
Ooh,
from the Moltres.
Catcher first.
Catcher. Oh, it was 3.
Flip. That's a Tails.
Yeah, 3, unfortunately, for Filippo, which will be a Tails. Unfortunately, won't be able to use Pokemon Catcher there for that Radiant Greninja.
It doesn't feel good. I don't feel like an attack is happening this turn. It's not completely impossible, but it feels unlikely. The best they could possibly do.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, I don't like that as a Roaring Moon player.
No, I certainly don't. And there's another reason why, because he'll be really looking at a stadium count here, because of course to knock out the Chen Pao with of course the Calamity Storm, he will need a stadium in play. He really doesn't want to be using the Frenzied Gouging here to take 200 damage, because of course there are threats like the Moonlight Shuriken for Christian to be able to use. And here we see Filippo just play that judge there. Of course, will be promoting the more Pekko. I really like this play here only because he's putting a single prizer in the active. Of course, Christian's only ability to gust will be those cross switches. So it's asking more questions from Christian. Are you able to find gust to knock out one of my 2 prizes?
I love it. Absolutely fantastic play. And again, we've talked earlier in the weekend about how that Morpekko's attack is so advantageous for Roaring Moon. You not only get to do 70 damage, which does knock out this poor Frigibax, but also move the 2 Darkness Energy onto a bench Pokemon. It can go on the Mew EX. We can do that Greninja combo later if we fancy. We also have the option of putting them on Moltres or a Roaring Moon. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Very, very fantastic combo. I was sad when Morpekko started to kind of come out of people's decks. I'm glad he's back in a hungry hurry.
It has fantastic synergy. Like you said, with that Energizer wheel, it is able to put those energy back onto a more aggressive Pokemon like that Roaring Moon. And of course, in this circumstance, take an easy one prize from that Frigibax.
And we don't mind that. 2 Frigibax is always seen as like the safe zone to me when I'm playing Chien-Pao. I always want 2 Frigibax if I can have them. And, you know, that's a very suddenly developed board for a turn 1 from Filippo. Like, look how many energy are flying around already. And Christian needs to keep up the tempo to be able to respond. And, you know, if a Baxcalibur does become evolved this turn, if no other Frigibax is lingering, it just paints a huge target on his back.
Yeah, and this is a very, very important Industrious Incisors. Like you said, they are going to have to find multiple resources here to start getting up and running in this prize trade, because now that Christian's benched that Chien-Pao, Filippo's going to be rubbing his hands here because, of course, that is so easy to knock out in the current board state. He does have an optimal board state at the moment with all of those Roaring Moons ready to go. He has the Galarian Moltres V set up. He has the Mew EX for an option of a Moonlight Shuriken as well. This is a tough situation for Christian.
Yeah, the sequencing is going to be crucial here. I think he's debating whether the Moonlight Shuriken or the Irida should go down first. I think I would go Irida, but I'm not the expert Chien-Pao player.
I like the Irida first, only because you're thinning the deck further. If you're looking for those combination pieces, I think, you know, not going for the conceal cards necessarily first will mean that I'm going to take a Nest Ball. I'm going to thin out my deck even further. I've already taken the Baxcalibur. Those are 3 cards out of the deck that are not necessarily, well, I don't necessarily want to find from the concealed cards. And of course, now increasing the odds of doing so.
Yep, taking those right away. It does mean that kind of Christian may... Ooh. Oh, okay. The second B-Barrel off of the Pokestop there, but did get 1 custom catcher and counter catcher, sorry. And I think that's where Christian was dabbling, was thinking, I don't really want to have to knock out this Morpekko, but here we go.
Here is the Ampu Very Much. Now, talking about other threats that Christian has in his arsenal, the Ampu Very Much now is used to its full utilization. We talk about these different options that Christian has as an attacker. Ampu Very Much is so vital at this point, only because he's not having to use any sort of Chien-Pao to knock out these larger Pokemon. I'm okay not having to use Gust here. If you're going to put a single prizer up, I'm just going to Ampu Very Much.
A one-hit wonder, taking down Morpekko for 2. Oh, did they arm thrust? I think only 1 prize card's been taken.
No, I think it is 2 prize cards taken. They wouldn't have been able to arm press that too.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, no arm press because not 2 lightning type energy. No worries. But yeah, two prize cards is absolutely gigantic in this, because Filippo was specifically putting Morpekko in the active to try and avoid that exact eventuality. But Christian said, I've got another trick up my sleeve.
Yeah, this is the exact situation that Filippo wouldn't have wanted to have seen. Of course, the Ampu Very Much, like you said, helpfully taking 2 prizes for Christian here, and now putting himself ahead of this prize race. And now for Filippo, questions are going to be asked of him now as to how he alters the game plan against Christian. I would like to see a knockout on the Chien-Pao. I don't think the oh, well, no, saying that, there is a Squawkabilly on the bench. So, yeah, I think that Filippo will have to deal with this Iron Hands, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. Just knowing that Christian has various ways of bringing Pokemon forward on the bench. Squawkabilly is unfortunately incredibly vulnerable. Looks like we might be playing a boss's orders for the Baxcalibur. They're going for it. They're assessing that there is no more Frigibags down and calling Christian's bluff.
Now, I didn't see this boss's orders in hand because this is absolutely massive. With no Frigibags, like you said, on the field, there's not going to be any sort of energy acceleration for Christian next turn, and will have to rely on that Iron Hands EX for next turn and possibly get another Frigibags down. Now, the threat of the Ampy very much on the Squawkabilly, is very much still alive, but it's whether Christian can find that gust, Amy.
Yeah, that's going to be the key to all of this, but we do have a lot of ways to get there still. There's Pokestop down, unless it gets removed, which, I mean, obviously Filippo's going to be trying, but there are more stops in Christian's arsenal.
Yeah, and of course, Filippo will have to discard this stadium in order to get this knockout. Not necessarily something that I enjoy, because if Christian just puts down no stadium here, the frenzied gouging will have to be required to take a knockout on any of these EX Pokemon. And here we see the benching of the second Bidoof here, and a Super Odd there. Shivery Chill will be able to get 2 energy back, but unfortunately none of them going back in from this Super Odd.
No, Pokemon is the aim of the game. We need to make sure that we're keeping that engine going, and this is exactly that delicate engine that you were talking about earlier, Benjamin. Being able to attach energy freely is fantastic when you have the partner Pokemon to do so.
Yeah, of course. And again, another very important industrial incisors here. Does he find the gust for a knockout here on one of these 2 prize Pokemon? Unfortunately not. Does find one of the Irida, but unfortunately no other cross switcher in the hand, Amy.
Oh, going for, yeah, a Shivery Chill. Thin the deck once more, but you're quite right. We don't have the gust right now. 1 energy. Oh no. I think Christian's resources are running dry as well.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Shivery Chill here, followed by an Iono. I think thinning the deck out from with a water energy will make that Iono that bit more effective in finding those resources that are going to be important this turn, like the cross switcher.
I reckon we'll definitely be able to get a Frigibags. We've got Supporter in hand. I believe there's an Iono, but I think, yeah, it's being ultra balled away, just going for the definite, going for the, no, I really do need this Frigibags. Here he is, making sure that that certainty is withheld, rather than, as you say, going for any sort of disruption.
And I think Christian's going to be asking the question now for Filippo, do you have stadium to knock out this Chen Pao? Chen Pao being 2 energy retreat cost. This is going to be stuck in the active if Christian does decide to pass here without having any sort of switch. And if Filippo is able to take this knockout on this Chen Pao with that, following that pass, it'll put Filippo right in the driving seat.
It really will. I don't know. I don't know whether they're going to be able to, but Filippo might, in a perfect world, possibly be able to gust forward the Frigibags and just deal with that again if the moment called for it. Of course, it's not ideal. It's very far from ideal, but
yeah,
push comes to shove. But there is the stadium.
Yeah, they did have that stadium in hand. Was sneakily keeping that in. Of course, was so fortunate to have that stadium in hand after discarding 2 earlier in the game. And now all of those stadiums are going to be used for Filippo, I believe. So, oh no, there is still 1 left in deck. Apologies, that would have been one of Christian's Pokestops from the earlier turns. But now with this knockout, with a Calamity Storm on this Chen Pao, like I said earlier, Filippo in such an advantageous position.
Beautiful, perfect numbers. It's lovely when it all adds up.
Certainly does. It certainly does. And with this Calamity Storm, of course, with the Iron Hands still on that bench as well, it'll put Filippo only 1 frenzied gouging away from taking this game 1.
Christian still has everything to play for, and like you said earlier, that Squawkabilly is still sitting pretty on the bench, and Iron Hands will take 3 prize cards on it.
Yeah, there are still options for Christian to take knockouts here, but I think as soon as Filippo will be taking this knockout, I don't think he really cares. I think all he cares about now is that Iron Hands EX stays on the field in order for him to take game next turn with a simple gust.
Absolutely true. Bidoof coming into the active there.
Yeah, just promoting the Bidoof.
Irida for Rare Candy, yep, it's a necessity. And the Baxcalibur, of course. Tried and tested combination.
Certainly is. I mean, Irida is so fantastic for this archetype for that one reason. Able to find that one of stage 2 and, of course, the Rare Candy as well. And maybe even other combination cards depending on what's on your hand as well. Irida, such a great addition to this deck.
Here we go. Ooh, okay. Setting up for a Moonlight Shuriken.
I don't mind the Moonlight Shuriken here only because he'll be able to leave a single prizer in the active while also softening up 2 of these large 2-prize Pokemon. I think if you're able to Moonlight Shuriken maybe the Mew EX and the Squawkabilly, it means that if Christian is able to get another Moonlight Shuriken up and running next turn, he'll be able to take a 4-prize swing.
That would be lovely. You love to hear it. You love to see it. And also just, scooping it up there. Just maybe not having enough resources to be able to come back from the lead in this semi-finals.
Unfortunate for Christian there, I don't think he was able to switch out from the Bibarel. I think those Industrious Incisors are showing their importance in this game and showing how much of an impact they are if they don't go your way. If you're unable to find those resources like the Cross Switcher, like the Nest Ball, like the Rare Candy, it can be such an impact.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes for a moment. But let's have a little look at what's going on. We get a little sneak peek, some beady eyes on our other top 4 match.
Again, unfortunately with Tort's board state, I don't know whether he's in a good position or a bad position. But fortunate for him, having that Mysterious Tail Mew in the active is always great to see. But of course, you know, so great to be able to see these other matches going on, Amy.
It's honestly a joy that we can bring the action in multiple ways and show off a little bit of what else is going on in the hall and what it looks like for the players who aren't on our main stage as well.
No, for sure. And here we see both of our other top 4 players getting ready for their second game. And of course, Christian will have the ability to say whether he goes first or second. So interesting to see which one he picks now, of course. And here we see both players just putting down their prize cards. Interesting to see if any sort of impact is made there. Oh, the more Peko is in the prizes, Amy.
2 Pokemon Catcher, a Rare Candy, and a lot of Ball Search on Christian's side. I'm not sure how this is going to fare for either trainer, but we definitely know that Ball Search could be a real hindrance to Christian, as we have observed harshly over this weekend that it seems Champao's biggest weakness is kind of not being able to keep hold of those consistency Pokemon. It seems like hitting Champao in the consistency is where it's at.
Yeah, I completely agree. Couldn't agree more. And for Filippo, prizing 2 of those Pokemon Catcher, it will mean that there's potentially less of a powerful impact in those earlier turns. Of course, we speak about whether Filippo wants to be able to gust in those initial turns and, of course, take big swinging knockouts early on. But fortunate for Christian, we saw his game plan going into game 1, of course, putting down those single prizes, and I imagine that's exactly what he's going to go for here.
Yep, completely agree with you there. And as it went to show, unfortunately, Morpeko wasn't very useful for Filippo, and he doesn't have the option this game, so going to have to stick with the big guys.
Yeah, and that's going to be really important, actually, going into this game, because it means that Filippo won't be able to put a single prizer into the active as a sort of, go on then, you know, a little bit of a bait, a little bit of a, you know, go on, take a knockout on this one, other than, say, the Radiant Greninja, but whether he wants to be risking that, putting it in the active and hindering his own consistency, that only time will tell, Amy.
Oh, yeah. And getting on into Christian's turn, speaking of the devil themselves, ourselves. Here we go with our concealed cards. Discard 1 card, draw 2. Incredibly powerful, great for consistency. Both of these decks rely on it, and both of them can utilize the Greninja itself for an attack. And oh my goodness gracious, that is the swan song of Chen Pao. Whoa.
Hey, I heard you like Battle VIP Pass. Well, Pokestop into 2 on your first turn is pretty fantastic to see for Christian, and no wonder he's going for those 2 Bidoof. If you're going to be able to do so, do it. Because, of course, if he's able to get those 2 Bibarel up and running early on, suddenly that board state starts evolving very quickly, Amy.
We all love a Pokestop party that comes out on top with a double Battle VIP pass. You just can't make it up. And, you know, Filippo's like, cool, I'll do it too! And guess what? Yeah! Let's go!
Not so much of a party than Christian's, but of course 3 items from that Pokestop turn 1. That is pretty fantastic to see, considering how much supporters, how many items will be in his deck already going in his turn 1, sorry. But of course now he's going to have to navigate his hand in order to find maximum impact with these items.
Absolutely. Honestly, both players getting such fantastic draws off the Pokestop in this top 4 of our special event. Yeah. I'd say that's pretty special in and of itself.
It's pretty special, and what Filippo goes for here is going to be really important because, of course, I didn't see really much going on in that hand. If he's got no other Pokemon search going on, it's whether he wants to use maybe a Water Shuriken to draw into more resources to find Pokemon, or whether he, you know, wants to go a different route. Does he want to go straight with that Squawkabilly? But, of course, he has to understand those resources in his hand are so vital.
Yeah, and they're finite. Some of them are not able to be got back from the discard pile once they're in there, so you've got to be able to utilize them well. Sometimes some hands are too precious to squawk and seize away.
I completely agree. I couldn't agree more. And of course, going for this other route, which is the concealed cards and that Dire Flame Wings, all important, of course, to the combination of Roaring Moon. I really like this because I feel like this is more of a reserved way of playing it rather than going for that squawk and seize and going super aggressive. I think what he's doing here is trying to bide his time, maybe.
I don't think that's a bad plan either, and I think the fact that Roaring Moon has that flexibility and that there's not always a very singular linear way that you should start a game, it kind of just shows that it's not quite as quote no brain as people sometimes give it a bit of slack for.
Yeah. Completely agree. And with this concealed cards, we'll be able to see 2 additional cards. After that Earthen Vessel, of course, thinning the deck, he will be able to maybe see some more of those important resources that we all know and love. Does have Switch Card already in the hand, which is going to be an important piece to this puzzle to retreat into that Radiant Greninja if he does want to.
And we got the concealed cards, gigantic hand at this point for a Roaring Moon, but honestly, I'm not really seeing much to do in there.
No, I'm not either. I see the Ino, whether he wants to play this as early as he might be. Of course, he won't be impacting Christian as much as he would like to in maybe the later turns. But of course, I think what he might be thinking here is that, look, I'm not getting my engine up and running anytime soon. I'm not going to be attacking whether I want to keep this Ino or see the threat of a possible Chen Pao attack next turn. I think maybe playing the Ino is going to be safe here.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I'm also eyeing up that lone Frigibax on the bench, along with the one in the active, and thinking, ooh, like that could get a bit sketchy, a bit quick if not dealt with appropriately. But honestly, going with the two Bidoof and 2 Frigibax, I think is fantastic. Oh my gosh, that 2 more Battle VIP pass.
That's 2 more Battle VIP pass. This is pretty fantastic for Filippo as well as Christian, finding all of those multiple Battle VIP pass turn 1. They're both getting as an optimal setup as possible. Unfortunately for Filippo, of course, well, no, now he's going to be able to find that Squawk and Seize and maybe find those important cards like the Dark Patch, like the Energy Switch, to find those important cards to get these attacks up and running.
5 Battle VIP pass played between the two players.
Pretty good.
5.
That's pretty good, Amy. I like those odds. I
love those odds.
I really like that. You know, having both of our players having optimal setups is definitely what we want to see. And of course, going for that score concedes, as I would have imagined. And Filippo just deliberating, getting rid of this Pokemon catcher.
Ooh, then that's 3 down. 3 down.
That's 3 down already. Of course, going for those 2 energy cards, it will mean that that score concedes is going further into the deck. Of course, if you're playing these cards like Earthen Vessel, like Ultra Ball, taking cards away from the deck, and you're making those abilities like score concedes dig even further.
Think about how many cards Filippo's gone through already. It's a lot, and to great avail. Honestly, getting really well set up so far. We're still going. Looks like Filippo could launch a meaningful attack this turn.
Yeah, what looks like it was impossible initially is now looking very much possible. Just an energy switch now will mean that he'll be able to Calamity Storm against this lone, sorry, not lone, but this free, it definitely is a lone in the active, of course. It's looking pretty scared against that big, huge Roaring Moon in the active. And I think that energy switch is found, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on a Greninja turn. That would be the ace in the hole. Being able to Moonlight Shuriken both Frigibacks right now would be also delicious. Don't think we're going to see that though, but honestly, just taking a KO on a Frigiback still kind of achieves what we saw last game, and that worked out great.
Yeah, for sure. And being able to Calamity Storm this Frigibacks in the active as well, it reduces Christian's outs to more Baxcalibur in the later game. Like we saw in the past game, if Filippo is able to just boss another Baxcalibur in the later turns, it could come up trumps for Christian.
And we say goodbye to our first Friggy friend of game 2.
Yeah, of course, and here we see the concealed cards being started off for Christian. Looking like he wants to possibly discard this lightning energy. Of course, not going to be useful for any sort of Chen Pao shenanigans. But here we see an Ultra Ball and an S Ball. Hopefully he can find those Chen Pao and start taking some prizes to get ahead of this prize race.
That was rather lovely too. Unfortunately, yeah, gonna have to discard some cards with the Ultra Ball to trigger its effect, but also with an Irida in hand, we kind of have the guarantee of Baxcalibur. We have the we have the guarantee of Baxcalibur. We have the guarantee of Red Candy, and then it's just kind of what's next with the Ultra Ball. Is it the Chen Pao? I feel like at this stage I would want to deal with the imminent threat of an already raring to go 1 KO up.
Yeah, of course.
Roaring Moon.
And I think with having these 2 Bidoof on board, as soon as his turn started, he will be kind of really excited to get these evolved as quickly as possible, because as soon as you get those 2 Industrious Incisors down, you start ripping and roaring through that deck, Amy, and you start seeing all of those resources that you need, those cross switches, those superior energy retrievals, and more importantly, those Baxcaliburs and rare candies.
Absolutely. 1 cross switcher down, sadly, to the rare candy, but 3 more to go. We'll be okay. Still plenty of time and plenty of resources with a nice, fruitful deck that's yet to be uncovered. I mean, the hand looks a little clogged, but there is another Ultra Ball in there, so Bibarel can do its thing. But I was about to say, yeah, I'd probably want to do an Irida first, just to be able to get that guaranteed Baxcalibur, thin the deck a little bit of resources that we know we need, but don't really want to be drawing off the Bibarel, because it kind of makes the Irida less effective.
And that's, I couldn't agree more. I think finding the rare Kanda Baxcalibur, you know you need that, right? You know you need these 2 cards, so guaranteeing it from the Irida is going to be oh so important. And not going for the Ultra Ball, choosing the superior energy retrieval rather than the Ultra Ball to maybe find another Bibarel.
Oh, a fresh 5. It's the best feeling. Here we go. We got more energy, superior energy retrievals. A Pokestop. Oh, 2 Pokestop. All right. And everything's coming in 2s today.
just about. And finding that energy was oh so important, because of course you will need to maximize that damage output to knock out these Roaring Moons. Of course, you will be needing 5 energy. Getting that superior, getting that energy as well as a Shivery Chill off will mean that you have the 5 that you need. And with no more energy in the discard, of course, those superior energy retrievals are unable to be used. And here we see the retreat into that Chen Pao.
Here we go.
Yeah, and I imagine Christian will be getting ahead of the prize race sometime soon.
Jumping into the pool of the deck, grabbing 2 more water energy. They sparkle so beautifully under these lights. And yeah, looks like we're going for a KO. It's a bit of a shame almost that the Iron Hands ended up in the discard pile. We can see it again later, but again, it's about this resource management and everything's finite and there's only 1 Baxcalibur down again.
Yeah, of course. My mistake as well. It's not 5 energy, it's definitely 4. I was thinking of the ancient energy booster capsule being attached already. I was talking too prematurely. Although Filippo doesn't play that out, of course. Important to recognize maybe for some other deck lists. And here we see the Pokemon Catcher heads.
Ooh, there's Baxcalibur. Nowhere it wants to be in the active spot once again. Oh.
This could be very important, Amy. We spoke about this earlier. Having that earlier knockout on the Frigibacks, if Filippo was able to cause some sort of disruption to knock out this Baxcalibur, it asks more questions from Christian. Are you able to maybe get another Frigibacks up and running? And with no other attacker on board, Amy, this is almost is so important, because now it's not leaving maybe an Iron Hands on the bench with all of the energy required to amp you very much. Christian now has no other option.
It feels dreadful, and history is repeating itself as the Baxcalibur once again is staring down at Filippo's board state, thinking, oh no, not again, please. With a Roaring Moon ready to go on the bench, Mew has free retreat into that Roaring Moon, taking out Baxcalibur and the Pokestop.
Yeah, and now Filippo only 4 prize cards away from taking this game and putting himself into a major event final. And that Chen Pao on the bench is going to be looking pretty tasty for this Roaring Moon if he's able to maybe gust it up and take another knockout. But I think for Christian now, it's pretty much just set up and wait, unfortunately for him.
They've just got to bide his time, but is there enough time? I feel like when you're faced with such a calamitous Pokemon, such as Roaring Moon EX, it's not easy to take the back seat and wait. Waiting patiently is not what Roaring Moon does.
No.
Roaring Moon waits for no one.
No, of course not. And it puts Christian in this awkward situation again where he may have to rely on Moonlight Shuriken in the later turns for a dual knockout on easy lower HP 2-prize Pokemon, like this Mew EX and Squawkabilly. But you know, it's whether Christian can keep up with Filippo's onslaught of heavy-hitting attacks from this Roaring Moon.
Now, let me tell you, it's absolutely far from over. Remembering Squawkabilly is still on the bench, and we still have the potential for an Ampu very much. Now, the concern that I have with that is that we have so much in the discard pile that we need back at this point. Are there enough super odds to be able to achieve that?
Well, that's going to be the question here. 1 Frigibax is already on the bench, which is definitely what Christian would have liked to have seen. But I think he needs the insurance of benching another here against Filippo, because, of course, the gusting is still an option here. Still has 1 boss's orders left. Has taken 1 Pokemon Catcher from the prizes as well, from that last knockout. So this gusting play is still a threat here for Christian.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a threat that shouldn't be taken lightly. I think almost if Christian does opt to leave the Greninja in the active spot, I think it's quite a clever bait. Yeah, it's staying there. I like it. It's got 2 energy on it, right? That kind of does pose a threat to itself. So if Filippo does gust the Chen Pao or the Frigibax or the Bibarel or the Bidoof, the Greninja can still possibly attack next turn, which is scary. It's just scary enough.
It's scary in itself, yes. And I think what Filippo needs to be mindful here is that if he's not going to be able to take a knockout on this Chen Pao or Frigibax, he has to keep aware of having another attacker on board for next turn.
Yep.
He has 2 options here. He does have Judge in hand, but he does have the research. Whether he wants to go aggressive to try and find more outs to these important resources, like the Nest Ball, like the Roaring Moon itself as well. Whether that's just going to have to be seen, whether he wants to prioritize that added disruption from Judge.
Trekking into a Trekkers and then into a Dark Patch. We love to see it. Here we are. And attaching to Galarian Moltres V. So it looks like that's going to be our next attacker potentially. I imagine it is going with a Dire Flame Wing. And checking that discard pile, see how many Dark Energy and how many Water Energy we've got left in there. But honestly, I think Filippo's in a really strong position here. Even if he just opts to take out the Greninja this turn, I just don't feel like Greninja should be disrespected.
Well, what can happen here? There are two E-switch in hand, energy switch, sorry, in hand, which means that genome hacking, Amy, is a big problem possibly for Christian. So if those two energy switch are able to be used for onto the Mew EX, as well as an energy attachment, we could see very much that genome hacking for that Moonlight Shuriken take out that lone Frigibax on the bench.
Ooh, wouldn't that just be delicious? I would love to see it come to fruition. Haven't attached for turn yet, so there's still time. There is still time for it to happen. It's just whether the resources are there. Oh my gosh, yeah, again, leaving the Greninja inactive is just kind of risky.
No, I completely agree, and I'm really eager to see whether he prioritizes the Judge over the Research or vice versa, because they're very important cards in hand, and here we see the boss's orders onto the Frigibax. It wasn't a Judge, Amy, it was the boss's orders.
Oh my gosh, the boss! I didn't even see that in Filippo's hand. Yep, again, using Chien-Pao's biggest weakness against it, it's friends.
Yeah, of course, that concealed cards, he hit that pretty well. Talking about concealed cards, Amy, he concealed that boss pretty well from us. And the boss's orders on the Frigibax, of course, puts Christian in a real sticky situation with two energy attached to that Moonlight Shuriken. Maybe, that Radiant Greninja, maybe Moonlight Shuriken being his only option of attacking this turn.
This is it, the semi-finals. No one wants to lose coming this far. There's still all to play for. Christian can swing this around.
He can swing this around. If he's able to Moonlight Shuriken again, that Squawk Ability EX as well as that Mew EX, he puts himself in a position where he can take a full prize swing. Now, but it's whether he can keep up this sort of engine. He needs to find his valuable resources such as Super Rod, Nest Ball, and of course that all-important Frigibax and Baxcalibur. There's no ifs or buts, Amy. He still needs to find it.
You're right. He needs to find a lot to make this work. But we have two Bibarel. We've got good chances here. As long as he's able to thin the hand enough, there we go. Here's the beginning. Getting away with, two Water Energy. I don't know if I'd have taken both of the Earthen Vessel there because they're going to be a little bit harder to thin from the hand. But, okay.
Yep.
No, I like this.
I really like the Earthen Vessel now if he's going to opt to play the Iono, only because, of course, he's putting cards from his deck and guaranteeing that they're going to be put to the bottom of his deck. So, yeah, really like this play from Christian.
Loved that. And, of course, as we assessed earlier, yes, Greninja's now all ready to rumble with 3 energies. So, gonna go in for some steady damage. It's opting to slowly damage the opponent.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And this Pokestop is going to be very important along with those Industrious Incisors. He will need to start finding those important Super Rods. Does have a Nest Ball in hand, so if he's able to find that rod here, he will be able to and finds it!
He got that top deck! I'm always skeptical of a Bibarel for 1, but here we go. 2 Frigibax, naturally. We're going to go for a third?
I mean, ask and you shall receive. The Industrious Incisors for 1 there, and keeping those important cards in your hands still. This is possibly the best Industrious Incisors Christian will have seen in a very, very long time.
Oh, wow. Bibarel really pulling its weight in the dam in the back there. It wasn't the Frigibax to be afraid of this turn. It was the Bibarel.
It certainly was. It certainly was. And now just looking in the deck's getting now pretty thin, right?
That's the concern.
Yeah, that is definitely the concern. But unfortunately for Christian, using that Super Rod will mean that if this Radiant Greninja is taken out in the next turn, he won't be able to use it to bring back that said Radiant Greninja to start filling out this sort of game plan that he has.
Taking some lower HP Pokemon damage there, going for the Mew EX and the Squawkabilly. That's an interesting one for me.
I really like this, only because in the next few turns, if Christian is able to find the Radiant Greninja once more, he'll be able to take another Moonlight Shuriken to take the game.
Yeah.
There's 4 easy prize cards on board now. Taking that swing will, well, it won't give him an advantage, it'll give him the game. But it's now, of course, whether Filippo can have that added bit of disruption with, say, a Judge, and it's whether then Christian is able to draw into it with that Industrious Incisors.
Yep, that's ever so true. I was wondering whether it would be worth putting damage onto the Roaring Moon so that it isn't able to Frenzied Gouging without a modifier to its HP, or an emergency jelly, but that Pokestop has betrayed us, Roaring Moon fans.
Yeah, certainly has. That Pokestop has to come down in order for a Calamitous Storm knockout on this Radiant Greninja. I think for Filippo now, he does definitely take a knockout on this Radiant Greninja. He will have seen the game plan that Christian has in his head for this double Moonlight Shuriken knockout. So the Radiant Greninja is a massive, massive threat.
It still works out in the prize mapping too for Filippo. They're happy to take a single prizer here. And
Certainly
then it's just one Chien-Pao to the victory and two taking Filippo to that finals. So I kind of like I really like the Greninja here. It's not only assessed as a threat at this point, but also it gets him that huge step closer.
It's such a great card. It's added consistency. It's an attacking threat. I think Filippo is happy to take this knockout, but looking like he may retreat here, actually, which would be pretty interesting. Maybe going for that. Is he going to go for the genome hacking?
No, surely not at this stage with the...
Oh, he is retreating into that. Oh, going for that switch card.
Oh, to heal enough so that he's out of range for the future, taking that possible win condition away from Christian.
Yeah, fantastic play there from Filippo. Having that switch card, heal that all-important 30 damage from EX. Therefore, Christian unable to take the game with that Moonlight Shuriken. Fantastic play.
Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming. What a difference 30 HP can make. That switch card coming in so handy, and it's exactly why it's in this deck.
Yeah, of course. And now Christian's left with some questions to be answered. I think now with that game plan taken away from him, it's whether he goes down the aggressive route now of going for that Chien-Pao and start having to maybe disrupt Filippo with that one INO. I can't remember if that one INO was actually used. It was used, of course, actually. So unfortunately, the disruption element isn't going to be a way that he can get back into this game. I think for Christian now, it's just a swing and see what happens.
Yep. Oh, what to promote though? Going with Frigibacks. Oh, top decked another cross switcher, so that's perfect. Okay.
And I think why this is so important is because, of course, there's no other Roaring Moon on the field.
Nope.
Roaring Moon is the only way that Filippo can take the game next turn. So if Christian is able to cross-switcher up this Roaring Moon and take the knockouts with this Chien-Pao, at least he's still keeping it up in this race.
He's still in the game, and we saw so many Roaring Moon get discarded with that Pokestop. I feel like it's safe to presume that it would be difficult for Filippo to present another one as a threat, and Mew's genome hacking cannot do much when it comes to Chien-Pao. Copying its attack does virtually nothing, and yeah, Filippo won't be able to take a 2-prize Pokemon without the assistance of a Roaring Moon.
And I think Christian here, just counting what he has left here, the deck is looking pretty thin, but still needs that Baxcalibur. Only has one Industrious Incisors left. He's trying to see if he can thin out his hand as much as possible. He does have Rare Candy in the hand already, but it's finding that all-important Baxcalibur, Amy.
If we can't find it, then that's going to be no good. Just thinning the hand for the next Industrious Incisors. Come on, Beaverell, let's go!
Let's go. Earthen Vessel. Oh, water energy.
No, that's not enough.
No, that's not going to be it for Christian.
Oh, no, that's it. That's got to be game.
Yeah, it's a question of he couldn't even Shivery Chill either.
No.
Oh, this is difficult for Christian.
All over now. Filippo takes it into the finals with Roaring Moon.
And what a result there for Filippo, showing the pure aggression of Roaring Moon and just how strong it can be. Calamitous Storm, Frenzy Gouging not even needed in that game, of course, but of course the massive amount of gust options in that deck really shown how impactful it can really be against these certain archetypes.
I've got to say, as much as I wanted you to be a Chien-Pao believer, I've yet to force that upon you. I am so excited because this could be the event that I finally win a caster pick. I've never been successful before. I've always not called it at the right time.
You have swings and roundabouts, eh, Amy? But let's have a look at the current brackets from our other top 4 gamer as well. And here we see Owen Kammerman, 2-0 against Tord Reklev. Oh, this is such a story, such a sight to behold. Another major event final. Owen, who's going to stop this guy?
Nobody! I don't know, maybe Filippo, actually.
Maybe Filippo. Actually, yeah, maybe Filippo. Who knows? Who knows?
Wow, what a finals we have coming up for you guys. That's awesome. I'm so excited to watch this one unfold. As excited as I was for Tord with their magical creation, I have to say I'm pleased. I'm pleased about Owen, and I'm pleased of Roaring Moon and Filippo.
Well, I hope our viewers are just as excited as we are. Of course, for now, we must take just a little bit of a short break before we go into our finals interview with both Owen and Filippo. But we'll take a little bit of a short break, as I mentioned. We'll be right back. Oh.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and to stabilize Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a Water Energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be Water Energy for Moonlight Shuriken, or Psychic Energy to spread damage with Stabilized Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory. In a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map, Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his VSTAR ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
My name is Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at the roller coaster history of Mew VMAX.
And Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V, and the pattern pick comes in, and that's it. What is going on?
Ever since Mew VMAX was released in Fusion Strike, it has been a force to be reckoned with. Out of the gates, it relied on the speed that Alyssa's Sparkle gave you when used in combination with Meloetta. This gave you an unrivaled first turn pressure that no other deck in format could match. If games weren't immediately tied up in the first turn, Mew VMAX would come swinging in with a beefy 310 HP, 3 retreat cost, and 2 awesome attacks to boot. Max Miracle gave you great utility by going through all effects on your opponent's Pokemon, allowing you to never have to worry about Safeguard or Duraludon VMAX Skyscraper ability ever again. But Cross Fusion Strike was the star of the show, allowing you to use any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks as this attack. Most often we will be copying Genesect V's Techno Blast to deal a solid 210 damage, but more on that later. But it also opened the door for some sneaky Psychic Leap plays to remove damage from play and preserve your Mew VMAX. Power tablets gave you extra oomph you sometimes needed to close out games, since for each one you played, your Fusion Strike Pokemon did an extra 30 damage this turn. This meant with 3 power tablets, you could KO V-Star Pokemon. Something that wasn't too hard to do, since Genesect V also let you draw up to the amount of Fusion Strike Pokemon you had in play, which was often 6. And it was this straight up damage dealing variant that got a top 8 placement at the 2022 World Championships, with Andre Chierson at the helm. However, that same day, while Andre was battling in top 8, Michael Pramrot in the London Open was tinkering with the deck. And he actually removed the Fusion Strike energies, Elisa Sparkle and Meloetta, instead opting to play maximum aggression cards like Trekking Shoes, Cross Switches and Double Turbo Energy. Kristen Chiomi took it one step further in Bilbao by adding some disruption cards like Path to the Peak and Roxanne. His theory was Mew VMAX could already draw a ton of cards and be very aggressive, but how about if he was to end the turn by attacking and putting a Path to the Peak in play to effectively stop the opponent from doing anything. This was now the new way of playing Mew VMAX, and it was very successful. And when Lost Origins released, this new version of Mew was by far the most popular, since it was able to navigate the first huge Mew counter we ever saw, Drapion V. A card which would one-hit KO a Mew VMAX for 0 energy. While Mew was still getting the odd result here or there, like top 4 at EUIC, it was around this time where Mew VMAX started to become less of a top-tier deck, since anyone could opt to play a Sky Sealstone and a Drapion V to make sure they would beat Mew VMAX. Although there was one weekend where Fusion Energy Mew had a massive resurgence, winning Hartford, Malmo, and then the Lima regional events too. This joy was short-lived though, since Paldea Evolve had another disastrous Mew counter. This time it was Spirit 2. This card would aim to stop the Mew player from drawing cards, since it would stop all Genesect V's abilities, turning them all off. This saw Fusion Energies become the new way to play Mew again, since a Genesect with a Fusion Energy would still be able to draw cards. But this was another massive thorn in Mew's side, one that seemed to put the nail in the coffin for us budding Mew players around the world. Until the 2023 World Championships, that is, when Vance Kelly managed to take a Mew VMAX deck all the way to the finals, where he would square off against Tord Redcliffe and his Gardevoir deck. And Vance, despite all the odds being stacked against him, with Spiritomb and Drapion V being in format, was able to win the 2023 World Championships with Mew VMAX. What's next for Mew? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream. Hello Pokemon TCG fans, we have our time for a quick little pre-finals interview with, guess what, our two Utrecht finalists. We have Owen and then we have Filippo. So Owen, talk to us, fresh off your Dortmund victory and, a couple weeks later you find yourself in another final. How's that feel?
It's crazy because I didn't want to pick the same deck again, but I didn't expect to do as well with it because yeah, it's new deck. Well, not a new deck, but I've played it a bunch, but it's not the same deck. So it's insane that it's also back-to-back and not just randomly somewhere else in the season. It's just crazy coincidence, I feel like.
Crazy coincidence. And how did you feel in your top four, obviously matching Tord with that, monumental 31 of deck? How did you feel going into that match?
I honestly felt pretty comfortable because his list had been posted somewhere on Twitter, and knowing his list, it suddenly becomes a lot easier to predict what he's gonna do. Because I knew he, for example, played Torton, and he only played 2 Charmanders, so I could Lost City stuff, and there was a lot of options that I could go for, so that felt relaxed.
Okay, so relax. Love to see that. Filippo, my friend. So, this is your furthest regional or special event so far, right? Your deepest one?
Yeah, this is my deepest reach in a tournament, at least with the new format.
Awesome. Love to feel it. And how are you feeling here to make the final?
Well, feels good, of course. Didn't expect to make it all the way to the finals, but feels good.
It feels good, and there's going to be another reason why it feels so good for you, right? Because it's your birthday, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So making a regional special event on your birthday. The crowd makes some noise for Filippo there. It's his birthday. Come on, we love to see it. There we go. So Filippo, in your top 4 match, you were playing against Chen Pao, the deck that Owen won Dortmund regional with. Was you comfortable with that matchup, or?
It was a favorable matchup anyway, so felt pretty good. The deck did what it was supposed to do, so great.
Okay, well, you managed to navigate it so well there. So I don't think I'm going to keep you two for much longer, because in all honesty, I'm excited to see this final. If Owen wins, he'll win 2 special events and a regional back-to-back. If Filippo wins, he wins a special on his birthday. So, whatever happens, history will be made. So I want you at home to not go very far, because our special event final will be here very soon.
I'm Owen Kamerman, and I played a trading card game a lot.
Owen Kamerman, 2 O's, the top 4 matchup.
Yeah, it went just incredible. What else can I say, really? The run was crazy. There were moments where I drew very good, but also played very well. Just incredible. There's no other word for it. Well, the finals was actually really scary because the matchup, I think, was pretty horrible. But when I won the coin flip, I was like, yes, because I definitely needed that. If I lost the coin flip, I would have needed to win 2 games going second. But then still, I lost the game going first and was like, I was in trouble. Well, he definitely missed on some crucial turns. He made one single misplay in game 2, for example. I just immediately capitalized on destroying his board, and just giving it one turn, getting that one turn of extra leeway was exactly enough to win. He had a board full of 2 prizers, and I lose my 1-2 prizer on the field. So that's my one chance to like change the prize race again. So I used the 1 prizer I had to attack, get the 1 prize I needed, and then I was on exactly the amount of prizes I needed to close out the game. The meta changed a bit. Rapid Strike went. Guardians didn't play counter, or they didn't play Avery anymore, and then suddenly Jim Pao became a good play again. Even though it can sometimes still break Jim Pao and can have some bad Pokestops, I thought it was exactly the right time. My exact goal was win a major, so I won a regional now, so I got that. So that's my season general goal. But now, with the points I get from this winning Dortmund, I'm definitely hoping to get the #1 Europe spot and overtake my twin brother, who's currently on the #1 Europe spot. That's definitely the next on the list. I'm not stopping until that. It's such a huge part of my life. I have a huge group of friends that always supports me, and I also want to become world champion. It's basically like a child's dream for me to get that world champion title, so I'm definitely not stopping until I'm there.
All right, welcome back, Pokemon TCG fans. Now, I'm not sure if you can smell that, Rabbi, but can you just, it smells like finals o'clock, baby. We have ourselves a star-studded matchup here. I cannot wait to get this started. I'm now joined with the one and only Benjamin Rabioti. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. You know, we've had 1,000 competitors start their journey in day 1, and we've whittled it down all the way down to 2 for our final. It's so amazing to see.
And I couldn't believe it. It's Filippo's birthday. So if he was to win, he gets to win on his birthday. And if Owen wins, history will be made because he wins 2 regional, or 1 regional and a special back-to-back as well, whilst changing decks in between. So, wow, either way, whatever happens, it's going to be a fun corker.
2 fantastic stories from both players, like you said. I mean, Filippo, more or less a newer player as well. A lot of new achievements on the board, very recent. And Owen Kammerman, I mean, what can you say? I mean, from the back of his win in Dortmund, coming into this event with a different archetype, like you mentioned, and now with a chance of taking another major event title.
Yeah, and how poetic would it be? You know, Mew VMAX, this is our last event before EUIC over here in Europe, and a deck that's been, you know, traditionally more popular over here in the EU, and now in the final has the chance to take it all home. Look at those accomplishments there, Rabbi, all sorts going on, but Filippo will be trying his best to stop Owen from making history here, and doing it on his birthday as well. You know, 2022 Lille Regional top 8, EUIC top 128, Dortmund Regional, that was the one that just went. Top 128 as well, and Turin Special Event top 16.
Many fantastic achievements among both our players, and they'll be looking to put a special event winner on their accolades as well. Of course, both of them will be concluding this event with a finalist position. But here we see, Shay, the first prizes of the game coming down.
Yeah, both players are starting to set up. Now let's consult these prize cards. Owen there has prize busters orders, 1 copy of Forest Seal Stone and 2 Chromatics. And over for Filippo playing out Roaring Moon, 2 copies of Battle VIP pass, Rabbi, and 1 Professor Research could impact Filippo getting set up. But here we do see our fist bump start the game, and Filippo is getting started here in the final of the Utrecht Special Event.
And going first and second is going to be so important. Who is going to take that initiative and go first? Who is going to choose to go second? We both got these decks here. I mean, Roaring Moon versus the Fusion Strike Mew. Both players will take their advantage in going second. Oh, not a fantastic Pokestop there.
I think that Pokestop in that hand means all we're going to see is an Earthen Vessel to grab 2 basic energy and attach effectively and pass, and maybe 1 use of Dire. Oh no, I don't think there's a way to even use Dire Flame Wings. Also worth noting, 2 Roaring Moon got discarded off that Pokestop.
Yeah, this is not a fantastic start from Filippo. And going back to who wants to go second, who wants to go first, Owen has the chance to go through this Fusion Strike acceleration, let's say. The Alyssa Sparkle, of course, with the addition of the Fusion Strike energy. That Melodious Echo, Shay, it's looking pretty tasty on that Roaring Moon, I might say.
Yeah, we both know Meloetta has no problems reaching those 230 damage on your first turn going second, since you can attach 1 Fusion energy to get 70 damage into play, then use a Lesser Sparkle to get another 2 energy in play. That's 210. 1 Power Tablet means that Melodious Echo will be reaching at Roaring Moon numbers, as Filippo is going to discard Power Pad via the Earthen Vessel to grab 2 basic Dark Energy.
I absolutely love seeing this Fusion Strike Mew on the finals table, and especially now with Filippo possibly even taking a pass. Owen is going to be licking his lips here because, of course, from that explosive potential that these Fusion Strike archetypes, have, if he's able to get these Genesects down, draw into some additional resources, find those sparkles, find those pieces, and of course the all-important Power Tablet for this Melodious Echo, he'll be taking a 2-prize swing on his first turn.
And you know what? Do you know what would be even better as well, taking just this 2-prize swing? If you could utilize an escape rope, so you could actually push that Galarian Moltres into the active, remove 1 energy, or the only energy Filippo has in play currently, while taking 2 prize cards. Because, you know, Roaring Moon is harder to set up traditionally, since you can't use that Dire Flame Wings.
Yeah, all important in this matchup as well. It's important for Filippo to keep that Dire Flames alive, only because he'll be able to utilize cards like Energy Switch to get those Roaring Moons up and running. Now, you speak about the escape rope, of course, a versatile switch option, but in this circumstance, it'll be just as effective as a gust.
Yep, basically a boss's orders and a switch at the same time. Looking at Owen's hand, though, I don't see many ways to get that hand size down. I see, what, 2 copies of Power Tablet and a Lost Vacuum, I think. So Owen is going to conclude that Battle VIP pass, Rabbi, by grabbing 2 copies of Genesect V, and I think there is a Mew V in hand as well as a switch.
Yeah, it's going to be integral as to how he sees this playing out. Of course, having the switch, and but it's the Power Tablets that are important, because if he's using these Power Tablets now and using these important resources early on, if he's unable to secure the knockouts on this Roaring Moon, it'll mean in the later turns, this will be a very punishing play.
You are 100% correct. Those Power Tablets, you know, increasing damage by 30, but you're correct that Roaring Moon does have 230 hit points. It's actually quite a hard number to hit. It does require some modifiers, and obviously Choice Belt does not work into Roaring Moon.
No, of course it doesn't. And with these 2 Power Tablets now gone, Owen will definitely be trying to run through this deck even further to try and find these combination pieces to get this knockout on the Roaring Moon.
But so far, that Fusion Strike system wasn't the greatest. I see a Lost City, Lost Vacuum, UV, and a copy of DTE. Not cards traditionally you really want to see. You want to be seeing now Ultra Ball and way to sort of get that hand down. A Lesser Sparkle and 1 copy of Fusion Energy would be ideal, but hasn't quite got there yet. So Owen's going to have to navigate these tricky Fusion Strike systems. I'm going to go for a Lost Vacuum first. Going to get rid of that Pokestop, which Owen could use, by the way, but opted not to. Just get it out of play. Going to get that Lost City into play and then immediately replace it via another Lost Vacuum. Fusion Strike system for 5, Rabbi. Here we go. Fusion Energy. Is that a lesser as well? It was.
Energy. No, it's Forest Seal Stone as well.
And the Forest Seal Stone. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, yeah, of course. So we'll be able to use the Alyssa Sparkle, get energies up on that Melodious Echo, and of course the active Mew as well. And now, Shay, he'll be able to guarantee knockouts on this Roaring Moon.
Yep, and could even use Forest Seal Stone if you wanted to go after and grab the escape rope if he so desires. Going to attach the fusion energy to the Iskew as well. Obviously, there is one fusion energy in hand, so Murder's Echo will be swinging for 210. Plus 60 from those two power tablets, more than enough damage, as Owen Caraman's going to get straight off to the races here in our finals. Attaching that fusion energy, does attach Forest Seal Stone. Are we going to see the escape rope as well? Doesn't look like it. Just going to see a Murderous Echo for KO Rabbi. Owen Caraman takes our first prize card here in the Utrecht Special Event final.
A massive knockout there as well, and I really like the...
Oh, wow!
Oh, and it's an early
Let me
concession.
see a quick concession there. Rabbi Filippo saying, I haven't got a lot to work with here, and Owen Caraman takes game one here in our Utrecht Special Event in record time, Rabbi.
Yeah, record time. I think this is telling of a past final that we've gone through.
It really is.
The Mew Mirror, but this time it's the Roaring Moon. But of course, Owen now only one game away from taking the title here. And of course, going back to that play, I really like the attachment to that Ice Cube, only because, of course, attaching it to the Mew, he doesn't really want to be attaching to other Pokemon other than these two single prizes.
Yeah.
Because Filippo has to get rid of these all-important Fusion Strike energies.
Yep.
And if he's attaching them to these more or less non-threatening single prize Pokemon, it means Filippo's forced into some tricky situations.
Yep, you're 100% correct there. Those fusion energies also mean you can attack without using double turbo energy damage reduction. We didn't quite get to see a lot of Filippo's deck here. The Roaring Moon traditionally, on paper, should be going to the Mew VMAX deck, right? You know, in theory, it's a Dark-type attacker, can KO the Mew VMAX very easily. Won't have to use Frenzy Gouging if you can use Calamity Storm plus a Stadium. But you know what? That's what Mew VMAX can do. It just says that this might not be a great matchup, but I'm going to take prizes before you. Can you keep up?
Yeah, of course, Mew, so consistent. We know how consistent it can be with the Fusion Strike systems, and it's able to capitalize on the poor start from Filippo, and it's so punishing when you're able to take these big swinging knockouts with the Melodious Echo or even the Turbo Strike later down the line.
All right, so let's have a look at these prize cards. I had a quick peek at Filippo's start. This is infinitely better than game one. Let's consult these prize cards real quick. One copy of Power Tablet 2 Battle VIP Pass for Owen, and then for Filippo, the Water Dark Energy Switch, and one Professor Sada as well. Doesn't he play 2 copies? But it looks like our game 2 is getting started. Owen Caraman is kicking us off. Filippo needs to win this game to stay in the final and try and leave here with the title of Utrecht Special Event champion.
Yeah, elected Owen to go first, of course. I think what Filippo is going to be hoping for is more of an explosive start than he had in his last game. Of course, going second means that he will be able to attack first.
Yep.
But I think the advantage that Owen has is that he does have a couple of single prizes that he can just put up in the active and say, look, if you want to get ahead of this prize race, you will have to try and gust around this.
Yep, and maybe try and utilize the skate rope himself. So Owen might want to try and get down to 1 prize, just consulting Filippo's list. Doesn't actually play a skate rope, so won't be able to utilize that. As Owen is going to play an Ultra Ball, discarding an Lesser Sparkle and a Boss's orders to grab himself a Mew V and consult the deck and try and work out what's been prized. Worth noting, Rabbi, Owen did prize 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass, so we might not see as an explosive turn 1 for Owen if he can't get those Geneset V down.
Yeah, well, we saw how much of a problem it was for Filippo to get set up without those resources like Battle VIP Pass, without Ultra Ball, so it may come up to be detrimental for Owen's setup. However, what I like here is that, again, he does have the option to switch into those single prizes, but if he doesn't, Filippo is going to be, you know, he's going to be rubbing his hands here because the Calamitous Storm, the Frenzied Gouging, he has so many powerful attacks in his arsenal to be taking an early double prize swing.
As we are going to see Owen empty the hand, play Lost City Fusion Strike system for 3, draws into a Skate Rope, Mew V, and a Genesect. So prizing 2 copies of Battle VIP Pass hasn't seemed to slow Owen down too much here. Although if he does choose to bench that Mew V, there's only 1 bench spot open for a 1 prize, which I imagine Owen will try and put down. Does draw into the Meloetta there.
Yeah, it does draw into that Meloetta, and that's going to be very important for, like I said, getting a single prize up into the active, because what he wants to be able to, he doesn't want Filippo to get ahead of this prize race early. This, much like the feature match that we had before with the Chen Pao and the Roaring Moon, it's all about who can be aggressive here, who can have that first step into the prize race, and who can get up and running the quickest.
You are correct. And with that in mind, would you actually want to put down the Meloetta and use that? Ideally, you want to try and use your Iskew, because the Meloetta can attack, you know? So that is something worth noting. As Owen debating, going to play that Feather Ball, letting you search your deck for any Pokemon with a free retreat cost and pop it straight into your hand. So in this case, that can find Mew V or Mew V Max. Or Fail Search as well if you desire.
Yeah, an important point that you made there as well. The Iskew would definitely be the primary choice, I think, to have this kind of sacrificial lamb, so to speak, of a single prizer. And the Meloetta, of course, is going to be quite important in this matchup, only because, of course, that Melodious Echo, that all-important attack, of course, with the Fusion Strike energy, but chooses to bench it.
I think, you know, just if you wasn't to bench it, you only draw one less card there, Fusion Strike system, and saying, well, Iskew might be best, second best is Meloetta, and I'm going to have to settle for second best right now. So I think maybe you can afford to do when you're currently one game up in a special event final. Owen did attach a Fusion Strike energy as well to the active Mew V, has used his last Fusion Strike system, as you're going to see a retreat into the Meloetta, and I imagine we'll see a quick pass.
Yeah, I really like this play. And I think the advantage that Owen has over Filippo's aggressive Roaring Moon is that he does have the potential power of disruption. He does play the Dino, he does play the Path to the Peak, and of course the all-important Judge. So these game plans, they can alter a bit for Owen. He doesn't have to go for the aggressive plays. He can bide his time just that little bit.
You are. No, that is a fantastic point, as it is going to be over to Filippo now. We're going to start his turn off here in our final match here at the Utrecht Special Event. Does have a Battle VIP pass in hand, has led that one copy of Squawkabilly EX, which, if Filippo chooses, would allow him to discard his hand to draw 6, as it is his first turn. Looking to opt to probably do a little prize check here, maybe going for that Morpeko, but I'd imagine we'll see some Roaring Moon and some Moltres.
Yeah, I really like the Morpeko as well. Yeah? Only because the Energizer Wheel will be able to take a knockout on this Meloetta, of course.
And preserve the energy as well, right? Because it pushes them away. Fantastic.
Yeah, the Energizer Wheel has such great synergy in this deck. Of course, taking those 2 energy required to attack and putting it on your more bulkier Pokemon like the Roaring Moon for your later turn.
And, you know, if he was to do that, that would force Owen to try and find a boss's orders to go around that Morpeko, because you definitely don't want to be KOing that. And if you're playing boss, you're not playing Iono or Judge. So that could be a double win there for Filippo, as he does conclude that Battle VIP pass with a Radiant Greninja and that Morpeko.
Yeah, I really like this play. I think using that Morpeko, like I said, will mean that he's asking the same question that Owen was, which was, can you gust around this? And of course, both of these players will be really aware of the prize race here. I think more than any other match, it's all about who takes that big swing first to get ahead of the race, because both decks are so consistent in getting these big attackers up and running.
As we do see the Forest Seal Stone come down there with a Galarian Moltres, so that means Star Alchemy is an option to Filippo, allowing him to grab any card from his deck via that Star Alchemy V-Star power. Now that hand does, I see some good stuff in there. I see a catcher, oh my goodness. Oh, we do see the catcher being played. Oh, it was a Tails. That could have been really impactful. We're talking about how important a prize trade is. That is one way to sneakily get ahead. Now, we do see a Dark Patch in the hand. We do see Dark Flame Wings as well. We're going to see that Dark Patch being played. I imagine that goes to Roaring Moon. Or, oh, this is interesting, actually. Do you go to the Morpeko and assume he's going to hit into the Meloetta, or do you risk it and maybe go for a catcher? It looks like Filippo saying, I'm most likely going to be using the Morpeko this time.
I really like going into the Morpeko only because he still needs to find a switch out for this Squawkabilly.
Yeah,
so if he's able to Dire Flame Wings, find an energy switch for the Morpeko, it's only a 2 energy requirement. So at least you're increasing your odds to get an attack off on this turn.
We see some good cards there off that Squawkin. I see a Pokestop, I see an Ultra Ball, I see some Trekking Shoes, and I see a Dark Patch. So I think at the bare minimum, we should be able to get that Morpeko swinging, as we are going to see that Lost City replacement potentially for that Pokestop. That's a card that we see a lot of decks play now. We see it in the Chien-Pao we saw in that last game, Rabbi. As we do see the Pokestop being played, and that's a 3-hitter.
Oh, that's a 3-hitter, yeah, for sure. We saw that in our past game as well. 3 items for Filippo. Definitely on his side, that Pokestop. But I think he was trying to make the decision there as to whether he wanted to put the Pokestop down.
Yes.
He may have to find these additional combination cards, but lost zoning that Meloetta, of course, isn't a bad idea.
It's not. I mean, new decks traditionally don't play too much recovery, but I guess in one scenario, if you were to put down the Pokestop, You might want to try and keep them around for Calamity Storm, bonus damage. You're not having to use Frenzied Gouging, so that could be one reason to try and hold on to those stadiums as long as possible. As Filippo is going to play that Earthen Vessel, doing the dream of discarding 1 Dark Energy to grab 2 more, activating Dark Flame Wings and Dark Patch as well.
Yeah, and it's a good point you made about the recovery cards, because of course this is now when we get to the point in a tournament, especially with the final, both players will be well aware of what each other are playing, and there's certain cards that they both may include. So, you know, smart play there from Filippo.
Oh, we see a switch card off the Trekking Shoes there. I mean, that does get the Squawkabilly out the way. How greedy are you feeling there, Filippo? That's a good card. But are you after something else? Oh, this is a big decision. I think I'll be taking the switch card, yeah.
I definitely like this, only because, you know, it guarantees definitely the attack now from the Morpeko, only because, of course, you would have needed to attach manually to the Squawkabilly or with an energy switch in order to retreat. And, of course, with that Morpeko, that 2 energy requirements, although it sounds easy enough sometimes, it can be a bit tricky.
We do see a Dark Patch there onto the Roaring Moons. We're going to see the manual attachments. I imagine we're going to see an energy switch now at some point from the Moltres onto the Roaring Moon.
Interesting.
Oh, hasn't played Supporter yet, so can use Boss's orders, actually, to go after a 2-prizer with the Roaring Moon, because we saw Squawk and Seasons as a Supporter. There is a Boss's orders there, Rabbi, onto the Genesect, removing some draw options, and Calamity Storm will be a big KO and remove that Pokestop and gets Filippo ahead on this prize race.
And this is a big swing. Taking the first 2 prizes of this game will be very important, but it's now a question as to well, not Owen being able to take a knockout on this Roaring Moon, but you know, for looking at Filippo's board, it's the secondary attacker. He does have that Galarian Moltres with that 3 energy requirements and that Morpeko, but with no other Roaring Moon on the field, he is leaving himself a little bit vulnerable here. That's why I was quite surprised with that boss play.
Yeah, no, you are correct. I guess in an ideal world, Owen would try and get a response KO with the Meloetta. That'd be devastating. But you're right, even if you were to just try and take a KO, maybe in combination with a judge and say, have you got enough recycle? You know, put the pressure back. As well as see a Chromatic, flip a coin, defense, grab any card from your deck, but we do see a Tails. That hand's not looking the greatest. I see a double turbo energy. I see a power tablet. Power tablet would be needed to take a KO via Technoblast. We're going to see a power pad being played here as well. So, what do you think Owen's going to try and do here?
Well, with the fact that the Meloetta is still on board now, if Filippo hadn't have taken a knockout on this Meloetta, of course, it does mean the Melodious Echo makes these knockouts on the Roaring Moon that bit easier.
Yep.
Within a lesser sparkle now, if he's able to find 2 energy, and with the energy attachment as well of another Fusion Strike energy, Melodious Echo's hitting very big numbers with no requirements for Power Tablet.
As we do see the Power Pad shuffling a Boss Orders and Iona, I believe. Ooh, there we see a Power Tablet, Forest Seal Stone. So whatever Owen wants to do is itching closer, being able to do it. A lot of these cards aren't playable, though, in the sense that you don't really want to be playing double turbo energy here, because if you do want to attack through Meloetta, you will need to manually attach there. We see 2 Forest Seal Stones. They don't really want to be playing Power Tablets if we don't need to be. So let's see what Owen does. Not quite the best hand, but this is the sort of hands that separate the good from the great players. You know, everyone can play a Mew VMAX when you're drawing 6 cards a turn. However, when you're drawing 2 or 3, that's where it starts to get dicey.
I couldn't agree more. And of course, it's a difficult situation now for Owen with the judge in the hand, and of course, having those 2 power tablets and that double turbo energy. There was definitely a decision to make as to what he wants to prioritize as his primary attacker for this turn. He definitely needs to get an attack off, but of course, not playing that judge and having that attachment, he needs to find that Alyssa Sparkle this turn.
Yeah, I guess you can still actually take a KO with the Meloetta with using the Alyssa Sparkle down to those 2 power tablets being played. Did draw into the Fusion Strike energy there, though, so it looks like this is a Forest Seal Stone activation. Looks like that Alyssa Sparkle is being targeted there.
Yeah,
and that's going to open up the door to some, well, nice damage.
Yeah, very much so. It does find 2 energy as well. Fortunate enough to not draw into them from the Fusion Strike system.
That is true. That can happen.
That can happen, unfortunately, but fortunate enough for Owen, it wasn't to be. And of course, now I can definitely see the double attachment on both the Meloetta and possibly even a Genesect or even that benched Mew.
Yeah.
Which it might be what we're seeing here, because of course spreading these important Fusion Strike energies around the field means that Melodious Echo is always still an option.
Really is, and it's going to make it a really hard start chasing those Fusion Strike Energy as well. So we are going to see 3 Fusion Strike Energy in play. So that means Motor Echo swinging for 210, minus 20, 190, and then plus 60, take us up to 250 damage, which is going to be enough for a big clean KO as Owen Cameron says, hold up, wait a minute now. Let's even up the prize race here. And Owen takes his first 2 prize cards of this game 2 here in the Utrecht Special Event final.
Yeah, puts himself 2 prizes down. And this is such a great position to be in for Owen because he's got these multiple attackers set up. He has 2 MUV on the field, both with an energy on already. And I think for Filippo, of course, it does still have that Morpeko as an attacking option against this Meloetta, but for Filippo, it's where are these other prizes coming from? I have the Galarian Moltres on the field, but now I need to start setting up these Roaring Moons.
You really, really do need to get those Roaring Moons set up, as we are going to see Filippo start to turn off there by promoting the Morpeko and playing an Earthen Vessel, discarding a Dark Energy to grab 2 more. Now, if Filippo can't manage to sort of get around this Meloetta via a boss's orders or a catcher, we'll go down to 3 prize cards left, which would mean we'll be only a VMAX KO away from winning, but then does also open the door for Owen to go 2-2 and win this game as well. So definitely all to play for.
Yeah, completely agree. And for Owen, he already has game on board. The Squawkabilly is there.
Yes.
Galarian Moltres is there. So Owen is only 2 gusts away. I don't think he'll be too mindful of this Morpeko taking an easier knockout on this Meloetta. However, for Filippo, it's mitigating that risk, whether he can find those potential disruptions like the INOs. But of course, Owen does have the advantage with those Fusion Strike systems, Shay.
Yep, drawing cards is never a bad thing in a Pokemon TCG. Did draw into a Pokemon catcher, so we could use to see... Oh, looks like it's going to get discarded actually via an Ultra Ball, so we aren't debating it. A catcher could be quite good here, you know. Could be quite good.
It could be. It'll definitely keep him in this prize race, only because if he's able to take another 2 prizes now, he'll be in the same position that Owen was, right? Just 2 gusts away from taking the game here. We see the Ultra Ball here. I imagine it's going to be for one of those Roaring Moon.
Yep.
And that's exactly what it is.
Roaring Moon going to be integral for getting Filippo to try and win this game. I mean, Moltres is nice, but you'd rather be swinging with the Roaring Moon. So Filippo did opt to keep hold of that catcher. So it is worth noting that Morpeko will be able to retreat for 1. Its ability won't activate. Professor Sada, though, letting you attach 2 energy, well, 1 energy to each of your ancient Pokemon. And he has 1 in play, though, so that's going to be 1 energy to the Roaring Moon, and then draw 3 as well.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I liked that spreading of the Fusion Strike energy, because even though Filippo is forced to gust, there's no strong option here, really, if he wants to be knocking out Owen's potential attackers. If he takes out a knockout on the one Mew or the other, he's still leaving Owen's field with 2 Fusion Strike energy.
But it looks like we don't see any of those catches being played. We're just going to see the energy wheel, or energizer wheel, I should say, from Morpeko to KO the Meloetta, thanks to weakness, and then push those energy down to the Roaring Moon. Morpeko doing its job there, even up the prize trade, getting rid of that 1 prizer. Now over to Owen. I would imagine, Rabbi, or Benjamin, I should say, that going after a KO here, and maybe a little bit of a judge, maybe even a skate rope, anything like this, or maybe just going after a 2 prizer is the way to go, right?
Yeah, thanks, Bert. Oh, sorry, Shay.
Let's go. Love that.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, Owen, I think, talking about how he wants to see this game out, he will be trying to find those 2 gusting cards. He will want to find those 2 boss's orders for game. Of course, easier said than done. The Star Requiem is already used from those Forest Sealstones.
Star Alchemy?
Star Alchemy, sorry. Star Requiem, different game mode. But of course, we'll have to draw into them naturally with the Fusion Strike system.
It's going to be tough, though, if you attack with that 3 prizer. Filippo's on 3 prizes. That Roaring Moon is there, and that Dire Flame, the Aura Burn from the Moltres has no problems dealing with a Dark Weak Mew VMAX as well. So not quite out of the woods yet, as it seems.
No, certainly not. I think regardless if you gust the Moltres or the Roaring Moon, you're still leaving the field with 2 threats on board, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The Dire Flame Wings, you know, it's able to accelerate energy onto itself through that ability, but that Roaring Moon with 3 energy on it's ready and
It's already there to go, yeah. So I guess it would be a pick your poison, as it were. But Filippo does have quite a large hand, you know. We saw the concealed cards. We saw the Professor Sarda's Vitality. Filippo, odds are, will be able to attack with the Moltres. So Owen in a bit of a sticky situation here. But, you know, if anyone can get out of it, how about the Dortmund regional champion and about 2 weeks later?
Of course, of course. And here we see the Mew VMAX in the active, and now Filippo will be kind of licking his lips now.
Yep.
The 3 prizer is on board now for him to be able to take the game. It's whether now Owen can find that gusting card for that Roaring Moon. I think that's all he can really ask for, because, of course, you won't be able to gust and play a disruption card like Judge or Iono. So I think this is the best option he has in front of him.
And I guess no Psychic Leap KO to remove the free prize doesn't really get you anywhere, because then you're just going to be on free prize cards yourself. So that's not really a needle mover. So let's see what Owen does. It does have the boss orders in hand. Does have a path to the peak as well. So that would be really impactful, doing everything you can to sort of try and stop Filippo. That does obviously turn off Dire Flame Wings, path to the peak.
It certainly does. Again, asking more resources to come out from Filippo will be his best way of winning this game. If he can take a knockout on the Roaring Moon here, I think he still needs to find another power tablet.
Just need to find a modifier.
Still needs to find another damage modifier. Still has boss in hand, but of course doesn't want to put down that path to the peak too soon if he still wants to draw from that last Fuse Reflex system. And here we go, Shay.
Did we find a power tablet? Oh, the last card, Benjamin!
Nice.
Oh, keeping us on the edge of our seats there. Needed to find a power tablet. And that's the scary scenario. When you play the boss's orders without having a power tablet, you sort of really commit to that play. But Owen found it. Techno Blast is going to be a KO. Path to the peak, turning off Wallbox Pokemon. Abilities over to Filippo. What do we have? Well, we see a Pokestop. That's going to get Dire Flame Wings back online. There is no basic energy in hand yet.
Does have the Mew EX for restarts. Does have a research in hand, I believe, as well.
Oh, true.
So can, you know, thin out this deck even further to try and find that energy, or potentially even a dark patch here. This is going to be squeaky, Shay. This is going to be very squeaky.
This is very, very close. You could argue, you know, this turn could decide the fate. Who will leave here a champion, as it were. Ultra Ball is going to find that Roaring Moon. Remember that Morpeko in the active has a free retreat cost thanks to its ability in a hungry hurry. If it has no energy attached, it can retreat for free, as we are going to see Pokemon Catcher.
Oh, and it's a heads.
This is a heads. So going after the bench Mew VMAX, of course, because that's still going to give up free prize cards. Here we go.
Restart. And there's the dark patch.
There's the dark patch. And then we'll see Dire Flame Wings there, Benjamin. So that means Filippo can free retreat, use Aura Burn to take the KO. 1-1 here in our Utrecht Special Event final.
And the crowd goes wild, seeing that dark patch from that restart. Such a way to thin out the hand, of course, has all of these disposable options.
Yes.
These Pokemon catchers, these Ultra Balls. He's able to use them for maximum effect. And as well as that, of course, with that restart, find those extra cards. Although he still had research, he was able to find those resources and get those attackers back up and running.
Yeah, as we do see the crowd there, let's make some noise here for our Game 3. There it is, let's go. All going down to a Game 3 here. Remember, it's Filippo's birthday. Let's not forget that. And Owen Karaman's going to try his best to win this event and win Dortmund. And now Utrecht all in a row. Wow! Game 3, we can't ask for more than this.
Certainly can't. And of course, now it's going to be whether who goes first. Of course, I believe it was Filippo who had gone first in our original game, so it would have meant that Owen had won the coin flip. So I'm sure it's going to be much like our first game, Filippo to go first in our last game. And now the question remains whether Owen or Filippo can have that all-important explosive start.
Yep. And in a matchup like this, it's going to be high octane, as it looks like Filippo is going to have a mulligan there. You could argue the game could be made or broke on the opening turns here. Oh my goodness. And I knew this would be an electric final. I knew when I saw this matchup, it's going to be damage here, knockouts there, here, there, and everywhere. And I'm so glad I'm here getting to talk you all through it, and with you as well, Benjamin.
Oh, thank you so much. And I couldn't agree more. As soon as I saw those two deck archetypes make the finals, I was like, oh, me and Shay are going to have such a great final. These two decks love just taking a big swing against each other, you know?
Okay, so let's consult our prize cards there. Owen has prized 1 copy of Boss, 1 Fusion Energy, Mew VMAX, and a Genesect. Over for Filippo, 2 copies of Pokemon Catcher, 2 copies of Trekking Shoes, Battle VIP Pass, and Base Kenji. Nothing too impactful, although Fusion Energy can be really important for Mew. But it looks like our game 3 here is getting started here in the Utrecht Special Event. Filippo is kicking us off, and that hand, it looks, there are some cards there. Maybe could be seeing a Squawk and Seas, I feel.
I definitely feel that as well, this Trekking Shoes.
Ooh, wow, Trekking Shoes off the top for a Battle VIP Pass. Wow.
Yeah, he's taking a walk through that deck with that.
Yeah, let's go.
VIP Pass. Trekking Shoes, finding the perfect card on your turn 1. Finding those 2 Pokemon, of course, being the Radiant Greninja. Of course, that concealed cards. Great synergy in this deck. Able to discard an energy, of course, keeping those dark patches alive as well. And as soon as you find those little resources in your hand, then a Squawk and Seas as well to boot. I mean, what a great start.
Yep, Filippo's going to be off to the races here. Laced up those shoes real tight and said, right, off we go. And it looks like Filippo's just going to debate on what to grab for this second target here at the Battle VIP Pass. You know, I would imagine since we do have Dark Patch and a way to use it, a Roaring Moon would be an easy recipient here, as we do see that coming down.
Yeah, and what an explosive start we have here for Filippo. Still has Ultra Ball in hand as well as the Mew EX restart. We saw how important it was in the last game. Of course, seeing those additional cards can make or break this first turn. So whether he needs to depend on this Mew EX is to be seen. But of course, for Owen, seeing this start isn't going to be fantastic on his side. He knows that Filippo will have those attackers up and running pretty much anytime soon. Of course, has all of those little resources, and for Owen, it's going to be whether he can deal with this problem on his first turn.
Yep, you are correct. That is the Owen's probably thinking, oh my goodness, this is getting off to the races here a little bit. As you're going to see that Mew EX come down, or maybe not. Ultra Ball being played, going to get rid of Iono and Pokemon Catcher. 2 cards that aren't really too useful this turn. And I wonder, would this be finding, oh, maybe not. Would be going for the Squawkabilly here? I mean, that hand outside of that isn't aggressive. I wouldn't want to rely on Mew here.
No, I wouldn't either. I think for Filippo, his priority here is to try and get your attackers, you know, kind of having the energy accelerated on all your attackers and settling that board state as early as possible. You know how disruptive all of these kind of Judge and Iono plays can be to these fragile, aggressive decks. So if Filippo is able to set up as early as possible with all of these combination pieces, it's only to his advantage.
As we are going to see Darflame Wings there, we're going to see a manual turn attachment of a water energy to the Roaring Moon. I mean, that is perfectly fine. You know, both Frenzy, Gouging, and Calamity Storm have a colourless energy in their cost. And we're just going to see a pass, Rabbi. So no Squawkabilly used yet.
No Squawkabilly used this turn. Maybe seeing that is too much of a risk to play against Owen.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, it's an easy 2 prize cards to take. Now, what I would have loved to have seen is a potential single prize Pokemon come into the active. We know now with that Galarian Moltres in the active for Filippo, it's very, very vulnerable to these Melodious Echo plays. And for Owen, there are 2 prizes on Filippo's side of the field. So for Owen, his prize mapping strategy is already there.
It really is. Over for Owen as he kicks off his first turn in our Game 3 feature match here in the final of the Utrecht Special Event. Owen debating on what to grab here. I imagine we're going to see a Genesect and a Mew V. Could even see the Meloetta coming down nice and early, since that is going to be, I would imagine, Owen's go-to. Worth noting, Owen did prize a copy of Fusion Energy, so that's going to make Melodious Echo a little bit harder, because you do have to find 1 to attach from your hand per turn to pull off that Melodious Echo 2 prizes. But as we do see that Meloetta coming down, so Owen, woo boy, look at that hand as well. Sorry, I see some a Lesser Sparkle. We're going to go for it first.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's the first piece to the puzzle. And of course, with their Chromatic in hand as well, it could be a potential heads to find that last Fusion Strike energy available to him. Still need to switch out, of course, with the Genesect having been started as well. And of course, does not want to rope because, of course, it does have the
Fusion Strike energy in hand already. That was the thing. Why are we going for the Alyssa Sparkle first, makes it harder to draw into it. Had it in hand already, so we still need to find a switching card, you're correct, and a modifier here as well. Since Murderous Echo with 3 fusion energy in play deals 210 damage, Moltres has 220 HP, so it'll be 10 off. So a little cheeky power tablet or choice belt here would get the KO for Owen, as we are going to find ourselves another Genesect V.
I think what's important here as well is that switch out doesn't want to be an escape rope.
No, definitely
Only
not.
because Filippo will be promoting that Radiant Greninja and he won't be taking this big 2-prize swing that is required. And there's the escape rope.
There is the escape rope.
Very awkward.
Oh, don't want to be using that if you can avoid it. How many copies of Switch does Owen actually play? Only one. So most likely we're going to see a cram for it or a Forest Seal Stone. This could be a very important cram because, like I say, we do not want to play that escape rope. That's going to nullify the point of using Meloetta, since Filippo will dance that Radiant Greninja straight into the active. That escape rope comes down. So what are we going to do?
Debating the escape rope, knowing that he doesn't really want to be using this as
Here we go.
Oh,
and his heads! Owen Kammerman rolling the dice there, getting the heads. Will be able to search his deck for any card he likes. I imagine Switch is going to be high up on there. Does still need to find a modifier here as well, but it's much easier to find. It's much easier to find a modifier because you play more of them. Since Owen plays 1 copy of Switch, let's pluck that out now and hopefully draw into that power tablet at a later date.
Yeah, and still has different options to find those damage modifiers. Can draw into the power tablet, of course, but not having to use Forest Seal Stone yet, as well as, of course, different chromatics as well. There are still different options for Owen to find this last piece of the puzzle.
Yep, wow, what a cram that was. The heavy ball can obviously be insta-played as well. And let's just see what Owen has there. Is there a Genesect V in there? There is! That's going to be another use of Fusion Strike system as well. Come in the clutch there, that Hisuian heavy ball. And then get to consult the prizes as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we're forgetting another damage modifier that can be used on this Galarian Moltres V. It's Choice Belt.
It really is.
Of course, another tool card that can be utilized here for Owen. If he's able to attach that one of the many, or use one of the many damage modifiers, he'll be taking...
And there's the power tablet, Benjamin. There it is. Does even have a path to the peak if he so desires to slow down those Rulebox Pokemon abilities. Might not have a stadium replacement in hand yet or a Lost Vacuum, so might want to hold off on that. But at the very least, it still has a Fusion Strike system to go.
Yeah, this is a fantastic turn from Owen.
It really is.
Able to take 2 prizes as early as this now. Filippo only with a Water Energy attached to the Roaring Moon and a Mew EX with a Greninja as well. His board state isn't looking fantastic going into his next turn.
As we are going to see that Melodious Echo for the KO. That's going to be Owen Kammerman on the board there with 2 prize cards. Filippo has a hurdle to jump over here. And here's the sort of quote-unquote annoying thing. You have to deal with this Meloetta realistically. Sure, maybe if you can go after the bench Mew, the Fusion Energy, you have to do that as well. But that Meloetta has no problem swinging again.
No, you have to knock it out. You're completely correct. And I think now leaving that Meloetta on the board would only be too much of a risk. Because, of course, Melodious Echo is still attacking for 140. There are still damage modifiers within the deck that Owen can use to take another 2 prizes with it.
And you can always just attach another Fusion Strike Energy, and then you're back at that 210 breakpoint straight away. Over to Filippo, that has promoted that Mew EX. Does have a free retreat cost, of course, so you can plan your turn out here. Does have a Dark Patch in hand and a Dark Energy in hand as well, so can get that Roaring Moon set up. As it looks like we are going to see as an Ultra Ball for that Morpeko.
Yeah, the Morpeko might be the option here to try and sort of manage this prize race a little bit more effectively. If he's able to use the Energizer wheel on that Meloetta, at least he's only giving up the 1 prize card on his next turn.
Yeah, this could start to get dicey for Filippo here. Would like to try and get a 2 prize if possible. We are going to see them Morpeko getting set up. A restart for 2 cards here. I see a Professor's Research, though, and a Catcher.
Yeah, and I think that's an Iono as well.
And an Iono, yes.
Yes. I quite like the Iono here, actually. You know, putting Owen down to 4 cards in hand is only going to add that little bit more of a disruptive element to Owen. For sure. And, of course, if he's going to be attacking with this Morpeko, he does not want Owen to find this Gust.
No, definitely not. You don't want any Boss Orders coming down there for Owen. We've known Owen did prize 1 copy of Boss's Orders, unless he did take it. Let me just quickly confirm that. No, he did not. So the Boss Orders is still in the prize cards. So keep an eye on that, as it does look like Filippo's going to play an Ultra Ball here. And I imagine he's going to find, maybe a Moltres to start trying to get Dire Flame Wings online.
Yes, and you are completely correct. With that Galarian Moltres being knocked out on the last turn, it's so important, this Dire Flame Wings. It's such a great utility card.
It really is.
For this engine, only because you're able to utilize those energy switch cards.
Yep.
Dire Flame Wings, energy straight from the discard pile, and E-switch, and it all comes together for this Roaring Moon.
As we are going to see a Pokestop there. Getting rid of a boss's orders, get rid of energy, but does get an Earthen Vessel. Now, Earthen Note, we did see that boss orders be really impactful in game one, and that one has been sent to the discard pile. I think we actually saw the Power Pad get discarded earlier this turn as well, so that boss's orders is going to stay on that discard pile, at least for now.
Yeah, no other Gust other than Pokemon Catcher.
Yep.
Not a fantastic place to be. Of course, you will require flipping heads to guarantee that Gust, which isn't fantastic, especially when you're staring down quite a scary single prize Pokemon like the Meloetta.
Yep, as we are going to see that Earthen Vessel concluding there, grabbing a Dark Energy and a Water Energy as well. So I think Filippo's done everything he can realistically here so far. Got the Morpeko going down, well, got it down with energy. We'll be able to attack. Energizer will move as energy as well, back onto the Roaring Moon, I would imagine. As we are going to see Greninja going to conceal cards, draws into a Pokestop and a Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I definitely like the Morpeko play, only because, like we mentioned earlier, the Energizer wheel would at least start accelerating energy onto these benched Roaring Moon for further powerful attacks in the later turns. And at least if Filippo's able to manage this prize race a little bit more effectively by giving Owen no option but to take a single prize, at least Filippo has the option then to take out big knockouts against these Mew VMAX that are potentially coming.
Yep, you are correct, as Filippo is going to do that Energizer wheel, takes one prize card, it's over to Owen, who promotes that Mew V, of course, has a free retreat cost.
Yeah, of course. And what Owen will definitely be trying to find here is that Gust, like we mentioned.
Yep.
If he's unable to find the Gust, it of course means that he'll be evolving into a VMAX, taking out a Morpeko, and that's not what he wants to be seeing, only because that VMAX is so vulnerable in this specific matchup because of that Dark Weakness trait.
It really is. Mew VMAX win hit for Dark Weakness. Even the Moltres can have a little go there and one-shot it via Aura Burn. So, yeah, definitely don't want to be doing that, especially for one prizer. And I thought, nope, that is a Judge getting discarded via Skate Rope. Lost City coming down. Fusion Strike System. Here we go. I see Pattern. I see Fusion. Not Fusion. Forest Hill Stone, I should say. Well, there's the boss as well!
Doesn't even need to find the Forest Seal Stone.
Goodness gracious me. Someone needs to check the fire alarms here because Owen is drawing that fire.
Yeah, and with that boss's orders in hand, of course, we'll be able to find that all-important Gust onto these vulnerable two-prize Pokemon. But unfortunately now, he will need a damage modifier if he wants to knock out these Dark-type Pokemon.
Yep.
But of course, that Mew EX is so vulnerable against these Turbo Strike. According to Owen now, of course, he won't need any damage modifiers for that easy knockout.
Does still need to find the... well, an energy, actually, funny enough, and the Mew VMAX, but does have two power tablets, does still have two uses of Fusion Strike System as well. We are going to see a boss's orders. Let's see where this goes. Got to be Roaring Moon. Whoop. There it goes.
Yeah, I think now that you have two power tablets in hand, at least you can guarantee knockout on the bigger threat.
Oh, wait, we have the energy. And an Ultra Ball as well. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Those are some well-trained Genesect V.
Yes, of course, now having knockout against this Roaring Moon, and I really like the attachment to the Mew with no energy, of course, attached to it already. Knows that there's still a Fusion Strike energy somewhere, whether it's in the prizes or in the deck, of course. I think, yeah, it's still in the prizes. So at least keeping that fresh Mew V on the field.
Yeah, and does have the Boxer Disaster on that one as well. So if Filippo was to KO it via Galarian Moltres V or a Burn or Calamity Storm, would actually put some damage counters back on the attacking Pokemon, maybe taking the pressure off finding more modifiers at a later date.
Yeah, it may come up relevant. We know how unfortunate it is to manage these high HP requirements for Mew. Of course, doesn't really want to be needing to find these damage modifiers if possible.
Yeah.
But of course, with this Boxer Disaster, it may come up relevant.
I think, wow, Owen's done everything he can this turn. Wow, I'm very impressed. Power Pad, but we're going to shuffle in. What we're going to see at the boss's orders, get that straight back in the deck, just in case.
I think the boss's orders is definitely going to be the priority here, only because he's not guaranteed to take it off the prizes when knocking out this Roaring Moon, and he knows that he needs another Gust in order to take game. So, yeah, smart plays here from Owen.
Let's see what Owen tries to do. It does have some tool cards there. That choice belt, not terribly helpful when it's hitting into the Galarian Moltres. So let's just get that attached, get it out of the hand, so we can maybe draw some cards in a later date. Get it out of the deck in case of Ionis. We want to see a free retreat now from that Mew V. And we're going to see a Techno Blast for the KO as Owen Cameraman goes down to 2 prize cards left. Filippo needs to do everything he can to stop that happening, as that Roaring Moon does have to get sent to the Lost Zone because Lost City is in play.
Yeah, and this is great premonition from Owen. So now that he's taking this Fusion Strike energy off the field, not attaching this Turbo Strike energy to the active with that Fusion Strike energy attached, at least now he has a second attacker ready, raring to go.
Yes.
And with that choice belt attached, he's going to be able to take 2 easy prizes against that Galarian Moltres V if Filippo is somehow able to take out this Mew EX off the field.
All right, let's see what Filippo can do here. Should have a fairly easy KO lined up, realistically speaking. Ideally would want to do it with a Roaring Moon, but Galarian Moltres would be sufficient as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting few turns now for Filippo. It's whether he wants to prioritize knocking out this Mew VMAX or maybe taking a different option, maybe knocking out the one with the choice belt attached to it. So it at least requires Owen to find some additional resources and damage modifiers in order to take another knockout on one of the 2 prizes. So I think a Gust play might be the option, because at least with 5 prize cards remaining, he has no other option to take either the 3 prize or the 2 prize Pokemon. If it's quite tricky situation here for Filippo. It completely depends on what he sees as the bigger threat moving forward.
Really is. Now, you are correct there. So let's see what Filippo does try to do. It does still have concealed cards available. We did see a Dark Patch attachment and a Dark Flame Wings. We are going to see a Pokestop, and obviously a Dark Patch and a manual attachment. Restart here for 2 cards. I saw a Dark Patch, and I saw a Judge. A Judge isn't bad.
Yeah, Judge definitely adds that added level of disruption, to Owen, putting him down to 4 cards in hand, would at least, ask some more questions of whether he can get those important cards for next turn. But of course, with 3 Fusion Strike systems on board, it would be a lot to ask.
But sometimes what you can do is make your opponent answer as many questions as possible. Judge might be the way, at least with Filippo's hand, might be the best option. We do see a Dark Patch being played here. I imagine it's going to go to the Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah.
And just debating whether to play that Judge.
He's definitely debating on whether to play the Pokemon Catcher as well. I think that, there's no risk to knocking out a 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure.
He is still on 5 prizes. So at least knocking out that Mew V with the Fusion Strike energy, it does require Owen to find more damage modifiers with the Mew V Max with the double turbo energy. I think this is what I was kind of trying to explain. With he has no, it's not that he has no other option. He still has to take knockouts, but of course it's whether he wants to ask questions of Owen to find resources or take out the bigger immediate threat of this Mew VMAX.
And as we do see the Judge concluding there, we're going to see a retreat into the Roaring Moon. Okay. We do see a Stadium as well, so a Calamity Storm will be online. Dark Flame Wings activation there.
Yeah, definitely like that. Of course, still has now that Owen's, of course, on only 2 prizes remaining. Filippo only really needs 2 attackers on board now.
As that was a Pokestop activation there, I'm assuming. I think they're just debating, has he used that before? I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't got rid of a Stadium for this turn, I don't believe.
No, so yep, just going to conclude this Earthen Vessel here. Going to grab 2 Dark Energy from the deck. Oh my goodness, this is so close.
It's close because now that Filippo is going to be taking a knockout on this VMAX, it's whether Owen can find that energy, it's whether he can find that Mew VMAX, and of course, find that all-important damage modifier. Oh,
the Box of Disaster, wait, the damage modifier.
The disaster.
Can Owen, there's a VMAX, just need energy now, a Lesson Sparkle, we know there's 1 energy in the deck. Owen Cameraman is our Utrecht Special Event
champion, fresh off the heels of winning Dortmund regionals. Here he goes again, Benjamin. What a final that was.
What a final it was. And just like you said, that box of disaster came up relevant in the end.
Yeah.
With that additional 80 damage, Owen didn't require any further damage modifiers, and already having the VMAX and Alyssa Sparkle in hand would have meant that he was able to take a knockout with a nice little turbo strike.
Wow, and the Alyssa Sparkle and that Judge shuffling away that Fusion Strike energy, meaning Alyssa can just pluck it out of the deck. The Judge wasn't on Filippo's side there, as Owen drew everything he needed, and now we'll walk away here a Utrecht Special Event champion. And I do think, if I've done my maths correctly, he will be in the #1 spot here in Europe for championship points, and I do think his brother will be in second.
This is such a great achievement.
It really is.
Not many players are able to ever do this, right?
No.
Not only winning a regionals a couple of weeks ago, but obviously coming into this event, beating 1,000 other competitors and taking it all the way to the final, and then winning yet again.
And whilst changing your deck from the first as well, right? Played Chen Pao and Dortmund, and then decided, you know what? Let's make it a little bit harder for myself. And decided to play Mew VMAX, you know. Also, it's kind of fitting, in my opinion. Mew VMAX winning the last major event here in Europe before it rotates as well. A little bit poetic, you might say. But let's have a look here at our updated top cut bracket as it all finalized here as well. Owen Kammerman is our Utrecht Special Event champion.
Yeah, showing just the power of Mew VMAX once more in Europe. That Fusion Strike package able to have these aggressive plays as well as the added disruptive elements in Judge and Path to the Peak. So versatile. It has all of these different game plans for all of these different types of matchups within the meta. And of course, we all know it. Europe just loves Mew, and it hasn't stopped even to the final moment.
It really hasn't, but I do want to give a massive shout out to Filippo there. You played valiantly, my friend. You know, a special event finalist is no easy feat, and you did it on your birthday as well, so I wanted to hold your head up high, my friend. You played well.
Yeah, of course, and what an explosive final. You know, it all came down. We thought that it was going to be a bit of a slog match. We thought it was going to be two prize, but in fact, it's those little intricate plays, those tech cards, those box of disaster coming up as relevant as possible. You know, whether he should have played the Pokemon catcher, I'm sure will be on his mind when he goes to bed tonight. You know, should he have gone for that Mew V? Was it the bigger threat in the end? You know, and it's all about these intricate moments in finals and in these matches where it all matters.
It really does. Every decision matters here, especially when you're in the final and against one of the game's most premier players in Owen Cameron. But I tell you what now, let's have a nice little recap here of our event here in Utrecht. But let's start that journey off by looking at our day one meta share here. Roaring Moon, Benjamin, was #1 there, so it's kind of fitting that it made the final. Mew VMAX isn't even on this graph.
Yeah, it had such a high representation, Roaring Moon. We've spoken about this numerous times before. You know, these are the tried and tested. We thought that this meta was pretty stale, right, going into this tournament. We thought, you know, everything's been said and done. These are the peak. These are where these decks are at the moment. They have all of these cards to play and to utilize. Roaring Moon, of course, their top. It's an ever favorite with our player base. So consistent and aggressive. Giratina VSTAR there, of course, with that Lost Zone engine, and Charizard EX. And of course, the cult favorites, one of your favorites as well, the Gardevoir EX and the Lost Box Zone variants.
It really was. And you know, if we even want to find Mew VMAX, Rabbi, we have to go to the best of the rest. It's not even on the first one. There it is there, 6%, 68 players piling it. Chen Pao, that was the deck Owen did play at Dortmund to take that all home, was at 7%. You know, Iron Valiant, Inteleon VMAX and Miraidon rounding off that day one. But let's see how that compares to our day two metagame, where Gardevoir then slides all the way up there into joint first place. Roaring Moon technically doesn't move, you know, that is a joint first. And then Mew VMAX maybe does a slide up there just to make the tail end of that graph.
Yeah, of course, I think Roaring Moon still has a very respectable conversion rate. I remember walking around the top tables throughout both day one and day two. There was so much of it. You know, it's able to capitalize on opponents' poor starts as well as be aggressive and take large knockouts. But the day two leaderboards and the day two standing, into sort of deck representation doesn't surprise me. No. I think these decks still have such a strong following and is able to stay versatile in this meta.
really is. And I think Roaring Moon was one of those archetypes. You know, we all appreciate the power level coming out of Paradox Rift, but I don't think people had the the right 58 to 57 cards. And once that was, put to us, then we knew, right, okay, this is the right shell for Roaring Moon. Let's roll with it. And now it's had a terrific finish there. As you said, the conversion from day 1 to day 2 technically stayed in first place there. So that's no surprises for me.
Yeah, in these decks, they have, I was speaking about it with Amy numerous times. It's all about these decks that have multiple game plans and able to pose different threats for a numerous amount of decks across the meta. Roaring Moon still has these powerful, punchy attacks, but of course has this little water package included for these little sort of trickier matchups.
So those trickier matchups indeed. But here is our Utrecht final standings after it's all said and done. Owen Kammerman taking it all home with that Mew VMAX. Congratulations, Benjamin. I realised that was your card to prediction as well. Filippo getting second place on his birthday. Let's not forget that. With Roaring Moon. Tord with the, React box, Cooking box, Charizard EX box. I think Charizard EX there is a loose term in my opinion. But that is there at our third seed. Christian with Chen Pao. That was the deck that Owen won Dortmund with. Christian getting a top 4 with it. Congratulations to him. Good friend of ours, Bolly, with Charizard EX as well. And then number 6, that's a little bit of a you, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of Snorlax block, just like what I like to see. But unfortunately, unable to take it through to top 4. But of course, Alessandro can be proud of his achievements, taking a top 8 place with that archetype.
And then we've got Oscar there at the 7th seed with Charizard EX, and then Brent rounding off our top 8 with that Lost Zone Giratina VSTAR deck. And that's all she wrote there for Utrecht final standings. Wow, what an event that was. That final, golly. Even the top 4 and the top 8 matches we managed to see. We went from our top 8 match, being that, 60-plus minute, essentially best of 1, all the way to that, game 1 in the finals being over in, 5 to 10 minutes maximum?
Yeah, it was an explosive final. I know we're looking at this matchup before the finals. I looked at you and I thought, oh, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one, only because of how aggressive both archetypes can be. Owen just going to show the impact of the Alyssa Sparkle package. A lot of people went back to the double turbo disruption build just after, the surge of that Fusion Strike build, but then bringing it back. He brought it back. Said, you know what, I'm going to play 4 of these Fusion Strike energies. I'm going to play the Alyssa Sparkle, and I'm going to play an Ice Skew as well as a Mellow. That's a true throwback as well.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
Really able to show that it's still just as impactful and still as powerful as it ever was.
It's kind of poetic, right?
Oh.
When Mew VMAX come on the scene, all the way back at the season restart in Liverpool, Fusion was the way to go. We saw maybe 2 copies of Mellow all the way back then. That's how I got my top 128 placement at EYC, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
But then after that, it was a disruption. The 4 DTE, heavy path, all that jazz. Roxanne even managed to sneak into the deck. And then moving forward, we saw a little bit of fusion. After that, we saw this sort of hybrid recently, right? To get around that spirit to me, play like 1 Alyssa and 2 fusion energies for no other reason, realistically, than to get around Fettered in Misfortune. But when we was chatting to Owen at the sort of filming day just before Utrecht, he says, I think Fusion's in a good place. Meloetta's good, Iscu's good. I actually saw the Iscu come up in the top 4 match against Tord, where he had all 4 in play. So that was an 160 damage placement there to KO a bench 2 prize Pokemon, and then takes it all home there in the final.
Well, Shay, I could speak to you all day about the final.
I know.
In this tournament, it's been so fantastic. But for now, we must go back and have a look at our awards ceremony with Amy.
Welcome everybody to the main stage of our special event here in Utrecht, the Netherlands. Thank you everybody who has traveled here. Over 1,000 trainers gathered here this weekend to make sure that we could crown a champion. Thank you to everyone who not only played but spectated, judged, and made this event unforgettable. We have had such a ride. We've had ebbs and flows, and if you've missed any of the action, make sure you go back and have a good watch. But now it is time. Can we please get a giant round of applause and a happy birthday applause? That means it has to be extra big for our finalist, Filippo Colomea. Thank you. Come on, Nice, we can do better. Bigger! Let's go! Happy birthday! Thank you so much. And of course, now we are ready for our pinnacle moment, the climax of the event. Well, can we get a Gigantamax round of applause for the victor of our special event, Owen Kammerman? Owen, how does it feel to go back-to-back a regionals win into a special event win?
Dortmund was already a daze, and now I'm even more. I don't know what's happening. I really don't know. It's amazing.
I'm so pleased to hear it, and I've got to say, not only am I impressed with your accolade, 2 different decks, but you went with Mew. Was there any special reason you chose Mew for this event?
Well, it's one of the final tournaments for Mew, so that is a reason. And I didn't want to play Chimpao because I didn't think the matchups were changing a bit, and Mew just seemed okay. So I just went with Mew.
You heard it here first. Mew seemed okay. Thank you so much, Owen. One more giant round of applause for our Utrecht 2024 special event champion, Owen Kammerman. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We are going to cut to a very quick break, but we will be back very soon to see you out, so don't miss any of the action. We're back again, trainers. You can't get rid of us that easily. What a spectacular event. Shay, how are we feeling after that finale?
I can only just get my heart rate down. I feel as if my heart rate was probably higher than Owen and Filippo's watching that. You know, where are the modifiers? Where's the Mew VMAX? Oh my goodness. But it's just so nice to be on this side of history being made as Owen takes down 2 Premier level events back to back, changing decks in between and giving Mew VMAX, in my opinion, the best send-off possible.
Oh, and I can only imagine how overjoyed you are to have defeated my caster finale at the end.
Yeah, but Benjamin was the true winner. He was the one that picked Mew. So
me that picked Mew.
Shout outs to him.
There we go. Might be Shay's favourite deck, but the caster prediction lies with Ben. Any surprises for you?
No, not really. I think Mew taking this win is only telling of the deck's prowess. And of course, having that cult following and having a following from such a strong player base as well, it was only a matter of time before it won another major event. And why not the last one, of course, before rotation?
I love that from you. And now let's have a little look at the people that are making it happen, the people that are taking those titles.
Oh.
Hey, Shay, am I seeing double?
No, viewers at home, that is not a graphical glitch. Owen Kammerman is their EU event champion back-to-back, winning Dortmund and Utrecht right next to each other. Will they be able to take down Stockholm and go for the three-peat, joining, Fabricio, Christian, Lukasz, Costa and Francisco with the Auto Invitation to the World Championships there in Hawaii.
Basically 2 for the same person. Incredible accolade and shooting him further towards the top of that leaderboard. Just impressive stuff.
Yeah, I was wondering if he could share his World Championship invites. I was going to ask him if he could give me one. I don't know. Owen, shout me out if you can.
And speaking of our lovely victors, of course, you need to get yourself down to one of our remaining events in the season so that you can maybe put yourself on that graphic as well. Ben, is there anything else that you're looking forward to in particular this season?
Well, so much fun has been had this season already, but of course, showing from this graphic, we are just over halfway through our existing season, but there's still so much fun to be had. The next event, the event on everybody's lips, of course, is the London International Championships, and then we've got Stockholm and Bologna still in Europe to be had, heading into NAIC in the final international of the season, and of course the coveted Honolulu, Hawaii, which we're all looking forward to.
Oh, some sunshine and Pokemon trading card game. I honestly couldn't think of anything better.
No, for sure. I mean, everybody's looking forward to Honolulu now, and it's great to see some of our player base achieving those World Championship invites, because this is where the hype really starts among our players.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing better than knowing exactly which strong faces we're going to see. But that doesn't necessarily mean that one of them is going to take the crown. We've got a long way to go yet, and you could be getting yourself on that graphic if you come along to one of our regional or international events or special events. Hello, Bologna.
Of course.
That we have left. How exciting is that? And speaking of events that we're going to have coming up very soon, we also have obviously our North American circuit, which is ever so exciting, in the beautiful Vancouver Regional Championships, which are coming up very soon at the end of March. So once again, if you are in the North American region, you can head on over to Vancouver very soon. I would love to go there. Seems so beautiful. Vancouver's definitely on my regional events bucket list.
Yeah, of course, and what a fantastic showing as well. Another event up and coming before our internationals, of course, might be, a bit of an influence on whether players want to continue the trend of playing their current archetypes before the rotation, of course. But of course, a fantastic showing as to what we'll see from this format still to be had.
Yep.
And not to mention, we also have more events here in Europe. We've got the beautiful Stockholm coming our way in May. So again, not very long. You need to get preparing. A beautiful, beautiful city. And honestly, can't wait to see the lot of you there.
Yeah, that's going to be another event in the new format, post-rotation after EUIC. So there won't be no Mew VMAX there, so you don't really have to worry about that. But you might have to worry about some other archetypes. Roy Moon will still be around. Maybe that will be a force to be reckoned with come Stockholm.
Absolutely, and don't forget, so that you don't miss a single piece of the action, you're going to need to follow us on all of our social media. Benjamin, could you run us through those for me?
Yeah, of course. We, can get some great engagement from you guys back at home on X, YouTube, Facebook, and of course Instagram using that hashtag or /play Pokemon. I want to see your dogs. I'm going to keep saying it. I want to see your pets. I want to see how you enjoy the stream back at home, of course. It's always great to see such engagement from our fans back home and seeing how some of our trainers are watching the action.
And so it is with a heartfelt, wholesome farewell that we will have to leave you alone now, and we will catch you next time at one of our European events. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We'll see you later.